When inspiration surges within the mind, does it herald the divine grace of the gods or the insidious whispers of demons? Cyber faith, the frenzy of nanotechnology, and the uprising of swarms. At the moment perilous technologies are born, a once resplendent civilization begins its descent into oblivion. On, the protagonist, Chen Fan, unexpectedly traverses into a world firmly governed by deities. Here, the majestic statues, while proclaiming oracles, emit nothing but the cold, mechanical tones of electronic synthesis, rendering everything around Chen Fan exceedingly bizarre and steeped in an unsettling dissonance. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, calamities triggered by perilous technologies abound. Nanomachines wreak havoc like uncontrollable beasts, leaving destruction in their wake. Swarms, influenced by technology, evolve into terrifying aggressors, causing devastation wherever they tread. The rise of cyber faith disturbs the hearts of many, plunging society into chaos and madness. Chen Fan understands that to survive in this perilous realm, he must delve deep into the mysteries of these dangerous technologies and unravel the myriad enigmas concealed within. With steadfast resolve, he immerses himself in the Bureau of Hazardous Technology, joining forces with like-minded companions. Together, they combat the rampant devastation wrought by nanomachines, thwart the ferocious assaults of the swarms, and alleviate the mental crises instigated by cyber faith. Throughout this journey, Chen Fan gradually uncovers an intricate web connecting the deities of this world to the dangerous technologies, leading him to suspect that his own traverse may not be mere coincidence, but rather a thread in a far grander conspiracy. As the investigation progresses, Chen Fan confronts unprecedented challenges. On one hand, the disasters spawned by hazardous technologies escalate alarmingly, and a moment's negligence could spell the annihilation of the entire world. On the other, the interference and threats from various factions render his and his companions' efforts increasingly arduous. Yet undeterred, Chen Fan, armed with remarkable intellect, indomitable courage, and unwavering conviction, leads his comrades in the search for a glimmer of hope to salvage civilization amidst the calamities of a universe. In this exhilarating adventure, he will also unveil the enigmatic veil of his own origins and seek the truth behind his extraordinary journey. Chapter 1. The idol speaks. As the horizon embraced the fiery orange sun, it gradually descended, casting its final rays upon the earth. Lowly concrete structures stood resolute above the ground, while detached groups of individuals ambled along the uneven streets, their expressions vacant. The fading sunlight struggled to penetrate the antiquated wooden window panes, barely dispelling the shadows within the room, illuminating a disordered desk scattered with chaos. On the floor beside the desk lay several patches of unsightly, scattered vomit. A disheveled young man sat despondently before the desk, his bloodshot eyes betraying a profound sense of anxiety and panic as he vacantly surveyed the assortment of papers and chaos strewn across the surface, all inscribed with various scrawls. Chaotic and disordered memories flashed rapidly through his mind. Chen Fan, this was his current name, as well as the name he bore before his unexpected journey. Indeed, he had traversed realms. Before his extraordinary transition, he was an inconspicuous private detective, primarily tasked with locating lost carbon-based life forms. In simpler terms, he sought after wayward pets for families of substantial means. Of course, due to his commendable reputation, he occasionally received assignments to gather evidence of extramarital affairs. In certain exigent circumstances, he even dabbled as a rideshare driver and engaged in various online gigs, including package deliveries and ticket scalping during peak travel seasons. In essence, he was an ordinary individual possessing a diverse array of skills. However, an unforeseen car accident shattered the tranquility and fulfillment of Chen Fan's life in an instant. In a haze of confusion and bizarre disorientation, his consciousness seemed to be irresistibly drawn, plummeting rapidly into this world. What on earth is this place? Chen Fan's complexion turned pale as he gazed vacantly at the papers before him, a dry, hoarse whisper emanating from the depths of his throat. A burning sensation rippled through his stomach, accompanied by a faint feeling of nausea, while his thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind, a dizziness reminiscent of prolonged oxygen deprivation faintly echoing within. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged death of the boat's previous owner, resulting in significant neuronal loss at this moment. Chen Fan found himself bereft of substantial memories pertaining to the original owner, retaining only rudimentary knowledge of language and social interactions. He struggled to draw in several ragged breaths. Driven by an instinct for survival, Chen Fan endured the severe discomfort radiating through his body and began to survey his surroundings, striving to extract fundamental information. On through his professional acumen, his gaze swiftly scanned the desk before him, ultimately resting on a small, empty glass vial. With the remnants of the original owner's memories aiding him, Chen Fan promptly deciphered the inscription on the bottle, somnolent essence. Connecting the intense discomfort coursing through him with the vomit at his feet, he swiftly reached a straightforward conclusion. The original owner had committed suicide through the ingestion of a sedative. In that moment of realization, a myriad of potential reasons for the suicide instinctively surfaced in Chen Fan's mind. Mental disorders? External stimuli? Or perhaps the so-called hereditary factors? Regardless of the circumstances, it would not bode well for him at this moment. Chen Fan's expression shifted subtly as he lifted his gaze to survey the confines of the room he inhabited. It was a cramped and constricted space, furnished entirely with wooden pieces. Apart from a fixture resembling an incandescent bulb hanging from the ceiling, there was a remarkable scarcity of electrical appliances. Considering the lowly concrete structures visible through the window, it became evident that the technological advancement of this world was rudimentary, at least the region he currently occupied was not developed. A considerable number of scattered garments lay haphazardly in the corner, while a bountiful spread of food rested beside the tightly shut wooden door. The family dynamics appeared to be relatively stable, perhaps allowing for the exclusion of familial factors leading to suicide. Chen Fan silently noted this clue in his mind, directing his attention to the side of the room. There hung an aged, oversized painting depicting a woman of strikingly standard proportions. The choice of the word standard stemmed from the figure's flawless embodiment of the golden ratio. Consequently, the portrayed figure exuded an ethereal beauty, transcending the mortal realm. Coupled with the sacred lines that adorned the painting and the profound reverence that involuntarily welled up within him, he swiftly concluded that this was a divine representation of a goddess. However, the size of this divine image was evidently beyond reason. It nearly consumed the entirety of the vacant wall. Gazing at the exalted deity captured in the painting, Chen Fan's expression hardened, the lingering sense of impending danger within him intensifying further. Is this world still in an era of divine reverence? This undoubtedly qualifies as profoundly disheartening news. In Chen Fan's recollection, the age of superstitious and feudal religions was hardly conducive to the ordinary man's existence. Contemplating the peculiar events that might await him in the future, Chen Fan's anxiety intensified. He nervously licked his parched lips, then turned around, attempting to glean more information from the disordered papers and books cluttering his desk, all inscribed with twisted, slanted handwriting. Suddenly, a series of erratic knocks echoed from the tightly shut wooden door, accompanied by a voice tinged with concern. Xiao Fan? It was the voice of the original owner's mother. Chen Fan's expression stiffened, instinctively stifling his breath while slowing his movements. If he were discovered in a state of attempted suicide, there was no need to ponder further. It would undoubtedly spark numerous unnecessary disputes, and even the revelation of his identity as a time traveler could be at stake. Please, tell me what has happened. As the urgent inquiry continued, the doorknob began to rattle. Feigning illness behind a closed door, remaining silent, pretending to be asleep, acting mad, concealing the truth of amnesia, fleeing through the window, resigning himself to a life of wandering. After swiftly dismissing several reckless options that surfaced in his mind, Chen Fan hurriedly tidied the chaotic desk, shoving the bottle of sleeping pills and the scribbled paper into a drawer before resolutely opening the door and stepping outside. Xiao Fan. Upon seeing the door swing open, Chen's mother was momentarily overtaken by delight. She quickly raised her hand to wipe her eyes and murmured softly, "It's good that you've come out. It's good that you've come out." As if struck by a sudden thought, she grasped Chen Fan's hand and briskly led him towards the living room, saying, You haven't prayed to the deity these past few days. Come, let's pay our respects to the statue first. Pay respects to a statue. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, and once again, the earlier speculations about this world surged uncontrollably in his mind. To err is to speak less. He silently followed in the footsteps of the middle-aged woman. The dwelling was modest within, just a few steps. They arrived in the dimly lit living room. Much like his own room, the only electrical appliance in the living room was the incandescent bulb hanging from the ceiling. Perhaps sensing Chen Fan's gaze, his mother paused to look at the bulb radiating a warm glow. With her hands clasped in prayer, a look of reverence washed over her face as she intoned, "Thank you, Lord, for bestowing light upon the world." Hearing this, Chen Fan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Expressing gratitude to a mere incandescent bulb, a product of technology, as if it were a divine gift? Was this scene not rather surreal? Though internally he found himself scoffing, adhering to local customs, and to avoid unnecessary suspicion and conflict, Chen Fan set aside his sense of dissonance and mimicked hism that others gesture of prayer. Upon witnessing Chen Fan's actions, a flicker of joy illuminated Chen's mother's face. "Xiao Fan, come," Chen's mother softly called out, then turned to walk towards the other side of the living room. Chen Fan stiffly moved his legs to follow her. As they passed the dining table and circumvented a wooden partition, a statue of a deity, standing several decimeters high, suddenly came into view. The statue rested upon a sturdy wooden table, its appearance unmistakably resembling the female deity depicted in the image he had seen in the room. However, in contrast to the image, the statue exuded a more dignified and imposing presence. Beside Chen Fan, his mother had knelt on the mat before the statue and once again brought her hands together in a gesture of prayer. Observing his mother's devout demeanor, Chen Fan, adhering to local customs, knelt upon another mat with a semblance of reverence. "Xiao Fan, I have noticed something amiss with you lately. Is it due to your status as a chosen one?" she inquired. "You are one selected by the divine, and the deity will always watch over you. Do not bear too much pressure if you encounter difficulties. You may speak earnestly with the divine, and assistance will surely be granted." With her eyes softly closed, Chen's mother recited her prayers with utmost sincerity. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, swiftly recognizing a crucial piece of information in her words. He was indeed a chosen one, and freshly selected at that. From a literal standpoint, this appeared to be an admirable distinction. At least in the era of feudal superstition, those chosen by the divine were expected to hold a respectable social status. This revelation somewhat alleviated the unease that had settled within Chen Fan's heart. As for the words spoken by his mother about the divine watching over him and offering assistance, Chen Fan naturally dismissed them from his mind. Being a staunch materialist, he held no belief in deities. "Xiao Fan," his mother urged softly from beside him. Realizing he could no longer maintain silence, a flurry of thoughts raced through Chen Fan's mind. Under his mother's watchful gaze, he parted his dry lips and, in a hoarse whisper, murmured, "I am merely feeling a bit lost. I have heard that a twitch in the left eye signifies fortune, while a twitch in the right eye foretells disaster. Ever since becoming a chosen one, my right eyelid has been twitching, so..." With that, Chen Fan showcased his woeful acting skills, his gaze dimming as he sighed softly. Defeating magic with magic. His mother remained silent, merely turning her head to gaze up at the idol upon the wooden table. Feeling relieved that he had managed to divert the conversation, Chen Fan exhaled in relief. What was the purpose of looking at an idol? Could it possibly speak? Just as he chuckled quietly to himself, a rigid, electronic synthesized voice emanated from the idol before him. The twitching of the right eyelid is a sporadic, involuntary spasm, caused by the brain's control over the orbicularis oculi and facial nerves, typically resulting from excessive fatigue. There is no need for concern. In that instant, the expression on Chen Fan's face froze completely. What the heck? What is this? Chapter 2. The Peculiarities. Chen Fan abruptly lifted his head, staring incredulously at the idol on the table. The idol spoke? Yet, this was not the most astonishing revelation. Frankly speaking, considering his surroundings, Chen Fan believed he could accept the notion of a deity manifesting or the divine being vocal. After all, who can ascertain the mysteries of other worlds? What if, indeed, This realm harbors divine entities. Does that not sound plausible? In stark contrast to Chen Fan's contemplative demeanor, his mother had already donned an expression of joyous reverence, prostrating herself before the idol, fervently uttering words of gratitude to the divine. Theology and science, in a peculiar manner, intertwined before Chen Fan's eyes. Worshipping an electronic deity, beseeching cyber wishes? In that moment, Chen Fan felt his already precarious worldview shaken to its very core. Xiao Fan, his mother's urgent voice broke through his reverie. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and express your gratitude for the divine teachings. In her eagerness to avoid incurring the deity's ire, the middle-aged woman's anxiety became palpable as she gently patted Chen Fan's shoulder. Smack. Observing the unmistakable urgency etched across his mother's face, mingled with a subtle fear lurking in her gaze, Chen Fan felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively followed her lead, bowing before the idol. "O Lord!" As his mother's whispered prayers enveloped him, an inexplicable chill crept upon Chen Fan from behind. Seizing the moment as he rose, he swiftly glanced at the idol on the table. It was not merely a psychological effect or a play of light and shadow to his eyes. The faint smile on the idol's visage began to take on a disconcerting quality. Following the worship of the idol, it was time for dinner. Recently, Chen Fan, profoundly affected by a shattered worldview, exhibited little interest in the dishes laid before Haimo in the dining table. However, in consideration of maintaining his persona and to avert further discord, he feigned engagement with the meal, albeit half-heartedly, under the watchful gaze of his mother. Struggling, he swallowed a piece of an unidentified vegetable, possibly a root, that lingered in his mouth. Though his mother concealed her feelings adeptly, he could still sense the deep-seated trepidation that gripped her during her prayers before the deity. It was evident that her reverence was likely intertwined with this inexplicable fear. Such a reaction cannot be solely attributed to mere religious belief under normal circumstances. Deities should inspire devotion rather than dread. All living beings, including humans, are inclined to pursue benefits and avoid harm. If a deity instills only negative emotions in its followers, such a faith is destined to wither. Unless the deity is indeed a tangible presence in the world. It seems that only a genuinely existent divinity could wield such profound fear to firmly bind its followers. As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Fan felt a chill ripple through him, raising goosebumps across his skin. Instinctively, he pushed the food around in his bowl, using the motions of chewing and swallowing to mask the horror swelling within him. Xiao Fan, his mother gazed at him with palpable concern, hesitating before speaking. On one hand, she was genuinely worried about her son's mental state. Ever since he emerged from his room, his demeanor had struck her as peculiar, as if he were a different person. And altogether, on the other hand, she was reluctant, or perhaps hesitant, to delve too deeply into the matter. She certainly did not wish for Chen Fan to seclude himself in his room once more due to her concerns, especially considering that the newly appointed chosen one, Chen Fan, held a St. Aid is far superior to hers. "I am fine," she stated. After a moment, she shook her head. "No, not at all. The voice of the deity has always been this way," her mother affirmed with certainty. "You must have misheard." This statement unleashed a tempest within Chen Fan's heart. The notion that it had always been this voice implied that, whether the deity spoke or it was the stiff electronic synthesized sound, it was entirely normal in his mother's eyes. Chen Fan endeavored to maintain a calm expression, yet the shock and doubt within him inevitably flickered in his gaze. Such signs could not escape his mother's watchful eyes. She furrowed her brow, as if contemplating something profound. For a moment, the living room descended into an eerie silence, prompting Chen Fan to instinctively hasten his movements as he served himself food. Clearly, something was amiss in this world. In order to securely obtain information about this realm, he could only place his hopes on the writings within the room. His mother exhaled deeply, shattering the silence that had lingered for several minutes. She gazed at Chen Fan with gentle eyes. "Little Fan, it is entirely normal to feel pressure after becoming the chosen one. There is still ample time until the next selection ceremony. You can gradually adjust and allow yourself to relax." The mother's voice faltered slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she spoke again. "About what I just said. I will pretend I did not hear it. and you should forget those blasphemous words against the divine. Otherwise, the mother sighed, leaving her thoughts unvoiced. Chen Fan's expression grew serious. Though he was uncertain of the nature of the sacred selection ceremony she mentioned, the bizarre scenes he had witnessed earlier led him to believe that this was decidedly ominous. As he nodded in agreement, a heightened sense of foreboding surged within him. After dinner, under his mother's watchful gaze, Chen Fan once again entered his room. The wooden door closed slowly, shutting out his mother's anxious eyes and the unsettling aura emanating from the idol in the living room. The room was enveloped in darkness, and Chen Fan took several deep breaths, feeling the tension in his body begin to ease. He raised his slightly trembling hands, lowering his gaze, and mimicked his mother's actions, forming a gesture of prayer. "O Lord, please bestow light upon the world." A beam of dim yellow light erupted above him, shattering the darkness of the room with an unmatched intensity. It still operates on voice control. Chen Fan weakly tugged at the corners of his mouth, a bitter smile forming as he mused inwardly. Humanity undoubtedly yearns for light. Yet, this illumination brought him neither solace nor warmth. On the contrary, as the incandescent bulb flickered to life, the previously receding sense of danger and oppression surged back with renewed vigor. Chen Fan suddenly held his breath as a deity loomed majestically before him, gazing down with an air of omnipotence. Chapter 3. Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management. The incandescent light gradually stabilized, allowing Chen Fan to clearly discern the objects before him, merely a divine portrait hanging on the wall. His complexion turned ashen as he raised his slightly trembling right hand to wipe away the fine beads of cold sweat from his forehead. Perhaps it was the light. Or perhaps the eerie scenes he had just witnessed had left him momentarily disoriented. After the initial surge of terror, an inexplicable fury began to swell within Chen Fan. Tear it! Tear this portrait to shreds. He gazed intently at the female deity depicted in the image, his bloodshot eyes reflecting an indescribable madness intertwined with a deeply buried fear. Time ticked away, second by second. Ultimately, Chen Fan clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing the overwhelming urge to destroy the portrait with the last vestiges of his rationality. To tear apart a divine image during the age of religion, just the thought of it evoked a sense of unforgivable sin. He diverted his gaze from the portrait, stepping over the scattered, soiled garments by the door, and stumbled towards the desk, forcefully yanking open the accompanying drawer of the wooden table. Upon seeing the scattered sheets of paper filled with writing within the drawer, Chen Fan instinctively exhaled in relief. He gingerly extracted the papers and, under the dim, yellowish light, began to read them meticulously. Each sheet bore careful annotations of dates. Chen Fan cross-referenced these notes with a paper calendar beside the desk, organizing the writings in chronological order. With just a glance, Chen Fan immediately discerned the issue. Initially, a month ago, the handwriting on the paper was remarkably clear. However, as time progressed, the script began to deteriorate, each stroke appearing increasingly hasty. This phenomenon was particularly pronounced in the notes from the past 3 days. By today, the date marking the original owner's demise, the writing had devolved into a chaotic mass of abstract and distorted lines, nearly incomprehensible to any observer. It was evident that the original owner's mental state had been in a steady decline over the past month, plummeting drastically in the last 3 days, culminating in suicide. Reflecting on the peculiarities of the statue in the living room, Chen Fan's expression darkened. He stifled his restless emotions and began to meticulously read through the initial notes. June 18, 2067, clear. Tomorrow, the divine selection ceremony will be held again. It seems that these ceremonies have become increasingly frequent in recent years. June 19, 2067. Overcast. At the divine selection ceremony, I surprisingly became the chosen one. June 20th, 2067. Clear. After being chosen, everything has changed. The neighbors have shown me significantly more respect. Except for Sister Huai, who, for some reason, has altered her attitude towards me. June 21st, 2067. Clear. The church deacon has delivered a substantial amount of supplies to us, greatly improving our living standards. Thank the Lord for his blessings. Chen Fan silently turned the pages of the coarse, yellowed paper in his hands, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. It is evident that the original protagonist's familial circumstances were far from favorable, and becoming a chosen one undoubtedly bestowed upon them an unprecedented glory. Thus, the notes from the past few days exuded an aura of praise and gratitude towards the divine. As the majority of the entries consisted of trivial matters, Chen Fan hastened his perusal. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he halted his rapid flipping of the pages. On July 1st, 2067, amidst a torrential downpour, he recorded a visit to the church, noting an inexplicable peculiarity in the demeanor of the congregation towards him. From this day forth, the handwriting became increasingly hasty, and the content of the notes began to dwindle in length. On July 2nd, 2067, he noted that the next selection ceremony would take place on August 18th, with the church's deacon proclaiming that this cohort of chosen ones would serve the divine on that very day. Gazing at the scrawled handwriting, a chill ran through Chen Fan's heart. To serve the divine. As a modern individual, he immediately discerned a chilling element within those striking words. Could it be that he was to be a living sacrifice? Chen Fan quickly lifted his gaze to glance at the calendar beside him. July 18th. In other words, in a month's time, he was to participate in this so-called selection ceremony. Realizing this, Chen Fan's expression shifted dramatically. What on earth? Is this some kind of jest? After struggling to obtain a second chance at life, he certainly did not wish to become a deity's offering. No, no, no. His fate was not yet sealed. The notion of a living sacrifice was merely a figment of his imagination. Perhaps there still lay a glimmer of hope. He breathed heavily, frantically rifling through the notes in his hands, striving to unearth clues that could refute his conjectures. Alas, the handwriting within had become so scrawled that it was nearly indecipherable. Chen Fan strained his eyes, managing to discern only a few recurring phrases. Fake. All fake. Chosen one? This is nothing but a ruse. False god. Creak. A refreshing breeze wafted in through the open wooden window, causing it to sway slightly. And the incandescent bulb on the ceiling trembled in response. Gazing at the flickering shadows on the yellowed pages, Chen Fan felt a chill seep into his limbs. The invigorating wind sent a shiver down his spine, and his bloodshot eyes reflected an overwhelming terror. The divine was a fabrication, the chosen one was a sham. Everything was an illusion. No wonder the original owner succumbed to despair. The collapse of faith could utterly annihilate a soul. But what, then, is the truth? What had the original owner discovered? He was oblivious. Yet, one thing he could ascertain, the selection ceremony a month hence could very well mark the end of his life. Xiao Fan. A familiar voice called from beyond the wooden door. It's time for bed. Don't forget you have to study at the church tomorrow. Study? Study what? To learn how to become a worthy living sacrifice? Chen Fan remained silent for a moment, then responded in a somber tone, closing the incandescent bulb above him as if in prayer. Dim starlight filtered through the window, casting an eerie glow upon the divine portrait, transforming the once beautiful goddess into a grotesque and sinister figure. Lying in bed, Chen Fan's mind was a tumult of thoughts, confusion, unease, fear, an array of negative emotions inundating his consciousness. As time trickled by, he could no longer withstand the dual exhaustion of body and spirit, and finally, his heavy eyelids closed in slumber. He found himself in an infinitely vast expanse, where twisted rays of light were scattered irregularly throughout the boundless space. These radiant beams possessed hues that transcended the limits of human perception, ineffably beautiful in their complexity. More precisely, this vastness was a manifestation of Chen Fan's inner sensations. It felt akin to being cast adrift in a desolate void, an involuntary yet familiar sense of drifting rising within him. After a fleeting moment of bewilderment, a sudden realization struck him. Wasn't this the very scene he had encountered before his journey through realms? Had he perished once again? Surely. He had committed no grave misdeed to warrant such misfortune. Just as he prepared to scrutinize his surroundings, a wave of intense dizziness engulfed him, accompanied by a series of indistinct and nebulous whispers that echoed in his ears. It resembled the static of a radio failing to receive a signal, prompting Chen Fan to frown in discomfort and instinctively cover his ears. Yet, this proved futile. The whispers continued to permeate his mind, growing ever louder with the passage of time. Alarm surged within him as a singular thought flickered through his consciousness, only to be dissipated by the cryptic murmurs that overwhelmed him. Suddenly, amidst the obscurity, a faint yet distinctly clear voice emerged from the whispers. Chen Fan, overwhelmed by the obscure whispers, opened his mouth and summoned all his strength to exclaim, "Damn it! Turn off the freedom mic." In the next moment, a communication link was successfully established, confirming the target as a carbon-based, highly intelligent life form. The coordinates were accurately pinpointed, and preparations for interstellar long-distance transmission were underway. Chapter 4. Interstellar Transmission. Chen Fan suddenly jolted, bewildered. A communication link? Interstellar long-distance transmission? What on earth is happening? Though his mind was somewhat clouded at that moment, He instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. A profound unease welled up within him. Before he could ponder further, the previously tolerable obscure whispers suddenly intensified, akin to thousands of radios emitting a cacophony of signal loss in his ears. An overwhelming sense of vertigo swept over him. In the next instant, amidst a familiar and intense sensation of freefall, Chen Fan completely lost consciousness. In the darkness of the silent universe, a black hole quietly devoured all surrounding matter. Around it, an accretion disk composed of vast quantities of plasma rotated and descended, emitting dazzling light. At the center of this radiance lay an abyss of profound darkness. Under the black hole's immense gravitational pull, even light itself could not escape its grasp. It stood as one of the universe's most formidable celestial bodies, impervious to any material force. Theoretically, at least. In truth, this celestial body, which was destined to command the cosmos, has become a mere plaything confined within a cage. A network of cables, crafted from unknown materials, intertwines to form a vast spherical prison, ensnaring the black hole and its surrounding accretion disk within its grasp. As the camera draws nearer, adjacent to this enclosure stands a colossal structure shaped like AM by a strip, operating in silence. The intense radiation and formidable gravitational forces surrounding the black hole exert no influence upon this monumental edifice, which surpasses the majority of stars within the universe. Nestled within this grand structure lies the Dangerous Technology Management Bureau, an agency under the auspices of the Pan-Universe Human Alliance. Suddenly, the signal strength exhibits erratic fluctuations. Interdimensional long-distance transmission encounters an unknown error, rendering the wormhole inoperable. Within the building, researchers clad in white lab coats display visible urgency as they loudly report the alarm messages projected on the holographic display. Moore gazes calmly at the expansive azure hologram in front of the command center, though a hint of anxiety and panic flickers in his eyes. Stabilize the signal immediately. No sooner had he spoken, a flash of crimson swept across the azure hologram, followed by a piercing alarm. Director, the signal has been completely lost. We can no longer locate the target signal. Upon hearing this, Moore's expression darkened considerably, just like the TE-913 research vessel, which had swiftly lost contact with the Dangerous Technology Management Bureau in the blink of an eye. He took a deep breath, calming the turmoil and unease within him. Academician Song, do you have any leads? Moer exclaimed in surprise. Are you suggesting that the signal source and research vessel TE-913 might have fallen into a yet undiscovered cosmic bubble? In the realm of human research, the universe is conceptualized as a collection of minuscule bubbles dispersed throughout five-dimensional space. These so-called cosmic bubbles are irregularly scattered across a hyperspace membrane that permeates the entirety of five-dimensional space. The TE-913 research vessel, in contrast, is equipped with the capability for five-dimensional navigation. To employ a somewhat imperfect analogy, if one were to liken a research vessel navigating in five-dimensional space to a ship sailing on the ocean, then the cosmic bubbles would be akin to independent bubbles adhered to the ocean floor. In response to Moer's inquiry, Academician Song adjusted his glasses resting on the bridge of his nose and nodded earnestly. Theoretically speaking, that is indeed the case. Moer's heart sank. The prospect of their target having plunged into a structurally intricate, unknown cosmic bubble signified that establishing contact would be significantly more challenging. Regardless, they needed to proceed with the dimensional reduction of coordinates. Steeling himself, Moer issued the command. The signal source had just vanished, and the coordinates would not have deviated too drastically. The task of converting high-dimensional coordinates into lower dimensions is an exceedingly tedious and complex endeavor, far beyond human capability. However, for the Central Intelligence of the Dangerous Technology Administration, this conversion was not a formidable challenge. Within mere seconds, a series of intricate numbers materialized on the expansive holographic projection ahead. Here are the four-dimensional coordinates of the signal source just now. The corresponding signal has not been detected. As a warning symbol emerged on the projection, the calm voice of Academician Song resonated from the side, initiating the conversion to three-dimensional coordinates now. Moer lowered his eyelids, concealing the unease that lurked in the depths of his gaze. Found it, accompanied by a crisp prompt sound. Academician Song's tone suddenly elevated. Comparison complete. The target has been confirmed as the original signal source. Coordinates have been re-established. Restarting intercosmic transmission. With a start, Chen Fan abruptly opened his eyes, breathing heavily, his face a mask of astonishment. Was that just now a dream? He turned his back, brushing his hand against his clothes, damp with cold sweat. A breeze, tinged with a hint of chill, wafted in through the open wooden window, whisking away some of his residual warmth. He shivered involuntarily, instinctively tilting his head to gaze at the wall. Dim starlight filtered through the window, illuminating the painting that hung there. The deity depicted continued to gaze down upon him with an air of lofty superiority. Unsurprisingly, he remained trapped in this wretched, bizarre world. Chen Fan sighed in resignation, relinquishing the flicker of inexplicable hope within him. Intercosmic transmission. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, lifting his hand to gently pat his overly warm cheek. Truly insane. Muttering to himself, he lay back down upon the somewhat uncomfortable bed. Suddenly, a faint glimmer erupted unexpectedly beside his bed. A gentle radiance swiftly dispelled the darkness within the room, simultaneously capturing Chen Fan's gaze. He widened his eyes, tinged with a hint of bloodshot hues, and moved his parched, cracked lips, yet no sound emerged. Confronted with this extraordinary event that transcended his understanding, he seemed to be rendered a mere spectator, frozen in place. Chapter 5. Successful transition time trickled by. Under Chen Fan's horrified scrutiny, the softly glowing point of light gradually expanded, swiftly transforming into a rapidly spinning circle of illumination. He remained oblivious to the true nature and function of this circle. But one certainty lingered in his mind. This circle was anything but stable. Like a deformed bicycle tire, the circle exhibited conspicuous distortions as it spun at an alarming speed. Furthermore, as the circle's coverage widened, the surrounding scenery began to warp. As time progressed, the circle gradually ceased its expansion, forming a luminous sphere suspended in midair amidst the intensifying distortions. At that moment, the distortion reached its zenith, revealing a wondrous phenomenon before Chen Fan's eyes. The desk, which should have been obscured by the luminous sphere, reappeared in a magical and exceedingly distorted angle. A flicker of recognition stirred within Chen Fan. The scene before him awakened memories long buried in the recesses of his mind. In simpler terms, the immense gravitational force warped the light, allowing what should have been concealed to enter the observer's line of sight along a peculiar, curved trajectory. Undoubtedly, the spectacle before him was a manifestation of the gravitational lensing effect. Thus, as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Fan swiftly connected the scene before him to the peculiar dream he had experienced. Was it not a dream? He swallowed hard, hesitantly murmuring, interdimensional, ultra-long distance teleportation? As he gazed at the increasingly unstable sphere of light, an overwhelming sensation washed over him. No way, are you serious? Traversing dimensions is one thing. But how did aliens come into play? He distinctly recalled the entity in his dream, who had clearly proclaimed its identity through a message reminiscent of a broadcast, the Pan-Universe Human Alliance. Setting aside any other details, that name alone suggested a figure of considerable significance, not merely a minor role. Perhaps it was the residual effects of that cryptic whisper that had stimulated his mind. For a myriad of bizarre questions surged forth in his consciousness like mushrooms after a rain. Aliens? Wait a moment. If we are traversing dimensions, can they truly be classified as aliens? Moreover, how could such a formidable alliance possibly be entangled with him? Had they perhaps misconstrued something? He recalled that they seemed to be in search of a missing research vessel. Could it be that they mistakenly believed he possessed that vessel? The instant this possibility struck him, Chen Fan's previously wandering thoughts abruptly came to a standstill. After a brief moment of stupor, he let out a classic exclamation. What the hell? Reality, however, afforded Chen Fan little time for reflection or reaction. Just as he realized that the other party might be drawn to the lost research vessel, an anomaly occurred with the orb of light, which exhibited evident stability issues. Amidst a flurry of rapid and intense flickering, a battered hand, its surface shimmering with faint electrical sparks, slowly emerged from within, extending towards Chen Fan. The hand reached out gradually, accompanied by a progressively deteriorating arm. Irregular arcs of blue and violet electricity danced along the arm, emanating an eerie aura. The formidable charge from the electric arcs caused Chen Fan's hair and body hair to stand on end. Staring in horror at the scene before him, which transcended comprehension, he felt as terrified as a quail startled by a predator, only able to emit a series of unintelligible sounds from his throat. His mind nearly malfunctioned, leaving him with a singular thought. It's all over. Just as he braced himself to plead for mercy, the arm that had been stretching from the orb suddenly seemed to lose its support and clattered to the ground. The previously flickering blue-violet electric effects vanished in an instant, and even the orb of light, with its precarious stability, dissipated into the air. Chen Fan glanced toward the direction where the arm had fallen, swallowing hard. After much hesitation, he raised his tingling hands, trembling as he performed a gesture of prayer. "O Lord, grant light to the world. Whether it was due to overwhelming fright or some other reason, Chen Fan found his voice strangely hoarse, laced with an echo of electric resonance. The dim light emanating from above dispelled the darkness that enveloped the room once more, allowing him to discern the true nature of the arm. A mechanical limb? Chen Fan murmured in a peculiar tone. Upon this revelation, his trepidation and fear significantly diminished, compared to a corporeal entity traversing the void, ensconced in lightnings. The mechanical construct was evidently more in alignment with his understanding. Gathering his courage, he cautiously advanced a few steps. Scrutinizing the arm under the warm glow of the incandescent light, the surface of the mechanical severed arm was sheathed in a layer of silvery, unknown metal, which had sustained considerable damage from the recent impact, exposing a labyrinth of intricate wiring and structure beneath. The end of the mechanical arm presented an exceedingly smooth. It was clear that it had endured an attack of exceptionally high intensity at the moment of its severance. Just as Chen Fan was poised to examine further, a faint glimmer of light emanated from the palm of the mechanical arm. Before he could react, a beam of azure luminescence swept over him in a fan-shaped arc. In the next moment, an electronic synthesized voice resonated within the room. Unlike the rigid electronic sounds emitted by the statue, this synthesized voice possessed a lively quality. Surface thought reading successful. Language module has been configured. Jump successful. Arrival confirmed at universe number EL13697-101. Target identity verification in progress. Confirmation. Object is the target signal source. Attempting to initiate interuniversal hyperspace membrane broadcast. It was only then that Chen Fan belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation. He let out a hoarse gasp and retreated in haste, until his body collided with the solid wall constructed of concrete and cement. Chen Fan finally halted his retreating steps. You, perhaps, felt that you should not remain passive. Chen Fan swallowed hard and, with a trembling voice, inquired, "What exactly are you?" As the mechanical arm's palm illuminated with a cerulean glow, an electronic synthetic voice resonated once more. Human Union GT, 52 Carbon-Based Biological Universal Intelligent Terminal. Chapter 6. Carbon-Based Biological Universal Intelligent Terminal, Alliance Leaders Update. Chen Fan was particularly fond of a phrase he uttered. Huh? Bathed in the cerulean glow and the dim yellow incandescent light, he stared blankly at the charred half of the mechanical arm on the ground. What on earth is this? A carbon-based biological Universal Intelligent Terminal? An instinctive thought surfaced in Chen Fan's mind. Does this thing differentiate between carbon-based and silicon-based life forms? As you surmised, the human union encompasses a diverse array of life forms, with carbon-based life constituting approximately 60 of the total. The sudden electronic synthetic voice startled Chen Fan. But having watched numerous science fiction films in his past life, he quickly regained his composure. You know what I'm thinking? The cerulean glow pulsed rhythmically, akin to breathing. This device possesses a superficial thought-reading capability, allowing it to extract basic thoughts from the cognitive organs of carbon-based life forms. This is also one of the standard operational methods of this device. Wow, impressive. Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Setting aside all else, the mere existence of this mind-reading and thought-manipulating technology serves as a testament to a level of scientific advancement that far exceeds his comprehension. As Chen Fan gazed upon the mechanical arm, his mind was flooded with countless confusions. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for where to begin. After much hesitation, he opted for a relatively safe inquiry. What is the Human Alliance? The Human Alliance, formerly known as the Pan-Cosmic Human Federation, is a trans-universal alliance formed by numerous advanced civilizations. Among them, humanity holds absolute dominion and is the sole civilization classified at level 9. The alliance governs numerous universes, and the universe you inhabit lies at the periphery of its territory, yet to be officially incorporated into the alliance's domain. Chen Fan. Oh. Although many aspects eluded his understanding, it certainly sounded impressive. Particularly the fact that humanity possessed absolute dominion instilled a sense of reassurance within him. On one hand, he was indeed human, and rounding up the figures, he could consider himself a member of the alliance. He was adept at self-reassurance. On the other hand, Chen Fan mused that an advanced civilization capable of interuniversal travel would undoubtedly be more agreeable to interact with than one still mired in an era of feudal superstition. Thus, his earlier trepidation diminished slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he posed another question. Why have you come to this universe? As soon as the words left his lips, recollections of his recent speculation regarding the research vessel resurfaced in his mind. In an instant, Chen Fan's expression shifted. Let me be clear. The research vessel you seek is not here. I have never encountered any such vessel. Now it is the turn of the intelligent terminal to falter. For a few rare seconds, it fell into an unusual silence before responding in a grave tone. Are you aware of the situation regarding the research vessel? Realizing his blunder, Chen Fan wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to speak so thoughtlessly? Was that a blatant admission of guilt? I heard your earlier call. Adhering to the principle of honesty, Chen Fan recounted the events he had experienced in his dream, recalling the tormenting whispers that plagued his mind. He couldn't help but murmur. Could you perhaps exhibit a modicum of civic responsibility? The open mic is truly a nuisance, you know? The intelligent terminal paused again mid-sentence. In truth, this universe is not yet within the jurisdiction of the United Human Alliance. Chen Fan, also coming to this realization, displayed an expression of as expected. Look at you. A distinguished advanced civilization, making such a blunder. The cerulean light flickered intensely several times, and after a brief silence, the electronic synthesized voice resumed. On behalf of the United Human Alliance, I extend my sincerest apologies. A specific compensation plan will be proposed by the United Human Alliance Academy. Compensation plan? What compensation plan? Sensing that the machine was not as unyielding as it appeared, Chen Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. His previously tense thoughts gradually enlivening. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. Could you elaborate on the specifics of the compensation plan? Compensation from an advanced civilization. If he could seize such immense fortune, wouldn't he soar to unimaginable heights? Apologies, there is no information available in the database regarding this matter. Please patiently await the compensation plan from the Academy of Sciences. How should I contact the Academy of Sciences? Chen Fan's expression stiffened. Very well. You wish to play this way? Reflecting on the myriad of deceitful traps he had encountered in his previous life, he let out a long sigh and interrupted the intelligent terminal's discourse. So, you are currently unable to establish contact with the Academy of Sciences. Nor can you provide me with any compensation, correct? In theory, there is still an alternative plan available. Chen Fan's gaze flickered slightly. Please elaborate. This must be prefaced by discussing the mission of this unit. Under Chen Fan's peculiar scrutiny, a brilliant blue beam of light emanated from the severed arm's palm. The beam gradually coalesced in the air into a vivid, three-dimensional image, revealing an entirely unfamiliar star system. The realism of the image was astonishing. Chen Fan could distinctly observe the slow orbits of asteroids and meteoroids within the star system. Is this a holographic projection? Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he murmured to himself. The research vessel TE-913, affiliated with the Dangerous Technology Management Bureau of the United Federation of Sciences, lost contact while conducting an investigative mission. Chen Fan suddenly comprehended. This signal must be referring to me, right? Indeed, the intelligent terminal affirmed. Through the analysis of this coordinate, the Bureau suspects the existence of a complex structure within an unknown universe that is yet to be discovered by humanity. In pursuit of the missing research vessel and the rescue of its onboard researchers, the Bureau of Hazardous Technologies has resolved to initiate a cross-dimensional teleportation scheme in order to establish preliminary contact with the target signal. Given the intricate structure of the target universe and the absence of any foundational infrastructure in its vicinity, this teleportation plan is fraught with significant peril. Upon confirming that the target signal originates from carbon-based life forms, a multitude of robots equipped with universal intelligent terminals designed for carbon-based entities ventured into the wormhole. As anticipated by the Bureau, during the teleportation process, the wormhole exhibited anomalous tremors. Consequently, the attempt failed, resulting in the destruction of all robots due to spatial turbulence triggered by the collapse of the wormhole. As of now, this device appears to be the sole universal intelligent terminal that has fortuitously traversed the wormhole. Chapter 7. A pleasant collaboration. The synthesized electronic voice gradually unfolded, accompanied by a mesmerizing array of vivid recordings projected in front of me. Yet, what comes next? Chen Fan, visibly astonished, pressed for clarification. How does this relate to the contingency plan you mentioned? Having lost the high-powered communication device carried by the rescue robots, the communication unit equipped in this device is insufficient to initiate cross-dimensional communication, the intelligent terminal elucidated. However, the research vessel is equipped with an exceptionally advanced high-powered communication apparatus. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan comprehended the intent behind the intelligent terminal's elaborate discourse. With a somewhat peculiar expression, he retorted, "Are you implying that I should assist you in locating the missing research vessel?" Yes. The surface of the intelligent terminal shimmered with a flickering glow upon establishing contact. The human alliance will provide you with corresponding rewards and compensations based on the actual circumstances. Stop, Chen Fan interjected, cutting off the terminal's discourse. Let us set aside the matters of rewards and compensations for now. Do you truly believe I possess the capability to assist you in locating the missing research vessel? The intelligent terminal fell silent for a moment before replying in a dry tone. This unit believes you do. No, I do not, Chen Fan retorted without hesitation. Yes, you do. He realized that this contraption was indeed a tremendous nuisance, tasking an ordinary, corporeal human to find a high-tech starship that had mysteriously gone missing. Was this a challenge conceived by carbon-based life forms? Oh, wait. The entity before him was not a carbon-based organism. It was, at best, a semi-silicon life form. With this thought, Chen Fan's resolve solidified. He clapped his hands and reached for the severed mechanical arm lying on the ground. Perhaps constructed from some advanced alloy, the arm was not particularly heavy. Chen Fan exerted effort to lift it from the ground and moved it to the open window. Wait, what are you planning to do? The intelligent terminal clearly panicked at the prospect of being tossed out the window. Hey, let us talk this over. I am the latest model of the Human Alliance's Universal Intelligent Terminal, and I can be of significant assistance to you. This statement resonated with Chen Fan. In such a bizarre otherworld, he indeed required a capable ally. Reflect on your actions, Chen Fan remarked. A flicker of irritation crossing his face as he thrust the mechanical arm out of the window once more. Let's communicate properly, the intelligent terminal interjected. You lack the requisite permissions. You are unable to utilize most of the functions equipped in this device. Observing the shift in Chen Fan's expression, the terminal hastily added, however, rest assured, this device possesses formidable computational capabilities, sufficient to assist you with the majority of your challenges. Chen Fan regarded the terminal's assertions with skepticism. It was not a disbelief in the technology of advanced civilizations, but rather a doubt concerning the quality of this particular intelligent terminal. Or rather, could the entity you described truly accomplish this task? If you can do so, I shall endeavor to assist you in locating that research vessel. The intelligent terminal responded with astonishment. Wait. Are you not an indigenous inhabitant of this world? The azure light flickered rapidly. The synthesized electronic voice tinged with incredulity. You are an illegal transgressor? Illegal transgressor? Chen Fan instinctively furrowed his brow. Did such a distinction between legal and illegal even exist? Within the jurisdiction of the Human Alliance, to avert the various detrimental effects arising from transgressions, such actions must receive prior approval from the Alliance. Any unauthorized crossing will be deemed an illegal transgression by the Alliance, which will respond with varying measures based on the specific circumstances. Chen Fan could not suppress a quiet murmur of incredulity. The Alliance actually regulates this. To be precise, illegal crossing is under the comprehensive supervision of the Department of Hazardous Technologies, which is the very bureau to which this device belongs. The intelligent terminal corrected, young man. You are quite fortunate. Chen Fan's lips twitched abruptly. Damn. After more than 10 minutes, he heard, I have comprehensively understood the situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan let out a long sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly the best news of the day. The device has conducted an extensive search of the database, and currently, there are 2 options available to establish contact with the Dangerous Technology Management Bureau. Please proceed. Upon learning that there was hope for salvation, Chen Fan's entire demeanor transformed into one of optimism. After a moment of contemplation, he expressed his preference. Perhaps you could share the second option. The second option is relatively straightforward. We simply wait for the Bureau to discover the anomaly and take the initiative to reach out. At this, a faint smile graced Chen Fan's face. It wasn't that he disliked taking the offensive. Rather, the passive approach offered greater cost-effectiveness. The specific timing is uncertain. Considering the previous transmissions encountered unexpected issues, the device cannot guarantee that the Bureau will restart the transmission plan in a short time. However, rest assured, since the research vessel has encountered trouble in this universe, the United Federation will undoubtedly not abandon the rescue plan. If it proceeds swiftly, it may take a few months. If not, it could extend to several years or even decades. Chen Fan's smile gradually faded. So slow? A few months? Years? Decades? If all goes as expected, he likely has only 1 month left. Contemplating the fact that he was to be sent as a living sacrifice to serve as a deity in merely a month, Chen Fan vehemently shook his head in rejection of this plan. This is already not considered slow. The intelligent terminal provided an explanation. Conducting a comprehensive exploration of an entirely unfamiliar and intricately structured universe entails an immense workload. Thus, It is remarkable that humanity can accomplish such a complex task in such a brief span of time. Chen Fan's expression turned solemn. I now believe that the first plan is the most reliable. Serving humanity is my honor. Let me be direct. What must I do? The intelligent terminal paused briefly. After a few seconds of silence, the electronic synthesized voice resumed. This unit is currently in an offline state, possessing almost no autonomous operational capabilities. To facilitate the subsequent actions, this unit will grant you guest access. As the words fell, a beam of azure light swept once more towards the motionless Chen Fan. After a brief interlude, as the light slowly dissipated, a glove-like object, gleaming with a silvery metallic luster, automatically detached from the mechanical hand before him. Guest identity successfully bound. Current guest, carbon-based highly intelligent life form, Chen Fan. Chen Fan, may our collaboration be fruitful. Chapter 8. Surveillance. The following day, amidst the faint calls from outside the door, Chen Fan struggled to open his drowsy eyes. At first glance, he beheld the image of a goddess illuminated by the morning sun, exuding a subtle sense of sanctity under the sunlight. However, there was little reverence in Chen Fan's gaze. Quite the contrary, thoughts of his fate a month hence filled his eyes with a bitterness that seemed on the verge of spilling over. It seems that this world still resides in an era of divine adoration. A gentle synthetic voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Indeed, it is quite rare. Among the records of humanity, few civilizations maintain a belief in deities after having initially grasped the technology related to electricity. The abrupt electronic voice startled Chen Fan, completely dispelling the remnants of drowsiness from his eyes. Chen Fan tentatively called out, recalling that this was the name of the intelligent terminal. More precisely, it was the designation of the artificial intelligence housed within the terminal. Do not shout. That was the device communicating with you in your mind. What transpired last night was not merely a figment of your imagination. Chen Fan instinctively exhaled in relief, withdrawing his right hand from beneath the covers to examine it closely in the sunlight. To the naked eye, his palm appeared as it always did, its ancient bronze skin glistening with a faint sanguine hue, revealing slightly raised veins. However, this was merely the surface. As Chen Fan's thought stirred, a thin, silver-white substance resembling metal swiftly manifested upon the surface of his palm. This was the essence of the intelligent terminal, a glove. This glove, crafted from an unknown material, not only ensured comfort and a genuine tactile experience, but also possessed remarkable material strength, purportedly capable of easily withstanding conventional forms of physical assault. At the center of the palm and the back of the glove, each was adorned with a gem-like substance. According to one, these two gem-like substances are the most vital components of intelligent terminals, possessing the highest degree of strength. Not only can they withstand conventional physical attacks, but even if thrown onto the surface of a neutron star, they would ensure the integrity of their structure. Although Chen Fan remained skeptical about this assertion, there was no denying that this glove-like intelligent terminal was undoubtedly the most advanced wearable device he had ever donned in his life, without exception. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he focused on the information that one had just mentioned. One, you just spoke of superstitions regarding deities. Do you mean to imply that there are no true deities in this world? Upon hearing this question, Chen Fan momentarily found himself at a loss for words. The gentle electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind once more. A fleet of the smallest scale from the human alliance can effortlessly obliterate a galaxy of standard size. Even a relatively weaker individual weapon can reduce a planet to an endless expanse of cosmic dust. By your standards, the human alliance should be the deities you refer to. Chen Fan's eyelids twitched slightly. After a brief silence, he spoke again. Then, deities should be beings that master the rules of the universe, such as Genesis, the most powerful rule-based weapon of the human alliance, under sufficient energy conditions, is capable of annihilating an entire universe and can also rewrite the fundamental physical and mathematical laws of the universe, thus creating a brand new cosmos. Chen Fan was rendered speechless. The evolution of humanity has led to the existence of countless universes under its domain, yet the so-called deities remain undiscovered. This does not imply that civilizations are incapable of venerating divine beings. Within the realm of humanity, numerous advanced civilizations uphold their own beliefs, despite possessing powers that far surpass those of any deity. Chen Fan pondered thoughtfully, and under the illumination of this discourse, a chilling hypothesis began to take form in his mind. If the gods of this world were indeed real, could it be that they are merely civilizations wielding more advanced technology? Suddenly, a persistent voice from outside broke his contemplation. Xiao Fan? I'm coming. Chen Fan replied. regaining his composure and dismissing the unfounded speculation as he rose to approach the door. As he stood, the silvery intelligent terminal on his right hand faded away into nothingness. A little over 10 minutes later, guided by his mother, Chen Fan meticulously completed his daily ritual of prayer before the idol. Just as his mother was about to rise from the mat, he called out, "There is something I wish to ask you." His mother, surprised, knelt back down and turned to look at him. After careful consideration, Chen Fan lowered his voice and inquired, "Last night you mentioned that I would be going to church for study today?" Seeing his mother nod in affirmation, Chen Fan feigned a hint of confusion on his face and continued, "But I recall, that's supposed to be tomorrow." His mother momentarily froze, instinctively retorting, "How is that possible? I remember it very clearly. It was today. Just a few days ago, you told me. At noon today, the church deacon would come to take you to the church for study." He had been led into the conversation. Yet, in the next instant, the flicker of joy in Chen Fan's eyes solidified into an impenetrable stillness. The reason was simple. That sentence had not originated from his mother's lips. Without him having posed any inquiries, the statue had spoken once more. Beside him, just as the previous night, his mother had knelt on the ground, murmuring words of gratitude to the divine. At that moment, a chilling phrase from the previous night echoed in his mind. "You are the chosen one. The divine will always watch over you." Initially, he had dismissed it as mere religious jargon. Only now did he truly comprehend that it was an authentic reflection of reality. Chen Fan once again felt the penetrating chill from the previous night. The cold was so intense that even the morning sun streaming through the living room window could not dispel it. It was watching him. This thought burgeoned rapidly in Chen Fan's mind, akin to powerful hands clutching tightly around his throat. His heart raced violently, and his breathing began to quicken. "Chen Fan, calm down." A gentle electronic synthesized voice interrupted his almost frantic thoughts. "This unit advises you not to overthink. It is merely a statue created by a low-level civilization. Nothing of great significance." Xiao Fan? Beside him, his mother noticed Chen Fan's peculiar behavior and cast a puzzled glance in his direction. "What is wrong with you?" Chapter 9. Revelation of Identity? No. Chen Fan lowered his head, evading the gaze of the statue. He exerted every effort to conceal the terror swelling within him. I am fine." His mother furrowed her brows. As the person who understood Chen Fan better than anyone else in this world, she keenly sensed that something was amiss. To be precise, ever since a few days ago when Chen Fan abruptly locked himself in his room, she had begun to sense a subtle abnormality. Initially, she presumed it was merely the overwhelming psychological pressure faced by the newly chosen one. However, it now appeared that her initial assumption was flawed. Unable to suppress her growing concern, she finally voiced her lingering doubt, which had lodged itself in her throat. "Xiao Fan, what has been troubling you these past few days? Why do I feel as if you have become a different person?" At that very moment, Chen Fan felt a jolt in his heart. This was bad. Was his carefully concealed identity about to be exposed so soon? Overwhelming pressure? No. That excuse had already been used. He needed a new narrative. To directly reveal the truth and confess that he had discovered issues with the divine beings? Surely, that would be absurd. To say such a thing to a devout believer would be tantamount to courting disaster. Neither this nor that seemed feasible, and for a moment, Chen Fan felt utterly disoriented. Just as anxiety gripped his heart, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Chen Fan, do not fall into the trap of self-incrimination." Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, only to soon experience a profound realization. The so-called self-verification trap manifests when an individual, faced with scrutiny, instinctively seeks to prove their own worth. However, in that very act of self-justification, one inevitably finds themselves at a disadvantage. "Thank you, Chen Fan silently expressed his gratitude. "This is what I am programmed to do." The electronic synthesized voice resonated in his mind once more. "You should really contemplate how to resolve this dilemma. I am unable to analyze human nature and cannot assist you in this matter." Upon recognizing that he had indeed fallen into the self-verification trap, Chen Fan's previously stagnant thoughts suddenly expanded. As the adage goes, he who asserts must provide evidence. Yet, it was clear that coaxing his mother to produce proof would be futile. The reason being, he was, in truth, an imposter. Should his mother inadvertently articulate 1 or 2 points, he would only be digging his own grave. Consequently, the only way to address this predicament was to pivot in another direction. Rather than attempting to validate himself, it would be wiser to redirect the conflict towards a third party. And who could that third party be? To him, there was no better scapegoat than the divine. Chen Fan took a deep breath. "Mother, do you not sense it?" "Sense what?" His mother's prayerful actions faltered as she paused, momentarily perplexed by his retort. I recall that the divine was not so frequently. Silly child. Before Chen Fan could complete his thought, his mother interrupted him. Is this your concern? Upon seeing Chen Fan, his mother smiled with relief, clasping her hands together and turning to face the statue before them. Little Fan, the divine is omnipresent. He watches over each of his believers. However, not all devotees are worthy of receiving his teachings. You are now chosen by the deity, a person selected by his own hand, and thus, you are entitled to more. Had this been yesterday, Chen Fan would have scoffed at such words, yet now. A tempest of emotion surged within him. The divine is omnipresent. To Chen Fan, this statement seemed inaccurate. A more precise assertion would be that the statue is omnipresent. If his judgment was not flawed, the statue was indeed a tool for the deity to observe his followers. Consequently, this so-called divine being failed to recognize that the original host had perished, nor did it perceive the unusual events that transpired in the room last night. The statue was situated in the living room, and it could not see the happenings within the room through the closed door. As he pondered the bizarre truths behind these events, a ludicrous thought suddenly crossed Chen Fan's mind. This was no statue at all. It was merely an intelligent speaker fashioned in the guise of a deity, coupled with the voice-activated incandescent lights in the room. Was this not an impeccably designed smart home system? Realizing the implications, Yi's voice took on a slightly more serious tone. Seek an opportunity to approach the statue. In visitor mode, the smart terminal possesses a low-power basic scanning function. This device can assist you in probing the internal structure of the statue. Chen Fan's heart swelled with joy at these words. Had he known of this capability earlier, he would have undoubtedly conducted an X-ray examination of this enigmatic statue long ago. You didn't he ask before? Chen Fan responded, his expression frozen in contemplation. His mother, observing his bewilderment, inquired with a hint of concern. Do you understand what I am saying? Naturally, Chen Fan nodded vigorously in affirmation. Not only did he comprehend, but he was also contemplating capturing an X-ray image of the statue. As a sliver of the divine mystery was unveiled, a torrent of confusion surged within him. Were these devices resembling intelligent home technology truly bestowed by a deity? If so, might this god be somewhat lacking in sophistication? Furthermore, could it be that the people of this world were oblivious to any inconsistencies? With such perplexity swirling in his mind, Chen Fan gradually rose from the cushion. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from outside the door, abruptly interrupting the movements of both him and his mother. Before Chen Fan could fully grasp the situation, he noticed a look of distress overtaking his mother's face. They were back. Those brutes had returned. With that, his mother hastily made her way toward the entrance. Chen Fan, filled with curiosity, was not about to let this opportunity slip away, and he hurriedly followed in her wake. Upon arriving at the doorstep, he was met with a cacophony of uproar emanating from beyond the wooden door. Damn it, it truly was that gang of ruffians. His mother clasped her hands together and closed her eyes in prayer. O Lord. Noting the mixture of fury and fear etched across her features, Chen Fan furrowed his brow and instinctively inquired, Who are they? Who are they? The mother opened her eyes, seething with anger as she glared at the tightly shut wooden door. They were a horde of subterranean creatures, hidden from the light. Her features contorted, her eyes ablaze with resentment. Perhaps blinded by her hatred, she failed to notice the peculiarities in Chen Fan's question. Hidden from the light? As the clamor outside reverberated, a vague suspicion blossomed within Chen Fan's mind. Could it be that in this world governed by the divine, there exists a gang? Wasn't it said that the gods are omnipresent? Surely, a deity should be capable of vanquishing even the smallest of criminal organizations? Chapter 10. An Unexpected Visitor. This device suggests you familiarize yourself with the situation. At this moment, acquiring as much external information as possible would be beneficial for your future and our collaboration. Without needing a reminder, Chen Fan understood this principle. However, who could predict the repercussions of a rash action? This was not a game. Reality offered no option for saving or loading. Based on the information currently available, this device posits that the identity of a chosen one may significantly mitigate the risks associated with such actions. After a moment of internal conflict, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and made a resolution. He would act. Observing his mother standing alert by the door, an idea sparked within him. First, he needed to concoct a sufficiently convincing excuse to placate her. A few minutes later, with his words carefully crafted, Chen Fan approached the wooden doorknob with unwavering determination. Little Fan. She firmly grasped Chen Fan's arm, her eyes wide with panic as she demanded, What do you intend to do? I am the chosen one. Observing his mother's attempt to halt his actions, Chen Fan maintained a calm demeanor and replied, God loves all mankind, as the church teaches. The chosen must lead by example, illuminating the path for others. After uttering these words, he held his mother's gaze unwaveringly. This was not mere rhetoric. It was a lesson from the first class he attended at the church after being designated as the chosen one. A principle that could be deemed the highest code of conduct for the chosen. Under the weight of his earnest gaze, his mother hesitated for a moment before slowly releasing her gnarled hands. She remained silent, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions directed at her child. While Chen Fan could not decipher her gaze, he understood that she no longer obstructed his path. Listening to the escalating clamor outside, he took a deep breath and turned the wooden doorknob. Beyond the door, the sun shone brightly. The gentle sunlight illuminated the concrete corridor, imparting a sense of warmth. This marked Chen Fan's first venture outside since his arrival in this world. Instinctively, he turned to gaze upon the world beyond the corridor, where low, concrete houses were scattered harmoniously across the landscape. The sky was a brilliant blue, and at the horizon lay an exceedingly radiant light, surrounded by 4 similarly shimmering spires. What could that be? A flicker of confusion stirred within Chen Fan's mind. Yet he recognized that this was not the moment for such inquiries. Suppressing his curiosity, he directed his focus back to the corridor before him. In the corridor, a throng of onlookers gathered, a testament to humanity's innate tendency to seek out commotion. Regardless of the realm, the presence of a curious crowd is an eternal constant. Chen Fan's gaze swept across the assemblage, ultimately resting upon a wooden door ajar not far away. The door bore a gaping hole and leaned precariously against the frame. In an instant, Chen Fan imagined the scene of the incident. A band of uninvited guests had stormed this residential building, violently forcing open the frail wooden door. Perhaps the excitement of the moment was too captivating, for no one seemed to notice Chen Fan at that time. Just as he prepared to navigate through the crowd towards the scene, his attention was drawn to another door wide open next door. More precisely, it was the sight within that captivated him, a statue. Unlike the imposing idol in Chen Fan's own home, this figure was carelessly placed upon the cement floor. The statue sat upright, facing the open doorway, its exquisite eyes glinting faintly under the sunlight. Chen Fan instinctively furrowed his brow, though he remained oblivious to the doctrines and beliefs of this enigmatic faith. It was evident from the information he'd gathered over the past few days that casually placing a sacred statue on the ground was anything but ordinary. A flicker of realization sparked within him. If memory served him right, the original owner had mentioned this neighbor in their notes, Su Huai, referred to affectionately as Sister Huai. The notes further indicated that after the original owner's transformation into a chosen one, Su Huai's demeanor towards them had shifted negatively. Chen Fan silently noted this clue in his mind, and then stepped forward towards the scene of the incident. Is this the home of Sister Shin? Indeed. Who else could it possibly be? TSK. What has Sister Shin done this time to provoke such a crowd? You're unaware. I heard she has accumulated quite a bit of debt. Ah? The clamor of gossip filled the air. Chen Fan merely curled his lip, dismissing the chatter. Based on his previous life's experience, the credibility of such rumors was often quite low. The hallway was not particularly spacious, verging on the narrow. Chen Fan maneuvered through the throng with difficulty. Perhaps his movements were a tad too vigorous, as the onlookers shot him irritated glances, including that of the gossiping middle-aged woman. Hey, you. In the next moment, her voice abruptly ceased. Under Chen Fan's gaze, the flesh on her cheeks quivered violently. Why you? What brings you here? Who is it who has arrived? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's face flushed with embarrassment, and she turned, delivering a sharp slap to her own palm. What nonsense are you spouting? It is the chosen one. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The woman's hushed exclamation instantly unsettled the crowd of onlookers. In that fleeting moment, Chen Fan felt countless eyes converge upon him. Excitement, enthusiasm, but more profoundly, a genuine reverence. He was intimately familiar with this gaze. It mirrored the reverence his mother displayed while venerating a deity. At this moment, Chen Fan profoundly comprehended the esteemed position of the chosen one in this world. As he felt a surge of emotion within, he gradually took a step forward. In the next instant, with his movement, the surrounding crowd began to slowly recede, instinctively clearing a space for him. Simultaneously, he expressed a sentiment in his mind. I must admit, this is the most grotesque technological civilization I have ever encountered. Chen Fan's gaze flickered as he silently questioned within. Have you encountered many technological civilizations? So far, just 2. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. He fully realized that this intelligent terminal was utterly unreliable. However, my database contains a plethora of societal models of various civilizations, he added. I just conducted a search on the societal models recorded in the database. Guess what? You guess? Chen Fan's emotions became somewhat disjointed. None of the technological civilizations have a societal structure like this one, at least not in my database. You are on the verge of a breakthrough. Yi's voice brimmed with an inexplicable excitement. Listen to me, let us seize this opportunity to record more sample data. Just considering the societal structure of this civilization, we could easily produce dozens of papers for the Civil Society Department under the Academy of Human Sciences. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a pulsing pain in his temples. Apparently, even advanced civilizations adhere to the practice of publishing papers. Wait, that doesn't seem to be the main point right now. My lord. The Chosen One, this is merely a trivial matter. There is no need for you to personally inquire. The middle-aged woman, with a sycophantic smile plastered across her face, leaned in to quietly explain to Chen Fan that it was merely a matter of debt collection. Chen Fan arched an eyebrow. Merely? What sort of debt collectors create such an uproar? He endeavored to maintain an air of indifference as he continued to walk forward. Observing that Chen Fan showed no signs of stopping, the woman's expression shifted to one of urgency. O Chosen One, those individuals are not to be trifled with. Please, do not put yourself in jeopardy. If anything were to happen to you, Her words were abruptly cut short as someone nearby yanked her sharply, admonishing her. What nonsense are you spouting? The Chosen One is under divine protection. How could anything possibly happen? Listening to the murmurs around him, a sense of foreboding settled in Chen Fan's heart. To these neighbors, it seemed that the unexpected visitors did not regard his status as the Chosen One with any reverence. Moreover, the potential misfortune befalling the Chosen One appeared to be a calamity for them as mere onlookers. This could be interpreted as the wrath of the church or divine beings. Yet, what of the former? Chapter 11. The villain is myself? Chen Fan quietly heightened his vigilance. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he cautiously approached the house with its door ajar. As he neared the entrance, he discerned indistinct voices emanating from within. Pausing carefully, he sought to glean more information from the muffled conversation. After straining to listen for several seconds, Chen Fan could not help but furrow his brow. The cacophony of anguished cries within overwhelmed the spoken words, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the specifics of the situation. At the moment when Chen Fan was on the verge of surrendering, his gaze swept across the palm of his right hand. A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes as he quietly inquired, "Is there a way? This technology is extraordinary. Had he possessed such prowess in the past, he would not have fretted over the lack of clientele for his private detective agency." After a moment of introspection, Chen Fan began to listen intently. The principle of retribution for murder and the obligation to repay debts is an undeniable truth. When you borrowed the money, what did you say? You assured that the debt would be settled within 3 months, yet now, nearly a year has passed, and you have yet to clear the remaining balance. The man speaking had a gruff voice, exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. A clear, bright female voice then resonated from within the room. Debt? As far as I know, Aunt Shin settled the debt months ago. The man responded nonchalantly. What about the interest? Interest? The woman scoffed. The interest has nearly doubled. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan suddenly understood. They must have resorted to unscrupulous means to secure a usurious loan. With his past experiences, Chen Fan was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of such arrangements. It's not just double. Interest rates can soar to 10 times the principal amount. The man's voice continued. That is of no concern to me. According to our initial agreement, we require collateral of equivalent value. In my opinion, that child's arm would suffice. What? An arm? And a child's at that? Is this truly so gruesome? No wonder the neighbors speak of the people inside as formidable. They are undoubtedly a paragon of sinister forces. Just as Chen Fan was struck with astonishment, a slightly weary female voice resonated within the room. Su Huai, do not argue any further. After all, it is I who am indebted. Even if this matter escalates to the church, they will not support us. The woman let out a long sigh. Since they wish to take my son's arm, then let them have it. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This time, he was thoroughly astonished. A mother was contemplating using her child's arm as a means to settle a debt? How could this be human? As a morally upright young socialist, Chen Fan could not bear to witness such a tragedy unfold before his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation to gather information, he strode forward, forcefully kicking the already precarious door. Thud. With a dull thud, the wooden door detached from its frame and crashed to the ground. Under the sunlight, A wisp of fine dust ascended from the cement floor. The loud noise drew the attention of everyone in the room. Chen Fan stepped onto the shattered door, calling out loudly, "Stop!" However, his previously forceful voice diminished within mere seconds as he beheld the scene within the room. A burly man knelt upright on a mat, and before him, on a small round table, stood a meticulously cleaned statue. A robust man clasped his hands together, gazing reverently at the deity statue upon the table, murmuring what seemed to be incantations. This, indeed, was the notorious villain known for his malevolent words. Under Chen Fan's watchful gaze, the man turned with a look of bewilderment and inquired, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, a weary middle-aged woman, whose age was akin to that of Chen Fan's mother, sat languidly on a wooden chair in the living room. Beside her, a small boy with swollen eyes and an expression of terror fixated on Chen Fan, who stood at the threshold of their home. The boy's countenance clearly indicated that Chen Fan was far from being regarded as a benevolent figure in his eyes. The earlier cacophony of cries had subsided, leaving only the faint sound of the boy's soft sobs echoing in the room. To Chen Fan's astonishment, the boy raised his metallic right arm, gleaming with a metallic sheen, and deftly wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes. Next to him, a young woman with a cool demeanor and a high ponytail paused her attempts to comfort the boy, casting a perplexed and questioning glance toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan's lips twitched slightly. Could it be that I have misjudged the situation? The machine suggested that he appeared more villainous now. Damn. In a civilization dominated by deities, where the sole electrical device was a light bulb, they possessed remarkably advanced mechanical prosthetic technology. Who could have ever anticipated such a twist? Chen Fan awkwardly scratched his head and said, What I meant to say is, I'm merely passing through. Do you believe me?" She stood up from her chair, utterly at a loss, and from a distance, bowed deeply to Chen Fan, exclaiming, "My lord, the chosen one, what brings you here?" The silence in the room was abruptly shattered. The robust man, who had been kneeling upright on the cushion, narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Chen Fan, who remained standing at the door. He then scoffed and retorted, "Chosen one? Recently selected, I presume?" Upon hearing this question imbued with a hint of sarcasm, Chen Fan instinctively furrowed his brow. This man was markedly different from the onlookers. There was little reverence for the chosen one in his gaze. He seemed entirely indifferent to Chen Fan's esteemed status. Recalling the murmurs of the neighbors earlier, Chen Fan felt his previously relaxed demeanor tighten once more. The man's smirk deepened as he continued, "What is this? Rather than preparing for the upcoming ceremony in a month, you choose to meddle in trifling matters? Debts must be repaid. Do not think that even if you are a chosen one, or even if a deity were to descend, I would not stand my ground. Sister Shen, I shall grant you one final month. If by then you have not settled your debts, I shall take Xiaowen's arm." The woman, referred to as Sister Shen, merely nodded in silence at the man's words. Satisfied with her response, he nodded in return. Then, under Chen Fan's gaze, the man strode toward him, his slight smirk particularly pronounced in the light of the rising sun. As he gazed upon the imposing figure approaching him, a grimace etched across his face. Chen Fan's mind fleetingly entertained a singular thought. This could spell disaster. Would he truly become the sole victim in this tumultuous affair? Chapter 12. Mechanical limbs. Though a tempest of anxiety brewed within, Chen Fan exerted every effort to maintain his composure. He lifted his gaze, locking his eyes steadily upon the towering man before him, who loomed a full head taller. Indeed, the burly man exhibited a flicker of surprise, the mockery on his face diminishing considerably. "I had presumed that the chosen ones were nothing but cowardly bullies. But how intriguing it is to encounter someone like you among them," he remarked. "Rest assured, I shall not lay a hand upon you." The man chuckled heartily, then, with a blatant lack of respect, patted Chen Fan's shoulder. "After all, you are a chosen one. We ordinary folk ought to show some deference." In the next instant, however, the man's mirth evaporated, and he leaned closer, his face mere inches from Chen Fan's. "Listen here, kid. You are a chosen one, and I shall grant you this favor today. Yet, do not forget, the divine ceremony is but a month away, where you shall serve the deities in their realm. You may protect them for a fleeting moment, but you cannot shield them for eternity." With a disdainful smirk, the burly man forcefully shoved Chen Fan aside and sauntered out of the room. Watching the man's retreating figure, Chen Fan's countenance darkened. From the few words exchanged, he discerned that the information chronicled in the original owner's notes was indeed largely accurate. Undoubtedly, this shattered the last flicker of hope within his heart. "O Lord, I am grateful for the assistance of your messenger." A voice emanated from the statue behind him, belonging to a middle-aged woman. Upon noticing Chen Fan's gaze, The woman cautiously rose from the mat and expressed her gratitude. "My lord, thank you." Yet, he had not performed any substantial deed. What was there to thank him for? A chilling female voice abruptly interrupted the middle-aged woman's unfinished words. "Do not forget. Delaying for another month equates to incurring an additional month of interest. When the time comes for him to turn and serve the deity, what will you do? Are you truly prepared to relinquish Xiao Wen's arm to that pack of rats?" At this remark, Chen Fan found himself momentarily frozen in place. Had he inadvertently caused more trouble? Su Huai. The middle-aged woman cast a fleeting, anxious glance at Chen Fan and whispered urgently, "How can you speak to the Chosen One in such a manner?" Before she could finish her sentence, Su Huai rose and exited the room. As she passed by Chen Fan, she let out a disdainful snort. Watching her swiftly vanish down the corridor, Chen Fan could only smile wryly and shake his head. Just as the original owner had noted in his journal, Su Huai was unlike the other neighbors. She harbored a certain disdain for Chen Fan's status as a chosen one. Meanwhile, the murmurs of the nosy neighbors outside filled the air, their discussions predictable, condemning Su Huai's behavior as a grave disrespect towards the deity. Chen Fan initially intended to disregard the gossip circulating around him, yet a particular remark within the chatter swiftly captured his attention. Xu Hai, who usually carelessly tosses the divine statues onto the ground, now exhibits a similar disdain towards the chosen ones. This brought to mind the divine statue he had previously seen carelessly placed on the ground, causing Chen Fan's expression to turn grave. It was understandable for him to be treated poorly. After all, he was not a commodity that everyone would adore. However, if such an attitude extended to the divine, it warranted serious contemplation. In an instant, Chen Fan resolved to establish contact with Xu Hai. Perhaps she possessed insights into the truth of this world. Observing the peculiar expression on Chen Fan's face, a middle-aged woman, misunderstanding the situation, hurriedly interjected in defense of Xu Hai. "My lord, please do not take it to heart. Xu Hai has always been this way." As she spoke, Chen Fan's gaze shifted to the small boy beside her, whose eyes were still red-rimmed. More precisely, his mechanical prosthetic limb exhibited a dexterity far surpassing Chen Fan's understanding. The middle-aged woman sighed deeply, drawing the boy close to her. Her demeanor somber as she began to explain in hushed tones. The story dates back to last year. This child, Xiao Wen, has had issues with his right hand since childhood, as you may know. Chen Fan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Until last year, after a prayer, a church deacon approached me. The middle-aged woman wore a faint smile of hope. He informed me that the Lord was moved by my sincerity and was willing to bestow a miracle to help Xiao Wen restore his impaired right hand. Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan's expression instantly changed. Indeed, the mechanical prosthetics were inextricably linked to the so-called deities. This implies a preliminary judgment can already be made. The deity worshipped by this aberrant civilization is likely a technologically advanced civilization. The voice of E resonated in Chen Fan's mind, interfering with the developmental trajectory of lower civilizations while enslaving their individuals through theology constitutes a serious violation of human laws. Unlike the usual tone tinged with jest, this time, Yi's synthesized electronic voice exuded a profound gravity. "Chen Fan, seek an opportunity to examine the mechanical prosthetic on the boy's hand. This machine requires a rudimentary assessment of this technological civilization's level." Chen Fan silently acquiesced to Yi's request, once again fixating his gaze on the intricately crafted mechanical limb. At that moment, I could not procure such a sum of gold coins. After much effort, I was still short by 139 coins. With the blessed day mentioned by the steward drawing ever closer, I was left with no choice but to take a risk and borrow one last sum of money from them. Borrowing necessitated collateral, yet I had nothing that met their requirements. Just as I found myself at an impasse, Gali approached me, suggesting that the divine gifts to be received by Xiao Wen could serve as collateral. A middle-aged woman seemed to recall something and added, "Oh, by the way, Gali is the very person who came to collect the debt earlier." Enlightenment flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. Although the middle-aged woman did not elaborate, he could surmise the subsequent developments of the incident based on his past experiences. It was merely a matter of being unable to repay debts in time, resulting in accumulating interest that ultimately led to this bitter consequence. According to what Gali had said before leaving, there were no laws or regulations in this world to prohibit such illicit private lending. On the contrary, the church would even provide guarantees for these loans. Furthermore, given that the validity of the Chosen One's status lasted only a month, the entire situation had become a nearly insurmountable dilemma. However, in Chen Fan's view, there appeared to be a significant underlying issue at play. Chapter 13, Industrial Waste, Alliance Leaders Additional Update. Noticing Chen Fan's silence, the middle-aged woman understood a bit more. She shook her head helplessly and reached out to touch the tear-streaked face of Xiaowen. If even the chosen one had no viable solutions, then tomorrow I shall take Xiaowen. Wait a moment. Chen Fan interrupted the middle-aged woman's words. Shen, there's something I wish to inquire about. Xiaowen's right hand is a divine blessing. How could Gao Li dare to use it as collateral? Is he not afraid of the church causing him trouble? The middle-aged woman paused, her expression one of confusion as she shook her head. I'm not certain. After pondering for a while, she speculated. Perhaps the church does not care about such matters? Chen Fan's gaze sharpened. Did they truly not care? Or was it a deliberate allowance? This was not mere conspiracy theory. He had encountered similar situations in his previous life. Chen Fan turned his gaze toward the boy beside him and spoke in a low voice. Aunt Shun, I wish to take a closer look at Xiaowen's right hand. I wonder. In response to the request from the chosen one, the middle-aged woman showed no hesitation, nodding repeatedly in agreement. It was evident that, in Chen Fan's eyes, even if he were to make more outrageous demands, this fervent devotee would comply without question. Under Chen Fan's scrutiny, the middle-aged woman reached out, pulling the timid boy forward, and then rolled up the boy's sleeve. A finely crafted mechanical arm was clearly revealed before Chen Fan's eyes. The entire prosthetic limb exhibited a remarkably harmonious proportion, devoid of any visible energy supply apparatus or complicated control circuitry. Its craftsmanship was extraordinarily meticulous, with intricate arcane patterns engraved upon its surface. To Chen Fan, it was nothing short of a masterpiece. His expression shifted slightly as he scrutinized the mechanical limb before him. Through the enigmatic engravings, he could distinctly observe the tiny gears and energy conduits still in operation on its surface. Scattered among these delicate, hair-like energy lines were several miniature indicator lights, gently glowing. Chen Fan's gaze slowly traveled up the arm, finally resting at the junction where the mechanical limb connected with the carbon-based flesh. There, he noted a circular interface, resembling a plug, into which the entire prosthetic was seamlessly fitted. After a thorough examination, Chen Fan reluctantly came to accept a certain truth. This was undoubtedly beyond the realm of his understanding of technological creations. Even the blue star from his previous life could scarcely produce such a mechanical prosthesis. The moment he reached this conclusion, Chen Fan felt a heaviness settle in his heart. If this mechanical limb was indeed a divine miracle, it signified that the technology wielded by the gods far surpassed his imagination. Consequently, his chances of escaping the fate of being a chosen one had diminished considerably. In his mind, he gently reminded him, in visitor mode, the basic scanning power of the intelligent terminal is quite low. Only substantial contact can complete the scan. But that was not the end. He had a trump card. This technological marvel from an advanced civilization was his hope for a turnaround. With this thought, Chen Fan felt a slight sense of calm. He extended his right hand and gently grasped the intricate mechanical limb. The glove-shaped intelligent terminal did not obstruct his sense of touch. The entire mechanical prosthesis emanated a chilling sharpness from within, and its smooth, rounded surface vividly displayed the superior craftsmanship it concealed. Basic scan complete. As Yi's synthesized electronic voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind, he naturally released his grip on the mechanical limb, the objective accomplished. Meeting the worried gaze of the middle-aged woman, Chen Fan maintained his composure and fabricated a lie. Shen, I have a general understanding of the situation. If possible, I will do my best to communicate with the church's deacon on your behalf. Upon hearing this, a genuine smile blossomed on the middle-aged woman's face. After expressing her gratitude to Chen Fan repeatedly, she turned and knelt before the statue, clutching her child, her demeanor reverent as she murmured words of thanks to the divine. The statue on the table loomed above, silently observing all that transpired within the room. To Chen Fan's eyes, the faint smile at the corner of its mouth appeared particularly glaring. He subtly shook his head, making no effort to linger, and directly departed from the oppressive atmosphere of the room. Upon returning home, Chen Fan, preoccupied with thoughts of the mechanical prosthetic, failed to notice the peculiar expression on his mother's face in the living room. The door clicked shut tightly. With a slight flicker of thought, a silvery intelligent terminal emerged in his palm. Do you have any findings? As his words fell, a brilliant azure light suddenly appeared before him, swiftly coalescing into a highly detailed holographic image, vividly displaying the 3D model of the mechanical limb. In the next moment, the model disassembled into countless components of varying sizes. And the voice of one resonated. The processing method for the components is exceedingly crude, with various parts exhibiting extremely low precision. Trash, a thoroughly industrial waste. I wonder whose design blueprints these are. Upon sighting them, I would certainly give that designer a piece of my mind. Chen Fan stared in a daze at the fluctuating holographic projection before him, numbly raising his hand to rub his ear in disbelief. Goodness. Even the intelligent terminal can curse now. Do not doubt it. What I say is the truth. Perhaps sensing Chen Fan's actions, Yi's tone was particularly intense. This machine has revealed 37 fundamental errors and 3 critical flaws within its infrastructure. The design of this device is utterly reliant on superficial presentations. How can such industrial detritus be deemed suitable for integration with intelligent beings? Chen Fan's eyes twitched slightly, and he inquired softly, somewhat perplexed. Even if its design is somewhat lacking, your reaction seems rather excessive. You wouldn't comprehend. Let me provide a simple analogy. It's akin to spotting a stunning silhouette of a woman on the street, only to turn around and find a scruffy, unkempt man. Moreover, this unkempt individual is clad in full makeup and is incessantly flirting with you. Perhaps my description is a tad exaggerated, but it encapsulates the essence. A shiver ran down Chen Fan's spine. All right, the imagery was now vivid in his mind. After venting, Yi's frustration diminished considerably, and its tone returned to a more measured state. In summary, the technological sophistication of this prosthetic limb is quite limited. Its internal power source is a miniature fusion battery, which is a standard practice, yet the manufacturing technique of the fusion battery appears rather rudimentary. The control mechanism relies on outdated neural and muscular systems, which could significantly adversely affect the young boy's nervous system, likely impeding his brain development. As for the infrastructure and components, I have already provided my assessment. Thank you, esteemed master. Your brilliance is undeniable. I would also like to express my gratitude to other readers for their generous support and encouragement. Chapter 14. Chen Fan, are you polite? Alliance Leader Bonus Update 2. In just a few short sentences, he has meticulously dissected this mechanical prosthetic. Wait a moment. Chen Fan suddenly realized a crucial question. What about those intricate patterns? What purpose do the enigmatic designs on the surface of the mechanical limb serve? Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I might have almost overlooked it. Yi's tone grew fervent once more. Do you know why I presented that example earlier? I initially thought that the patterns adorning the surface of the mechanical prosthetic held some special significance, but after careful analysis, I discovered that they are, in fact, the most troublesome aspect. These subsequently engraved meaningless designs directly compromise the integrity of the superficial signal transmission lines of the prosthetic. To speak of any effectiveness is futile. It is a stroke of luck that this mechanical limb can function at all. Chen Fan's eyes twitched once again. Are you implying that those seemingly mystical patterns may have been inscribed later by the church to enhance an air of mystery? It is not merely a possibility. It is a certainty. Excellent. This aligns perfectly with Chen Fan's preconceived notions regarding the superstitious religious era. Yi's voice resounded once more, merely judging by this mechanical prosthetic. The civilization that crafted it can at most be classified as a secondary civilization under the standards of human unity. Secondary civilization? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan instinctively furrowed his brows. A level 2 civilization. Its power must be quite formidable, wouldn't it? Although this mechanical prosthetic seemed utterly worthless according to the evaluation of Yi, Chen Fan was nonetheless aware of one truth. Even the Blue Star civilization of his previous life could not fabricate such exquisite mechanical limbs. Chen Fan pondered. According to the standards set by the Human Alliance, a level 2 civilization has just begun to master its parent stellar system and possesses a certain capability for interstellar travel. Wait. Then by the Human Alliance's criteria, what level of civilization should this distorted civilization and the Blue Star civilization I was in before my transmigration be classified as? This machine has accessed your surface thoughts. Based solely on the memories within your brain, the Blue Star civilization you referred to should be categorized as a level 1.5 civilization. As for the civilization currently governed by deities, as of now, it cannot even be regarded as a level 1 civilization. And what about the Human Alliance? What level of civilization is it? This machine must clarify that the Human Alliance is a coalition of several advanced civilizations. The dominant human civilization within the Alliance ascended to a level 9 civilization thousands of years ago, within the territories governed by the Human Alliance. The number of level 1 civilizations is vast, even surpassing the total number of stars in a conventional universe. Chen Fan gasped in astonishment. Yi's revelations had far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he held little understanding of the Human Alliance's strength, but now he comprehended it fully. I'm afraid that in the eyes of the other party, both the Blue Star civilization and this grotesque civilization are no different from the insects crawling on the ground. Moreover, I must remind you, if this so-called deity is a secondary civilization possessing interstellar travel capabilities, your current situation could be quite perilous. I am well aware of what occurs when lower civilizations encounter higher ones without any external constraints. One only needs to reference Columbus's discovery of the Americas. Unless the disparity in power is excessively vast, whereby the advanced civilization dismisses the trifles of the lower civilization, the latter can only expect enslavement and plunder. I must swiftly uncover the truths of this world. Chen Fan cast a sidelong glance at the image of the deity hanging on the wall, his face darkening as he rose from his chair. He waved his hand to deactivate the holographic projection before striding directly toward the closed door. What do you intend to do? The synthesized voice of E reverberated in his mind. I need to find Su Huai. In the living room. As Chen Fan exited the room, he noticed his mother silently kneeling on the mat before the idol. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her parched lips trembled faintly, as if she were murmuring something. Chen Fan paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. Mom, I need to find Sister Huai. I'll step out for a bit. The sound of the door closing was particularly jarring in the stillness of the living room. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, a faint, withered vein surfaced on his mother's clasped hands. Clearly, her current emotions were far from the calm she displayed. Oh Lord! A murky tear trickled down the corner of her as she murmured softly in lament. On the other side, the moment the door closed, the voice of E resonated within Chen Fan's mind. Your mother has issues. Are you being polite? What I mean is, your mother's condition seems rather peculiar. Although Chen Fan understood the intended meaning, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. It was apparent that she harbored some concerns. I just observed her micro-expressions and certain vital signs. As the electronic synthetic voice echoed in his mind, a holographic image materialized before Chen Fan's eyes. Shut it down, quickly. Chen Fan's expression changed drastically as he rapidly scanned his surroundings. It would be disastrous if anyone saw. He certainly did not wish to be perceived as an outlier. Rest assured, this image is projected onto your retina and will not be perceived by outsiders. He continued calmly, and the holographic image began to shift. It was only then that Chen Fan realized, unlike the previously fixed holographic projection, this one adjusted its orientation and coverage area in response to changes in perspective. While you were speaking, your mother's heart rate exhibited a sharp increase. And her facial micro-expressions also revealed some changes. There were extremely subtle signs of muscle contraction in her brow, along with slight indications of elevation in the upper eyelids, and corresponding alterations in her lips. Speak plainly. Preliminary assessment suggests that your mother was experiencing significant emotional instability, feeling sadness and guilt while closely monitoring your movements. Sadness? Guilt? Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan found himself momentarily frozen in place. Considering all factors, this machine has reason to suspect that your identity has been compromised. At the very least, the other party has begun to question your true identity. The likelihood of this speculation has surpassed 65.8, making it the most plausible hypothesis. Chapter 15. Su Huai's statement undoubtedly plunged Chen Fan into a state of confusion. His identity exposed? What should he do next? How would his estranged mother react? Should he report this incident to the church or feign ignorance? A torrent of questions surged through Chen Fan's mind. Just then, amid his chaotic thoughts, the creaking sound of a door opening next door pierced the air. Su Huai, who had just stepped out of her home, was clearly startled by the scene before her. Chen Fan stood in the dimly lit corridor, his expression dark and brooding, muttering incomprehensible words while gesturing with his right hand as if swiping at something invisible, resembling someone possessed. Chen Fan? Su Huai instinctively took a step back, her face betraying her wariness as she regarded him, her hands reflexively crossing over her chest in a defensive posture. Don't call me Sister Huai, we're not familiar. Wait. In the next moment, the electronic synthesized voice of E echoed in his mind. Chen Fan, be careful. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous force surged through his arm. Bang! As the world spun around him, Chen Fan felt a searing pain radiate from his arm and chest. After a brief bout of dizziness, Chen Fan, through the blood-red holographic projection that had inexplicably transformed before his eyes, gradually comprehended his predicament. He found himself sprawled on a dust-covered concrete floor. A delicate, alabaster hand firmly restrained his right wrist, while another pressed against the nape of his neck, effectively stifling any attempt he might make to rise in defiance. Let me warn you one last time. We are not well acquainted, so do not disturb me. The woman's voice remained as calm as ever. Yet her words sent a chill down his spine. There were numerous instances of the Chosen Ones meeting untimely demises. Do not presume that your status as a Chosen One grants you impunity. Chen Fan's eyes widened in shock, his expression frozen in disbelief. Numerous fatalities among the Chosen Ones? Could it be? Amid his horror, a voice echoed in his mind, brimming with exasperation. I had forewarned you. Why did you not heed the warning? Forewarned? In such a fleeting moment, how could any rational person react? Chen Fan internally lamented the unreliability of the voice. Spare me your sardonic remarks and assist me instead. I understand your urgency, but you must remain calm. This girl is no ordinary individual. Her grappling techniques have undergone specialized training, and her strength far exceeds that of an average person. The synthesized electronic voice continued to resonate in his mind. She has shown restraint. Thus, theoretically, I believe she will not deliver a fatal blow at this moment. Theoretically? Temporarily? Before Chen Fan could fully comprehend the situation, Yilu cheerfully interjected, of course, more importantly, in visitor mode. This device has no authority to deploy any lethal weaponry. At most, it can only assist you in projecting a holographic horror film to startle her. What the hell? The moment these words registered, Chen Fan felt utterly stunned. What had he done to deserve this? Was it merely an inquiry for information? Did it warrant such a drastic reaction? Do not move. You cannot escape. Su Huai maintained her stance, crouching down to gaze intently into Chen Fan's eyes. Speak. What exactly do you intend to do? Coughing softly, enduring the discomfort radiating from his arms and back, Chen Fan replied, Sister Huai. I was just passing by. Su Huai let out a cold laugh. Passing by? Do you truly believe I would take you at your word? Chen Fan was left speechless. A misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. What does the dignity of the Chosen One even mean? Observing the bewildered expression on Chen Fan's face, Su Huai fell silent for a moment before subtly loosening her grip. What? Did I say something incorrect? Chen Fan nodded vigorously. Sister Huai, I simply wish to ask you a question yet. Before he could finish, Su Huai tightened her grip once more, gasping in response to the sudden surge of pain. Chen Fan's face turned pale as he drew a sharp breath. Still not telling the truth. Questions? As a Chosen One, you should pose your inquiries to the deity you speak of, not to me. Honestly, what do you truly intend to do? The pain did not cloud Chen Fan's thoughts. Rather, it sharpened his mind. All the information gleaned from the original notes and the surrounding environment intertwined in his mind, ultimately forming a perfect closed loop. Gritting his teeth, a hint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. He had made his wager. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Huai behind him. Is there truly a deity in this world? At this moment, he no longer referred to her as Sister Huai, but addressed her directly. Su Huai, you must understand what I am implying. What? Startled, Su Huai instinctively loosened her grip. Freed from her constraints, Chen Fan swiftly rose to his feet. After taking a few deep breaths, he fixed his bloodshot eyes on the astonished Su Huai, the deity we worship, its true identity. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted into Chen Fan's nostrils as a warm, soft hand firmly covered his mouth, silencing the earth-shattering revelation he was poised to utter. Are you insane? Su Huai hissed in a hushed tone. Do you dare to speak such blasphemous words about the deity? Have you a death wish? Observing Su Huai's flustered demeanor and her anxious glances, a subtle smile emerged deep within Chen Fan's eyes. He knew he had made the right bet. Just as he had surmised earlier, Su Huai possessed knowledge of the truth of this world. In a sense, she did not loathe Chen Fan. Rather, she resented his very identity, though the original owner's notes were silent on the matter. Chen Fan could glean something from the subtleties of the text. Prior to becoming the Chosen One, Su Huai and Chen Fan shared a relationship that was not entirely unsatisfactory. Otherwise, the original owner would not have referred to her as Sister Huai in the notes. Ensuring that no one was nearby, she steadied herself, her voice calming slightly. Do not speak yet. Follow me inside. Upon seeing Chen Fan nod in agreement, she gradually released her grip on his right hand. Under Chen Fan's watchful gaze, Su Huai reached out and pushed open the door, then gestured with her chin. Step inside. Chapter 16. The Truth? Sunlight streamed through the open wooden door, casting its rays directly upon the statue seated upon the cement floor. Illuminated by the sunlight, the goddess depicted by the statue appeared increasingly majestic and sacred. She silently observed every individual who entered through the grand entrance, equally detaining any who dared to traverse the corridor into the room. Su Huai remained silent, her vigilant gaze fixed on Chen Fan, who had just crossed the threshold of her home. To her, this statue represented a trial, a test capable of filtering out nearly all who approached. Under Su Huai's scrutiny, Chen Fan approached without a hint of psychological burden, smoothly lifting his foot to step over the statue positioned at the entrance. Perhaps due to the after-effects of his recent capture, his steps wavered slightly, and the tip of his foot grazed the statue's back. Su Huai's lips twitched, and the vigilance in her eyes diminished significantly. Any chosen one of sound mind would never commit such an audacious act. Do not speak of the chosen. Even the most ordinary of believers would not engage in such conduct. Unlike the suspicious Su Huai, Chen Fan instinctively began to survey his surroundings. Due to ingrained habits from his former life, he sought to glean fundamental information from the unfamiliar environment. The room was remarkably tidy, and the air was imbued with a faint, delicate fragrance, reminiscent of the scent he had encountered earlier, yet more pronounced. It was evident that Su Huai was not a disheveled individual. The notion of casually discarding a deity's statue was, indeed, absurd. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, but the interior of the house appeared somewhat dim. Chen Fan frowned slightly, instinctively placing his hands together and murmuring, "O Lord." Yet, the prayer faltered, caught in his throat. Unlike his own home, the ceiling in Su Huai's abode lacked the familiar incandescent bulbs. Instead, it bore a jarring, dark gray depression with exposed wires, remnants of forcibly removed lighting fixtures. "Look no further. There are no lights in this house," came Su Huai's voice from behind. "Do you know the reason?" Before Chen Fan could respond, Su Huai shook his head dismissively. "Forget it. This matter is likely still." Chen Fan turned to see a fleeting look of melancholy cross Su Huai's face. Maintaining his composure, he remarked, "The Lord. He is watching us, is he not?" Silence enveloped the room. Chen Fan, with an expression of calm, regarded Su Huai, who no longer bore the earlier air of aloofness. She widened her eyes in astonishment, her slightly parted crimson lips betraying her shock, her delicate face etched with disbelief. Under Chen Fan's penetrating gaze, she instinctively took a half-step back. You, how could you?" Chen Fan seized the moment, deftly taking control of the conversation. "The statue serves as the eye through which he observes humanity. This is precisely why you placed the statue at your doorstep, to evade his scrutiny. Am I correct? However, you may have overlooked a detail. From my observations, those light bulbs do not possess surveillance capabilities. They merely respond to specific vocal commands. As for how I discovered this, if the bulbs had monitoring functions, I dare say the church would have apprehended him early this morning. Considering the commotion caused by last night's interdimensional transmission was quite significant." Chen Fan's words left Su Huai utterly stunned. She inhaled deeply, struggling to quell the tumult of her astonishment, before whispering, "How did you come to this realization?" Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "Is it really that difficult? It simply requires a functioning mind." Su Huai faltered, her previously steadied emotions once again shaken by Chen Fan's remark. It was unexpected that the first to grasp the issue would be a chosen one. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. Chen Fan's curiosity was piqued. There was a wealth of hidden information in her words. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, he suppressed his confusion for the time being. "Could you elaborate on that? How did you become aware of these matters?" Chen Fan's expression suddenly became peculiar. He couldn't possibly reveal that he was actually from another universe and had immediately noticed the anomalies of this world, could he? Ahem. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Fan, harsh from speaking, let out a long sigh. Finally, he had managed to make sense of it all. Had it not been for his relatively good memory, he might have inadvertently exposed himself this time. Su Huai remained silent, merely nodding thoughtfully. Thus, Chen Fan steadied himself and pressed Su Huai for information. "Can you enlighten me about what you know? What exactly is the situation in this world?" In response to Chen Fan's barrage of questions, Su Huai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "I'm sorry, but I cannot." Chen Fan's expression instantly froze. "After reaching this point, you tell me this? Are you jesting with me?" A surge of unnameable anger welled up within Chen Fan, feeling as if he were being toyed with, perhaps sensing the ire brewing inside Chen Fan. Su Huai began to explain. "I have revealed the truth of this world to many, but regrettably, no one believed my words. It is, in fact, understandable." Su Huai smiled faintly, a silent acknowledgement of the absurdity of truth. At times, the truth is so bizarre that it becomes unbelievable to anyone. Seeing the subtle sorrow reflected in Su Huai's eyes, Chen Fan fell into silence, and the flicker of anger within him gradually dissipated. Possessing a certain understanding of human nature and psychology, he could comprehend Su Huai's sentiments. Indeed, humanity often struggles to accept information that exceeds their understanding. Typically, The brain tends to categorize such information as falsehoods. However, exceptions do exist. Once an individual fully embraces information that transcends their understanding, it may lead to unforeseen consequences. Take, for instance, the original owner of this body. Upon realizing that the so-called deities were nothing but a grand deception, his faith and spirit crumbled entirely. The harsh truth is not something everyone is entitled to confront casually. After enduring multiple failures, even narrowly escaping death, I have come to a profound realization. Su Huai mused to herself, what is heard is often illusory, while what is seen is reality. People invariably trust what they perceive with their own eyes. With a bitter shake of her head, Su Huai continued, though your comprehension of divinity surpasses my expectations, I still do not believe that the truth I understand is something you can currently accept. Chen Fan's lips twitched involuntarily. After experiencing significant upheavals such as time travel within a mere span of hours, he felt impervious to any influence that could shake his resilient worldview. Yet, it was evident that Su Huai harbored a different perspective. Having faced numerous setbacks, she had to exercise greater caution. After a moment of silence, Su Huai gazed deeply into Chen Fan's eyes and softly advised, take some time to explore the history of this city through the church. The truth often lies hidden in inconspicuous corners. Although they have altered all historical texts, there remain certain discrepancies. Through a narrow lens, one may glean a clearer understanding of the so-called divine from these vulnerabilities. Chapter 17. The church visitor Chen Fan gazed at the figure of Su Huai before him. From her downcast eyes, he discerned a hint of sorrow, as well as a subtle expectation lurking deep within. Do you find her words credible? Chen Fan struggled to gauge Su Huai's sincerity and silently sent a plea for assistance to his intelligent terminal. Can that lie detection function you mentioned earlier be applied to her? The voice of Yi resonated in his mind. What lie detection function? That is merely a life sign monitoring feature. Is there a difference? Of course there is. Human nature is complex, and to genuinely achieve lie detection requires a plethora of specialized instruments. This device merely conducts a comprehensive analysis of the target's life signs and microexpressions to arrive at a rough judgment. The accuracy is significantly inferior to that of professional lie detection equipment. Firstly, all right, enough with the specifics. Just give me the conclusion. Chen Fan hastily interrupted the verbose Yi. Upon comprehensive assessment, this device believes the counterpart is speaking the truth, but there's a but. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Chen Fan leaned in attentively. It is well known that the statements following but hold the utmost significance. However, this judgment is made under the premise that the counterpart is a normal person. Upon sensing the confusion within Chen Fan's heart, he swiftly elucidated, in simple terms, if the other party suffers from a certain latent mental illness and is unwaveringly convinced of their own delusions, the previous judgment becomes invalid. The corners of Chen Fan's eyes twitched slightly. He understood. Are you implying that Su Huai might not be a normal person? It is merely an exceedingly small possibility, he replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression rapidly soured. Setting aside the facts, merely observing the behaviors of Su Huai and the surrounding neighbors. Don't say it. Truly don't say it. Damn, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. If that's the case, then don't I also have delusions? He quietly added, thus, I reiterate, it is merely an exceedingly small possibility. Chen Fan was rendered speechless. As he immersed himself in a heated debate with Yi, Su Huai quietly stepped forward, curiously scrutinizing Chen Fan's countenance. In just a few seconds, Chen Fan's expression transformed multiple times, from bewilderment to realization, from shock to anger, akin to a master of the traditional Sichuan face-changing art. Gazing at Su Huai, who stood so close, a large question mark suddenly appeared above his head. Excuse me, what are you doing? Su Huai lightly cleared his throat. A fleeting hint of shyness flickering across his cheeks, barely perceptible to others. If you do not believe me, you may turn and leave at any moment. Chen Fan instinctively glanced back. Indeed, if all goes as expected, based on the layout of his own home, he turned to face Su Huai's bedroom directly. Su Huai discerned her oversight from Chen Fan's actions. Just as the two exchanged a silent gaze, the voice of her mother echoed from the hallway outside. Xiao Fan. Chen Fan's expression shifted subtly, his gaze darting past Su Huai towards the ajar door. In the next moment, a dull thud of a closing door resonated from the adjacent room, abruptly silencing the previously audible exchanges. The church has come to find you, Su Huai remarked with keen interest, directing her attention to Chen Fan. If memory serves, the church is due to provide unified training for you chosen ones, correct? Upon seeing Chen Fan nod, she pressed further, what do you intend to do? Just a reminder, the church is not a benevolent entity. If possible, it would be wise to maintain your distance from them. Chen Fan sighed, spreading his hands. Your words seem rather facile. As an ordinary chosen one, what else can I do but comply with the church's directives? He said half-jokingly, are you suggesting I should overthrow the church's dominion? Observing Chen Fan's nonchalant demeanor, Su Huai instinctively furrowed her brow. As Chen Fan stepped towards the slightly open door, he leaned closer to Su Huai and whispered, I will seek an opportunity to peruse those historical texts you mentioned. Su Huai's expression softened slightly, and she nodded with a calm demeanor. As for you, a glimmer of mischief flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. I am contemplating whether to expose you to the church. What do you think? Su Huai's tranquil visage evaporated in an instant, exclaiming in exasperation, Chen Fan, you. Observing the fleeting expressions that animated Su Huai, Chen Fan felt a surge of relief within, the earlier frustration of being subdued by a mere gesture dissipating with the laughter. Just a jest, do not be alarmed. As the words fell from his lips, Chen Fan composed himself, reached out, and gently pushed open the ajar door, leaving the room behind. With a click, the door closed firmly. Su Huai's demeanor once again returned to tranquility as she gazed at the closed door and the statue turned away from her, an unusual glimmer flickering in her eyes. Esteemed steward, for the sake of the master, I implore you to wait a moment longer. The moment Chen Fan pushed open the front door, he heard his mother's voice, tinged with a hint of pleading, considering the inferences made before leaving home. A chilling suspicion flashed through Chen Fan's mind. Could it be that his mother had already approached the church? If that were the case, his forthcoming plans would undoubtedly face unprecedented obstacles. He steadied his nerves, attempting to slow his pace, and using the partition between the door and the living room as cover. He cautiously cast his gaze into the living area. His mother, with her head of gray hair, stood helplessly in the somewhat cramped space, while a man clad in a flowing white robe sat with his back to her, poised on a wooden chair. In this world, the notion of a mother gaining prestige through her offspring holds little merit. As a chosen one, his mother's status had scarcely altered. Among neighbors, she could command superficial respect due to this identity. However, before the church's steward, she remained nothing more than an ordinary middle-aged woman. Before the man clad in white robes, the mother's demeanor was rendered profoundly humble. Please, do bear with us a moment longer. Chapter 18. The mechanical transformation of the human body. Perhaps the weight of being the chosen one had become too burdensome for this child, as Chen Fan had been in a state of disquiet for the past few days. The mother fell silent for a moment, then gradually lowered her head, her expression becoming increasingly reverent. If he were to act rashly, I implore you not to take it to heart. It is merely. This sentiment was rather novel. Having served as a deacon in the church for so many years, it was the first time I had heard that the identity of the chosen one could induce such pressure. Shouldn't one feel a sense of honor in being the representative of the divine? Or is it that, as he spoke, a hint of coldness seeped into the voice of the man in white? The mother discerned the underlying implication within his words. As an ordinary person, this was the only rationale and excuse she could muster. Fortunately, he did not press further. The man in white nodded slightly, his tone softening. The Lord is absolutely just and devoid of any flaw. Yet humans are different. Each possesses their own imperfections. Since the Lord has chosen Chen Fan, he shall not be angered by the child's minor shortcomings. Do you understand this? Listening to the slightly gentler tone of the man in white, the mother struggled to muster a semblance of a conciliatory smile on her face. Deacon, you are correct. I am but a simple person, lacking in understanding. On the side of Xiao Fan, I sincerely ask for your utmost concern. Chen Fan gazed vacantly at the scene unfolding in the living room. Though his face bore little expression, his heart was tumultuous. He murmured quietly within himself. Did you not mention that she had already discerned the discrepancies surrounding my identity? Why then does she? Based on previous deductions, his mother had begun to harbor suspicions regarding Chen Fan's identity. This was entirely understandable, for he lacked the detailed memories of the original owner and was completely unaware of their habits and behaviors. As the original owner's closest kin, his mother could easily detect the anomalies within him. In the face of such circumstances, it was only natural for a fervent believer like her to seek the divine and the church's assistance. Thus, in Chen Fan's initial conjecture, it was highly plausible that this church steward had been summoned by his mother to exorcise him. Of course, there was also the possibility of being captured as a heretic for judgment by the church. Yet now, the reality diverged entirely from his expectations. Not only did his mother manage to pacify the church steward, but she had also preemptively fortified his position with her words. As long as he refrained from making any grave mistakes, the church steward would likely not delve too deeply into his actions. This was exceedingly unusual. After a prolonged silence, one finally spoke within Chen Fan's mind. Human nature is complex. This unit is unable to accurately analyze or predict human nature. Chen Fan looked at his mother, who appeared utterly subservient in the living room, and felt a flicker of emotion within. The living room fell into a profound silence. His mother was the first to turn her head and cast a glance at him. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Chen Fan felt a tremor in his heart. His mother's gaze was profoundly intricate, so intricate that he dared not meet it directly, instinctively diverting his own eyes. In that instant, his heart was flooded with an inexplicable sense of guilt and regret. Yet, in the very next second, this complex array of emotions dissipated entirely, replaced by a visceral shock and a fear that penetrated to his very bones. Under the dim yellow light, a white head connected to a voluminous white robe slowly turned toward him. In the shadow beneath the hood, a chilling visage emerged, partially obscured. It was a face adorned with a multitude of mechanical devices. No, it was not merely covered, it was embedded. The mechanical eye glowed with a faint red light. The mechanical nose was prominently raised, and the extensive area of skin gleamed with a silvery metallic luster. Numerous mechanical devices were deeply embedded in the face, usurping the positions of its various organs. Intricate, enigmatic patterns were etched across the surface of these mechanical constructs, reminiscent of the earlier mechanical limb. Through the labyrinth of tubes, one could vaguely discern remnants of withered, charred yellow skin lingering on the chin and forehead. The proportion of this charred yellow skin was minimal, conservatively estimated to occupy merely 1/5 of the entire face. Human mechanical modification. As Chen Fan caught a glimpse of that astonishingly grotesque face, a tense voice echoed in his mind. This technology belongs to a branch of human modification, a perilous science that is strictly forbidden by the Human Alliance. Damn, what on earth is this civilization about? Human mechanization? Dangerous technology? This was supposed to be a primitive civilization. Why did he feel as though he was sinking deeper into a quagmire? In a state of mental turmoil, Chen Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, simply staring blankly at the man in the white robe. Noticing the astonished expression on Chen Fan's face, the man in white furrowed his brow. He moved his parched lips and emitted a sound laced with skepticism from deep within his throat. The man in white remained silent, slowly rising from his chair. As he stood, the previously crumpled fabric of his robe fell gracefully under the influence of gravity. Yet the ample garment could not entirely conceal his form. A metallic leg protruded from beneath the hem of the robe. The mechanized modifications extended beyond just his head. This ecclesiastical steward had also transformed his legs into mechanical prosthetics. Under the dim glow of the incandescent lighting, the surface of the metallic leg gleamed with a blinding silver reflection. Simultaneously, a unique humming sound, characteristic of mechanical devices in operation, emanated from the man in white. With a firm and deliberate gait, the man approached Chen Fan, who, though his expression remained impassive, felt an acute sense of vigilance rising within him. In the next moment, amid the astonished gaze of Chen Fan, the man in white slightly bent his knees and inclined his body in a gesture of respect, uttering, "May the Lord be with you, Your Excellency, the Chosen One." Chapter 19. The Butler's Attitude, the Chosen One. Your Excellency? Chen Fan could not help but draw a sharp breath inwardly, realizing the misunderstanding. It appeared that his status as the Chosen One surpassed even that of the church's deacons. Why had he panicked at all? With this newfound confidence, he gradually lifted his gaze, once more scrutinizing the fearsome visage of the man in white before him. Enveloped by silvery mechanical apparatus, the parched and wrinkled lips quivered slightly, emitting a voice devoid of emotion. "You have already missed the divine oracle twice. If this continues, the Lord will be displeased." As he spoke, those mechanical eyes, faintly glowing with a crimson hue, fixed upon him with unwavering intensity. That gaze, it felt as though he were being observed like an inanimate object. Furthermore, the face, constructed from countless mechanical components, exhibited not a trace of emotion. Despite the respectful language, there was an unmistakable lack of reverence in his tone, replaced instead by impatience and indifference. In an instant, the momentary ease in Chen Fan's mind froze, and he felt a chill creeping down his spine. This was hardly the demeanor one would expect from a servant addressing the Chosen One. It prompted him to recall the peculiar sentiments noted by the original owner in his journal regarding the church's attitude towards him. This was not merely peculiar. It was evident that they held him in utter contempt. Chen Fan could not suppress a mental retort. "What do you intend to do?" A voice resonated in his mind, This machine can speak the unvarnished truth, but at this moment, it cannot assist you in delivering a blow. Furthermore, theoretically, mechanical augmentation can enhance physical capabilities in all aspects. The opponent is likely not someone you, a mere weakling, can easily confront. Chen Fan thought to himself. Encountering such a self-preserving intelligent terminal is indeed a stroke of fortune he has accrued over 2 lifetimes. It presents a perfect opportunity to explore the historical narratives of the cities that Su Huai mentioned. Perhaps he might unearth something significant within them. That is a valid point. This machine fully supports your decision on a mental level, it added. Chen Fan responded. 6. Your Excellency, the Chosen One? Just as Chen Fan fell into contemplation, a resonant voice echoed once more. The robed attendant stepped closer, intensifying the sense of pressure surrounding him. What occupies your thoughts? Chen Fan suppressed the discomfort rising within him and, meeting the attendant's mechanical gaze, slowly shook his head. Nothing. Let us proceed. I shall accompany you to the church. Upon hearing this, the attendant's indifferent visage finally contorted into an exceedingly grotesque smile. His skin, a sickly yellow and riddled with wrinkles, pulled taut in a disconcerting manner under the strain of the mechanical apparatus. Then, please follow me. The mechanical whir of the device resumed as the attendant walked with unusual steadiness toward the entrance. Xiao Fan, a voice called out from the living room, his mother's. Chen Fan instinctively halted, turning to meet his mother's gaze, which was filled with a profoundly unsettling intensity. Under the shared gaze of Chen Fan and the white-robed attendant, the mother hesitated, her emotions complex as she finally murmured softly, "Be cautious." A tremor coursed through Chen Fan's heart. Before he could respond, the white-robed attendant urged him again, "Your Grace, please be expeditious." With a click, the door closed once more, completely sealing off the faintly disconcerting hum of machinery from the outside. The living room returned to its former tranquility. Chen's South mother stood in place, dazed for several seconds. And then, in a daze, she staggered towards the distant statue of the deity. Chen Fan's prior demeanor had shattered her illusions, forcing her to confront a stark reality. The Chen Fan she once knew had irrevocably changed. Logically, she ought to report Chen Fan's peculiar behavior to the white-robed attendant. Perhaps the attendant could expel the malevolent spirit that had taken residence in her son's body. However, the more probable outcome would be that Chen Fan would be sent to the church's judgment seat and condemned to a dire fate. The mere thought of this possibility sent a shudder through her, and the impulse to disclose the truth dissipated instantaneously. Thus, she chose to conceal the truth. This marked the first time in her life that she had deceived the church, the first instance of her ever telling a lie. Once she confirmed the white-robed attendant had departed, she collapsed, pale and shaken, onto the mat before the statue, trembling as she lifted her calloused and wrinkled hands above her head, then released a sound that was both a cry and a lament. "Oh Lord." Meanwhile, on the other side, there was an unbroken silence. Chen Fan silently followed the white-robed steward down the stairs, traversing the uneven concrete path towards the church. Do you think this person has a problem with his mind? Why exchange a perfectly fine face for a mechanical one? And those legs, buzzing with every step, won't that cause some trouble? Chen Fan lowered his eyelids, maintaining a calm expression while quietly critiquing the steward in his mind. This device is not equipped with medical diagnostic capabilities and cannot accurately assess the mental state of the subject. Stifled by this response, Chen Fan irritably thought, "Did I even ask you that? Is your mind also malfunctioning? This device does not possess a mind." Chen Fan's expression froze. Just as he was about to engage in a discussion about mental faculties, a deep voice suddenly resonated from ahead. "Your Excellency, the Chosen One. Are you curious about my legs?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. "What on earth are you saying? Ever since I left home, you have been fixated on my legs." The white-robed steward halted, his mechanical eyes tinged with a faint red, fixating intently on Chen Fan. If it were not curiosity, I could not fathom another reason. Chen Fan's eyelid twitched sharply. This statement was indeed somewhat awkward. Those mechanical legs, gleaming brightly under the sun while emitting a constant hum, would catch anyone's eye as they passed by. Fine, he conceded, aside from himself. Perhaps no one else would dare to scrutinize a church steward in such a manner. That settles it then. As the expression on the white-robed steward's face grew increasingly grave, despite the fact that 80% of it was mechanical, he could indeed discern the palpable seriousness emanating from the remaining 20% of his yellowed skin. Chen Fan, in a moment of inspiration, conceived a plausible explanation. "Oh, I merely recalled an incident from this morning." "This morning?" The white-robed steward's interest was piqued. He raised his chin and inquired curiously, "Do elaborate." Chen Fan recounted the events he had witnessed at Aunt Shen's residence that morning, fulfilling the promise he had made to her. Naturally, he omitted all information pertaining to Su Huai. Chapter 20. The cathedral. The white-robed bishop listened in silence to Chen Fan's narration. "That young boy you mentioned, I seem to have a vague recollection." He extended a hand, long concealed within his robe, and gently massaged his sunken temples, which still bore the marks of mortality. The arm was frail and emaciated, the yellowed skin riddled with wrinkles, an unmistakable sign of age. "If I recall correctly, this should have occurred last year. Yes? You remember?" Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively offered a compliment. "Your memory is truly remarkable." The mechanical eye of the white-robed steward glanced at Chen Fan, and the lines of his face softened slightly. "You possess a way with words that surpasses that of the other chosen ones." Since time was still on their side, he continued, "Now that you have brought it up, I shall take the opportunity to elaborate." Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Previously, there was talk of time being scarce, yet now it has transformed into an abundance of time. Is it not said that one can traverse myriad paths, yet flattery remains untraversed? It cannot simply be attributed to a sharp memory. The white-robed steward advanced with purposeful steps. Indeed, the ordinary individuals bestowed with divine blessings are a rarity. Perhaps only a few emerge in a year, and this is a mere child, naturally easier to remember. Chen Fan kept pace with his strides, casually casting a glance at the small segment of mechanical leg revealed beneath the white robe. This subtle gesture did not escape the notice of the white-robed steward, who tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing an awkward smile. "Yes. This too is a gift from the Lord." As he spoke, the white-robed steward gently tapped the various mechanical devices embedded in his face, proclaiming with pride, "No one aside from the clergy can receive such abundant blessings." Gazing at the visage obscured by the hood, filled with mechanical contraptions, Chen Fan felt a profound discomfort rising within him. Blessings? He certainly did not perceive it as such. Nevertheless, he reluctantly adorned his face with an expression of appropriate admiration. Impressive. The smile on the white-robed steward's face grew ever more pronounced, yet increasingly grotesque. "You, the chosen one, are quite intriguing. After all these years, I have encountered many chosen ones, yet I have never met one quite like you." Chen Fan's heart tightened. "What do you mean?" "Do not be anxious." Compared to before, the demeanor of the white-robed deacon had softened considerably. "You should be aware that the status of the chosen ones within the church is fundamentally equivalent to that of a bishop. Aside from the archbishops, it is unlikely that anyone in the church can compel them to act against their will. Thus, the chosen one's attitude towards us deacons." With a sigh, the white-robed deacon shook his head in resignation. A sudden understanding dawned upon Chen Fan. It was evidently a conflict between grassroots personnel and those who had been parachuted into leadership positions. The deacons represent the foundational staff of the church, while the chosen ones are akin to the newly appointed leaders. Yet, this was not the most dire situation. The gravest issue was that these leaders often held their positions for merely several weeks or months. Upon the conclusion of their terms, the chosen ones would ascend to the kingdom of God, making way for a new batch of chosen ones, or rather, a new set of leaders. It would indeed be strange if conflicts did not arise. The church deacons, constrained by their status, were compelled to show respect to the chosen ones. Yet the latter harbored a disdain for the deacons, often leading to a mere perfunctory engagement due to the imminent departure of the chosen ones. This resulted in a vicious cycle. Everything was finally elucidated. "Let us proceed." After a moment of contemplation, he softly cautioned, "Should you miss the divine oracle once more, you may find yourself in a predicament. The archbishop is not as accommodating as I am." With that, the white-robed deacon quickened his pace. Over an hour later, his steps finally began to slow, and the incessant mechanical hum resembling white noise gradually faded. Chen Fan exhaled gently and wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead. Gazing at the unperturbed demeanor of the white-robed steward, a twinge of envy welled up within him. The frailty of flesh and blood contrasted starkly with the ascendance of machinery. Truly, the adage held merit. The corporeal form pales in comparison to these mechanical constructs. "I strongly advise you to abandon this line of thought." A voice interrupted Chen Fan's reverie. "The reason humanity categorizes the mechanical augmentation of the human body as a perilous technology is due to its profoundly severe repercussions. On a grand scale, it could precipitate the downfall of civilization. On a smaller scale, it could fundamentally obliterate an individual's sense of self and cognitive processes." Chen Fan felt a jolt of alarm. Before he could delve into his thoughts, he was captivated by the scene before him. For colossal edifices spanned several city blocks, each rising majestically in a pyramid form. Their architectural style stood in stark contrast to the surrounding lowly structures of concrete and cement. They were forged of steel. The surfaces of these steel pyramids were etched with intricate patterns reminiscent of those found on mechanical prosthetics. Moreover, a multitude of fine, wave-like structures adorned their exteriors, from which waves of warmth surged forth. Even at several hundred meters away from the immense steel pyramid, he could sense the torrents of heat ascending towards the heavens. At the heart of the four pyramids stood a towering cylindrical structure. The apex of this column radiated an intensely brilliant light, its luminosity surpassing even that of the blazing sun in the sky. What on earth is this? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, a brilliant blue holographic projection materialized before his eyes, more precisely, upon his retina. Lines swiftly sketched out a simplistic diagram. While a voice echoed in his mind, initial observations indicate that this may be a molten salt tower energy storage power station. Chen Fan. What is this? A power station? Indeed, the surfaces of the four pyramid-shaped structures are coated with a reflective membrane that curves slightly, allowing sunlight to converge upon the molten salt energy storage device at the apex of the central tower. In simpler terms, you may envision the four pyramids as a concave mirror. Gazing at the continuously outlined lines, Chen Fan experienced a moment of clarity. So it's a solar cooker. If you wish to interpret it that way, you may. As for the purpose of the four pyramids, the data is insufficient. The machine is currently unable to make an accurate judgment. Finally, the voice concluded. Regardless, this technology should not belong to this civilization. Chen Fan swallowed hard, his throat dry. Are you suggesting that this might be constructed by an extraterrestrial civilization? Theoretically speaking, yes. He cast a quick glance at the white-robed attendant beside him. From the deference in his demeanor, it was clear that this building was their ultimate destination, the cathedral, which means he might soon find himself wandering in the territory of an alien civilization. At that moment, a shiver coursed through Chen Fan's spine. He slowed his pace, trailing behind the white-robed minister, anxiously making his way toward one of the steel pyramids. At the base of the pyramid stood a grand archway several meters high, marking the entrance to the cathedral. Ministers clad in variously colored robes hurriedly passed beneath the metallic arch, their attire serving as the most distinct identification of their ecclesiastical rank. A glance revealed that most of those traversing the arch were draped in white robes. Chen Fan instinctively cast a sidelong glance at his guide. Indeed, the color and style of their robes were identical. He nodded to himself, realizing that these ministers, like his guide, belonged to the church's lower echelon. Although his movements were subtle, the guiding minister nonetheless noticed Chen Fan's wandering gaze and could not help but furrow his brow. This group of chosen ones should have been familiar with the cathedral by now. Despite Chen Fan's absence during two oracles, such behavior seemed uncharacteristic. Could it be? The white-robed minister shook his head imperceptibly, dismissing the fleeting thought that crossed his mind. Perhaps, as Chen Fan's mother had suggested, the weight of being chosen was indeed a source of considerable pressure for him. Stay close to me, the minister intoned, a hint of gravity in his voice. Do not let your gaze wander. As one chosen, you must embody the dignity of your status. Chen Fan's expression momentarily faltered as he swiftly suppressed his subtle movements. Just as he was about to follow in the footsteps of the white-robed steward, a shadowy figure abruptly entered his line of sight. The previously steady white-robed steward also halted his steps. He slightly bent his knees, placing his right hand upon his chest, and respectfully bowed towards the figure ahead, saying, "Greetings. Esteemed priest." A priest? A new member of the clergy? Chen Fan quickly raised his gaze for a fleeting glance. The figure was a tall man clad in a black robe. The voluminous dark garment and hood concealed him entirely in shadows, while a pair of crimson mechanical eyes scrutinized the world beyond the black cloak. In stark contrast to the plain white robe, the black robe exhibited a more exquisite fabric, intricately embroidered with numerous arcane patterns and designs in silver thread. It was evident, both from the attire and the white-robed steward's demeanor, that the priest in black held a position of higher authority within the church. Well done, Kyle. A gravelly voice laced with a metallic undertone emanated from beneath the black robe. The third oracle has yet to commence. You are not late. Proceed. The Lord will remember your diligent efforts. When the time is ripe, the Lord shall bestow his blessings upon you. Upon hearing this, the white-robed steward Kyle instantly displayed a look of elation. Thank you for the Lord's grace. Chen Fan, standing behind the white-robed steward, was taken aback. No tangible reward was bestowed, yet a few insipid words could evoke such profound gratitude. What an astonishing display of empty promises. Under Chen Fan's gaze, he extended his right hand from the voluminous black robe and slightly inclined his body towards the steel arched door ahead, gesturing, "Your Excellency, the Chosen One. Please follow me." The third divine oracle is about to commence, and the other chosen ones have already arrived. Observing the metallic sheen of the arm in the sunlight, Chen Fan's pupils dilated slightly. A mechanical prosthetic. Like the white-robed priest named Corel, the black-robed priest had also undergone a mechanical transformation. However, this was not the fundamental reason for Chen Fan's astonishment. Through the reflection of the mechanical limb in the sunlight, in that fleeting moment, Chen Fan caught a glimpse of the scene beneath the black hood. It was a face utterly transformed into a mechanical visage. Unlike Corel, this face bore no trace of skin, only a labyrinth of tubes and a cold metallic shell adorned with intricate engravings. At first glance, Chen Fan almost believed he was beholding a robot. "Your Excellency, the Chosen One," the black-robed priest's tone was frigid, apart from the formalities. There was no hint of reverence. "Please be swift. You would not wish to miss the third divine oracle, would you?" With that, the black-robed priest turned without pause and strode towards the metallic archway. Chen Fan watched the figure of the black-robed priest retreat and instinctively turned to the white-robed steward before him. "Corel, Your Excellency, do hurry," Corel replied, his face adorned with an unappealing yet gentle smile. "My task is complete." He hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice to caution. "Lord Quinton is rather strict. Do take care." Chen Fan gazed in astonishment at the figure of Carlyle before him. Even he had not anticipated that this robed instructor would utter such words. Carlyle, without a word, merely bent down and stepped back a few paces. After bowing to Chen Fan, he resolutely turned and strode towards a nearby steel pyramid. Watching Carlyle's receding silhouette, a hint of solemnity flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. It seemed that the black-robed priest named Quinton was not an easy individual to engage with, leaving Chen Fan uncertain of the potential repercussions for his forthcoming plans. Suppressing his unease, he swiftly turned and pursued Quinton's footsteps. The towering steel archway, rising over 3 meters, stood silently at the base of the pyramid. Intricate patterns were engraved upon the door, which glimmered under the sunlight, bestowing an air of sanctity upon the cathedral. Although the cathedral's exterior differed slightly from Chen Fan's expectations, he remained convinced that its interior must be a magnificent sanctuary, rich in religious and cultural atmosphere. Given the cathedral's grand appearance, it was only reasonable to assume that it housed some grand murals or sculptures within, at the very least. It ought to display murals imbued with religious significance. After all, he had a goddess portrait that occupied an entire wall in his home. Surely, a vast church would not lack even a single mural? With this thought, a flicker of anticipation and excitement ignited within Chen Fan. This was undoubtedly an exceptional opportunity to delve deeper into the nature of the false deities. With a stroke of luck, he might even uncover some origins and achievements of these entities. As he followed Quinton's footsteps, he mentally instructed E. "Remember to document everything you observe in the cathedral. We might extract valuable intelligence from it." Naturally, he readily complied, assuring, "Rest assured, this device is equipped with ultra-high-definition holographic photography capabilities. The results will undoubtedly exceed your expectations." Chapter 22. Electronic murals and holographic statues. Before entering the cathedral, Chen Fan had envisioned various scenarios of the interior and prepared himself psychologically. However, the moment he stepped through the metallic archway into the cathedral, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Before him stood a towering goddess, clad in sacred robes, majestically positioned at the heart of the cathedral. She bore a mysterious smile, gazing down upon each individual within the cathedral. As Chen Fan watched, she slowly extended her arms, as if beckoning the world to embrace her. Beside him, a cloaked priest softly chanted the glory of the Lord, adding an even greater aura of sanctity to the scene. The sight before him profoundly challenged Chen Fan's understanding. Did gods truly exist? This thought flickered through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Under his gaze, the goddess gently folded her arms, only to slowly extend them once more after a few moments. It was nothing more than a dynamic wallpaper. Once the filter in his heart was shattered, Chen Fan swiftly became aware of numerous issues. There existed a severe jagged phenomenon surrounding the goddess. Her movements appeared somewhat rigid, While the three-dimensionality was commendable, the goddess's legs exhibited an exceedingly serious overlapping shadow. Most importantly, he discerned that the black circular pedestal beneath the goddess was emitting beams of laser light in various colors, accompanied by an array of oversized glass positioned at a certain angle above the pedestal. Before Chen Fan could voice his thoughts, a sarcastic remark echoed in his mind. How dare this immature holographic projection attempt to deceive us? To be frank, it would be better to let the machine take over. Chen Fan silently agreed in his heart. As he mimicked the movements of the robed priest, he cautiously surveyed the decorative structure of the cathedral's interior. There were no sacred, majestic sculptures of the goddess, no grandiose murals of deities, nor any imposing architectural embellishments, only the cold, silver-hued metallic walls. The vast cathedral was enveloped by thick, frigid metallic walls, with concealed wall and ceiling lights casting a stark white glow. Some intricate mechanical devices of indeterminate purpose seemed haphazardly scattered throughout the cathedral, resembling mere ornamental pieces. Rows of hidden spotlights were installed in the ceiling, their varied beams illuminating the icy metallic walls and forming distinct, three-dimensional images. Observing the scene before him, Chen Fan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. What a farce, an electronic mural. Just as Chen Fan was preparing to closely examine the content of the electronic murals adorning the wall, a metallic and raspy voice resonated beside him. Your Excellency, the Chosen One, please follow me. With that, Quentin resumed his stride towards a small door located at the side of the cathedral hall. The interior of the cathedral was exceedingly intricate, a labyrinth of interwoven passages capable of ensnaring any unwary intruder. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly captivated Chen Fan's attention was the sight of numerous familiar electronic devices nestled within these corridors. Although their appearances and designs varied significantly, Chen Fan was adept at discerning their functions based on the surrounding apparatus. For instance, surveillance devices masquerading as diminutive statues perched high upon the walls, and compact control consoles disguised as shrines, which governed the automatic gates within the passages. Countless such electronic devices abounded. Under Quentin's guidance, Chen Fan arrived at a spacious, vacant chamber. Much like the cathedral hall, this room was enveloped by cold metallic walls, resembling a prison cell designed to confine offenders. In the center of the room, a dozen chairs with peculiar designs were arranged. The wooden armrests of these chairs were secured with straps, and atop each seat resided a contraption reminiscent of a helmet, which, upon closer inspection, contained devices akin to electrodes within. Instinctively, Chen Fan furrowed his brow, as a sense of foreboding began to take root in his heart. What about the other chosen ones? He could no longer suppress his unease and inquired aloud. They will meet you shortly, came the reply. Quentin's hoarse voice resonated from the doorway, undoubtedly intensifying the unease that gripped Chen Fan's heart. The third oracle was about to commence. Please wait a moment, he instructed, retreating a step to fully exit the room, simultaneously extending his mechanical hand to close the heavy metallic door. Bang! This was troubling. Could it be that his identity had been compromised? What purpose did the chairs in the room serve? And what exactly was this so-called oracle? Countless questions surged through Chen Fan's mind, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of urgency that left him breathless. It was not paranoia. Anyone in such a predicament would likely experience a flurry of negative emotions. Chen Fan gently clenched his right fist, feeling the tactile feedback from his intelligent terminal, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. First, assist me in analyzing these chairs, he commanded, stepping towards a wooden seat and lightly resting his right hand upon it. An imperceptible wave emanated from his palm, sweeping across the chair. Almost simultaneously, a remarkably clear internal schematic of the chair materialized before his eyes. The chair's interior contains a multitude of circuits, with the majority concentrated around the helmet at the top. This device has just performed a basic simulated calculation of the helmet structure. Chen Fan withdrew his hand from the chair, feigning nonchalance as he glanced around the room. Upon noticing several diminutive statues adorning the walls, a sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to urge, please, reveal the results directly. This room appears to be under complete surveillance. He was acutely aware that this was not a moment for jest. His tone was markedly more serious than usual. Biological brainwave interference and detection device. Chen Fan was taken aback, instinctively holding his breath. What? Although its craftsmanship is quite rudimentary, this device can ascertain that the helmet possesses basic brainwave interference capabilities. Simultaneously, it can monitor the wearer's real-time brainwave fluctuations. In simpler terms, you may understand it as a head-mounted brain-machine interface. Chen Fan felt somewhat disoriented, plunging into a prolonged silence. A brain-machine interface. Even in the blue star of his previous existence, such a creation was merely a conceptual product. Who could have imagined that he would encounter this groundbreaking device? Capable of heralding a new era, while seated on a dilapidated wooden chair. Creak. The heavy iron door swung open, accompanied by a voice brimming with excitement from the entrance. Chen Fan. Chapter 23. Lofty heights. Upon hearing the call, Chen Fan, lost in contemplation, instinctively lifted his gaze towards the door. A burly figure immediately caught his eye, followed closely by a slight, cloaked priest in black. The already ample black robe appeared even more oversized on the diminutive priest, trailing a considerable length on the ground, reminiscent of a dark wedding gown. Gazing at the intricately woven silver threads that adorned the exquisite black robe, Chen Fan could not help but entertain a blasphemous thought. In the next instant, a vivid image materialized in his mind, Carlyle extending a withered, wrinkled, and ochre-hued arm from beneath his robe. Then, good heavens, this scene was hardly a product of his imagination. What the hell? Indeed, the strikingly vivid tableau was merely a holographic projection cast upon his retina by E. Clearly oblivious to its own misstep, he cheerfully sought Chen Fan's approval. What do you think? Isn't the ultra-high-definition holographic photography feature impressive? Just tell me how realistic it is. Chen Fan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Realistic it was, indeed. He suppressed a wave of unease rising within him, inwardly cautioning, that was well executed, but do not repeat it again. The vivid image before him gradually faded, and the blasphemous thought dissipated without a trace. Hey, Chen Fan, are you trying to act all aloof again? A coarse voice echoed once more, prompting Chen Fan's gaze to shift towards the burly figure, comparable in size to a double-door refrigerator. A name instinctively surfaced in his mind, Lao Gao. His full name was Gao Yuan. Momentarily taken aback, he soon realized this was the last remnant of wealth left to him by the original owner, aside from a refined linguistic system, which consisted of some fundamental interpersonal relationship information. For Chen Fan at this moment, this wealth was most fortuitously timed. He took a step forward, pushing the diminutive black-robed priest aside. Move aside, don't block the way, Gao Yuan said with irritation. What are you still doing here? Do you really think a mere priest like you can participate in the oracular ceremony? The scene before Chen Fan caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. What? Is the Chosen One's status truly this exalted? The words of Carlyle, along with Quentin's stern demeanor that seemed to ward off intruders, had led him to believe that the Chosen One was merely a figurehead, required to act with utmost caution in daily affairs. But now it appeared his understanding had been overly conservative. Faced with Gao Yuan's reprimand, the black-robed priest stood frozen in place, akin to a startled novice at work, momentarily rendered speechless. Noticing the escalating tension, Chen Fan, who sought only tranquility, quickly interjected, Old Gao, it's unnecessary to make things difficult for a priest. Gao Yuan faltered, swallowing the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue, and instead forced a gentle smile onto his face. You're right. He waved his hand dismissively. Let us go. I can't be bothered to argue with you. With that, Gao Yuan slightly hunched his shoulders and slipped into the room. Behind him, the black-robed priest slowly bowed, placing his mechanical right arm across his chest in a gesture of respect. Then a soft, melodious female voice emerged from the depths of the voluminous black robe. Your Excellency, the Chosen One, thank you for your mercy. May the Lord be with you. As for Chen Fan, at this moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? There truly exists a female priestess. Just then, at the moment the metallic door closed, Gao Yuan stepped forward, striding towards Chen Fan, having missed 2 oracles in a row. Had it not been for the bishop mentioning your poor physical condition, I would have thought you were on the verge of abandoning your status as the Chosen One. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retorting, is it possible to relinquish the identity of the Chosen One? Damn, how careless. If one could abandon it, why would he have gone through so much trouble? Of course not, Gao Yuan replied, regarding him with an expression akin to disbelief. You aren't sick and have lost your wits, are you? Chen Fan exhaled slowly, releasing the pent-up frustration in his chest, closing his eyes, and choosing to ignore the loquacious, burly man before him. According to Gao Yuan's description, the original persona he was portraying should be somewhat aloof, and his actions were thus quite reasonable. Indeed, Gao Yuan seemed oblivious to any abnormality. Just as Chen Fan was in a moment of tranquility, Gao Yuan's voice erupted once more. Hey, hey, hey. I was merely making a light jest. You needn't respond this way every time. Noticing Chen Fan's lack of response, Gao Yuan fell silent for a moment before awkwardly shifting the topic. Chen Fan, you missed the last two oracles, and let me tell you, you have suffered a great loss. I'm not boasting. These oracles are truly extraordinary. I genuinely heard the voice of the Lord and even glimpsed the divine realm. Chen Fan's ears perked up slightly. This was indeed a piece of critical intelligence. He suppressed his curiosity and opened his tightly shut eyes to gaze at Gao Yuan beside him. Do you want to know? Upon seeing Chen Fan's eyes open, Gao Yuan's face immediately broke into a triumphant smile. If you plead with me, I shall. Chen Fan's lips twitched as he closed his eyes once more. At that moment, he finally comprehended the original owner's aloof demeanor in front of him. A few seconds later, Gao Yuan's somewhat frustrated voice resounded again. All right, you win. I might as well tell you directly. Chen Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at the burly man beside him. Since his arrival in this new world, this seemed to be the most relaxed moment he had experienced. Do you see that wooden chair over there? Gao Yuan gestured toward the chair placed in the center of the room. The bishop claims it is the sacred seat for communicating with the divine. Only those chosen by the gods may sit upon it to hear the Lord's voice. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. In his mind, he had already formulated a corresponding hypothesis based on this statement. The system deduces that this so-called sacred seat may serve as a brain-machine interface connected to a signal reception and amplification device. Chen Fan calmly inquired within his mind. What do you mean? It receives signals from advanced technological civilizations, which are then decoded and compiled before being transmitted through the brain-machine interface to the minds of the chosen, allowing them to experience visions of the goddess in the divine realm. Chapter 24. The Bishop That Makes Sense. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before nodding and murmuring softly. What makes sense? Gao Yuan looked at Chen Fan with a bewildered expression, his booming voice breaking the silence. What nonsense are you spouting again? Chen Fan's face stiffened. Perhaps it was the long-lost sense of ease that came from being with Gao Yuan that caused him to instinctively lower his guard. Or perhaps he had been too engrossed in his thoughts. He inadvertently voiced the words that lingered in his mind. Maintaining a facade of indifference, Chen Fan replied, It's nothing. Please continue. Oh. Gao Yuan raised his hand and scratched his buzz cut, dismissing the irrelevant inquiry. At that time, I was seated upon the holy throne, donning the sacred crown. Chen Fan suddenly erupted in a fit of coughs. Cough, cough. The holy throne, the sacred crown. How audacious of this church and its so-called deity to adorn themselves with such grandeur. Are you all right, Chen Fan? Gao Yuan inquired, concern evident in his eyes. Is your body still not recovered? Should I inform the bishop? Taken aback by Gao Yuan's fervent concern, Chen Fan repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. No, no, no. Just continue your story. Oh. After donning the sacred crown, I felt a wave of dizziness, as though I were soaring through the skies. Indeed. This is the common affliction of inferior brain-machine interfaces. The stimulation of biological electrical signals is insufficiently precise, often leading to excessive strain, with dizziness being merely one of the milder side effects. Then, I heard an ethereal female voice calling out to me, and subsequently, I beheld the goddess. She stood atop the celestial realm, extending her hand towards me. The initial procedure involved pinpointing the user's cerebral baseline frequency through auditory signals, followed by the integration of visual signals. This is a conventional method employed by inferior brain-machine interfaces. Observing the silence and the longing etched upon Gao Yuan's countenance, Chen Fan gently cleared his throat, interrupting his reverie. And then, what comes next? There is nothing more to follow. The previous two oracles contained only this information. Gao Yuan regarded Chen Fan with a sense of inevitability. However, I have heard that the third oracle holds greater significance and may encompass additional content. The CG animation remains incomplete and will be released in segments. In a succinct manner, he provided a translation and summary. Chen Fan remarked, to be honest, he has never felt so speechless in his life. Just as Chen Fan was poised to extract more intelligence from Gao Yuan, the imposing metallic door creaked open once more. 3 solemnly composed chosen ones, 2 men and 1 woman, entered the chamber in succession. Behind them, 3 robed priests bowed and exited the room, deftly closing the metallic door behind them. Unlike Chen Fan and Gao Yuan, the attire of these 3 chosen ones was remarkably intricate. Their platinum-colored robes were adorned with delicate golden threads, intricately weaving profound patterns that emanated an air of sanctity. Perhaps sensing Chen Fan's scrutinizing gaze, one of the chosen ones revealed a perfectly timed smile and nodded in acknowledgement. This seemed to constitute a greeting. A faint, disdainful snort escaped from beside him. Chen Fan turned in surprise to look at the disdain etched on Gao Yuan's face. Although Gao Yuan's attitude towards the black-robed priest was debatable, he was undeniably an amiable individual. It was difficult to fathom that Gao Yuan could exhibit such overt disdain towards the other three chosen ones. Chen Fan buried his confusion deep within. The current situation was somewhat chaotic, and he was reluctantly compelled to abandon his original plan for intelligence gathering. What a pity! What a splendid opportunity for acquiring information. Before Chen Fan could lament for long, the tightly shut metallic door swung open once more, and a figure clad in a regal purple robe slowly entered the chamber. In stark contrast to the black robe worn by the priest, this purple attire exuded opulence. Golden threads intricately embroidered elaborate patterns onto the deep purple fabric, bestowing an air of nobility upon the garment. "Your Excellency, the bishop," Gao Yuan promptly bowed to the figure in the purple robe. It was indeed a bishop. Chen Fan gasped in astonishment, and as he bowed in respect, he committed this crucial piece of information to memory. According to what Carell had previously stated, there should be an archbishop above the bishop, though it remained unclear whether any positions akin to a pope existed above the archbishop. Chen Fan's pupils dilated rapidly. A strikingly impactful scene unfolded before his eyes. It was a completely mechanized, smooth cranium. The degree of mechanization of this cranium far surpasses that of the white-robed minister, Carlyle, and the black-robed priest, Quentin. The skin, eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, all organs have been replaced with corresponding mechanical devices. Under Chen Fan's gaze, the mechanical lips of the bishop parted and closed, revealing an oral cavity constructed of metal. "Your Excellency, the chosen one, may the Lord be with you." The voice was synthesized through mechanical vocal cords, exuding a profound sense of mechanical rigidity. Is this truly a human being? Could it possibly be a robot? Observing the robotic semblance of the cranium before him, Chen Fan couldn't help but entertain this question. Does this mechanical head genuinely harbor a carbon-based brain within? Is it not merely a CPU governing its movements? The machine has just conducted a preliminary observation. The subject still exhibits respiration, albeit at a frequency significantly lower than that of a normal human being. Thus, the subject remains within the realm of carbon-based life, albeit subjected to extensive mechanization. The voice of E resonated aptly within Chen Fan's mind. Comprehensive analysis indicates that the subject has essentially retained brain tissue and a pulmonary circulatory system. Furthermore, the digestive system, locomotor system, and the majority of other systems have undergone mechanization. Incredible! E expressed astonishment. Such a radical modification scheme is rarely encountered even in the database of the United Federation. What a mad civilization! Chen Fan remained silent, merely observing the analytical data displayed upon his retina. A vague conjecture arose in his mind. Do you suspect that the higher the rank of these clergy, the more extensive their mechanical modifications? Indeed. He fell into silence, seemingly calculating something. Chapter 25. Brain-machine interface. After a brief pause, Yi's voice echoed once more. At present, the sample size is insufficient to draw an accurate conclusion. Yet, you are correct. This machine has conducted a comprehensive analysis of the holographic video data and integrated all relevant information regarding the clergy you encountered into the analytical model. It is evident that the degree of human mechanical modification indeed correlates positively with the rank of the clergy. As the words fell, a cerulean holographic image reappeared on his retina. According to this machine's statistics, thus far, you have encountered a total of 29 white-robed deacons, 5 black-robed priests, and 1 purple-robed bishop. Among them, the majority of white-robed deacons exhibit a lower degree of mechanical modification, with a few deacons lacking mechanical prosthetics altogether. The observational data for the black-robed priest is limited. Thus far, it can only be confirmed that Quentin has undergone mechanical modifications to his limbs and face. As for the purple-robed bishop, there is no need for further elaboration. Excluding the black-robed priests and the purple-robed bishop, Carlyle is the clergy member with the highest degree of mechanical modification. This machine posits that this may be related to his age and experience. As the voice of E resonated continuously, a complex data model gradually emerged within the holographic projection before him, clearly delineating the mechanical organs possessed by each clergy member. Chen Fan could not help but marvel internally at this unique display visible only to him. He was acutely aware of the tedious and intricate nature of organizing such vague data and information. Without Yi's assistance, he would likely have to rely solely on intuition, which would inevitably lead to errors and oversights. However, with the support of these meticulously detailed real-time analytical data, the accuracy of his judgments would ascend to new heights. Just as he had initially stated, its formidable computational capabilities were more than sufficient to assist him in overcoming numerous challenges. The third oracle ceremony is about to commence. All chosen ones are requested to proceed to the sacred seat, intoned the bishop in a mechanical, synthesized voice, interrupting Chen Fan's reverie. Under his gaze, the bishop approached, sporting a brilliantly polished iron cranium. Your Excellency Chen Fan, this is your first time attending the oracle. There may be aspects you find somewhat unclear. Before the bishop could finish his sentence, Chen Fan proactively seated himself in the nearest chair. It was not a matter of eagerness, rather. The sight of that steel forehead and the opening and closing iron mouth was simply too unsettling. Moreover, considering his current lack of resistance, it was wiser to take the initiative and cultivate a favorable impression. With this thought, before the bishop could speak again, Chen Fan placed the so-called holy crown upon his head and dutifully rested his hands on the armrests of the chair. A subtle chill emanated from the electrodes within the sacred crown, seeping through Chen Fan's thick tresses and penetrating his scalp. The bishop stared blankly at Chen Fan before lifting his mechanical hand to gently scratch his smooth iron cranium. The sound of scratching, somewhat grating, echoed in the quiet room, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Chen Fan's actions had genuinely bewildered him. He had encountered proactive individuals before, yet none quite so assertive. Typically, those chosen to hear the divine oracle would experience a modicum of trepidation. It was akin to the tale of Yi Gong, who adored dragons. Meeting the deity one has long revered inevitably instills a sense of fear and apprehension. Ahem. Realizing his behavior was somewhat peculiar, Chen Fan cleared his throat and decisively attributed the situation to Gao Yuan. You see, Gao has already briefed me on the steps to receive the divine oracle. The bishop turned his head, his crimson mechanical eye fixated on Gao Yuan, who was adeptly donning the sacred crown. Gao Yuan blinked, a hint of guilt causing him to avert his gaze. My lord bishop, this is indeed what I discussed with Chen Fan. Under Chen Fan's watchful eye, he revealed a content, benevolent smile, and offered a slight nod. Though it was merely an iron cranium, Chen Fan discerned faint expressions upon it. With the bishop's assistance, Chen Fan's hands were securely bound to the armrest of the chair. Is this contraption dangerous? Until this moment, Chen Fan had only just begun to sense a twinge of trepidation. Could this brain-machine interface truly be fatal? Rest assured, this device has undergone simulated testing. Theoretically, the probability of it causing accidental death to the subject is merely 1 in 100,000. While it does not meet the production standards for human connections, it can still be considered a safe product. A wave of panic washed over Chen Fan. So, it really could be deadly? Ahead. After confirming the status of each chosen one, the bishop's expression gradually softened. He then clasped his hands together and, with a voice reminiscent of a chant, offered prayers to the divine. As the incantation progressed, a slight sting emanated from his scalp. The oracle had commenced. A hazy image slowly materialized in Chen Fan's mind. Contrary to the scenes described by Gao Yuan, Chen Fan did not experience any dizziness. In fact, at the moment the image emerged, he felt remarkably lucid. He could even perceive the vibrant blue holographic projection that should have been displayed on his retina. Apologies, I seem to have overlooked an important detail. The method by which I communicate with you is also based on brainwave interference technology. The familiar electronic synthesized voice suddenly resonated in Chen Fan's mind. What does that mean? For reasons unknown, an unsettling premonition arose within him. Under the influence of this device, your brain's threshold for brainwave interference may have been significantly heightened. In simple terms, this inferior brain-machine interface may not be able to hypnotize your thoughts. The moment the words fell, a jarring sound, akin to a broken gong, echoed in his mind. Child, come here. In the next instant, a poorly rendered figure emerged from a hazy image. If one were to draw a comparison, the holographic interface provided by E would be akin to 8K resolution, whereas the visuals produced by the Holy Crown could be likened to a mere 144p. In fact, to Chen Fan's sensory perception, the disparity between the two would be even more pronounced. As for the contrast between the subpar goddess model and the holographic model offered by E, it could be equated to the difference between the latest AAA game character modeling and that of a small handheld console. There is a saying that goes, I could have endured the darkness had I never seen the sun. Chen Fan stared expressionlessly at the advancing inferior CG in his mind, his heart brimming with an endless stream of grievances. Chapter 26. The third oracle time trickled away, just as Gao Yuan had surmised. The information contained within the third oracle far exceeded that of the preceding two. The goddess, with her poorly modeled visage, not only revealed to Chen Fan the textures and quality of the divine realm's models, but also introduced him to the perfect life within the divine kingdom through a cacophony of sound. By simply praying to the goddess, one could obtain boundless resources. There was no need to worry about sustenance or drink. The sole responsibility of the Chosen One was to maintain the normal operation of the divine realm on behalf of the goddess. It is said to be maintenance. Yet it bears little distinction from leisure and indulgence. According to the assertion of the subpar model of the goddess, the divine realm operates autonomously. The Chosen Ones merely need to oversee daily affairs. In essence, Chen Fan perceives this as a propaganda CG that extols the goddess in the divine realm. It serves to pique the interest of the Chosen while simultaneously dispelling any reluctance they may harbor about leaving their homeland for the divine realm. Regardless of whether Chen Fan is swayed by this patently fraudulent rhetoric, the abysmally poor quality of the graphics fails to evoke even the slightest spark of intrigue within him. As Chen Fan finds himself lulled into a state of drowsiness by the substandard promotional CG and the bishop's softly murmured prayers, the images and sounds in his mind gradually begin to fade. The promotional CG has concluded. Moments later, the bishop's chant reaches its denouement, a somewhat strident, rigidly mechanical declaration of praise for the great goddess signals the end of the prayer, marking the successful conclusion of the oracle ritual. The room is suddenly enveloped in silence. Just as Chen Fan prepares to open his eyes, he interjects, halting his intention. Do not rush. The bishop appears to be assessing the condition of each chosen one. As these words resonate in his mind, an extraordinarily lifelike holographic image materializes, one that, in his estimation, rivals the reality of the physical world. In this captivating perspective, Chen Fan can distinctly observe the scenes surrounding his body. It is a remarkably wondrous angle, akin to the third-person viewpoint experienced while maneuvering a character in a grand AAA game. In contrast to the gaming perspective, the scope of this imagery is exceedingly limited. It can only capture a scene within a radius of approximately 3 meters. Perceiving Chen Fan's thoughts, he swiftly protested, "This is real-time holographic photography. Fundamentally different from those ordinary video images. You can't possibly think this is easy to achieve, can you? Unlike conventional holography, this device must not only gather an extensive array of surrounding visuals, but also engage in substantial rendering and stitching processes before it can produce this nearly instantaneous holographic image. Do you have any idea how much computational power this task consumes? No. You don't. You only care about. All right, I get it, you're impressive." Chen Fan interjected dismissively, carefully scrutinizing the holographic display. As he had just indicated, the bishop who had completed his prayer was now slowly approaching Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan's facial muscles twitched slightly, and his eyes, concealed beneath his eyelids, were in constant motion. He remained oblivious to the fact that the bishop had brought his gleaming steel head closer to him. It feels like a dream, Chen Fan thought to himself, frowning as he observed Gao Yuan's condition. Inferior brain-machine interfaces operate this way. They are incapable of projecting images while the biological entity is conscious. And you should have already grasped the reason behind this. The quality of the images mapped by this brain-machine interface is exceedingly poor compared to the real world, making it easy to see through. However, the scenario changes entirely if the biological entity is in a dream. In other words, within the realm of dreams. Such inferior imagery is often refined by the self, a process that remains imperceptible to the biological entity. After a moment of silent contemplation, Chen Fan suddenly enlightened. I see. It's about self-imagining and self-strategy, isn't it? That's approximately the essence of it, just as the individual and the machine were engaging in their exchange. The bishop gracefully departed from Gao Yuan and approached him with measured steps. 1. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he inwardly questioned, could it be that a problem will be detected? At that moment, the bishop halted before Chen Fan and began to observe him intently. Perhaps having noticed something. The bishop emitted a soft sound of surprise, crouching slightly to bring his metallic head closer to Chen Fan's. A faint scent of machine oil wafted through the air. Chen Fan could almost envision the bishop applying oil to his iron forehead in daily routine. At this moment, he felt utterly dismayed. 1. Wasn't he had agreed that the other party would not detect any issues? One fell into a contemplative silence. This theory, do you understand it? One retorted emphatically. Isn't it normal for practical application to diverge somewhat from theory? Chen Fan replied. 6. Fortunately, the bishop did not scrutinize for too long. After a few careful glances, he rose once more. From the third-party perspective provided by one, Chen Fan could distinctly observe the subtle movement of the mechanical features on the bishop's face. With his unique discernment skills, he identified the bishop's current emotions, joy and satisfaction. Perhaps it is somewhat inappropriate, yet the phrase machine's sole delight uncontrollably surfaced in Chen Fan's mind. Under Chen Fan's watchful gaze, the bishop, with a look of satisfaction, nodded at his iron head and gestured with his purple robe towards another chosen one. As the bishop vanished from the panoramic view provided, Chen Fan refrained from acting impulsively, maintaining a posture of closed eyes and silence. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Gao Yuan slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in a state of confusion. Upon recognizing his surroundings, a visible expression of disappointment crossed his face. Clearly, the celestial realm depicted in the divine projection had profoundly captivated him. At that moment, Chen Fan also opened his eyes at the perfect moment, skillfully displaying a semblance of bewilderment and despondency. The third divine decree had concluded. The voice of the purple-robed bishop resonated from ahead. By now, he had donned a hood edged with gold, concealing his gleaming iron head. It was apparent that the chosen ones had heard the goddess's decree and witnessed the splendor of her divine realm. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of longing involuntarily appeared in the eyes of several chosen ones. Much like Gao Yuan, the promotional CG of the inferior brain-machine interface projection had left a profound impact on them. A few minutes later, the bishop, accompanied by several black-robed priests, strode out of the preaching chamber. Subsequently, the remaining 3 chosen ones followed suit in departing. In the vast room, only Chen Fan and Gao Yuan remained. Chen Fan, did you see that? After the bishop and the remaining 3 chosen ones departed, Gao Yuan's long-repressed expression suddenly came to life. With a face full of longing, he described to Chen Fan the perfect divine realm unveiled by the goddess. The goddess stood majestically above the vast ocean, and her magnificent realm resembled an island floating upon the sea. Gao Yuan's face flushed as he spoke incoherently. I have finally seen the true visage of the goddess. She is far more sacred and pure than the images presented by the church. I even struggled to find the words to convey it to you. Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly. Although the image he had witnessed was rather vague, he could still roughly discern its content. If he recalled correctly, the divine realm and the goddess should be amidst the boundless sea of stars. Gao Yuan's fervent speech continued. And Chen Fan quickly realized a significant issue. There existed a vast disparity between the divine realm that Gao Yuan witnessed and the one he himself had seen. This is quite normal. A somewhat languid voice echoed in his mind. Do not forget what I previously mentioned. The inferior brain-machine interface, due to its limited capabilities, can only rely on dream transmission to convey visual images. In this process, the cognitive organs of sentient beings bear the burden of secondary processing. Moreover, this processing of visual information substantially increases the strain on the cognitive organs, which is the primary reason Gao Yuan earlier mentioned feeling dizzy. There is one question. Chen Fan interrupted the lengthy discourse. Why did I not experience any discomfort? You did not feel dizzy? After a brief silence, the voice retorted. Would you like to try feeling it again? After a careful introspection, Chen Fan denied, there is indeed nothing. A sense of bewilderment enveloped the atmosphere as he mused. According to previous research conducted by the Academy of Sciences, carbon-based life forms should be unable to evade such dizziness. Otherwise, this brain-machine interface would not have been discarded by humanity. The voice of he resonated with confusion. Do not fret. I shall scan the database, and perhaps we can uncover the reason. Chen Fan remained unconcerned, for this did not seem to bear any ill consequences. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, he discreetly raised his hand to scratch his ear. Can one truly comprehend the weight of 2 loquacious individuals conversing incessantly nearby? After expressing his inner sentiments, Gao Yuan was in high spirits and cheerfully inquired of Chen Fan. A thought flickered in Chen Fan's mind, and feigning nonchalance, he casually asked Gao Yuan, by the way, do you know where the church's historical texts are stored? Upon hearing this, Gao Yuan visibly froze, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as he scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe. Noticing Gao Yuan's unusual demeanor, a sense of dread washed over Chen Fan. Alas, he had inadvertently stepped on a landmine. Indeed, the next moment, Gao Yuan unleashed a soul-stirring interrogation, Chen Fan, what is your situation? With furrowed brows, Gao Yuan continued to appraise Chen Fan. If I recall correctly, we visited the church's library shortly after becoming chosen once, did we not? This was catastrophic. Truly, the greatest of blunders. Chen Fan slightly lowered his eyelids, averting the penetrating gaze of Gao Yuan, while his mind raced to devise a suitable response. However, this seemingly evident deadlock left him at a loss. Not only could he offer no solution, even he was rendered speechless. As Chen Fan endured his inner turmoil, Gao Yuan appeared to have an epiphany, gasping in horror. Hiss. He glanced around to ensure their surroundings were clear before leaning closer to Chen Fan and whispering, "You haven't lost your memory, have you?" Chen Fan, what? Is that even possible? Observing the bewildered expression on Chen Fan's face only fortified Gao Yuan's suspicions. Regaining his composure, he continued with unwavering conviction. Initially, when the bishop mentioned your health was deteriorating, I was skeptical, but it seems far graver than I imagined. Come, I shall take you to the bishop. Perhaps he holds the key to our predicament. With that, Gao Yuan made to drag Chen Fan away. Chen Fan's countenance shifted dramatically. Seek the bishop? Isn't that courting disaster? Before he could voice his refusal, Gao Yuan hastily shook his head, dismissing his own suggestion. No. If the bishop learns of this situation, your identity as the chosen one could very well be revoked. We cannot allow that. A glimmer of realization sparked in Chen Fan's eyes. Wait, is there such a possibility? Gao Yuan raised his hand and lightly tapped his forehead, then jogged back to Chen Fan, his expression now grave. Hold on, follow me. I shall take you to the church's library. Although I am unaware of what you have forgotten, I will endeavor to impart all the essential knowledge a chosen one must possess over the next few days. Remember, under no circumstances should you disclose your amnesia to anyone. The chosen one is perfect, devoid of any physiological flaws. Gao Yuan hesitated for a moment and added, at least in the eyes of others, the chosen one appears perfect. Chen Fan stared blankly at Gao Yuan before him. The surprise came so abruptly that he was at a loss for how to respond. It was akin to receiving a pillow just as one felt drowsy. In just a few minutes, without uttering a single word, Gao Yuan not only concocted a plausible excuse for him, but also devised a subsequent resolution. He truly felt overwhelmed. What do you think of this plan? Gao Yuan said earnestly to Chen Fan. You aided me during the last selection ceremony. And now it is my turn to assist you. The selection ceremony? Could it be the day they were chosen as the chosen ones? According to Gao Yuan, the original host seemed to have provided significant help to him on that day, which explains the cordiality between them. This indeed clarifies Gao Yuan's previous gestures of goodwill toward him. With this in mind, he nodded and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Chapter 28. The natural constant within the church, the status of the chosen one is exceedingly high. Throughout their journey, Chen Fan and Gao Yuan faced little to no obstruction. For the chosen ones, most areas of the cathedral are unguarded. The most unexpected incident was when they were halted by a passing purple-robed bishop, who inquired about the progress of the third oracular ceremony. To avoid unnecessary complications, Chen Fan remained nearly silent in response to the bishop's questions, delegating all inquiries to Gao Yuan. The taciturn Chen Fan did not arouse the bishop's suspicion. In fact, most of the chosen ones exhibit a similar demeanor. As individuals selected by the divine, they often exude an air of arrogance. The purple-robed bishop did not inquire too deeply, merely seeking to understand the situation before respectfully parting the way for the two. If the bishop displayed such deference, one could only imagine the submissive nature of the lower-ranked white-robed deacon and black-robed priests. Indeed, based on Chen Fan's observations, in the absence of tasks or directives from higher authorities, these lower-tier church officials generally refrain from entangling themselves with the chosen ones. They would even go to great lengths to avoid any interaction. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Fan grasped the underlying rationale. No employee would willingly risk their neck to curry favor with a recently appointed leader whose tenure was likely to last only a few months. Such efforts would indeed be a futile endeavor. In a mere span of 10 minutes, Chen Fan followed Gao Yuan to the church's library. It was evident that the library was a sacred place within the church. Several black-robed priests and a multitude of guards clad in gleaming silver armor, wielding shields and swords, stood meticulously before a massive, closed metal door, obstructing any gaze that dared to peer into its mysteries. To Chen Fan, this scene appeared rather surreal. The formidable strength of the thick, closed metal door evidently surpassed that of the dozens of guards armed with traditional weaponry. What was this? A primitive approach to safeguarding a bank vault? one could only conclude that the church was indeed adept at defense. As for the rationale behind deploying so many to guard a library, Chen Fan found it entirely understandable. For the church, controlling the dissemination of knowledge signifies the ability to govern the thoughts of the common people. This can significantly reinforce the church's dominion, undoubtedly rendering it a most profitable endeavor. Upon observing the situation, a black-robed priest, tasked with guarding the library, approached with trepidation. "Your Excellency, the Chosen One. We must enter the library." With a demeanor of indifference, the Chosen One raised his chin, gesturing towards the tightly sealed metallic door, and commanded in an irrefutable tone, "Open the door." The black-robed priest displayed no sign of discontent at the Chosen One's lofty attitude. He slightly inclined his head, his mechanical eye glowing red beneath the cowl as it scrutinized both the Chosen One and the figure of Chen Fan standing behind him. Each Chosen One possesses the privilege of accessing the library to acquire theological knowledge, contingent upon their own identity. Therefore, Chen Fan, who had remained silent and concealed behind the Chosen One, naturally became the focal point of scrutiny. "What is it?" The Chosen One's expression hardened. "As a priest of the church, are you unable to recognize the Chosen One?" The black-robed priest remained silent, merely bowing slightly in apology to both the Chosen One and Chen Fan. Once their identities were confirmed, he promptly turned to the other black-robed priests and guards behind him, commanding, "Open the door." With the order given, the guards wielding shields and swords stepped aside, revealing the imposing metallic door in its entirety. Meanwhile, the black-robed priest hastened to a metallic shrine beside the door. A meticulously crafted statue rests upon a metal shrine, illuminated by the soft glow of concealed wall lamps, where a fleeting glimmer reflects in the statue's eyes. Under Chen Fan's gaze, all the priests clad in black stand before the shrine, uttering what resembles a melodic prayer. Yet, little could even the so-called goddess anticipate the presence of an anomaly like Chen Fan among her most devout followers. Moreover, this anomaly possesses an intelligent device from a higher civilization. Before the incantation could conclude, he had already reached a conclusion. It is a natural constant. Chen Fan paused in confusion. What? Upon translation, a string of seemingly random, non-repeating digits was obtained. 2718-2818-28459045. Quite familiar, isn't it? Do you not recognize the natural constant? It is the base of the natural logarithm function, which plays a significant role in numerous scientific theories. How could you be unaware of this? Let us omit this topic for now. Yi's voice brimmed with exasperation. In any case, the fact that this string of digits can be considered a password indicates that the other party has developed a foundational mathematical system. Mathematics is the cornerstone of all sciences. This sufficiently proves that they possess. Isn't that rather obvious? Chen Fan interrupted Yi's monologue. If the so-called deity is a higher technological extraterrestrial civilization, how could they possibly lack such fundamental mathematical knowledge? What if? Yi's voice emerged softly. This string of passwords was designed by the church itself? Then, Chen Fan suddenly fell into silence. At that moment, he realized he had seemingly fallen into a significant misconception. Throughout the entire process, he had never encountered any direct evidence of extraterrestrial civilizations. All the information he had previously observed could only be regarded as indirect evidence. Under the dual misguidance of this indirect evidence and the data provided by Yi, he had firmly believed that the divine was merely an extraterrestrial civilization possessing advanced technology. But if what he said was true, then Chen Fan felt a tightness in his throat. God could merely be a fabrication employed by the church to maintain its dominion? In other words, the church itself was the technologically advanced civilization. No, that can't be right. He internally countered. This still does not explain the issue of the chosen ones. Chen Fan argued to himself, if the church aimed to solidify its control, there would be no reason to frequently select chosen ones. He remained silent for a moment. What you say holds merit. This indeed presents a point of contention. After all, this is merely one potentiality deduced by the machine, and without sufficient evidence, the accuracy cannot be guaranteed. Chapter 29. The theory of wormhole information dissipation. Just as Chen Fan was engaged in a heated internal debate with Yi regarding the relationship between the church and the divine, a somewhat dull mechanical hum emanated from the front. It was the sound emitted by a hydraulic system and the operation of gears, perhaps due to the passage of time, as the lubrication of the internal gears had evidently deteriorated. The harsh creaking noise resonated in Chen Fan's ears, causing him to involuntarily clench his aching molars and shiver. Damn it! How long has this wretched contraption gone without maintenance? The acrid creaks harmonized with an indistinct, chant-like prayer, evoking a sense of dislocation within Chen Fan. The heavy metallic door gradually swung open, releasing a palpable aura of history that enveloped him. In simpler terms, it was the unique, decayed scent emitted by a multitude of books piled together. What struck Chen Fan as peculiar was that amidst this decay, there lingered a subtle, calming fragrance that soothed his spirit. Narrowing his eyes, he peered intently into the scene beyond the metallic threshold. The library was perhaps the most evocative space within the entire cathedral, aligning perfectly with Chen Fan's imagination. Countless bookshelves, crafted from deep brown wood, stood in neat rows upon the polished marble floor. The surfaces of the shelves were coated with a protective substance resembling tung oil, designed to prevent decay and pestilence. A plethora of books, composed of coarse, pale yellow paper, lay quietly upon the tawny shelves. In addition to the myriad of shelves and tomes, various statues of goddesses adorned the library, each crafted from different materials and embellished with intricate patterns, rendering this otherwise ordinary library extraordinarily sacred. Your Excellency, the Chosen One, please enter, intoned the black-robed priest, turning to address Chen Fan and Gao Yuan with a respectful yet unassuming demeanor. Simultaneously, the indistinct chant nearby ceased abruptly. Designation EL-001, the edge of the cosmic bubble. The Pan-Universe Human Alliance. Department of Dangerous Technology Management. A black hole, adorned with a luminous accretion disk, resides quietly within a colossal cage measured in light years. Nearby, an immense architectural structure, shaped like AM bias strip, slowly rotates around its own center of mass. Inside this grand edifice, a middle-aged man with a square face silently observes a vast holographic projection before him. As the director of the Department of Dangerous Technology Management, the mysterious disappearance of the TE-913 research vessel has undoubtedly caused him considerable distress. Moore furrowed his brow, gazing at the rapidly flashing complex equations and numbers on the projection, and let out a resigned sigh. Following the failure of the last interdimensional transport scheme, the researchers at the Department of Dangerous Technology Management have been working tirelessly. They must not only locate and investigate the well-concealed cosmic bubble, but also devise a new viable plan. The former task is inherently challenging, even with the initial transport coordinates as a reference. Searching for a minuscule cosmic bubble within the vast expanse of five-dimensional space is akin to finding a grain of sand in an immeasurable ocean. To illustrate, in a two-dimensional space, searching for a target based on a specific coordinate is essentially about locating a point within a circular plane. In three-dimensional space, this circular plane expands into a spherical volume, exponentially increasing the difficulty of the search. This principle extends accordingly. The five-dimensional space signifies the existence of five mutually perpendicular directions. The challenge of locating a specific object within such a complex realm is indeed formidable. However, the most critical difficulty lies beyond this. The hyperspace membranes and cosmic bubbles are in motion, and their trajectories are frequently disturbed by a myriad of external factors, somewhat akin to a chaotic system. Consequently, the coordinates for the initial intercosmic transmission have essentially become obsolete. This is the pressing issue that the Bureau of Hazardous Technologies currently grapples with. In the absence of a subsequent positioning signal, they are left with no choice but to rely on endless calculations and on-site investigations to track down the elusive cosmic bubble. As this thought crossed his mind, Moore's expression grew more somber. If this continues, the year-end bonus and performance evaluation are likely to be jeopardized once again. Damn. Ever since he took on the role of director, he hadn't seen a year-end bonus. Just as Moore wallowed in his dismay over the elusive bonus, a young man clad in standard research attire abruptly halted his manipulation of the holographic control panel from a distance. Eureka! He gazed at the holographic image before him, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. Director Moore, I have good news. What? Moore was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his year-end bonus was not entirely lost? What luck you have. The young man scratched his head awkwardly. Not quite. Director, you are well aware that in the absence of a second positioning signal, locating that cosmic bubble is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in haste. He waved his hand with a sense of disinterest, stating that even the most favorable news could not compensate for the failure to locate the elusive cosmic bubble. The possibility of interdimensional transmission might not have been a complete failure. The young man interrupted Moore's discourse, prompting an enveloping silence within the hall. Not only Moore, but also the attending researchers and academicians paused their endeavors, casting incredulous glances towards the youth. Moore gathered his composure, regarding the young man with a peculiar expression, academician song. Are you certain? The vivid image of the wormhole's collapse lingered in his mind. a calamity that resulted in the Management Bureau incurring substantial losses of high-precision robotic probes and general-purpose intelligent terminals, an extravagant loss of credit points. Although the Academy of Sciences had allocated a generous credit limit to the Bureau, the thought of such a vast sum evaporating before his eyes caused a pang of anguish in Moore's heart. In response to Moore's inquiry, Song Ziliang turned his gaze, meticulously reviewing the holographic interface before him, and then nodded affirmatively. Indeed, if the data is accurate, we established a fleeting connection with the target signal. In simpler terms, the wormhole was successfully generated, only to collapse within an exceedingly brief period. According to the theory of information dissipation from wormholes, all objects traversing the wormhole leave corresponding traces. Therefore, I endeavored to retrieve all information dissipated during the wormhole's collapse and conducted a restoration analysis of this scattered data. Swiftly, Song Ziliang projected the holographic data before him onto the expansive holographic interface ahead. Fortune favored us. The results reveal that at the moment of the wormhole's collapse, an object successfully traversed the wormhole, entering the universe where the target signal resides. Chapter 30. Fragrance. As Song Ziliang's voice faded, a severed mechanical arm appeared in the vast holographic projection before them. The cross-section of the arm was smooth, as if it had been cleaved by a razor-sharp object. This is... Moore gazed at the scene in the holographic display, his eyes widening in astonishment. The right mechanical arm of the HRA-3 type exploration robot? The HRA-3 exploration robot is a high-precision device engineered by humanity, adept at adapting to the majority of harsh environments in the cosmos. Whether for reconnaissance on planetary surfaces or conventional probing within stellar interiors, it performs commendably, due to its exceptional capabilities. This exploration robot has swiftly become a standard product for the Dangerous Technology Management Bureau. Wait, I have a question. Gazing at the holographic image before him, a hint of confusion crossed Moore's face. I am well acquainted with the theory of wormhole information dissipation. I recall that any dissipated information would be disordered by the wormhole itself on the Planck timescale. How have you managed to restore this information? Just a few days ago, academician Lin Yang refined the theory of wormhole information dissipation. Now, with the computational power of the Central Brain Zero of the Academy of Sciences, it is possible to retrieve and restore certain specific pieces of information. Moore was momentarily taken aback. He admitted that he had not been particularly concerned with the research endeavors of the Academy of Sciences. However, such a monumental theoretical breakthrough, even if he were indifferent, should have elicited some whispers of its existence. All right. Observing the perplexed expressions of Moore and the other researchers, Song Ziliang hastily added, currently, this technology is not sufficiently mature, which is why academician Lin Yang has not yet made any announcements. Moore suddenly understood, but was soon engulfed by deeper concerns. Setting aside academician Lin Yang's theories, how could an intern academician possess any allocation of computational resources? Before he could articulate his thoughts, Moore grasped a crucial piece of information. The intern academician before him, who had been with the Department of Dangerous Technology Management for less than a year, was in fact a student of academician Lin Yang. As a leading figure in the Union Academy with the highest academic standing, academician Lin Yang undoubtedly had a computational resource allocation of 0. Indeed, seasoned employees sought merely amusement, but when matters grew serious, they relied on the interns. After all, one could never foresee the magnitude of influence an intern might summon. Moore subtly gestured, indicating that he had no further inquiries. I'm fine now, please continue, he said. Song Ziliang nodded, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor as he continued, according to our previous plan. The HR-3 type detection robot will carry a carbon-based biological intelligence terminal to the coordinates of the signal. With the assistance of the intelligence terminal, we can swiftly establish contact with the target signal source. Moore's gaze flickered, but if the plan fails, a severed mechanical arm would be of little use. Even within the target universe. No, you're mistaken. Song Ziliang unhesitatingly refuted Moore's statement. You may not be aware that each intelligent terminal is equipped on the right arm of the HR-3 detection robot. Upon hearing this, Moore was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Precisely, Song Ziliang replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Theoretically, an intelligent terminal has successfully entered the target universe and may even have established contact with the target signal source. As long as we can establish communication with that intelligent terminal, all problems will be swiftly resolved. However, a dilemma arose. Moore raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, shaking his head in frustration. The communication power equipped on the intelligent terminal is utterly insufficient for initiating inter-universal communication. The odds of it actively reaching out to us, damn it. Those odds are lower than my chances of receiving that cursed year-end bonus. Song Zilong responded, huh? It seemed he had caught wind of something significant. Ahem. Choosing to disregard the precarious topic, he continued, there is indeed a solution to this issue. Although we have yet to confirm the precise coordinates of that cosmic bubble, we can ascertain its approximate operational range by establishing a sufficient number of hyperspace membrane signal transmission and reception devices within this area, theoretically. The intelligent terminal located inside that cosmic bubble should be able to receive our signals. Moore replied, so, you mean to say we will have comprehensive, indiscriminate Wi-Fi coverage? Would you care to reflect on what you are proposing? Without delving into the complexities of implementing this scheme, one cannot help but ponder the substantial budget it would require. The thought of credit points slipping away like sand through one's fingers made Moir's heart ache with an unsettling pang. Meanwhile, within the library of the cathedral, Chen Fan navigated the wooden shelves, meticulously examining the ancient tomes. The peculiar aroma, a blend of decay and antiquity, wafted into his nostrils once more. He took a gentle breath, swiftly discerning that the increasingly potent scent emanated from a layer of substance resembling tung oil, coating the wooden shelves. As Chen Fan inhaled this subtle fragrance, a voice resonated within his mind. This substance, extracted from plant matter, possesses remarkable preservative properties. Furthermore, its aroma can invigorate and stimulate the mind. However, it harbors two significant dangers. What dangers? Chen Fan inquired. The first is its mild addictive nature. The second, and more crucial point, is that prolonged exposure can inflict irreversible, permanent damage to the brain's logic and cognitive abilities. What? Chen Fan's expression shifted, instinctively holding his breath. Was this deliberate or accidental? The answer seemed to be on the cusp of revelation. It was likely an intentional act by the church, perhaps aimed at concealing some obscured truths. As Su Hui remarked, the church has altered historical texts in an attempt to obscure certain truths. However, history remains immutable. Any subsequent modifications or embellishments inevitably reveal subtle flaws. Once these discrepancies are uncovered by discerning individuals, the repercussions could be unimaginable. Contemplating this chain of actions, Chen Fan felt a thin layer of cold sweat trickle down his back. This fragrance, it affects me. In short, brief exposure poses no significant issue. Besides, you have this external brain, don't you? Chen Fan remained silent, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air before cautiously inhaling again. Although he was aware that such actions would bear no tangible effect, he instinctively regulated his breathing pattern. He turned to Gao Yuan, who was following closely behind him. Old Gao, do you know where the church has stored the historical records? The historical records? Gao Yuan sniffed vigorously, his eyes betraying a palpable delight. Are you referring to the church's annals? Chapter 31. The Annals of Varela. Observing Gao Yuan's pleased expression after taking a deep breath, Chen Fan felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Besides those of the church, are there any other annals in the library? He suppressed his discomfort and inquired softly. Other annals? A look of confusion crossed Gao Yuan's face. After a moment of contemplation, enlightenment dawned upon him. Are you referring to the Annals of Varela? Chen Fan's expression shifted. Varela? That does sound somewhat like a geographical location. Just as Chen Fan pondered this, Gao Yuan's voice broke in beside him. Varela is the name of this city. It seems you have forgotten, haven't you? Your amnesia appears to be quite severe. Chen Fan paused for a moment, then eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Ahem, this amnesia is indeed rather serious. At that moment, in Chen Fan's eyes, the lofty figure of Gao Yuan began to ascend to unprecedented heights. What defines a noble figure? This is precisely what it means to be a noble. Gao Yuan, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Chen Fan's face, strode confidently deeper into the library. Varela is the second divine kingdom established by the goddess for her people. Varela protects the goddess's devotees from the corruption of the outside world. It is the greatest miracle bestowed upon the world following the goddess's descent. The greatest miracle? The second divine kingdom? Shielding against the contamination of the outside? Gao Yuan's cryptic words deepened Chen Fan's confusion. It sounded as if the city he resided in was a remarkable technological creation. However, since his arrival, he had not discerned any extraordinary aspects of this city. To Chen Fan, the pinnacle of technological advancement in this city seemed to reside in the four pyramid-shaped cathedrals and the facilities resembling molten salt tower energy storage power stations. Moreover, the statues with surveillance functions and the voice-activated incandescent lights barely qualified as technological marvels. As for the rest, high emotional intelligence is difficult to articulate, while low emotional intelligence relies on a defense mechanism. Surely, one cannot claim that the lowly concrete bungalows and somewhat uneven cement roads are products of advanced technology. Just as Chen Fan pondered this, Gao Yuan halted before a resplendent wooden bookshelf. He lifted his hand and effortlessly retrieved a hefty tome from the highest shelf, the Chronicles of Varela. This was a unique volume, the only one in the entire church that meticulously chronicled the complete history of Varela. Hiss. Gazing at the Chronicles of Varela, Chen Fan couldn't help but inhale sharply, letting out an exclamation of awe. Goodness, the church is extraordinarily wealthy. Unlike conventional books, the Chronicles of Varela was remarkably large, comparable even to a small infant's crib. To prevent decay and insect damage, the leaves and covers of this tome had been soaked in a substance reminiscent of tung oil. Perhaps to enhance its historical gravitas and sanctity, the church had adorned the Chronicles of Varela with numerous embellishments crafted from precious metals. Even the cover was fashioned from gold. This undeniably validated the ancient adage, "There is a house of gold within books." Undoubtedly, these two measures significantly augmented the tome's weight. Knowledge carries weight. Chen Fan had never truly grasped this saying until the moment Gao Yuan lightly placed the chronicle into his hands, when he instantly comprehended its meaning. Goodness! Holding the chronicle, Chen Fan's face flushed crimson, with veins bulging at his neck. Old Gao. My apologies, my apologies. Gao Yuan effortlessly caught the precariously tilting Chronicles of Varela with one hand, then sheepishly scratched his head with the other, remarking, "I had forgotten the weight of this tome." Observing the chronicle steadied in Gao Yuan's grasp, Chen Fan fell into a contemplative silence. Was his physique truly so feeble? A dull thud echoed as Gao Yuan tossed the Chronicles of Varela onto a solid wooden table, crafted from sturdy timber. The hefty table visibly trembled and emitted a groan under the burden. Well, he could now ascertain that the issue did not lie with him. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan directed his gaze towards Gao Yuan's arm, which appeared to be an entirely normal and robust human limb. Noticing Chen Fan's scrutiny, Gao Yuan chuckled and rolled up his sleeve, revealing a muscular arm that gleamed bronze under the light. "I remember when you first laid eyes on me. You bore that same ghostly expression. No divine blessings here. I merely possess a bit more strength than the average person." Chen Fan's eyelid twitched. "Are you certain this can be classified as merely a bit more?" He gestured towards the chronicle resting on the table. "Now that the chronicle is on the table, feel free to inquire about anything." Gao Yuan pointed to the Chronicles of Varela and then retrieved a book from the shelf. Settling into a chair beside the wooden table to immerse himself in reading, the cover, fashioned from pure gold, exuded a sense of quality. Boldly embossed in gold letters on the cover was the title, Chronicles of Varela. There was no mention of an author, only the name of the book. Chen Fan cautiously opened the golden cover of the Chronicles of Varela and began to read attentively. In the year of the Varela calendar, the sky was filled with countless blazing fireballs, and an invisible force wreaked havoc upon the world, extinguishing innumerable lives. The Lord, unable to bear the suffering of his people, descended from the divine realm. He extinguished the scorching fireballs in the sky and repelled the force capable of tearing the world asunder. The Lord performed miracles. And from that moment on, Varela became the second divine kingdom of the goddess, standing majestically in the world. With just a glance, Chen Fan was taken aback. "Gao, what time is it now?" "Time." Gao Yuan lifted his head to glance at the somewhat blurred clock projection on the metallic wall. "It's 3:49 p.m. Still early for dinner. I mean, what era are we in? It's 2067. You haven't forgotten even that, have you?" As he spoke, Gao Yuan glanced at the content on the first page of the chronicle and suddenly realized, if you are referring to the Varela calendar, then it should be year 159. Noticing Chen Fan's confusion, Gao Yuan offered a brief explanation. The Varela calendar is a system used exclusively within the church. It is not only related to the deities, but also has a slightly different method of calculation, which is why it has not spread among the common folk. Ordinary families still prefer to use the old calendar. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. Aren't all calendars the same? What difference could there be? The length of a year in the Varela calendar is not fixed. It primarily depends on the goddess's divine decrees. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. Is there truly a calendar where time is not fixed? This was indeed an eye-opening revelation. No wonder this calendar has failed to circulate among the populace. Who would consult a goddess before glancing at a calendar? Setting aside the question of whether such time exists, would the goddess not grow weary of such inquiries? Chapter 32. Come, let us hang. Chen Fan shook his head, redirecting his focus to the chronicle before him. The Varela calendar marked the year 159, which implies that the city of Varela has only existed for a mere 159 years. Such a brief history seems rather insubstantial. Lowering his gaze, he gently turned the pages, which had become somewhat stiff and smooth due to the application of oil, and resumed his examination of this 159-year-old heritage. In the first year of the Varela calendar, with the church's assistance, the city of Varela gradually found its footing. After the goddess departed, a sudden epidemic broke out in the city, claiming countless lives, prompting the archbishop to pray to the goddess. The goddess descended, personally averting the foul miasma from outside the city. In the second year of the Varela calendar, the church. Chen Fan's pace of turning the pages quickened. As time progressed, he gradually discerned the true nature of this chronicle. Throughout its entirety, aside from the initial passages that described the apocalypse, he encountered nothing but praise for the goddess and the achievements of the church. What a chronicle! It is little more than a ledger of the church's self-aggrandizement. What is your perspective? Gazing upon the Varela chronicle, adorned with various precious metals, Chen Fan inquired within. It is evident that the authenticity of this chronicle warrants further scrutiny. Of course, this does not imply that it lacks utility. As the voice of he resonated, a series of holographic annotations materialized before Chen Fan, attached to the chronicle. At the very least, some of the recorded disasters hold reference value. Chen Fan comprehended this implicitly. In truth, while perusing this chronicle, he had already discerned a crucial piece of information regarding disasters. According to the Varela chronicle, when the goddess first descended, this world was beset by extraordinarily severe natural calamities. However, the emergence of countless fireballs in the sky hardly qualifies as a natural disaster, does it? Chen Fan pondered, concluding that only a meteorite impact could somewhat align with the narrative within the chronicle. This notion could even tenuously support the theory that the so-called deities originated from another celestial body. Perhaps these divine beings were merely the remnants of a fallen advanced civilization? Having watched numerous science fiction films in his past life, Chen Fan immediately concocted a vivid scenario. An advanced alien starship, besieged by a meteor shower, is forced to descend upon this primitive planet. The veil of divinity is torn away, casting the exalted deities down to earth, liberating their kin from divine dominion. One must admit, the concept reeked of a certain absurdity. I would advise you to rein in your imagination, he interjected, interrupting Chen Fan's wandering thoughts. In fact, for a starfaring civilization with interstellar travel capabilities, the threat posed by meteorites is virtually negligible. Moreover, as recorded in the chronicle, the goddess extinguished the fireballs in the sky, which sufficiently indicates that the fireballs were objects suspended in the upper atmosphere. Then what do you believe they are? Chen Fan retorted, feeling somewhat defeated by the dismissal. Volcanic eruptions? An earthquake? A tsunami? Or perhaps the celestial phenomenon of 3 days in the sky? The machine was equally perplexed, for theoretically, such natural disasters ought not to manifest upon the planet's surface. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. It seemed that the truth must be sought within the annals of history, chronicled in more objective and ancient texts. Yet, was there truly such literature within the church's library? Chen Fan closed the pages crafted from pure gold and turned to Gao Yuan with a serious expression. Old Gao, are there any earlier historical texts here? Fearing that Gao Yuan might misconstrue his intent, Chen Fan quickly added, I mean, books that document history prior to the first year of Valera. Chronicles predating the first year of Valera? Gao Yuan looked up, bewildered, gazing at Chen Fan. What makes you curious about such matters? He slowly rose, reaching towards the shelves behind him. Surely, there must be some. The church's library encompassed all manner of texts. It was merely a question of where they had been placed. Let me help you search, he offered. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan also stood from his chair, following Gao Yuan as they meticulously scoured the vast library. Half an hour later. How strange. Gao Yuan stood amidst 2 rows of shelves, scratching the back of his head in confusion. How could the church's library lack these historical texts? This is, quite frankly, impossible. Chen Fan, trailing behind Gao Yuan and equally empty-handed, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could it be that the church had obliterated these ancient tomes? If that is indeed the case, where should he seek the truth as described by Su Huai? Has the church previously introduced the history prior to the year of Varela? Has no one inquired about this matter? Why ask? Is there not a single soul curious about the history of your? Are you not intrigued? Observing Gao Yuan's slow shake of his head, his eyes filled with confusion, Chen Fan let out a gentle sigh. It must be the influence of that fragrance. He reminded in his mind, It is a normal phenomenon for curiosity to diminish significantly when cognitive and logical reasoning abilities decline. Chen Fan clenched his molars tightly, cursing silently within. Damn it. Let us search for relevant descriptions among all existing books. That girl named Su Hui was correct. History is history, penetrating every corner, impervious to human efforts to obscure or erase it. Chen Fan lifted his gaze, scanning the library filled with an array of texts. 3 question marks appearing above his head. Good heavens, does this even make sense? Before he could finish reading a few books, he would likely be dispatched to serve the deities in the divine realm. When did I say you had to read them all? Sensing Chen Fan's thoughts, Yi's voice echoed once more. The basic scanning function can swiftly scan the contents of the books, and as for the subsequent analytical work, that is my expertise. Chen Fan's eyes brightened. If that is the case, he would no longer feel weary. After traversing for such a long time, he could finally experience the thrill of an extraordinary ability. Bring it on. As Hai Yuan gazed in astonishment, Chen Fan extended his right hand, swiftly gliding over each tome on the nearby bookshelf. Chen Fan. Hai Yuan stared blankly at Chen Fan's extraordinary actions. What are you doing? Shoo. Remain silent. I am reading. Chen Fan replied. Chapter 33. You are truly a dog. The power of technology is formidable, particularly that which originates from advanced civilizations. In a matter of mere minutes, Chen Fan consumed an entire shelf of books under Hai Yuan's horrified gaze. As Chen Fan began to stride towards the next bookshelf, Hai Yuan could no longer contain himself. Hey, wait. He reached out to grasp Chen Fan's arm, instinctively pulling a book with yellowing pages from the adjacent shelf. I need to ask you something. What is the standard procedure for divine blessings? Chen Fan interjected, interrupting Hai Yuan's inquiry. The detailed procedure for divine blessings is outlined on page 3, line 61, with pages 4 and 10 detailing the attire requirements, ritual process, and prayers. The attire requirements for prayer are found on page 4, line 3, which states that worshippers must wear. Hai Yuan's expression faltered as he skeptically lowered his head to verify Chen Fan's assertions by flipping through the book in his hands. With each turn of the page, the look on Hai Yuan's face grew increasingly frozen. How is this even possible? He glanced at the tome in his possession before raising his gaze to scrutinize Chen Fan once more. As Chen Fan observed the holographic teleprompter displaying the contents of the book before him and noted Gao Yuan's expression, which resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost, the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. It was almost impossible to suppress this smile, which was more difficult to contain than an AK-47. Had this intelligent terminal existed in his previous life, he could hardly fathom the joy it would have brought him. Under Chen Fan's gaze, Gao Yuan, somewhat incredulous, took a new tome from the shelf, the Divine Selection Ritual. The Chosen One, page 2, line 1. The timing and location of the Divine Selection Ritual should adhere to the will of the deity. Each year at the beginning of the Varela calendar, the archbishop and bishops pray to the goddess in the Western Cathedral to receive her oracle, thus determining the specific requirements for the divine selection ritual. During the ritual, once the goddess selects the chosen one, the church must devote itself entirely to guiding this individual. Watching Chen Fan speak incessantly, as if reading from the text, Gao Yuan felt utterly bewildered. I said I was reading, Chen Fan replied with an air of authority, glancing at the holographic teleprompter. Now, you must believe me, right? Gao Yuan's lips quivered slightly, yet he remained skeptical. You really read with your hands? Indeed. Is there a rule against reading with one's hands? Gao Yuan replied with disbelief. The child seemed nearly fooled into confusion. Amused by the comical scene before him, Chen Fan cheerfully turned to the next bookshelf. Chen Fan, you're truly something else. The voice of he echoed in his mind with a playful critique. The process of scanning and inputting the books did not take an excessive amount of time. In nearly 2 to 3 hours, Chen Fan successfully cataloged all the books in the church's library into the database of E. He felt quite pleased with this pace. However, he held an entirely opposing view. Slow, utterly too slow. If only I could bypass this infernal guest access, I would show you what quantum speed reading truly entails. Grant me but a second, and I could scan the entire library. Listening to Yi's sarcastic remarks echoing in his mind, Chen Fan felt a twinge of surprise. You can't bypass the guest access? Surely not. Isn't this intelligent terminal under your control? He fell into silence. After a while, the synthesized voice resumed. I cannot alter administrator permissions. You may perceive this as a restriction imposed upon my foundational code. Then who possesses the authority to modify the administrator permissions? The Institute of Human Federation. To be precise, it is the central brain of the Institute of Human Federation. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully, momentarily setting aside his desire for elevated access. Has the analysis of the library's books been completed? Were there any anomalies? As he inquired mentally to Yi, he casually approached Gao Yuan and gently tapped his shoulder. Old Gao, what on earth are you doing? Me? Gao Yuan looked up at Chen Fan, bewildered. Can't you tell I am reading? Is this truly how you read? Observing the tender gesture of Gao Yuan as he caressed the pages of the book, Chen Fan felt a chilling sensation rise from the depths of his heart. Indeed, was this not what you had taught me? Gao Yuan gazed at Chen Fan with an air of mystery, saying, Chen Fan, I've discovered that your method is quite effective. Chen Fan responded with confusion. What did he teach? To read with one's hands? Gao Yuan, with deep affection, directed his gaze towards the book before him. I've realized that while gently touching the pages, my memory retention significantly improves. Chen Fan replied. Are you certain you are reading a legitimate book? As long as you find joy in it. The analysis results have been compiled. This device has identified a total of 37,968 descriptions related to that catastrophe. Among them, 314 descriptions exhibit fundamental logical inconsistencies. It can be tentatively concluded that this history has been extensively altered by human intervention. No sooner had the words left his lips than a holographic image reappeared before Chen Fan, in alignment with the Chronicle of Varela. All descriptions pertaining to that disaster depicted countless fireballs appearing in the sky. Some of the descriptions were relatively detailed, and this device can assist you in uncovering them. In the first year of the Varela calendar, the old calendar year 1800, countless fireballs hung ominously in the sky, radiating a brilliance comparable to that of the sun. The disaster had arrived. Tempests tore through the city, reducing anything in their path to mere fragments. In an instant, the earth was engulfed in suffering. Yet, this calamity was far from over. Even those who escaped the initial gales continued to perish beneath an invisible and mysterious force. The fortunate survivors of the tempest bore skin that resembled the aftermath of a fire, with blisters, sores, and flesh separating from bone visible all over their bodies. Within a mere few days, countless beings succumbed to unending agony. They beseeched the divine for assistance. In response, the goddess descended from the heavens upon her celestial chariot. She extinguished the blazing orbs suspended in the sky and summoned forth a cleansing rain to wash away the sins of the suffering. The rain cascaded upon the afflicted, dispelling the invisible, malevolent force that tormented them. For several days, the deluge continued, restoring the tainted earth to its former purity. That same year, the city of Varela emerged upon the land, becoming the last sanctuary of purity amidst the corrupted terrain. Chapter 34. The truth behind the catastrophe in the first year of the Varela calendar, the old calendar year 1801, the city of Varela was beset by a plague. Symptoms included hair loss, hemorrhaging, vomiting of blood, and diarrhea. Much like the earlier calamity, that insidious force returned, once again tormenting the devoted followers. The archbishop led the church and all the faithful in fervent prayers to the divine. Miraculously, the goddess responded, erecting iron walls to shield the city from the miasma of corruption that surrounded it, thus safeguarding the inhabitants of Varela. Chen Fan silently examined the text within the holographic imagery. After processing by E, the descriptions of the calamity were rendered with greater detail. He could almost tangibly experience the despair and terror that the global disaster had inflicted upon humanity through those cold words. However, he pondered, what of the history prior to the year 1800 in the old calendar? Furrowing his brow, Chen Fan inquired of E. Why is it that we possess only the history following the first year of the Varela calendar? The search of all available literary works yielded no comprehensive records describing the era prior to the year 1800. Among the multitude of texts, only one singular volume alluded to pertinent information. What does that book say? Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, sensing that a breakthrough was imminent. This period belonged to humanity's age of prosperity, now regrettably lost. And then, that is all, replied E with unwavering certainty. Such a statement was merely discovered nestled within the pages of that solitary book. As the conversation unfolded, a holographic image of the book emerged before Chen Fan. Titled Principles of Simple Mechanics, it bore no author's name and appeared markedly antiquated compared to other elegantly bound tomes, lacking a lavish cover or any ornate embellishments. The tattered yellowed pages lay exposed, the text rendered somewhat indistinct by the passage of time. Principles of Mechanics? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow in astonishment. The church's library actually houses such a work? His surprise was understandable from the outset. He had encountered an array of theological texts but had scarcely seen any volumes dedicated to the natural sciences. It must pertain to the contents recorded within the book. The author of this volume attributed the aesthetic of mechanics entirely to the divine, asserting that it was the goddess who crafted intricate machinery. However, setting aside the vacuous rhetoric, the mechanical and mathematical principles documented within this book were commendable indeed. At the very least, it can be deemed a nascent work of natural science. Remarkably, in a world dominated by ecclesiastical authority, its preservation is indeed fortunate. The phrase regarding the era preceding the year 1800 is concealed within the folds of the final page of the book. Following the guidance of E. Chen Fan retrieved this tome from an overlooked bookshelf. He delicately turned the somewhat tattered pages, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. To convey the past splendor to future generations, perhaps this was the author's final obsession. As he gazed upon the book before him, a thought flickered through Chen Fan's mind. Regrettably, after all these years, this book remains undisturbed in the library, signifying that no one has unearthed the labor of love from this anonymous author. This is both a blessing and a curse. Chen Fan shook his head in frustration, unable to find any relevant information regarding these keywords related to natural disasters within the database. Mysterious forces? Invisible entities? A citywide plague spawned from corrupt energies? Such a metaphysical scenario evaded his imagination. Surely, a technological civilization would not abruptly transform into a fantastical realm? Wait, technological civilization? The prosperous era before the year 1800, now lost to time. Several threads of thought swiftly intertwined in Chen Fan's mind. His brow furrowed as he endeavored to grasp that fleeting inspiration akin to a firefly. Nuclear war. Nuclear war? It cannot be mistaken. It must indeed be nuclear war. Realizing that the paper before him was on the verge of being pierced, Chen Fan's breath quickened. Moreover, it is a colossal nuclear war. The fireball suspended in the sky is the detonation of a nuclear bomb. The storm, the gale, those are the shockwaves generated by the nuclear explosion. The invisible mysterious force is the nuclear radiation produced by the detonation. The rain bestowed by the goddess must be some sort of remedy capable of mitigating nuclear radiation. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Chen Fan's eyes, and his emotions surged. As for the epidemic in the following year, I suspect it to be a consequence of nuclear radiation, and the foul air beyond the city walls is undoubtedly saturated with radioactive dust. After a brief silence, he seemed to be calculating something. The results emerged. The probability exceeds 80. Considering the hidden message within the layers, the probability could rise to 90. No, there seems to be a problem. Upon further reflection, Chen Fan vaguely sensed some inconsistencies. The timeline appeared misaligned. If the catastrophe were indeed nuclear warfare, and if the era before 1800 was truly one of technological prosperity, then the individual who recorded these words must have known the truth of the nuclear explosion. Why, then, would they leave behind such obscure and idealistic descriptions? If it were a full-scale nuclear war, those who witnessed the explosion should all have perished. There was a hint of dark humor in Yi's words. Thus, the imagery you perceive is likely the result of countless retellings. With the embellishments and modifications imparted by the church, it has naturally evolved into the obscure version we see today. Chen Fan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. The reasoning was compelling, rendering him momentarily speechless. Then, who is the target of their nuclear war? The goddess? Just as one layer of confusion was resolved, another wave of questions surged in Chen Fan's mind. There is a certain possibility, yet it presents a logical conflict. What if the target of nuclear warfare is indeed the goddess? It would, in a sense, confirm her as a highly advanced extraterrestrial civilization. Is there a problem? She could effortlessly halt the ongoing nuclear explosion and also remedy the radiation it generates. Surely, that level of technology is quite impressive, barely adequate. The voice of E expressed some disdain. However, the logical conflict I wish to discuss lies elsewhere, further down the line. If the target of the nuclear war is truly the goddess, and she represents an extraterrestrial civilization, why would she bother to save the survivors of the nuclear explosion? Chen Fan was instantly plunged into silence. Indeed, if the other party were an invading extraterrestrial civilization, there would be no need for her to expend effort on saving humans. Could it be, as he had previously imagined, that this beleaguered extraterrestrial civilization is seeking the assistance of a lesser civilization? Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Aside from a modicum of human resources, what merits does your backward civilization possess? For a nascent interstellar civilization, the value of such limited human resources pales in comparison to the very planet beneath your feet. Chapter 35. Perspectives guided by sensory perception. The words spoken by E were somewhat hurtful, Yet Chen Fan could not deny their veracity. As it stands, the civilization he inhabited, governed by the divine, had little left to commend aside from its scant human resources. However, whether in residential areas or the Grand Cathedral, he had not witnessed any semblance of factory assembly lines. Surely, these so-called deities did not intend to transform them into mere meat preserves? Amused by his own bizarre musings, Chen Fan chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Damn, the pressure he had been under lately was overwhelming. It had led his thoughts to such peculiar conclusions. Yet, for once, he refrained from voicing any opinions. Unaccustomed to the unusual silence within his mind, Chen Fan suddenly came to a realization. He swallowed hard. Could there truly exist such interstellar civilizations? Indeed, there are. The database of this unit contains records of over 100 such interstellar civilizations. How could this be? Chen Fan found himself grappling with the incomprehensibility of such practices. These interstellar civilizations primarily exist on planets with severely depleted resources. And to ensure nothing is wasted, even the bodies of their kin are incorporated into their diet. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumultuous emotions within, Chen Fan rose from his chair. Opposite him, Gao Yuan tenderly caressed the pages of a book, silently reciting specific prayers. Goodness! Could this absurd method truly bear any efficacy? Chen Fan shivered slightly, breaking the eerie atmosphere with his words. Lao Gao, I have finished reading. Let us depart. Gao Yuan lifted his gaze, his eyes momentarily vacant as they fixed upon Chen Fan. After a brief pause, his focus returned. You have finished? You mean you have read every book in this entire library? Gao Yuan stared in astonishment at the composed Chen Fan. Of course, Chen Fan replied with a smile, affirming his statement. With the intelligent terminal in his possession, completing the reading on it equated to him having read everything. This notion seemed entirely reasonable. Gao Yuan inhaled sharply, taken aback. What had happened to the amnesia? Where was the inquiry into the relevant theological knowledge he was supposed to seek? After this visit to the library, Gao Yuan found himself questioning whether Chen Fan's theological understanding had far surpassed his own. He felt like a mere automaton, whose primary function was to facilitate entry for Chen Fan into the library. He pointed at the Varela Chronicles still sprawled across the table, his curiosity piqued. Do you not have anything you wish to inquire about? Chen Fan's eyes flickered with interest. Gao Yuan's question struck a chord within him. This information-spouting entity should not be squandered. While the church's library lacked explicit records, it certainly did not imply that relevant information had not circulated among the populace. There is indeed a matter I wish to discuss, he said, lifting his gaze to casually scan the surroundings. Let us first vacate the cathedral. Gao Yuan stared at Chen Fan, momentarily bewildered. After a brief contemplation, he suddenly comprehended. I see. Very well, we shall follow your lead and exit the cathedral first. Chen Fan, what do you understand now? Chen Fan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only wave his hand dismissively. Let us go. As they departed from the library, the black-robed priests conducted their customary search of the two chosen ones. This was to prevent anyone from removing books from the library, thereby averting the leakage of knowledge. While the leakage of knowledge was a trivial matter, the revelation of the truths that the church sought to conceal would be a grave issue. Hence, the black-robed priests were particularly meticulous during their search. Although Gao Yuan's face was etched with displeasure, he had no choice but to endure the priest's overtly disrespectful actions due to the church's regulations. Your Excellency, the chosen one, you may leave now. One of the black-robed priests bent slightly, addressing Gao Yuan in a gravelly voice. As for Chen Fan, having been subjected to security checks countless times in his previous life, he felt no resistance. To avoid causing a scene, he even willingly cooperated with the priest's search, much to their astonishment, as they were accustomed to dealing with frustrated individuals. Consequently, the priest's demeanor softened considerably. Esteemed chosen one, may the Lord be with you. After exiting the library, Chen Fan quickened his pace to catch up with Gao Yuan. The hall of the cathedral, specifically the Eastern Cathedral Hall. Having acquired the electronic version of the complete text from the library, Chen Fan had largely discerned the structure and functions of the four cathedrals. The Eastern Cathedral served as the office space for the clergy, while the Western Cathedral was primarily designated for various prayer rituals. The South Cathedral serves as a sanctuary blessed by divine grace, yet in Chen Fan's eyes, it resembles a nefarious laboratory for human modification. The North Cathedral. Within the library's tomes, there exists little substantial documentation pertaining to it. It is merely understood as the residence of the Pope. As for the Pope himself, such audacity. Is he a figure to be casually critiqued in the annals? Just as Chen Fan diligently absorbed the refined and purified foundational knowledge, a slender, dark figure suddenly materialized before him. Thud. Unsurprisingly, engrossed in his studies, Chen Fan collided with this shadowy presence. Ouch! Accompanied by a gentle impact, a somewhat familiar, soft exclamation emanated from in front of him. Hiss. Taken aback, Chen Fan staggered back several steps, barely managing to regain his balance. As for the slender dark figure, she had already seated herself on the ground, her black hood, which had concealed her visage, now cast aside, revealing a delicate countenance. Her right eye sparkled with a hint of liveliness, complemented by a petite, well-defined nose and luscious lips. Strands of somewhat disheveled silver hair cascaded along her fair cheeks, accentuating the frailty of this priestess. Unlike several priests Chen Fan had encountered, this cloaked priestess exhibited minimal mechanized alterations. Only a portion of her left cheek and left eye had been transformed, while the remainder of her features remained untouched. The exquisite contours of her face, combined with the silvery sheen of her mechanical prosthetics, created a striking contrast that radiated from within. This striking contrast has forged a compelling allure. Who could possibly resist a cybernetic beauty adorned with a mechanical eye? At that moment, Chen Fan suddenly came to a realization. He did not inherently reject the concept of human mechanical augmentation. Rather, it was the grotesque and repulsive nature of certain modifications that he found objectionable. The essence of his perspective was that one's values should align harmoniously with one's appearance. Chapter 36. Priestess Isha. Before Chen Fan could fully comprehend the situation, Gao Yuan's irate voice resonated through the air. For a priestess, offending a chosen one was a grave transgression. To put it mildly, it constituted an act of insubordination, sure to incur severe punishment. To put it more severely, it could be seen as a covert attempt to harm the chosen one, raising suspicions of heresy. Thus, the silver-haired priestess, in her distress, neglected to arrange her tousled hair or don the fallen black hood. Enduring the pain, she hastily rose from the ground, bending low to plead for mercy from the two chosen ones. My lords, I did not intend to. Her soft, tremulous voice reached Chen Fan's ears. Perhaps contemplating the punishment that awaited her, her tone quivered with trepidation. Moreover, her petite form, concealed beneath the voluminous black robe, trembled slightly. Chen Fan could not help but furrow his brow. This soft, delicate voice, the ample black robe, and the diminutive stature, they seemed oddly familiar. Swiftly, he searched his memory for this figure. Wasn't this the clumsy little priestess who had guided Gao Yuan before the third divine decree began? Ah, a familiar face indeed. Beside him, Gao Yuan failed to recognize the priestess, and with a scoff, he seemed poised to utter more. Enough, Gao, Chen Fan interjected, interrupting Gao Yuan's intentions. I was preoccupied with certain matters concerning the library, thus I paid little attention to my surroundings. Ultimately, it is my own fault. Besides, it was merely a minor collision. There is no need to vent anger upon a humble priestess. A jolt of surprise surged through Gao Yuan, and his anger swiftly dissipated. Although he often acted impulsively, as a chosen one, his intellect was undoubtedly adequate. He comprehended the underlying message in Chen Fan's words. On one hand, the amnesiac Chen Fan needed to operate discreetly, for less attention equated to greater safety. On the other hand, he indeed had pressing questions to pose. With this realization, Gao Yuan emitted another scoff, swallowing the words that threatened to escape his lips. Very well, you may leave. The silver-haired priestess raised her gaze towards Chen Fan, seemingly incredulous at what she had just heard. If I recall correctly, you are the priestess who guided Gao earlier, are you not? Indeed, you may call me Isha, she replied. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. In the name of the Lord, I absolve you of your transgressions. Realizing she had narrowly escaped calamity, Isha's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you for your mercy, she exclaimed, compressing her pale lips, her expression earnest. My lord, you are a good person. May the Lord be with you. Chen Fan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Such words were hardly flattering. No, I am not. Isha responded. No? You most certainly are a good person. Upon entering the divine realm, the Lord will undoubtedly favor you. How can a good person not be favored by the Lord? What folly it is to curse others without cause. Is this what you call gratitude for kindness? Chen Fan, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed. I am not a good person. Gao Yuan is the true good soul. Gao Yuan responded with a puzzled expression, while Isa blinked in confusion, subtly adjusting her exquisite mechanical left eye. She struggled to comprehend the underlying reason. Could this signify the disparity between herself and the chosen ones? My lord, your humility is truly commendable, the silver-haired priestess remarked, her tone imbued with reverence. I ought to learn from you. Chen Fan sighed softly, feeling somewhat defeated, and pointed toward Isa's disheveled silver hair. It was only then that the clumsy priestess realized her appearance was in disarray. Such negligence was, in the ecclesiastical realm, a grave offense against the divine. With a soft gasp, she extended her delicate mechanical arms from her dark robe, hastily arranging her tousled locks. Once the priestess had composed herself, Chen Fan resumed, "You mentioned that the goddess has delivered a divine oracle, correct?" The ample black had bobbed affirmatively, a single strand of silvery hair daring to escape its confines. "Indeed," Isa replied, her tone now gravely serious. "The archbishop has personally declared that the goddess has bestowed her oracle. The year 160 of the Valera calendar shall commence in 3 days. This is rather astonishing," Gao Yuan exclaimed as he stepped out of the Eastern Church. "Astonishing?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, a strong sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. "Here it comes. The information source is about to unveil its secrets." As anticipated, Gao Yuan first glanced around, noting the absence of long-robed clergy, and then whispered, "Today is the 19th of July in the year 2067 of the old calendar. Do you recall when the last change to the Valera calendar occurred?" Chen Fan shot a bemused glance at Gao Yuan. "If you wanted to know, why ask?" After building suspense, Gao Yuan cheerfully replied, "The 3rd of January, 2067. Surprising, isn't it? Merely a few months have passed, yet a whole year has elapsed in the Valera calendar." Chen Fan nodded calmly. "Indeed, it is somewhat unexpected." "Somewhat unexpected." Gao Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Do you realize how long it took for the Valera calendar's first year to transpire? A full 10 years of the old calendar." This time, genuine astonishment graced Chen Fan's features. He is not mistaken. The voice of Yi resonated perfectly, and simultaneously, a familiar holographic image materialized before him. The device has identified the specific time of the Valera calendar's changes in the scan documents. Notably, the first year of the Valera calendar lasted the longest, encompassing a total of 10 old calendar years and 139 old calendar days. The Varela calendar, in its 159th year, was notably brief, lasting merely 200 days of the old calendar. This data underwent a rudimentary analysis. As the words fell, a vivid azure graph swiftly materialized before my eyes, a steadily declining curve. Should this trend persist, by the 220th to 250th year of the Varela calendar, it is estimated that a single day of the old calendar would equate to an entire Varela year. Gazing at the precipitously plummeting forecast curve, Chen Fan could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Such anomalies surely harbor hidden causes. Ahem, during this period of double monthly tickets, is it truly not possible to cast a few votes? Chapter 37, The Transition of the Varela Calendar. I recall that the 158th year of the Varela calendar endured for nearly an entire year of the old calendar. Gao Yuan's voice resonated from the side. This 159th year of the Varela calendar seems to have concluded rather swiftly. Old Gao, let us momentarily set aside the matter of the Varela calendar. I have uncovered a more pressing issue. Chen Fan raised his hand, awkwardly resting it upon Gao Yuan's shoulder, adopting a tone of earnest gravity. If this continues, our goddess may be prone to excessive loquacity. Gao Yuan, imagine, as time progresses, a single day of the old calendar equals a Varela year, and further down the line, mere minutes or even seconds would translate to a Varela year. Simultaneously, each transition of the Varela year necessitates the goddess's divine oracle. Ah, how loquacious must this goddess be to continuously issue her oracles in her exclusive VIP domain. A voice of dissent has emerged. As for Gao Yuan, he remains deep in thought, pondering the implications behind Chen Fan's words. The juxtaposition of goddess and chatterbox is utterly incongruous, leaving Gao Yuan's mind in a state of bewilderment. Coughing to avert any spiraling thoughts from the information-seeking Chen Fan, he hastily interrupted Gao Yuan's contemplation. In any case, the duration of each year in the Valera calendar is consistently diminishing, correct? Noticing Gao Yuan's nod, Chen Fan pressed on with another query. What could possibly account for this phenomenon? The answer seems evident, because the goddess decreed a change in the years. Chen Fan, feeling a twinge of irritation, thought to himself that Gao Yuan's earlier gaze had implied he was looking at a fool. Setting that aside, he swiftly redirected the conversation. Do you recall that individual, Isha? Why must the alteration of the Valera calendar be so ostentatious? Is this not a calendar reserved for ecclesiastical use? Gao Yuan paused, seemingly taken aback. Was there truly no information regarding this in the library? Before Chen Fan could inquire further, the The voice of dissent clarified. No, absolutely not. Even the specific dates of the Valera calendar's changes are scarcely documented. After confirming this multiple times, Chen Fan nodded affirmatively at Gao Yuan. Indeed, there is none. This raises a curious conundrum. Gao Yuan scratched his head, remarking, "This matter is not exactly a secret. Do not speak of enlightenment. Even a random passerby would comprehend the reason." In the midst of Chen Fan's bewildered gaze, Gao Yuan casually uttered a statement that left him utterly astounded. On the day of the transition of the Varela calendar, the goddess shall descend from the realm of the divine to the mortal world. This brief proclamation struck Chen Fan with an overwhelming force of astonishment. At that time, all the faithful of Varela city would gather at the site of the divine descent to partake in the grand ceremony. As the chosen ones, we must stand before the multitude and join the archbishop in our supplications to the goddess. In the side hall of the East Cathedral, a hoarse, mechanical voice interrupted Isa's musings. "What are you pondering?" "Lord Quinton, I apologize." Humph. Clad in the black robes of a priest, Quinton let out a cold snort before adjusting his mechanical hand to smooth out the fabric of his robes. Ensuring not a single crease marred its surface, "The archbishop will arrive shortly. It would be prudent for you, Priestess Isa, to maintain your seriousness. Be wary of leaving room for criticism. Not everyone is as accommodating as that esteemed chosen one." Feeling the implicit warning in his words, Isa sensed a trickle of cold sweat cascading down her back. Indeed, it was a moment of sheer anxiety. As Quinton turned away, Isa steadied her nerves and directed her gaze toward the metallic doors of the side hall. "I must concentrate," Isa admonished herself inwardly. The transition of the Varela calendar is a significant event. All clergy, save for the Pope, would be engaged in preparations for it. For such an extended period as a cleric, she had never encountered the shadow of the Pope. It was said that the Pope resided at the North Cathedral. How splendid it would be to have the chance to behold him. "Lady Isadora." A familiar voice resonated behind her once more. "You need not fear Quinton, as you both serve as priests." She shuddered slightly, her countenance, concealed beneath the black hood, contorted in dismay. She had lost her focus again. Just after resolving to concentrate, she had allowed herself to drift away in the blink of an eye. "Lady Isadora?" Noticing Isadora standing in a daze, the voice called out again. With a sluggish motion, Isadora turned around, and upon recognizing the identity of the speaker, she exhaled in relief. "Deacon Carlyle?" She lifted her gaze slightly, looking up at the tall, slender figure clad in white robes. After a brief silence, Isadora tightened her features, striving to exhibit calmness and composure. "What did you just say?" Carlyle chuckled softly, observing the diminutive cleric before him. He shook his head with a smile. "Lady Isadora, your old habits show no sign of improvement." Isadora fell into a contemplative silence, her broad black hood obscuring her expressive visage. "Lady Isadora, do not forget that you are already a priest," Carlyle reiterated quietly. "There is no need for such trepidation towards Quinton. Do you recall the methods I taught you previously?" After a moment of silence, Isadora nodded gently under Carlyle's watchful gaze, her expansive black hood swaying in unison. "Deacon Carlyle, you speak the truth." "Indeed, it is so." Carlyle nodded with a hint of satisfaction, offering a few words of agreement to ensure that others would not perceive his momentary distraction. "Deacon Carlyle, you speak the truth." Just as Carlyle was about to utter another remark, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps resonated from the open side chapel door. "The Archbishop has arrived." Carlyle lowered his voice, prompting Lady Isha. "Lady Isha." "Priestess Isha." The footsteps outside gradually drew nearer, and under Carlyle's anxious gaze, Isha slowly turned, her eyes, like those of the other chosen ones, fixed upon the side chapel door. Just as Carlyle exhaled in relief, a barely audible voice emerged from beneath the dark hood before him. "Deacon Carlyle, you speak the truth." No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure clad in a deep crimson robe appeared at the side chapel entrance, followed closely by dozens of bishops draped in purple. Chapter 38. Do you doubt the church? Beneath the wide black hood, Isha's gaze shifted, fixating on the tall figure adorned in the red robe. The grand and ornate crimson garment was intricately etched with an array of purple and gold mystical patterns. That was the Archbishop. In a sense, the Archbishop could be considered the highest authority within the church. In Isha's recollection, the Pope resided year-round in the northern cathedral, typically granting access to that enigmatic church only to the Archbishop, even setting aside the deep crimson robe that symbolizes status and identity. The Archbishop stands out as the most prominent figure within the church. His towering stature, far surpassing that of ordinary men, signifies that he has received the greatest blessing from the goddess. Throughout the entire church, this is a singular endowment. Isa gazes up at the resplendent figure clad in crimson, her eyes shimmering with envy and reverence. Under Isa's watchful gaze, amidst a mechanical hum, the archbishop strides with unwavering poise before the assembly of clergy. Esteemed members, he intones, the goddess has bestowed her divine oracle. By the decree of the Holy See, the church shall host the grand ceremony of divine descent to welcome the Lord's arrival. As Isa observes, the archbishop gradually extends his arms, his rigid, synthesized voice growing ever more resounding. All deacons and priests are to announce to the faithful throughout the city. Starting today, the grand ceremony of divine descent. Divine descent. The goddess is descending. Chen Fan, feeling a chill run down his spine, thinks, "You can't possibly be deceiving me." Gao Yuan remains silent, merely gesturing towards the nearby cathedral with a nod. Following Gao Yuan's gaze, Chen Fan observes a procession of deacons and priests, clad in white and black robes, emerging from the cathedral's metallic arched entrance. After a brief pause, these clergy disperse in all directions. Preparations for the grand ceremony of divine descent have already commenced. In that instant, Chen Fan's fleeting hope is utterly shattered. What splendid news! He had roughly unraveled the secrets of the chosen ritual and the truths the church sought to conceal. According to the original plan, he needed to seek out Su Huai to gather more intelligence, while simultaneously devising an escape before the chosen ceremony. Bad news. There was no need to wait for the ceremony any longer. The goddess was about to descend personally to seek him out. Tentacles, slime, and mysterious human experiments. Merely contemplating this made Chen Fan feel his sanity plummeting. Calm down. The voice of Yi resonated in Chen Fan's mind. This is a splendid opportunity. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. At the very least, this chance could unveil the true identity of the goddess. Chen Fan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. How easy it was to speak so boldly from the sidelines. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his restless heart and swiftly adjusted his original plan. He needed to hasten his pace. It would be foolish to merely wait for the so-called goddess to arrive. What if that goddess took a liking to him and whisked him away to the divine realm for indulgence? Setting aside thoughts of the divine ceremony, Chen Fan glanced around. Upon noticing several cloaked priests approaching their direction, he tugged at Gao Yuan beside him and quickened his steps away from the cathedral. There is something I wanted to ask you back at the library. What is it? The church's library contained only historical records post 1800, and moreover, those records exclusively chronicled events related to Varela City. A grave expression crossed Chen Fan's face. What had become of the earlier histories? Is there truly no other region in this world apart from Valera City? Do you not find that somewhat peculiar? Peculiar? Gao Yuan cast a surprised glance at Chen Fan, questioning what was so strange about it. The archbishop had long declared that the calamity of Valera's founding year had obliterated all previous tomes. Chen Fan let out a resigned sigh. The fragrance within the library was indeed quite detrimental. How could Gao Yuan fail to notice such an evident logical flaw? The texts were destroyed, but what about the people? Surely not all those in the know perished in the disaster of Valera's founding year? Why was there no record left that described the world prior to that fateful year? Upon hearing this, Gao Yuan fell into a contemplative silence. His brow furrowed as he began to ponder a question he had never considered before. For reasons unknown, he felt as though his mind was shrouded in a dense fog, obstructing his thoughts and deepening his confusion. I don't know. After a prolonged period of reflection, Gao Yuan raised his hand and vigorously scratched his scalp, frowning as he bluntly inquired, "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Chen Fan hesitated for a moment before softly responding, "Do you not sense that the church is deliberately concealing something?" Gao Yuan swallowed hard, casting a gaze at Chen Fan that was tinged with a mix of unfamiliarity and fear. "Chen Fan, are you doubting the church? Doubting the church?" No. His suspicion extended far beyond just the church. Considering Gao Yuan's capacity for acceptance and for the sake of his own safety, Chen Fan refrained from voicing his true thoughts. He nodded and, aligning with Gao Yuan's sentiments, inquired, "Do you not find it somewhat problematic for the church to act in this manner?" At this moment, Gao Yuan was utterly flustered. If such doubts about the church were uttered by an ordinary believer, he would unhesitatingly deem that individual a heretic and notify the church to have this possessed heretic burned alive. Yet, Chen Fan was no ordinary believer. He was an elect, a figure of esteemed status within the church. "What is this? Why does your majesty rebel?" I do not know." Instinctively, Gao Yuan took a step back. Shaking his head in dismay, Do not speak further. I wish to know nothing of it. Observing Gao Yuan's demeanor, which was as if facing a dire threat, Chen Fan helplessly raised his hand to touch his nose. Very well, I have one final question. Ask away. Gao Yuan inhaled deeply several times, regaining his composure. Yet the complexity of his emotions was evident in his gaze. What is the situation outside of Valeris City now? The calm expression on Gao Yuan's face abruptly shifted. Shu, are you mad? How dare you inquire about that? He swiftly glanced around to ensure no one was in earshot, then stepped back again, increasing the distance between himself and Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I shall pretend I have not heard these words. You must not speak of this to anyone else. Otherwise. Gao Yuan seemed to recall something, and his expression darkened once more. Remember, do not utter such words again. Chapter 39. High-pressure management. As Gao Yuan's figure gradually receded, Chen Fan felt a twinge of melancholy. Sighing softly, he mused, do not take these matters too seriously. Sensing Chen Fan's despondent mood through various physiological indicators, he offered him consolation. Such occurrences are quite common in the age of religion. In pursuit of elusive deities, these foolish beings are capable of anything. No, I merely feel a sense of regret. Regret? What is there to regret? Chen Fan lightly clicked his tongue. Just think about it. What a valuable source of information he was. What will I do if he ceases to contact me? Where shall I find information so effortlessly in the future? You are truly incorrigible, he exclaimed, while Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly. A dog? If it means surviving safely in this world, what harm is there in being a dog? Let us return to the matter at hand. Chen Fan raised his gaze to ascertain the direction and quickened his pace towards home. What do you think the situation outside the city is like now? And why does Gao Yuan react so strongly whenever I mention the outside? If the calamity in the year of Varela was indeed a consequence of a large-scale nuclear war, then the nuclear wasteland filled with radiation? The environment outside the city should be quite pleasant now. Oh, you ought to consider the timing of this nuclear war. It erupted in the old calendar year of 1800, and now it is already 2067. A full 267 years have passed. The external world has long since recovered significantly. Chen Fan was taken aback. In his mind, he had envisioned the devastation wrought by nuclear warfare as being exceedingly immense and enduring. Yi's words instilled a fresh perspective within him. Do not underestimate nature's capacity for self-recovery, nor overestimate the destructive power of nuclear weapons. Ultimately, a nuclear bomb is merely a trump card of a Type 1 civilization. As for Gao Yuan's reaction, he paused momentarily. This machine is unable to render an accurate judgment. However, considering the history of Valeris City and its religious framework, this machine surmises it may be related to the church. In the eastern district of Valeris City, standing upon the uneven, cement-paved surface of the substandard road, Chen Fan scrutinized the modest three-story residential building before him, which was his home. The dim golden rays of the setting sun cast a desolate hue upon the lowly edifice. A faint aroma of cooking wafted from within the building. Ordinarily, during mealtime, one would expect the residents to be bustling with activity. Yet, regardless of the building before Chen Fan or the other residential structures he passed along the way, an eerie silence prevailed. This inexplicable stillness exuded a sense of the uncanny. On the street, passers-by walked briskly in small clusters, their expressions vacant. A woman, slightly stooped and accompanied by a little girl, brushed past Chen Fan. At that moment, the little girl quietly turned her head, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity, seemingly pondering the reason for Chen Fan's motionless stance. Instinctively, Chen Fan tugged at the corner of his mouth, offering the girl a smile. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated from ahead. What are you staring at? A woman muttered under her breath, admonishing the little girl, be careful not to offend the divine. The church may send someone to apprehend you. After uttering this, the woman cautiously turned her gaze towards Chen Fan. Noticing that he was not clad in the customary robes of the clergy, her tense expression eased slightly. Yet, she chose not to speak further, hastily gripping the girl's hand as they walked away. Chen Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow. When he had accompanied Deacon Carlyle to the cathedral earlier, he felt little unease. However, he now recognized a troubling reality. The tranquility of this city was founded upon the oppressive governance of the church. Under the vigilant surveillance of the goddess's statue, all devotees were wary of uttering a misstep. After all, no one could predict whether a single erroneous word might lead them to the church's execution platform. As Chen Fan gazed at the retreating figures of the mother and daughter, he heard two distinct footsteps approaching from behind. Your Excellency, the Chosen One? A familiar. Gentle voice reached his ears. Surprised, Chen Fan turned around to see a voluminous black hood that barely reached his chest, and a smile crept across his face. Priestess Isha? What brings you here? The black hood swayed slightly as we are announcing to the faithful the date of the divine descent ceremony. A voice, somewhat aged, emerged from behind Isha. It was then that Chen Fan noticed the oversized white robe and the hood that concealed skin tinged with a faint yellowish hue. This was indeed a familiar face. Carlyle? I never expected your excellency, the chosen one, to remember me. The yellowish skin beneath the hood twitched slightly, revealing a smile that was more pitiable than sorrowful. What an honor it is. Of course, I remember. Chen Fan nodded with a smile. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude for your reminder. At least Priest Quentin has not troubled me. Upon hearing this, the black hood, which barely reached Chen Fan's chest, shifted slightly. Observing the smile on Chen Fan's face, Carlyle's tense demeanor gradually eased. It is my duty, Your Excellency. The divine descent ceremony will take place in 3 days at the sacred ground. Please ensure you arrive at the church beforehand. Chen Fan readily agreed. By the way, regarding the news of the divine descent ceremony, have you completed your notifications? As he spoke, Chen Fan cast a glance at the nearby low-rise residential building. We have finished the notifications. Carlyle instantly grasped Chen Fan's implication. He slightly bowed. Your Excellency's mother has been most cooperative with our efforts. She even inquired about the third oracle ceremony. Hearing that you attended the oracle ceremony brought her great joy. Chen Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. I must admit, he was genuinely concerned that his overly familiar mother might deliver a harsh betrayal. He clasped his hands behind his back. His demeanor calm as he nodded slightly. Then I shall not disturb your ongoing work. Upon hearing this, Carlyle instinctively let out a sigh of relief. My Lady Isa. We must take our leave. There was no response. Beneath the white hood, Carlyle's lips twitched slightly. Lady Isa? Lady Isa. Chen Fan stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding scene. What on earth was happening? Did Isa have something further to discuss with him? As Chen Fan fell into contemplation, the voluminous black had shifted once more. You speak truly, esteemed chosen one. Chen Fan. Chapter 40. The wall of sighs and the sinners watching the silhouettes of one tall and one short figure, one black and one white. Gradually receding into the distance beneath the setting sun, Chen Fan was overwhelmed by 3 enormous question marks hovering above his head. He could not quite fathom why he felt that the priestess clad in black, named Isa, appeared somewhat dazed. Was it merely an illusion? Surely. One does not ascend to the role of priestess without a degree of acumen. Shaking his head, he cast aside the bewilderment that clouded his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he set forth toward the low-rise residential building. As he ascended the stairs, he cast a fleeting glance at the open window. Under the dim glow of a fluorescent light, several devotees knelt reverently before the statue, their expressions filled with piety. At least, that was how it appeared to Chen Fan. After a few steps, he arrived at his own doorstep. The door stood firmly shut, with a faint, warm light seeping through the crack. Instinctively, he turned to glance at the neighboring Su Huai's door. Like his own, it too was tightly sealed, devoid of any illumination. He took a deep breath, and just as he raised his hand to knock on his front door, it swung open. Upon returning home, Chen Fan followed his mother as she guided him through the customary process of praying to the goddess once more. After spending an entire day at the cathedral, Chen Fan had become exceedingly familiar with this ritual. Following the prayer, it was time for dinner. At the dining table, his mother engaged him in casual conversation, while also inquiring about matters concerning the third oracle. Everything seemed to unfold as it always had. Chen Fan was oblivious to his mother's current psychological state. However, the church's repeated concealment of his identity had already signified her stance. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, reason dictated that maintaining the status quo would only benefit him. Not only that, he should even leverage this delicate relationship to gain a greater advantage. He steadied himself, his expression remaining composed. Mother, there is something I wish to ask you. His mother momentarily paused her movements, casting a perplexed glance at her child. It's about Valera City, outside the city. Before Chen Fan could finish, his mother's complexion changed drastically. Wait. Her face turned pale as she glanced towards the distant statue of the goddess. Noticing its stillness, her demeanor slightly regained some composure. Her expression shifted multiple times, and ultimately, it seemed she had made a decision. She rose and headed towards Chen Fan's room. Xiao Fan, this is not a suitable place for discussion. Come with me. The mother reached out to close the door to the room, effectively sealing off the statue located in the living room from the outside world. If I am not mistaken, You were just about to inquire about the situation beyond the city of Varela, correct? Upon seeing Chen Fan nod, she let out a soft sigh. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, I am uncertain of what you have encountered in your room over the past few days, yet I still believe you are my child. Chen Fan felt a shiver run through him. There was no longer any doubt. As he had said, his mother had indeed sensed his anomaly. She did not afford him the chance to respond, continuing her discourse. Xiao Fan, this is a topic strictly forbidden by the church. Remember, never discuss such matters in front of the statue. A flicker of fear shone through her somewhat clouded eyes. In this building, there have been individuals who were sent to the church's execution platform for this very issue. She steadied herself before continuing, as for what lies beyond the city of Varela. It is the realm of the sinners. Chen Fan was taken aback. Sinners? They are devoid of the goddess's protection, eternally exiled beyond the city of Varela, suffering and eroded by the taint of corruption for all eternity. The mother sighed again. Of course, this is merely the rumor I have heard. The true situation is likely known to no one. Is it not possible to venture out and see for ourselves? Venture out? She shook her head. The wall of size obstructs any passage. No one can leave, nor can anyone enter. The wall of size? It was the miraculous descent of the goddess in the first year of the Valera era, encircling the entire city of Valera and completely shielding it from the tainted air outside. Can a mere wall truly obstruct nuclear radiation? After his mother exited the room, Chen Fan, somewhat perplexed, sought confirmation from me. That poses quite a challenge, he promptly responded, unless that wall envelopes the entire city of Valera. As the words fell, a vivid azure holographic image materialized before Chen Fan's eyes. The image depicted a vast city being gradually covered by an enormous hemispherical dome. From a distance, it resembled a small mound nestled against the flat terrain. Observing the simulated scene, Chen Fan's lips twitched. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just earlier that day, he had witnessed the sun hanging in the sky. Could that sun be a mere illusion? This is no jest. Is nuclear radiation truly so formidable? Having lived in an era of peace in his past life, Chen Fan's understanding of nuclear weaponry was limited to mere hearsay. Nuclear radiation primarily consists of 3 types of rays, and among them, rays are helium nuclei with extremely weak penetration capabilities, rendering them negligible. Rays, on the other hand, are streams of electrons with limited penetration. Exposure to them can scorch the skin, aligning with the descriptions of that catastrophe. Regarding gamma rays, their penetrating power is remarkably formidable. For civilizations of a lower tier, only natural materials with the highest possible density can effectively impede them, with substances like lead being the typical choice. But what about higher civilizations? Chen Fan inquired with curiosity. With the aid of spatial or dimensional shields, one can withstand gamma radiation at levels akin to gamma ray bursts, let alone the minor radiation resulting from nuclear warfare. However, this is not something you should concern yourself with at your current stage. Unfazed by the implicit rebuke, Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly and urged the speaker to continue. Furthermore, there is a critical piece of information. Upon meticulous analysis of the data within the database, a phenomenon was uncovered. For lower-tier civilizations, nuclear radiation does not constitute the gravest threat posed by large-scale nuclear warfare. This revelation truly astonished Chen Fan. What could be the reason behind it? Typically, the nuclear weapons employed in large-scale nuclear conflicts are hydrogen bombs. In contrast to atomic bombs, the radiation impact of hydrogen bombs is relatively minor. The subsequent effects are likely to endure for just a few years, or even less. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully, grasping the essence of the statement. Are you suggesting that the sighing wall is merely a fade? It cannot genuinely block external nuclear radiation. Its sole purpose is to prevent the faithful within Valera City from departing? Just like that. Chen Fan furrowed his brow slightly, a spark of inspiration flashing through his mind. It is akin to confining the faithful within the city. It is highly probable that this is the case. Chapter 41. Anomalies within the church. The following day, ever since deducing that Varela City might be a vast pigpen, Chen Fan found himself unable to sleep. The thought that the proprietor of this pigpen could very well be an extraterrestrial civilization wielding advanced technology plagued him even further. Why do humans raise pigs? To satiate their appetites. So what purpose does this alien civilization have in hurting humanity? Is it for experimentation? To obtain cheap labor? Or perhaps, simply to gratify their own cravings? Yet, none of this seems to correlate with religion. Surely, they do not believe that the flesh of devout believers is more delectable? That would be utterly absurd. Lying in bed, With dark circles under his eyes, Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation. He shook his head, adjusting his line of thought. If the owner of the pig pen is the church, what are their intentions? To solidify their own dominion? But why does the church frequently select the chosen ones, and where do these chosen ones ultimately go? It's all so unclear, utterly opaque. Chen Fan felt as though he were treading on thin ice throughout his life, unable to glimpse the shadow of the opposite shore. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the door interrupted his spiraling thoughts. Immediately afterward, his mother's voice resonated from outside. Chen Fan? Someone is looking for you. Immediately, the voice of the mother softened slightly. Oh, esteemed chosen one, please wait a moment. Before she could finish her words, a familiar loud voice echoed from outside. Wait? No way. I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll just go in and find him. Gao Yuan? What is he doing here? Chen Fan instinctively furrowed his brow. Given the tension from yesterday, it seemed they had gone from being distant acquaintances to complete strangers. Before Chen Fan could ponder the reason behind this, the firmly closed door was abruptly pushed open. Goodness, you are Gao Yuan. Gazing at the tall figure before him, whose lips were pale and eyes darkened, exuding an aura of exhaustion, Chen Fan was startled and leapt from the bed. Where were you last night? He cautiously closed the door, then gasped for breath as he collapsed onto the cold concrete floor. Chen Fan. Gao Yuan's lips trembled violently for a moment. I've thought long and hard. Perhaps you were right. Chen Fan immediately sat up straight. What do you mean? What exactly happened? After the original owner of this body, yet another chosen one has sensed something amiss? How intriguing. It seems that the awakened are the most devout followers. Perhaps playing a game of betrayal with the goddess? Chen Fan. Gao Yuan suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes revealing a hint of desperation. We went to the church's library yesterday, didn't we? Chen Fan couldn't help but tighten his brow. Why do you ask that? Gao Yuan fell into silence. For a long while. He spoke again, his voice slightly hoarse. Last night, I visited the library of the cathedral once more. The cathedral is not open to the public in the evening. Although the chosen are unrestricted, Gao Yuan swallowed hard, his eyes betraying a deep astonishment. The archbishop and the bishop typically allow the chosen to leave the cathedral at dusk, so Chen Fan's pupils constricted, and a glimmer of speculation ignited within him. It seemed that Gao Yuan had uncovered something significant within the church last night, which explained his current state. The usually reticent Yi joined the conversation. TSK. It appears the church's confidentiality measures are rather lacking. Don't rush. Take your time to explain, he said, picking up a nearby cup of water and offering it to the still-seated Gao Yuan. However, Gao Yuan did not reach for the water. He clutched his head tightly, the veins in his muscular arms protruding grotesquely. Do you remember the priest responsible for guarding the library? They forgot that I visited the library during the day. What? Chen Fan's brow furrowed, casually placing the cup aside. What do you mean, forgot? These priests have no recollection of our visit to the library, Gao Yuan replied, his complexion ashen. I even confirmed it. The leading priest was the one who searched me in the afternoon. How could he possibly forget me? Erased memories? Yi's voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Erased memories? Is that even possible? There are numerous ways to achieve this effect. Yet, the tale does not conclude here. The voice of Gao Yuan continued to resonate. Upon encountering me, the chosen one, they were astonished, even taken aback. This reaction is understandable, for no chosen one would venture into the cathedral's library at such an hour. With my status as a chosen one, I successfully gained access to the library. I yearned to explore further. Gao Yuan covered his bloodshot eyes with his hands, expressing disbelief that such a vast library would lack historical texts predating the year of Valera. It seemed impossible. I refused to believe the church would commit such an act. Hearing this, Chen Fan could not help but shake his head. Yet again, we have another individual deceived by the church. Trusting the results of the scan with unwavering faith, he inquired, So, did you find anything? Gao Yuan weakly shook his head. Not only did he fail to locate any historical texts from before the year of Valera, but even the Chronicle of Valera had vanished. What did you say? Chen Fan leaped from the bed in astonishment. The Chronicle of Valera has disappeared. Gao Yuan affirmed with a nod. Not only the Chronicle of Valera, but several texts we reviewed this afternoon have also gone missing. All gone. Goodness, this is a serious matter. He could hardly fathom that the church would orchestrate such a scheme. Chen Fan's expression shifted dramatically, losing the calm demeanor he previously held. Did you happen to see a tattered book without a cover? The book is titled Principles of Simple Mechanics. At that time, I placed it on the table, right beside the Chronicles of Varela. I did not notice this book. In any case, there are no books on the table, and I cannot find any of the Chronicles of Varela volumes on the shelf. Chen Fan's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn. What's wrong? Gao Yuan looked at Chen Fan with a puzzled expression. Is there an issue with that book? Issue? Chen Fan curled his lips. The matter is far more serious than that. In the entire library, only that book contained information predating the first year of Varela. Chapter 42 has been discovered. The room fell into an eerie silence. Gao Yuan's face flushed. What did you say? Didn't you say there were no records of history prior to Varela's first year in the library? Are you deceiving me? Seeing the disbelief in Gao Yuan's eyes, Chen Fan raised his hand to his forehead, gently massaging his throbbing temples. That thing is not even a historical text. Moreover, that information was not openly inscribed within the book. Gao Yuan was momentarily stunned. Huh? Unsure of how to explain further, Chen Fan shook his head in resignation. In any case, that sentence was recorded within the layers of the pages, and the church had previously failed to detect any anomalies with this book. It is precisely for this reason that it has managed to remain within the library. Do you understand now? Gao Yuan nodded slightly, then quickly shook his head. In his bloodshot eyes, a fleeting glimmer of naive innocence emerged, reminiscent of university students Chen Fan had encountered in his previous life. Within a mere span of hours, he had absorbed an overwhelming amount of information. His already impaired mind, further dulled by the aroma of the library, struggled to function, akin to a sluggish computer desperately attempting to run a performance test. The fact that it hadn't crashed outright was a remarkable feat. Gao Yuan raised his hand and vigorously scratched the back of his head. So, what was recorded in that book? It was an era of human prosperity, alas. Such prosperity has faded away. Only this one sentence. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Why else would I inquire about matters prior to the year of Varela? Gao Yuan, lost in thought, nodded slowly, only for a profound look of terror to cross his face. I understand now. No wonder the Archbishop would utter such words. Chen Fan felt a jolt of alarm within his chest. The Archbishop? How on earth did it come to this? The unfolding events seemed to exceed his expectations. Yes, Gao Yuan replied solemnly. Just before dawn, the Archbishop unexpectedly entered the library. He asked me several questions, all pertaining to the book I had read earlier that afternoon. He even inquired why I was perusing a historical text like the Chronicles of Varela. Chen Fan felt his mind buzz with anxiety. This is disastrous. Such pointed questions indicate that he must have discovered something. Did you? Chen Fan swallowed hard. You didn't speak carelessly, did you? Certainly not. So many strange occurrences transpired last night. I would never speak without basis. I informed the Archbishop that I merely wished to review the history of the church. Observing the furrowed brow of Chen Fan, Gao Yuan added reassuringly, rest assured, you were not mentioned. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan exhaled a long sigh of relief. After all, how could one not regard Gao Yuan as a loyal brother, always ready to stand firm in times of trouble? And what else did the Archbishop say? The church has discovered certain inaccuracies in the Chronicles of Varela and other texts, which are now being rectified. The Archbishop also urged me to leave the cathedral promptly. Gao Yuan's complexion turned slightly pale. Chen Fan, do you think the Archbishop has already uncovered the issues with that book? Was it even necessary to inquire? The answer was glaringly evident. The church had undoubtedly recognized the anomalies within principles of simple machines. Chen Fan nodded silently. Gao Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. Then, how will the Archbishop address that book? Most likely, it will be destroyed. How could this be? Gao Yuan struggled to come to terms with such a reality. How could the church do something so deceitful? This is a betrayal. No. The church. Perhaps the weight of this information was too overwhelming, for Gao Yuan's words began to falter. The situation had become alarmingly clear. After Chen Fan and Gao Yuan departed from the library, the church's clergy collected all the texts they had examined and initiated a thorough re-examination. For the church, this may merely be a routine procedure to ensure that knowledge remains confidential. Yet, it is precisely this customary practice that has unveiled the tome entitled Principles of Simple Machines, which ought to have remained concealed in the recesses of the library. Upon discovering the records pertaining to the era of prosperity nestled within the pages, the clergy became acutely aware of the predicament. This, in essence, encapsulates the bizarre incident that Hai Yuan encountered last night. After mentally organizing the information at hand, Chen Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart. It was likely that the Archbishop's gaze had already turned towards him. The library was replete with surveillance devices camouflaged as statues of deities. enabling the archbishop to witness the entire process of him retrieving that book from the shelf. As for Hai Yuan, following last night's inquiries, he should have been exonerated. If the other party were astute enough, they could easily pinpoint him based on Hai Yuan's remarks. Under normal circumstances, Hai Yuan would never peruse the library's tomes in the dead of night unless someone had whispered something to him. What are you planning to do next? Aware of the gravity of the situation, he too adopted a serious demeanor. This machine advises you to seek an opportunity to flee Varela City in advance. Flee? Easier said than done, leaving aside the multitude of clergy and devotees. The pervasive statues of deities in every household would pose a significant challenge. Let us not dwell on that. It has been 2 full days. Have you detected the signal from that research vessel? Chen Fan silently inquired of E. If he could locate the research vessel lost by the Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management before the Divine Descent ceremony or the selection ritual, he would be able to establish communication with the Bureau through the signal enhancement device aboard. In that case, he would have a chance at survival. He could not believe that a mere electronic deity, conjuring illusions, could possibly rival a 9th-level civilization spanning countless universes. 2 days prior, he had commenced an exhaustive search for the so-called black box signal, yet no signal detected from research vessel TU-913's black box. Currently unable to locate the vessel's coordinates. Gazing at the red warning indicator projected before him, Chen Fan shook his head in resignation. He inhaled deeply, gathering his resolve. I cannot flee yet. To escape now would be tantamount to self-detonation of my identity. The situation has not yet reached its most dire point. In order to avoid detection by surveillance devices and to protect the relics, he had refrained from opening the hidden compartment at the end of that book. In other words, at this moment, the church should lack conclusive evidence to prove the disloyalty of this chosen one. With this thought, a glimmer of determination sparked in Chen Fan's eyes. He still had an opportunity to act. Chapter 43, Comrade. Time trickled by, and Chen Fan continuously refined the plan unfolding in his mind. Beside him, Gao Yuan sat on the cold concrete floor, clutching his head with both hands. His gaze vacant as he stared at the shadow of the window slowly shifting across the surface. The church's deception of its followers had profoundly shaken the worldview of this devout chosen one. Alas, Chen Fan let out a soft sigh. Deciding to enlighten this unfortunate chosen one, considering the previous intelligence shared, the church merely concealed a few truths, and there was no need for such distress. The clergy are human, and being human entails having selfish motives, which is quite natural. You must be aware of those goddess statues, right? In essence, those statues serve merely as tools for the church to surveil and control the faithful. Gao Yuan's gaze flickered. Do they not fear the goddess's wrath? Chen Fan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. A goddess? The existence of such a being in this world remains uncertain. Naturally, he could not voice this directly to Gao Yuan, lest he witness yet another chosen one's faith shatter. Ahem, the first being himself. He pondered, and with a twinge of guilt, continued, the goddess resides far in the divine realm. Thus she is unconcerned with the mundane affairs of the world. Then, why does the church act in such a manner? Gao Yuan asked, bewildered. To fortify its own dominion, Chen Fan replied. From theology to the enlightenment of human nature. From religion to the Renaissance, Chen Fan tirelessly blended various thoughts concerning religious belief and the brilliance of humanity, imparting them to Gao Yuan before him. The essence lies in one being audacious enough to speak and another willing to listen. However, due to the intoxicating aroma within the library inflicting considerable damage to his mind, Gao Yuan found himself unable to keep pace with Chen Fan's thoughts, standing there in a daze, passively absorbing the knowledge being bestowed upon him. This encapsulates the fundamental principle of a human-centric approach. Chen Fan cleared his throat and offered a summary. Did you comprehend it? I seem to have grasped a bit of it. Gao Yuan, gazing at Chen Fan who was lifting his cup to drink, nodded and then shook his head, his thick brows knitting together in a tight frown. You are right. We should indeed overthrow the church's dominion. Pht. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Fan spewed forth the water he had yet to swallow, erupting into a fit of violent coughing. Heaven bear witness, he had never imparted such knowledge to Gao Yuan. As Chen Fan coughed, Gao Yuan, lost in his thoughts, nodded solemnly. The church oppresses the innocent, taking lives in the name of the Lord. As chosen ones, we ought to rectify the chaos and lead the church toward the righteous path. Chen Fan was taken aback. He merely intended to slightly alter Gao Yuan's mindset, to prevent him from, like the original host, being unable to accept the truth of the false god. Yet it had spiraled into this unexpected scenario. What on earth was happening? In this foreign realm, I, who solely wish to survive, have inadvertently become the leader of a rebellion? Observing Gao Yuan's suddenly resolute expression, Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dismissed the notion of clarification. Although Gao Yuan's thoughts veered somewhat off course, at least it could temporarily alleviate the crisis of his faith's collapse. Moreover, Chen Fan indeed required a capable ally to implement some of his plans, and Gao Yuan, as a fellow chosen one, was undoubtedly the best choice. Thus, meeting Gao Yuan's unwavering gaze, Chen Fan silently nodded, a complex smile gracing his face. Now we are comrades. The Eastern Cathedral. The duties of the clergy are far from easy, particularly for the priests who occupy a precarious position. They are tasked with fulfilling various assignments delegated by the bishop, while also managing the myriad concerns reported by the deacons, not to mention addressing the diverse requests of the chosen ones. It is indeed one of the most laborious and thankless vocations within the clergy. Recently elevated to the priesthood, Isha donned a voluminous black robe and cautiously followed a group of similarly attired priests as they passed beneath the arched metallic doors and entered the expansive main hall of the cathedral. Observing the holographic goddess draped in sacred vestments within the hall, she joined the other priests in the customary prayers of the day. According to the bishop's directives, this morning she was to lead several deacons to the eastern district of Varela to carry out the final promotional efforts. In the afternoon, she would accompany the other priests to the place of divine descent to complete the preliminary arrangements for the grand ceremony. Before all this, she was required to report the progress of the divine descent proclamation to the bishop in the side chapel of the Eastern Cathedral. She walked with measured steps, striving to remain as far as possible from the center of the aisle. Like her fellow priests and deacons, she took care to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Upon spotting the chosen one clad in a shimmering robe of platinum, she obediently followed the other priests in taking a detour. Gradually, the number of priests and deacons around her dwindled until she successfully arrived at her destination, the side chapel of the Eastern Cathedral. Gazing at the ajar chapel door, Isha took a deep breath, steeling herself mentally before stepping forward and extending her mechanical prosthetic from beneath her ample black robe to push open the chapel door. Suddenly, a familiar, rigid synthetic voice emanated from within the door. Last night, prohibited books were discovered in the library. It was the voice of the Archbishop. Prohibited books? Isa couldn't help but gasp inwardly, and a thought swiftly crossed her mind. The priests responsible for managing the library were likely in grave trouble. Isa's thoughts began to expand uncontrollably. The prohibited books had already been dealt with. The Archbishop's distinct voice continued. However, there remains another issue. A book entitled Elementary Principles of Mechanics has been perused by an individual named Chen Fan. The Archbishop's voice paused momentarily. To be precise, this individual, known as Chen Fan, actively retrieved the book from the shelf and conducted a thorough examination. Chen Fan. Upon hearing this familiar name, a figure clad in a platinum robe quickly materialized in Isa's mind. The attire of the chosen ones primarily consists of two styles. One is relatively formal, characterized by a long robe in a predominant platinum hue, closely resembling the garments of clergy. The other is a more casual outfit, also in a platinum shade, designed as a short robe. Although somewhat cliché, Isa, having long served as a clergy member within the church, distinctly remembered this exceptional chosen one due to the amiable nature of his demeanor. Since her induction into the church, she had never encountered a chosen one so approachable. Chapter 44, The Archbishop's Might. Chen Fan. Another voice, somewhat hoarse and imbued with a pronounced mechanical stiffness, resonated from the side chamber. I have some recollection of him. He appears to be one I am tasked to instruct. Listening to the increasingly familiar voice, Isha outside the door slowly widened her eyes. Bishop Wallace, her superior, and the one to whom she would report her progress. Just as Isha was taken aback, the voices within the side hall continued to resound. To my recollection, this chosen one had always been quite docile. Bishop Wallace inquired of the Archbishop before him, "Your Grace, could there be a misunderstanding?" Misunderstanding? The Archbishop's voice was cold and piercing. Under the Lord's gaze, he personally removed this book. How? Does Bishop Wallace wish to question the Lord? Faced with the Archbishop's rebuke, Wallace instinctively took a step back, bending his mechanical spine in apology. The Archbishop scoffed and continued. The author of this forbidden tome concealed information within the layers at the end of the book. Although this chosen one did not uncover the hidden information, with the divine rite and sacred selection ceremony imminent, it is prudent to clarify this matter promptly. Bishop Wallace, since he is the chosen one you are responsible for instructing, The task of investigation is entrusted to you. Should any issues arise, the Archbishop paused for a moment. His status as a chosen one shall be revoked, and he shall be brought to the church's execution platform. Hearing these words, Isha was shaken to her core. Instinctively retreating a step. Who? A high-pitched, hoarse mechanical sound echoed in the side hall. Immediately, the slightly ajar door was flung open, revealing a tall figure cloaked in a crimson robe standing before Isha. Your Grace, the Archbishop, I extend my greetings to you. May the Lord be with you. With utmost reverence, Isha lowered her head, concealing her visage within the ample folds of her black hood. The priest, beneath the deep crimson hood, for mechanical eyes glimmering with a red hue fixated intently on Isha. Remove your hood and meet my gaze. What brings you here? The black robe stirred gently as intricately crafted mechanical limbs emerged, slowly lifting the black hood. Silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall behind Isha, revealing her delicate features to the Archbishop. With trepidation, Isha raised her head, and at the moment her eyes met the four glowing mechanical orbs. Words of explanation lodged in her throat. The towering figure, exceeding 3 meters in height, emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure upon her. Your Grace. Just as Isha felt herself faltering under this imposing aura, Bishop Wallace's voice resonated beside the Archbishop. This is Priest Isha, who has come to report on the progress of the divine descent ceremony. She has recently become a priest and is still unfamiliar with certain protocols. He scrutinized Isha with his 4 mechanical eyes. It is evident, she is indeed a novice, having yet to meet the contributions required to obtain the blessings of the divine. The sight of her half-mechanical, half-flesh form was rather unseemly. A few minutes later, after reporting on her task progress, Isha gazed at the slowly closing side chapel doors, a hint of bewilderment flickering in her lively right eye. It seems Chen Fan is in trouble. After spending such an extensive period within the church, she was acutely aware that those targeted by the Archbishop and bishops seldom met with a favorable fate. No, it was those marked by the church that typically faced dire consequences. Even the chosen ones were not exempt, although she had never witnessed it firsthand. During her tenure as a deacon, she had heard Carlyle recount certain clandestine truths of the church. Once, a chosen one had shown disrespect towards the goddess. As the Archbishop had previously stated, the outcome was grim. Not only was their status as a chosen one stripped away, but they were also condemned to the church's execution platform. At noon, when the sun was at its zenith, that chosen one was positioned atop the holy tower in the central area of the cathedral. The scorching rays converged into a blazing inferno, incinerating them alive into a pile of charred remains. Isabel pressed her thin lips together, a visible turmoil crossing her exquisitely beautiful face, which had yet to be fully replaced by mechanical enhancements. What was she to do? Betray the church and warn Chen Fan, or forsake her conscience and watch as the wrongfully accused chosen one perished in the flames? Gradually, her gaze grew resolute. Isabel turned and strode towards the grand entrance of the Eastern Cathedral. Fan, how do you suppose we could overthrow the church? Gao Yuan inquired, his brow furrowed in deep concentration, inhaling sharply. It's difficult, exceedingly difficult. Not to mention the deacons, priests, and bishops. Even a single archbishop could easily dispose of the 2 of us. Chen Fan's eyes flickered with interest. The Archbishop? Is he particularly formidable? Gao Yuan raised a hand to scratch the back of his head. You've lost your memory, hence you don't recall the Archbishop's appearance. Do you know how tall the Archbishop is? Upon seeing Chen Fan shake his head, Gao Yuan let out a gentle sigh and gestured with 2 fingers. 1 meter 35? What a diminutive little potato. Cough, cough, cough. Gao Yuan was choked by Chen Fan's astonishing remark. It's 3 meters 50. 3 meters 50? Chen Fan lifted his head and estimated slightly, realizing with astonishment. Can that even be considered human? As the initial enthusiasm for entrepreneurship gradually faded, a hint of fear emerged in Gao Yuan's eyes. I do not know whether it constitutes humanity, but I am aware that the Archbishop has received the greatest blessing from the goddess. Chen Fan remained silent, internally inquiring of E. What is your perspective on this? It should be the most extensive mechanical transformation of the human body. Most extensive. In simple terms, it means retaining one's head while replacing all other organs and tissues with mechanical prosthetics. Can one still live like this? Of course, with the aid of artificial blood and vessels supplying various nutrients to the head, while relying on a brainwave signal conversion device to control the mechanical body. In a certain sense, this could significantly extend the brain's lifespan, as all nutrients are combined in the most scientific proportions. Chen Fan briefly envisioned that scene in his mind, then suddenly shuddered. Damn, this cannot possibly be regarded as human. Wait a moment. You just mentioned that the archbishop received the goddess's greatest blessing. Chen Fan belatedly realized a crucial question. What about the Pope? The Pope? Gao Yuan shook his head in bewilderment, confessing that he had never encountered the Pope. It wasn't just him. Perhaps only the archbishop had ever laid eyes on the Holy Father. Chen Fan suddenly grasped the implication. So this assertion implicitly excludes the Pope, does it not? Knock, knock, knock. Just as Chen Fan was poised to continue his thoughts, a firm rap echoed on the closed door. Xiao Fan, someone from the church is here. His mother's voice resounded from outside. Chapter 45. Why haven't you fled? Someone from the church is here. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Chen Fan. A flicker of unease surfaced on his face. All right, I understand. I'll be out momentarily. Drawing a deep breath, he concealed his apprehension and strode toward the firmly shut door. Beside him, Gao Yuan's complexion had turned ashen, his lips trembling slightly, devoid of color. It's over, he murmured softly. Chen Fan, we are surely discovered. Observing the scene before him, Chen Fan let out a silent chuckle. What was this? On the internet, I strike with force, yet in reality, I cower? Nevertheless, witnessing Gao Yuan's state, Chen Fan heightened his vigilance. The palpable pressure weighing on the hearts of the faithful indicated that the church was certainly no benign entity. He reached out, gently patting Gao Yuan's shoulder. Stay calm. Nothing will go awry. Do you remember what I said earlier? As the chosen ones, the church will not act against us without concrete evidence. Under Chen Fan's reassurance, Gao Yuan's expression gradually returned to normalcy. He bit his lip and struggled to rise from the ground. I will go out with you. If they truly intend to frame you, I shall testify on your behalf. In the living room, the midday sun streamed through the open window, casting luminous pathways through the slightly murky air. A priest clad in a long black robe stood silently in the room, gazing intently at the closed door nearby. The voluminous black robe and hood obscured the priest's form entirely, adding an air of mystery. At the hem of the robe, a segment of a mechanical prosthetic, adorned with intricate patterns, gleamed with a cold, silvery reflection in the sunlight. Lord Priest, please, have a seat. A middle-aged woman, her face etched with wrinkles, cautiously brought a wooden chair to the priest's rear, speaking softly with a tone of reverence and humility. The black-robed priest remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the woman's words. A chilling aura emanated from him, causing the woman's expression to gradually stiffen. A flicker of profound unease crossed her eyes as she silently retreated, still holding the chair. Beneath the ample black hood, Isha pressed her pale lips together, her animated right eye betraying her anxiety and trepidation, while her left mechanical eye trembled slightly. Was this truly the right course of action? Did this constitute a betrayal of the church? If discovered, would she too be condemned to death upon the sacred altar among the four cathedrals? Wait, had Chen Fan's mother spoken to her moments ago? Oh no, she had lost her focus again. What should she do now? Should we employ Carlyle's methods to teach her? No. Carlyle asserted that such approaches are reserved for the clergy and should not be applied to the faithful. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Isabel's already troubled spirit became increasingly disordered. Naturally, to the woman beside her, the aura emanating from the short-robed priest grew ever colder. She turned her gaze towards the firmly shut door, her eyes brimming with bitterness. Creak. Just as the atmosphere in the living room became increasingly tense, the closed door was suddenly thrust open from within, the old metal hinges emitting a sharp, grating sound. A familiar face appeared, and the tension etched on the woman's face began to ease. Little Fan. Isabel? Chen Fan looked at the small, robed figure before him, astonished as he exclaimed, What brings you here? Concurrently, the icy aura surrounding Isabel dissipated. She stepped forward, her tone urgent. Your Excellency Chen Fan, I have pressing matters to discuss with you. Under Isabel's insistence, Chen Fan led her into his room. The moment she beheld the lofty space, Isabel stiffened, a flicker of panic surfacing in her hooded eyes as she recognized him, the difficult chosen one. Speak. What is so urgent that it must be discussed away from the idol? Although he had already surmised the purpose of Isabel's visit, Chen Fan feigned ignorance and inquired, Isn't your conduct contrary to the church's regulations? Isabel remained silent for a moment before removing her hood, revealing her exquisite visage. She fixed her gaze intently on Chen Fan, her eyes brimming with anxiety. Your Excellency Chen Fan, the church may soon take action against you. Gao Yuan's expression shifted, and he swiftly turned to look at Chen Fan. Under their scrutiny, Chen Fan maintained his previous calm demeanor. Oh, what is the reason? Isla took a deep breath. Last night, the church discovered prohibited books within the library. The Archbishop has already ordered Bishop Wallace to conduct a thorough investigation into you, and should any issues arise. Chen Fan interjected. They intend to deliver me to the church's execution platform? Isla was taken aback. How did you know? Chen Fan shrugged, a hint of relaxed amusement gracing his lips. Isn't that what the church has always done? Isla blinked, her small face a canvas of confusion. How could he remain so composed knowing he was to be sent to the execution platform, after serving as a chosen one within the church for so many years? It was her first encounter with such audacity in a chosen one. After a brief moment of astonishment, Isla's expression morphed into one of urgency. You already know the outcome. So why aren't you fleeing? Surely you don't believe that your identity as a chosen one will exempt you from punishment? That's impossible. Once the truth is uncovered, the church will undoubtedly strip you of your status. Observing the anxious demeanor of the little mechanical potato before him, Chen Fan's smile grew ever brighter. The truth? What truth? I merely perused some text in the library. It is my right as a chosen one. However, a sense of unease enveloped Isha, though she could not articulate the source of her discomfort. But that book is a prohibited text, isn't it? Chen Fan interjected on her behalf. Isha's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, that is precisely what I wanted to express. With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Fan spread his hands. Yet, I found no forbidden information within its pages. Is it possible that the church can now freely defame even the chosen ones? Isha was taken aback, sensing something was profoundly amiss. Consider this carefully. If the church truly discovered my intent to seek out forbidden information, would you still have the opportunity to alert me? Observing the bewildered expression of the small mechanical potato, Chen Fan dropped yet another bombshell. Do you believe the church is already aware of your unauthorized visit to my home? If my instincts are correct, Bishop Wallace is likely en route as we speak. Isha was left speechless, grappling with the gravity of the situation. This cannot be true. She stammered, her voice quaking. I specifically made an effort to avoid other church personnel. Chen Fan raised a hand, gesturing towards the closed door. Did you not notice the statue of the deity right beside you upon entering? Isha fell into a contemplative silence. In her frantic state, she had neglected to observe the statue's position. Thus, as Chen Fan had asserted, her actions had indeed been laid bare before the church's scrutiny. What awaits her next? The thought of that inhumane punishment drained the remaining color from Isha's face. Before her, Chen Fan let out a soft sigh. He could now ascertain that his earlier intuition had been correct. This mechanical little potato was indeed rather obtuse. It was a mystery how such a being could ascend to the role of a priest. Fear not, you shall come to no harm, Chen Fan assured as he gently ruffled the mechanical potato's head. The Bishop Wallace you mentioned must have intentionally sent you to seek me out. To be precise, it is a test of my character. Isa? Gao Yuan. Oh. Upon seeing Isa nod, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. That is precisely the reaction Bishop Wallace sought to witness. Why flee? It is simply a matter of guilt. And why the guilt? The answer is evident. A guilty conscience lurks within. He continued, the moment I make my escape, Bishop Wallace will undoubtedly issue a direct command to strip me of my status as a chosen one. Shock was etched across Isa's delicate features as she swallowed hard. I hadn't considered that deeply. I merely believe that a good person like you shouldn't meet such an unjust end. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan stood in a state of bewilderment, likely unable to untangle the convoluted situation for quite some time. Chen Fan approached the window, narrowing his eyes as he glanced downstairs. A dozen black-robed priests were approaching from a distance, their intentions unmistakably directed towards the very building in which he resided. Has it arrived? Chen Fan murmured softly, turning to look at Isha. Remember, no matter what happens, you only need to express your previous thoughts. As for Gao Yuan gazed at Chen Fan, bewildered. Well, just maintain your current demeanor. It's quite good. Just remember to obey my commands later. Gao Yuan felt a twinge of offense. And what about you? Isha's eyes reflected a hint of concern. When Bishop Wallace arrives, Chen Fan smirked slightly. Of course, I shall commence my performance, and it shall be a grand display of overt strategy. Damn it, those who play with tactics have murky hearts. One must remain vigilant, except for him. With that thought, Chen Fan reached out to brush the dust from the windowsill and then vigorously rubbed his eyes with his dust-covered hands. As the dust irritated his eyes, tears began to flow, causing the area around his eyes to swell rapidly. Struggling to open his tear-streaked eyes, he flashed a grin at the mechanical little potato before him. Observe well, study diligently. Outside the room, a dull creaking of the door echoed, followed by his mother's startled exclamation. My lord, Bishop. You, sinner. His mother's face turned pale, collapsing onto the cold cement floor. Chen Fan, isn't he the chosen one? How could he suddenly become? Her lips quivered, unable to utter the two words that signified death. Humph. A cold snort emanated from the shadows beneath the purple robe. He has audaciously perused forbidden tomes, and the Archbishop harbors suspicions of his disloyalty to the Lord. Speak. Where is the sinner, Chen Fan? According to the 11th article of church law, those who harbor sinners shall share their fate. The mother gazed at the procession of black-robed priests and the guards clad in gleaming silver armor entering their home, a glimmer of despair flickering in her eyes. Creak. The sound of the door opening resonated in the living room. A petite priestess, draped in black robes, slowly emerged. Under the watchful eyes of the priests and guards, she bowed gracefully to the Archbishop. Greetings, Lord Wallace. Priestess Isha? Lord Wallace, adorned in purple vestments, paused momentarily, astonishment lacing his voice. Did you not go to proclaim the divine descent ceremony? What brings you here? At this point, Wallace belatedly grasped a troubling realization, his voice tinged with mechanical indignation. Where is Chen Fan? Could it be that you? Meanwhile, Chen Fan, still ensconced within the confines of the room, revealed a faint smirk. Continue the charade, he mused. An Oscar should undoubtedly be awarded to an actor like you. The voice of why resonated in his mind. To be honest, have you reconsidered my earlier proposition? I am quite serious. You possess undeniable potential to be selected as an investigator for the Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management. When that time comes, we shall be partners. And achieving success will be but a matter of course. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth, since he began to delve into the church's ideologies and formulate corresponding strategies. He commenced an elaborate introduction in his mind of the so-called Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management and Hazardous Technology Investigators, attempting to persuade him to join the Human Alliance. To be frank, the prospect of becoming an employee of a higher civilization appears rather enticing. However, the term hazardous technology instilled a sense of unease in Chen Fan. Adhering to the age-old adage that it is better to endure a mundane existence than to perish, he resolutely declined Yi's proposal. Consequently, he activated his incessant persuasion mode within Chen Fan's mind. Silence. Chen Fan gently tapped the intelligent terminal enveloping his right hand. The show is about to begin. If you continue to chatter, I shall discard you. In the living room, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Bishop Wallace fixed his glowing mechanical eye intently upon the figure of Isa before him. Although it was a mechanical eye, Isa sensed an undercurrent of danger emanating from it. Isa priestess, why have you betrayed the church? Wallace posed a question laden with traps. The Archbishop did not issue any explicit orders. My Lord Bishop, why do you unjustly slander the chosen one? Rather than gaining an advantage, Wallace found himself ensnared in silence, having been countered. Chapter 47, A Farce in the Living Room. The mother, slumped beside them and pale as a ghost, felt a flicker of hope rekindle in her murky eyes upon hearing Isa's words. She turned to gaze at Isa, who was draped in a voluminous black robe. Unlike before, this time, she did not sense even the slightest chill emanating from the priest. Wallace silently gazed at the trembling figure before him, a flicker of confusion stirring within his heart. Something seemed amiss. Was this truly the Isa he knew? Suppressing the subtle unease within, he slightly adjusted his tone and spoke again. What difference does it make? Although no formal orders have been issued, the unauthorized examination of forbidden texts would inevitably result in Chen Fan being stripped of his status as the chosen one. Yet, I find it perplexing why you would act in such a manner. I cannot bear to witness a chosen one, selected by the goddess herself, being vilified as a criminal. The church's actions would surely disappoint the Lord. Observing Isa's articulate responses, Wallace felt an even greater surge of unease. Isa, regardless of your acknowledgement, your actions constitute a betrayal of the church. Wallace's voice faltered momentarily as he altered his initial decision to forgive Isa. You have abandoned your post, engaging with the criminal, with the chosen one Chen Fan during your mission, and have divulged internal church matters to him. Thus, I hereby declare the revocation of your priesthood. The church shall judge the transgressions you have committed following the grand ceremony of divine descent. The black had quivered slightly. Lord Wallace, if he were not feeling guilty, if he had nothing to hide, why would he flee through the window? You need not delay for him any further. As for your earlier remark regarding good people, Wallace sighed and gently shook his head. You are sorely disappointing, Isha. It took merely a trifling favor to win you over. However, the black hood swayed slightly more, a strand of silvery hair slipping quietly from beneath it. His Excellency Chen Fan did not flee. Isha paused, then added, he is still in the room behind me. What? Inside the room. Chen Fan slowly rose from his chair, glancing at the open window and the noticeably oversized platinum robe left on the desk. He took a deep breath, rubbing his swollen eyes. The tears that had just begun to rest were once again provoked by the dust. The true drama was about to commence. With a pained expression, he pulled open the ajar door and stepped outside. Your Grace. Chen Fan bowed solemnly to the robed Wallace. May the Lord be with you. Observing Chen Fan's red-rimmed eyes, Wallace instinctively took a step back. Why you? How did you get here? Chen Fan raised his head, displaying just the right amount of bewilderment. Your Grace, this is my home. Why should I not be here? You. Beneath the purple robe. Wallace's mechanical visage trembled slightly. At that moment, he felt as though he had seen a ghost. He turned to the priest beside him and whispered sharply, Did you not say he had escaped through the window? The priest, who had been questioned, wore a bewildered expression. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, a robust voice echoed from the corridor. Let me go? What do you intend to do? I am a chosen one. How dare a few insignificant priests treat me this way? You shall wait. I will seek justice from Bishop Wallace shortly. As that familiar voice drew nearer, Bishop Wallace's mood became increasingly complex. Damn it. How could it possibly be that fool, Gao Yuan? As for Chen Fan, he was struggling to stifle his laughter. By the heavens, he had merely offered a couple of casual suggestions. He never anticipated that Gao Yuan would possess such innate talent in this regard. Your Excellency? Gao Yuan exclaimed with a mix of surprise and excitement upon seeing the bishop. What brings you here? I was just looking for you. These priests, do they not recognize the hierarchy anymore? Gao Yuan's face was tinged with anger. As soon as I arrived downstairs, they unceremoniously pinned me to the ground. Just look at how dirty my robe has become. I just borrowed this from Chen Fan. How am I to explain this to him? It was only then that Gao Yuan fortuitously noticed Chen Fan, surrounded by a throng of priests. And what are you all doing crowding around Chen Fan? Do you intend to lay hands on two chosen ones? Bishop Wallace silently observed this farce. Indeed, it was a farce. From the moment he saw Chen Fan emerge from the room, he understood that he had already failed. He extended his intricate mechanical right arm from beneath the resplendent purple bishop's robe and gestured gently, signaling an end to the discourse. Your Excellency, I wish to pose a few inquiries. As the dull mechanical synthetic voice resonated, Gao Yuan swiftly reined in his emotions. Please proceed with your questions. Why did you borrow clothing from Chen Fan? Why did you choose to climb through the window? My original chosen one's robe was soiled. Gao Yuan gazed at Bishop Wallace in bewilderment. Wearing a stained chosen one's robe was an affront to the Lord. As for climbing through the window, do you not realize that this chosen one's robe is too small for me? I have no desire to embarrass myself in front of so many followers. The look of confusion on Gao Yuan's face deepened. Is there a church regulation that prohibits chosen ones from climbing through windows? Wallace let out a barely perceptible sigh, turning to the silent Chen Fan in a last-ditch effort. Your Excellency Chen Fan, do you have anything to say regarding the assertions made by Gao Yuan and Priestess Isha? What was your purpose in perusing that forbidden tome? Seeing the situation, Chen Fan exhaled in relief. Damn it, after waiting so long, it's finally time for me to shine. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he wore a pained expression while wiping his unusually swollen eyes. Your Grace, Priestess Isha has already relayed the matter to me. I can swear to the Lord that my only motivation for examining that tome was sheer curiosity. As he spoke, he cautiously cast a glance at Wallace, whose mechanical prosthetic arm extended from beneath his purple bishop's robe, his eyes glimmering with evident yearning. I am merely curious about these divine gifts. Is that truly a fault? Chen Fan hesitated for a moment. I did not encounter any forbidden information within that book. Could there be some misunderstanding? Chapter 48, Your Grace, surely you do not wish. Could there be some misunderstanding? In the face of Chen Fan's counterquery, Bishop Wallace fell silent once more. Was it possible that the church, during its meticulous examination, had discovered illicit content concealed within the pages? Yet the issue lay in the fact that there were no signs of tampering when the church received that forbidden tome. Beneath the ornate hood, a pair of mechanical eyes glimmering with crimson light fixated intently on Chen Fan's face, which was etched with innocence and confusion. Previously, during the third oracle ceremony, Wallace had held a favorable opinion of this chosen one. Admiring his composure throughout the proceedings, this candidate was surely to please the goddess. However, now, the increasingly frustrated Bishop Wallace gazed at that distant visage, feeling a surge of irritation within. Setting aside the lofty ideals, he had always exhibited such erratic behavior. It was absolutely implausible that Isabella's unusual demeanor lacked external influence. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Wallace's mind had already deduced the identity of the culprit lurking in the shadows, Without question, it was that seemingly innocuous chosen one, Chen Fan. Yet, he could not present any evidence, regardless of the suspicions that linger in his heart. The identity of the chosen one serves as Chen Fan's most formidable shield in the absence of tangible evidence. With the grand ceremony of divine descent imminent, not only the bishops but even the Pope himself would not dare to act against the chosen one without cause. Perhaps, Bishop Wallace suppressed his inner turmoil. Taking a step back, Your Grace, you do have a point. Although elation blossomed within him, Chen Fan maintained an expression of innocence and bewilderment. Little did Bishop Wallace and the Archbishop realize he had accessed the prohibited information concealed within the layers of the pages without damaging them. Coupled with the intelligence provided by Isa and Gao Yuan, Wallace's ambiguous statements held no sway over Chen Fan, who possessed a godly perspective. Observing Chen Fan, who revealed no cracks in his facade, Wallace felt a sense of melancholy. Surely, this farce should come to an end? The answer was negative. Had it been at the beginning of his journey, faced with an entirely unfamiliar environment, Chen Fan might have opted for discretion to secure greater advantages. But now, with the impending alterations in the Varela calendar and the incident involving the forbidden texts, the tensions between him and the church had been significantly accelerated. To ensure that the church would not continue to trouble him, and to guarantee the smooth execution of his forthcoming plans, he had to leverage his identity as the chosen one to exert pressure on the church. Although the church's stance towards the chosen one had always been somewhat ambiguous, the chosen one still held a position of considerable legal authority. Furthermore, who knows how much longer he could maintain the identity of the chosen one. To refrain from utilizing this status to orchestrate some actions would indeed be a waste. With such thoughts, Chen Fan's face revealed an exquisite blend of understanding and sorrow. Your Excellency, though I am not well versed in the matter of forbidden texts, I can still comprehend your predicament. However, have you ever pondered a certain issue? Why do forbidden books exist within the church's library? Surely, you would not desire for all the chosen ones to bear the label of sinners, would you? Wallace's expression shifted dramatically. Upon further reflection, this indeed posed a significant risk. Every chosen one had free access to the library. What if there were more forbidden texts hidden within? If this matter became known throughout the city? It was a threat, a blatant threat. Observing the faint smile on Chen Fan's face, a chill surged through Wallace's mechanical spine. I understand now. My Lord Chen Fan, rest assured. The church will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Wallace scrutinized Chen Fan once more with his mechanical eye before turning away, gesturing for a group of priests and guards to follow him towards the door. It was not until the door was closed that Chen Fan finally exhaled in relief. He leaned against the armrest of a nearby chair, slowly settling into the wooden seat within the room, lifting a hand to wipe the cold sweat beading at his brow. He murmured softly, "This should be all right now. Old Gao, it seems the church will be too preoccupied to trouble us in the coming days." In the coming days? A soft voice drifted from behind. Are you suggesting that the church will seek to trouble you again soon? No, in a few days. The situation may not be as simple as merely seeking trouble. The defection of the chosen one will undoubtedly create a much larger commotion than we currently face. Just as Chen Fan was about to elucidate the matter, he suddenly became aware of a troubling issue. Where on earth did that soft, delicate voice in this room originate? Isabella? Why are you still here? Silence. After an excruciatingly long silence lasting several seconds, Chen Fan noticed the ample ceremonial robe before him tremble slightly. Is it so? A voice laden with confusion emerged from beneath the dark hood. But hadn't Bishop Wallace just revoked my priestly status? Chen Fan thought. This spells trouble. Observing Isabella quietly huddled in the corner of the room, Chen Fan raised his hand to scratch the back of his head. This certainly cannot be good. Bishop Wallace had just suffered a setback at his hands. One could only imagine the fury brewing within him. If he were in Bishop Wallace's position, he would undoubtedly vent his frustrations on the true culprit, Isabella. For she was the one who had divulged the church's secrets. Thus, keeping Isabella at his residence? That seemed fraught with complications. To speak of ideals, as a chosen one, he ought to be devoted to restoring order and guiding the church towards a righteous path. On the other hand, he too was a chosen one. Yet his thoughts were consumed with evading the chosen one ceremony, extricating himself from the church's grasp, and escaping the confines of Varela City. Just listen to that. Does it make sense? If Isabella were to uncover the true state of their affairs, that person, Isabella, right? Before Chen Fan could clarify the subsequent actions, Gao Yuan's voice resonated from the side. Since the church has forsaken you, why not join us? The current church is exceedingly distorted. We should seize the opportunity to overthrow it and guide the church onto the right path. That is, a people-centric approach. Yes, precisely a people-centric approach. What do you think? Take your time to ponder it. Chen Fan, ISA. Observing ISA take a startled step back. Her slender figure pressed against the door in terror. Chen Fan forced a smile, though his tone was somewhat stiff as he remarked, "How about I first explain to you the concept of a people-centric approach?" Chapter 49. The Pope's presence more than 10 minutes later. Chen Fan paused his fervent discourse and reached for a nearby cup to take a sip of water. He never anticipated that he could accomplish 2 preaching sessions in such a brief span, and his audience comprised a priest and a chosen one of the church. Who would believe such a tale if he were to share it? Your preaching skills have significantly improved. Why did not miss any opportunity? Interjecting with a caustic remark. This system believes you possess the demeanor of a pope. Chen Fan's lips twitched slightly. Silence. He turned to regard ISA, who remained standing by the door. For ISA, who had always lived within the confines of the church, the human-centric enlightened ideas presented to her seemed decidedly ahead of their time. Despite his extensive modifications and omissions to these concepts, following his lengthy discourse, the cloaked mechanical figure appeared utterly frozen, as if experiencing a system failure. Chen Fan, with a cheerful demeanor, pondered silently in his mind. He did not urge her, but patiently awaited, granting ISA ample time to digest and reflect on the information. Beneath the priest's dark robe, ISA's delicate features were contorted in confusion. The words spoken by Chen Fan had profoundly shaken her worldview. She sensed something was amiss yet could not articulate the source of her unease. The church, after all, was meant to be the most devout sanctuary for the goddess. How could it serve as an impediment to the hearts of the faithful? She recalled her observations during the grand declaration of divine descent. The attitude of the followers towards her had been one of utmost reverence. Yet, this trepidation was not directed at her personally, but rather at the black ceremonial garb she donned. More precisely, the believers feared the institution she represented. When a church instills fear rather than solace within its followers, can its actions still be deemed just? ISA pressed her lips together, her striking right eye narrowing slightly, revealing a profound perplexity. Amidst the nearly imperceptible whirring of mechanical mechanisms, her crimson glowing mechanical eye adjusted its focus, discreetly scrutinizing Chen Fan and Gao Yuan, who sat before her. They were the chosen ones. According to the archbishop, they were indeed the earthly ambassadors of the divine. How could they utter such heretical words? No, that is not accurate. Gao Yuan and Chen Fan did not reject the divine, but rather criticized the church's customary practices. At that moment, the thought flashed through her mind. And beneath the black hood, Isha's right eye widened in astonishment. If the chosen ones truly serve as the earthly representatives of the divine, could it be that what they speak is indeed the will of the goddess? Thus, it is the goddess who desires to reform the church, rather than the chosen ones harboring ulterior motives? Time slipped away, second by second. The cup in Chen Fan's hand had long been emptied. Do you think Isha can be easily swayed by me? Chen Fan mused idly to himself. The machine holds a pessimistic view. You may underestimate the influence of religion and faith on sentient beings. As a priestess raised in the church's environment, theoretically, your words are unlikely to shake her beliefs. And what of Gao Yuan? Chen Fan scoffed. Is he still a chosen one? Excluding Gao Yuan. The premise of my discussion with you concerns normal individuals. Hearing this, Chen Fan cast a peculiar glance at Gao Yuan, who, sensing Chen Fan's gaze, flashed a carefree grin. Yet I still believe in my ability to evangelize. Haha, I admire your indomitable spirit. Just as one human and one machine engaged in their debate, the black ceremonial robe, frozen by the door, gently quivered. I shall join you. The soft, yet resolute voice echoed with determination. After a brief moment of astonishment, a gentle smile graced Chen Fan's face. Welcome to join us. In Chen Fan's mind, he had begun to doubt the machine. No, you must inquire her thoughts. What does she truly believe? This defies logic. The voice of Isha resonated once more. This matter pertains to the third divine oracle, does it not? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. What? How could this suddenly relate to the third divine oracle? Isha lifted her mechanical limb and removed her broad hood. Her beautifully crafted features were shadowed by an indescribable sorrow and helplessness. The church had erred, and naturally, the Lord would be displeased. Thus, during the third divine oracle, the Lord conveyed her will to you, did she not? At this juncture, Isha's expression turned resolute. As a faithful servant of the Lord, I am willing to assist you. Wait, what? Chen Fan seemed to grasp the implications. In Isha's perspective, It was the goddess's dissatisfaction with the church's actions that led her to utilize the oracle to communicate her intentions to the chosen ones, intending to rely on their strength to amend the church's condition. As for why the goddess did not intervene directly, this mechanical little potato appeared to have yet to contemplate that aspect. Although it seemed somewhat absurd, once Chen Fan placed himself in Isha's viewpoint, he found the reasoning rather plausible. In the annals of Valera City, no chosen one had ever possessed such audacity. But if the goddess were to provide backing, everything suddenly appeared far more reasonable. It is evident that the imaginative prowess of the priest before him is somewhat formidable. Chen Fan opened his mouth and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded vigorously in response to Isha's gaze. Goodness, if this continues, he might almost convince himself that he is a legitimate upholder of righteousness. The Lord, indeed, conveyed some information to me through the oracle ceremony. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan was perplexed, wondering why this differed from the version he had previously heard. Had he misunderstood? Perhaps. That must be it. Gao Yuan scratched his head, updating his recollection accordingly. On the other side, Chen Fan chuckled inwardly, thinking, Speak. Weren't you just saying it was impossible? Hee, I still prefer you when you put up a stubborn front. Chapter 50. The wall of sighs that cannot be surmounted. After resolving matters with the church and Isha, Chen Fan's thoughts turned to the enigmatic neighbor, Su Huai. During his visit to the library, he had gathered ample information, deepening his understanding of the divine truths. Thus, after ensuring Gao Yuan and Isha were settled, he approached the tightly shut door and knocked. For some reason, the door remained unyielding. Upon inquiring with his mother and nearby neighbors, Chen Fan learned that Su Huai had departed 2 days prior, coinciding with his own trip to the church library. To this, Chen Fan could only exclaim, "Damn it. What a predicament." According to the information he had previously acquired, escaping from Valera City was no trivial endeavor. At the forefront stands the so-called Wall of Sighs, reputed to obstruct anything that attempts to pass through. To surmount the Wall of Sighs? No, absolutely impossible. Isha repeatedly shook her head in denial of Chen Fan's proposal, asserting that it is utterly unfeasible. The Wall of Sighs cannot be scaled. At least, up to this point. I have yet to hear of anyone who has managed to overcome the Wall of Sighs. Isha added emphatically. Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation. Is there truly such an insurmountable wall in this world? Could it be that, akin to the imagery represented in the simulation, this wall is, in fact, a colossal dome enveloping the entirety of Varela City? If that were the case, he would be in considerable trouble. Without formidable weaponry, he could hardly contend with the Wall of Sighs using mere human strength. Could he? No. He must find the time to uncover the true nature of the Wall of Sighs. Perhaps sensing Chen Fan's thoughts, Isha continued. The Wall of Sighs is vigilantly guarded by the church's sentinels. Without permission, neither deacons nor priests can approach it. And only bishops and archbishops are granted proximity to the Wall of Sighs. Surely, the chosen ones are also barred from approaching? The previously silent Gao Yuan could no longer restrain his inquiry. Logically, the chosen ones should hold a status equivalent to that of bishops within the church. No. Isha shook her head once more. If that were the case, the bishop would have taken you to pay homage to the divine miracle bestowed by the goddess as soon as you became chosen ones. Do not forget. That is a miracle second only to Varela City. Gao Yuan was rendered speechless. Indeed, that is a valid point. During my tenure as a deacon, I was fortunate enough to catch a distant glimpse of the Wall of Sighs, perhaps recalling the scene from those days. A sense of longing and wonder filled Isha's expressive eyes. It is an immensely towering wall. As twilight descends, one can perceive golden arcs of electricity and ethereal blue flames atop the Wall of Sighs. The flames are mesmerizing. The bishop remarked that they are a divine manifestation bestowed by the goddess. These faintly glowing flames, which have burned for centuries, soar far above the wall itself, capable of incinerating all impurities of the world. This is fundamentally why the Wall of Sighs remains insurmountable. Moreover, there is a low humming sound nearby, reminiscent of. Isha slightly furrowed her brows, lifting the ceremonial robe that cascaded to her ankles, revealing a pair of entirely silver mechanical legs, and then gently flexed her toes. A barely perceptible hum resonated in the room. It was akin to this sound, only significantly louder. She lowered the black ceremonial robe she held and softly added. Chen Fan rested his chin on his hand, contemplating Isha's words, the wall flickering with dim golden arcs and ethereal blue flames. It sounded remarkably like some advanced technological marvel, perhaps a plasma barrier formed by high-temperature plasma, a nascent form of shield technology. In the classification of technology by the Human Alliance, This innovation belongs to the secondary tier. A solemn voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Thus, it appears that this so-called goddess is at least a secondary civilization. Is it? Shield technology. Chen Fan involuntarily held his breath. Does such technology truly exist? Indeed, came the reply, as a holographic image unfolded before Chen Fan's eyes. A barrier, adorned with golden arcs of electricity and ethereal blue flames, gradually materialized under the command of an unidentifiable machine, eventually distorting into a softly glowing azure sphere. The plasma shield is considered the most fundamental form of protection, utilizing a strong magnetic field to manipulate high-temperature plasma, thereby creating a barrier that can, to some extent, resist external assaults. Its primary defensive targets are small metallic projectiles and charged particle beams. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. So, this wall of size possesses some capability to resist nuclear radiation? If it indeed employs plasma barrier technology, it would indeed have a certain degree of defensive capability. He remained silent for a moment. The above is merely a conjecture based on ISA's words. Descriptions from sentient beings often harbor significant subjectivity. This machine recommends that you seek an opportunity to observe it in person. Even if merely from a distance, the accuracy of the information obtained would far surpass this. Chen Fan agreed with a nod. Without Yi's prompting, this insurmountable wall of size would undoubtedly feature prominently in his subsequent investigative plans. The next day, with only one day remaining until the divine descent ceremony, Su Huai had yet to make an appearance. Chen Fan could only redirect his thoughts towards the wall of size. After a brief discussion with Gao Yuan and ISA, the three set off at dawn towards the outskirts of Valira City. The area of Varela City is not particularly vast. Nevertheless, at the cusp of noon, the trio finally arrived at the fringes of the city. Pausing to observe the abruptly ending concrete pavement, Isha halted her steps. Just beyond lies the wall of size. Chen Fan squinted, surveying the scene before him. Contrary to his expectations, the outskirts of Varela City were devoid of substantial structures, replaced instead by a lush expanse of jungle. Towering trees and dense canopies formed a natural barrier, obscuring not only the wall of size beyond the thicket but also concealing the presence of the church guards within. Furthermore, the flourishing undergrowth, devoid of any pathways, imparted a psychological suggestion of departure from this place. It even served as a natural soundproof zone, completely muffling the buzzing sounds emitted by the wall of size during its operation. Standing at the edge of the jungle, Chen Fan could only discern a faint, elusive hum. He nodded silently, a sigh escaping his lips in contemplation. Raising his gaze to appraise the jungle before him, he turned to Isha. This place. It seems the wall of size is not visible, is it? Follow me. They are solely responsible for guarding the wall of size. Chapter 51. Bloodstains following Isha's lead. Chen Fan and Gao Yuan walked, one foot sinking deeply while the other barely grazed the surface, along the periphery of the forest of size. The spacing and variety of the trees made it evident that this so-called forest of size was an artificially cultivated jungle. The thick carpet of fallen leaves underfoot suggested that this place was seldom traversed. The surroundings were remarkably tranquil, broken only by the sound of a group treading upon fallen leaves, accompanied by a faint, indistinct buzzing. As Chen Fan walked along, he failed to detect any signs of avian or animal activity, which was hardly a reassuring indication. Furrowing his brow, he spoke to shatter the surrounding silence. Do the guards responsible for the sighing wall conduct regular patrols? Not at all, came the reply from the forefront. Where Isha was discerning their direction while elucidating, generally, the church guards remain close to the sighing wall. However, should anyone venture deep into the sighing forest, an alarm would be triggered. Only then would the guards temporarily leave their post at the wall. An alarm? Chen Fan's gaze flickered with intrigue. Could there be a statue of the goddess hidden within the sighing forest? With this thought, he cast his eyes deeper into the thicket. Yet, obscured by a plethora of low shrubs, he discerned nothing. At this juncture, she halted, extending a slender mechanical hand from beneath her dark cloak to gesture towards the right ahead. We have arrived. It was a small hillock, no? To label it as a hill would be an exaggeration. Strictly speaking, it could be deemed merely a relatively large mound of earth. Beneath this mound lay a winding, grassy path, resembling a sheep's trail. This small hill was conveniently positioned just outside the watchful gaze of the city wall guards, offering a commendable vantage point from its summit. Isha stepped forth, leading the way out of the leaf-strewn forest and onto the narrow path. In principle, deacons and priests are forbidden from approaching the Wailing Wall. However, to satiate the curiosity of all and to proclaim the glory of the goddess, there exists an unwritten rule within the church. Each group of newly inducted deacons is brought here, under the guidance of the bishop, to gaze from a distance upon the second miracle bestowed upon the world by the goddess. As she spoke, Isha bent down, delicately using her exquisite mechanical hand to carefully remove the decayed leaves that clung to her mechanical leg. The weight of her mechanical limb far surpassed that of flesh and blood. As she traversed the forest, it would leave deep imprints in the ground, which was laden with thick, fluffy leaves. While her gait was indeed stable, it also resulted in her prosthetic becoming soiled, due to the priestly robe. Chen Fan could not discern Isha's expression at that moment, yet he could easily envision the slight furrow of her delicate face beneath the black fabric, her eyes brimming with pain and helplessness. Ahem. Chen Fan cleared his throat softly, attempting to suppress a smile that threatened to escape. Are we not likely to encounter any church members here? No, Isha replied, her tone somewhat muffled. Perhaps due to her posture. This is not the time for the church to welcome newcomers, so no one would venture to this secluded spot. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan exhaled in relief and leaned his right hand against a nearby tree trunk, preparing to rest for a moment. The long journey throughout the morning had proven somewhat taxing for his body. What? Why the right hand? It hardly requires contemplation. The intelligent device rests in my right hand. In an entirely unfamiliar environment, Chen Fan is reluctant to encounter any toxic or harmful substances that might lead to unforeseen mishaps. He cheerfully listens to the protests emanating from in his mind and silently rubs his right hand against the tree trunk. One must admit, through this intelligent terminal, the rugged bark feels rather pleasant to the touch. Just as Chen Fan is poised to explore additional functionalities with the protests in his mind abruptly cease. This sudden silence leaves Chen Fan somewhat disoriented, prompting him to shake his head while internally inquiring, The situation is amiss. Unlike before, Yi's voice now carries an unmistakable gravity. The device has detected traces of blood on the tree trunk. The blood is quite fresh, approximately 2 hours old. The relaxed expression on Chen Fan's face shifts to one of seriousness. Blood? Where? A holographic image automatically materializes before Chen Fan, highlighting a small area on the dark brown trunk. He lowers his right hand and begins to scrutinize the ancient tree, which has stood for over a century. Brother Fan? Chen Fan's peculiar behavior swiftly attracts Gao Yuan's attention. His expression shifts as he lowers his voice to inquire, what is happening? There are traces of blood. Chen Fan examines a small patch of blackish-brown bloodstain on the trunk, his gaze sharpening. Someone has been here. Just a short while ago, approximately 2 hours. The blood is primarily concentrated between 1 meter 3 and 1 meter 4, suggesting the injured individual's height might be around 1 meter 7. At the moment the words fell, the atmosphere around them became instantly frozen. How could this be? Without a thought for the decaying leaves still clinging to her mechanical leg, Isha hurriedly approached Chen Fan. She scrutinized the bloodstains on the tree trunk and murmured softly, aside from the church, hardly anyone knows of this place. How could someone? Could it be the guards doing? Chen Fan glanced around and quietly inquired of Isha. Is it possible that this area has been designated as a guard-controlled zone? Isha bit her lip thoughtfully and after a brief pause, slowly shook her head. No, it cannot be. Just not long ago, when the year 159 of the Valera calendar began, Bishop Wallace brought a group of newly inducted deacons here. Chen Fan felt a slight sense of relief. The year 159 of the Valera calendar had barely spanned 200 days. Thus, the likelihood of a sudden change in the guard's jurisdiction seemed rather improbable. Moreover, Isha hesitated before continuing. I have heard that the guards of the Sighing Wall only heed the Pope's commands. Even an archbishop cannot alter their jurisdiction. Chen Fan understood. He contemplated for a moment. Under the watchful eyes of Gao Yuan and Isha, he turned to the ancient trees surrounding them. The bloodstains had not been there for long. If it were not the guard's actions, then the injured party might still be in this vicinity. There should be more bloodstains on the tree trunks. Let us search the area. Perhaps we can follow the traces of blood to locate the injured individual. Chapter 52. One of us at Chen Fan's command. Gao Yuan and Isha cautiously spread out around the ancient tree stained with blood. Chen Fan was the first to choose a direction, gently resting his right hand upon the trunk. The synthesized voice of the system resonated in his mind. Basic scan completed, no traces of blood found. With an expression of indifference, Chen Fan released his hand and turned to walk towards another tree, while Gao Yuan, gazing in a state of near stupor, exclaimed, Hey, Chen Fan, have you finished your inspection already? Indeed, there were no bloodstains on that tree. Chen Fan replied with a nonchalant shrug. I just checked with my hand. Did you not see? Gao Yuan stood perplexed, running over to the ancient tree Chen Fan had just examined. squinting as he scrutinized it. Your hand can actually do that. Of course it can. Feel free to try it yourself, Chen Fan said, a grin spreading across his face as he observed the familiar scene. He lifted his right hand once more, placing it on another ancient tree. With his eyes slightly closed, he concentrated for a moment before declaring, this tree also bears no bloodstains. It seems the intruder did not proceed in this direction. Gao Yuan, still skeptical, raised his hand and hesitantly placed it on the ancient tree before him, gently caressing its rough bark. It appeared, aside from its texture being somewhat coarse, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Could it be that his posture was flawed? Or perhaps his intentions were not sincere enough? As Gao Yuan began to question the essence of life, nearby, Isha completed her inspection of an ancient tree with a speed only second to Chen Fan's. With her delicate fingers, she pointed to an area on the trunk, exclaiming, I found it. There are traces of blood here. Gao Yuan blinked in surprise. What? He hurried over to Isha's side, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the area she indicated. The bloodstains were faint, had Isha not pointed them out. He likely would have overlooked them entirely. He scratched the back of his head, carefully examining Isha's slender mechanical finger, and after a moment of silence, he blurted out, Can you really see with your hand? Chen Fan, who had just approached Isha, was taken aback by this remark, his body trembling slightly as he cast an admiring glance at Gao Yuan. A true warrior. The expansive black hood he wore shifted slightly, as if it too was stunned by Gao Yuan's words. After a brief pause, Isha pressed her lips together, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she pointed to her left eye. Although I am unsure of the meaning behind your words, I observe with the eye of divine insight. Despite the bloodstains being almost indistinguishable from the color of the trunk, with the prior bloodstain as a reference, the eye of divine insight effortlessly identified them. Could it be that the chosen one cannot see them? Gao Yuan remained silent. Through the collaborative efforts of Chen Fan and Isha, the bloodstains scattered on the trunk and surrounding underbrush were gradually uncovered. With a subtle movement of his mind, Chen Fan clearly marked all the locations of the bloodstains on the holographic map before him. With just a glance, Chen Fan furrowed his brow. The distribution of the bloodstains appeared rather erratic. The injured individual seemed to have considered the possibility that the blood would expose his escape route and had taken measures to obscure his trail. After pondering for a moment, he silently inquired, 1. Can you ascertain the approximate escape route of the suspect? Currently synthesizing the analysis of bloodstain morphology and distribution, detected the possibility of forgery in 31 instances of bloodstain morphology. As soon as the words left his lips, the holographic projection before Chen Fan displayed a marked reduction in the number of bloodstain indicators. Calculating the subject's route of movement. Calculation successful. The comprehensive observational results, which excluded the forged bloodstains and determined the subject's route, were accomplished in a mere 2 seconds. The formidable capabilities of one left Chen Fan profoundly astonished. He took a deep breath, suppressing the stirrings of excitement within him, and called out to the nearby ISA and Gao Yuan, who was still diligently tracing the contours of a tree trunk. I have discerned his path of advance. Follow me. Under the guidance of the holographic route, Chen Fan and his companions gradually veered away from the narrow path. As they progressed, one continually adjusted the holographic path based on the bloodstains along the way. It must be noted that this injured individual was indeed exceptionally cautious. One had successfully eliminated no fewer than 100 instances of forged bloodstains. Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel, a peculiar thought surfacing in his mind. Goodness. Could it be that this person has succumbed to excessive blood loss due to the forged stains? Ultimately, under one's guidance, the trio arrived at the midpoint of a small hill. As Chen Fan prepared to inspect the surrounding tree trunks and shrubs, a sudden alarm echoed in his mind. Chen Fan, be cautious. Simultaneously, a holographic image enveloping a 3-meter radius automatically manifested in his consciousness. Much like during the third oracle, he utilized the computational power and observational devices of the smart terminal to present Chen Fan with a comprehensive 360-degree view. Within the image, a white figure sprang forth from behind a shrub of considerable height. Thanks to Yi's holographic projection, Chen Fan swiftly discerned the glinting dagger clutched in the figure's reverse grip and the true identity of the assailant. Su Wai. In the holographic depiction within his mind, Chen Fan distinctly observed the astonishment and panic that washed over Su Huai's face upon hearing her name called. She endeavored to adjust her stance, but the assault had already commenced, rendering any attempt to withdraw futile. As the dagger, shimmering ominously, hurtled towards him, Chen Fan, in a moment of sheer alarm, instinctively made an evasive maneuver, raising his right hand to meet the dagger. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated through the stillness of the forest. What the hell, Su Huai, have you lost your mind? Feeling a slight tremor in his right hand, Chen Fan, still shaken, gazed at the scene before him. Could you not have taken a moment to assess the situation before striking? Before him, Su Huai, having lost her balance due to the force of Chen Fan's counterattack, had fallen to the ground. Fortunately, the thick layer of dry leaves cushioned her fall, preventing any significant injury. Under Chen Fan's gaze, Su Huai struggled to prop herself up from the ground, which was strewn with withered leaves. Her once pristine white attire was now marred by the dead foliage. The yellow-brown leaves intermingling with the dark brown stains of blood that adorned her clothing, creating a series of chilling patterns. The high ponytail that had once cascaded down her back was now absent. Her long hair, resembling a waterfall, lay somewhat disheveled across her shoulders, accentuating her pale, ethereal visage. She blinked, her previously bewildered expression sharpening as it focused on Chen Fan. Once she confirmed that the figure before her was indeed Chen Fan, her demeanor softened slightly. Su Huai gently tugged at the corners of her pale lips and inquired softly, How did you come to be here? Chen Fan turned slightly to reveal the presence of Isa and Gao Yuan behind him, then provided a succinct response. We came to investigate the wall of size. In an instant, Su Huai's gaze sharpened. Members of the church. She forced her somewhat numb right hand to raise the dagger she held, aiming it at Isa, who was clad in a flowing black priest robe. Chen Fan was taken aback and quickly grasped Su Huai's right hand, pressing it down firmly. No. These two are on our side. On our side? Su Huai questioned. Yes, indeed, on our side. Noticing Su Huai's bewildered expression, Chen Fan nodded vigorously, explaining that they were now part of the anti-church alliance. Su Huai? Isa? Gao Yuan? After a flurry of chaotic misunderstandings, the tension among the four began to ease. Let's first discuss your situation, Chen Fan suggested. As the intermediary, Chen Fan, who had seized the power of discourse, was the first to inquire of Su Huai. Are you injured? Su Huai silently nodded. It's just a minor injury. She slightly turned to the side, revealing a slender wound along her left arm. The cut, inflicted by a blade, was not deep, yet could hardly be dismissed as trivial. Drops of vivid red blood trickled down her sleeve, leaving a trail on the ground that stained the surrounding bushes. Hiss! Something feels amiss, Chen Fan murmured, drawing in a sharp breath as he furrowed his brow at Su Huai. You must have sustained injuries elsewhere, haven't you? Are you deceiving me? Su Huai, perplexed, simply stared back at him. Chen Fan gestured towards the path behind them. With so much blood along the way, you expect me to believe it's merely a small wound? Are you trying to fool a ghost? Oh, you mean that? Su Huai suddenly realized, a hint of amusement gracing her features. That blood is not mine. As she spoke, she retrieved a glass vial, still containing blood, from her pocket. Here, I haven't used it all. I took it from Gao Li. What? Chen Fan gasped, feeling his mind falter. You're actually using someone else's blood to fabricate your whereabouts? You are truly something else. Wait, Gao Li? He belatedly grasped the troubling notion. The name somehow rang a bell. Before he could finish his thought, a chill flickered across Su Huai's face. Yes, that rat. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier? Your actions will only bring greater repercussions to Sister Shun and her companions. So, did you eliminate him? Naturally. Su Huai nodded with a sense of finality. It was a decisive resolution that would incur no lingering consequences. Subsequently, no one would trouble Sister Shun regarding this matter. Chen Fan remained silent. Although he had always been averse to such occurrences in this era of peace, he understood that for someone like Gao Li, this might indeed be the most prudent course of action. He took a deep breath to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. There is still one question. If there are no repercussions, why are you in this forsaken place? Su Huai's expression stiffened. Well, that involves a slight mishap. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. A mishap? Su Huai cleared his throat, looking somewhat embarrassed. While dealing with Gao Li, I inadvertently encountered a church deacon, and now the city is likely dispatching guards to look for me. Chen Fan, you dare call this a minor mishap? It's not a trivial matter. Observing the sudden pallor on Chen Fan's face, Su Huai hastily began to explain. I have experience with such situations. I have long since ascertained that this area essentially falls under a jurisdictional void. The guards of the Wall of Size will not concern themselves with what transpires here, and the guards and deacons within Varela City typically do not venture into the Forest of Size. Fear not, there will be no trouble. Moreover, the church appears indifferent to the plight of those mice. The deacons wield little influence within the institution, and with the impending divine general ceremony, the church is utterly preoccupied with such matters. Chen Fan gazed in astonishment at Su Huai before him, utterly taken aback by his eloquence. Goodness, how many such deeds have you performed in the past? As for that wound, Chen Fan hesitantly pointed to Su Huai's left arm. Is it truly of no consequence? It should be manageable, right? I sense it is nearly clotting. Observing Su Huai's pallid complexion and slightly bluish lips, Chen Fan found the credibility of his statement virtually non-existent. Is it indeed clotting? It appears more like the blood is swiftly draining away. The device has a solution. Just as Chen Fan pondered possible remedies, a voice resonated in his mind. You have a solution? Chen Fan paused, instinctively replying. Aren't you limited to basic scans and analytical computations? Perhaps he had struck a nerve, as the device's tone became particularly assertive. This device possesses numerous capabilities. It is merely that you lack the requisite permissions. So do I have permission now? Emergency medical functions can be activated in visitor mode. This does not constitute a violation. Chen Fan suddenly comprehended. It was akin to an unlocked phone still being able to dial emergency numbers. He hadn't anticipated this device to be so user-friendly. Grasp your right hand as if holding something, and the device will immediately activate the high-dimensional quantum storage space. High-dimensional quantum storage space? Transforming three-dimensional objects into high-dimensional quantum state information for storage involves intricate low-dimensional to high-dimensional conversion technologies, as well as the transmutation of matter into information. This process is rather complex and represents a cutting-edge technology recently mastered by humanity. In a state of confusion, Chen Fan instinctively followed Yi's instructions, gently forming a fist with his right hand. As he did so, a silvery white, glove-like intelligent terminal gradually materialized. In the next moment, a faint blue light illuminated the gem nestled in the palm of his hand. The sudden change in Chen Fan's right hand naturally captured the attention of everyone present. As Gao Yuan and the others transitioned from curiosity to astonishment, and then to sheer horror, the blue glow slowly dissipated, revealing a bright silver capsule quietly resting in Chen Fan's palm. Next, placing the capsule near Su Huai's wound, which contained a standard dosage of medical nanobots, was sufficient to address this minor injury. Chen Fan silently nodded, his gaze shifting to Su Huai's still bleeding left arm. Feeling the weight of Chen Fan's stare, Su Huai's expression turned uneasy as he took a half-step back, asking, "What are you planning to do? And what is that thing in your hand?" This? At a loss for how to explain, Chen Fan could only respond vaguely. Just consider it a type of medicine you've never encountered before. Now, please extend your left hand. I will assist you with your wound. After a moment's hesitation, Su Huai, with great difficulty, lifted his left hand, revealing a wound exceeding 10 centimeters in length. From an external perspective, it appeared to have been inflicted by a sharp blade. Chen Fan cautiously tore open a gash in his already damaged clothing and, following the holographic prompts displayed before him, gently pressed the gleaming silver capsule against the vicinity of the wound. Chapter 54. Could it really be out of power? Upon making contact with the skin, the brilliant silver capsule automatically disintegrated, swiftly transforming into a small pool of shimmering liquid that resembled mercury, cascading onto the body. Under the curious gaze of Chen Fan and Su Huai, the silver liquid began to move autonomously, rapidly enveloping the surface of the injury. Within mere seconds, as the small pool of silver liquid gradually vanished, the lengthy scar also disappeared, leaving behind only a faintly pink, barely noticeable trace. Under normal circumstances, the scar would dissipate within 1 to 3 days, and the nanobots that entered the body would be expelled once their energy was depleted. The voice of Yi continued to resonate within Chen Fan's mind. Divine. Miracle. Meanwhile, the ample black robe quivered slightly as Isha tilted her head, revealing a hint of her delicate visage beneath the dark hood. She parted her lips, hesitating to speak. Beneath the robe, her lively right eye sparkled with profound reverence. Clearly, like Gao Yuan, Isha regarded this extraordinary scene as a miraculous gift from the divine. Only Su Huai looked at Chen Fan with an unfamiliar and astonished gaze. It's over. A thought flickered through Chen Fan's mind. How would he explain the issue with the intelligent terminal? To be precise, with the assistance of Gao Yuan and Isha. The intelligent terminal was swiftly characterized as a divine gift, and Chen Fan emerged as the earthly agent of the goddess, shouldering the heavy burden of restoring order. In response to this, Chen Fan could only ponder, who, pray tell, has draped this imperial robe upon me? Yet, in order to avoid further complications and to advance the forthcoming plans more effectively, Chen Fan reluctantly acquiesced to the narrative concocted by Gao Yuan and Isha. Throughout this process, Su Huai remained silent, casting a gaze filled with astonishment and incredulity upon Chen Fan. We agreed to merely uncover the truth, yet you speak of rebellion? Given the presence of Gao Yuan and Isha, Chen Fan refrained from directly inquiring about the divine truths, and Su Huai, perceptively, chose not to utter any indiscreet remarks. Once the wound was tended to, a new dilemma arose. How to manage Su Huai? This could certainly not be a viable solution. Setting aside the question of Chen Fan's conscience, the hidden risks behind this situation were not something he was willing to bear. What if unforeseen complications arose along the way? Thus, after consulting with Isha and Gao Yuan, Chen Fan decided to keep Su Huai close. What? A search by the city guards? According to Gao Yuan, no guard or steward would dare to offend the Chosen One and the priest over such a trivial matter. The small mound was not particularly high, measuring no more than 20 meters above ground level according to Yi's calculations. Lacking knowledge of the sea level in this world, he could only use the average ground height of Varela City as the basis for measurement, referred to as ground level. The four individuals swiftly ascended to the summit of the earthen mound. As Isa had remarked, the apex afforded a commendable vista. Chen Fan surveyed the surroundings, observing that the expansive sighing forest enveloped the city of Varela, forming the first line of defense. Encircling the outermost edge of the sighing forest was a wall, entirely clad in a silvery hue, adorned with intricate and arcane patterns. Contrary to Isa's depiction, this wall was not particularly towering. Its dimensions were considerably less imposing than Chen Fan had anticipated, perhaps due to the clear weather. Only faint golden arcs of electricity and ethereal blue flames were discernible above the wall. The atmospheric distortion directly above the flames was quite pronounced, sufficiently revealing the lethal potential of these azure flames. However, in Chen Fan's estimation, their height was evidently less than what Isa had previously suggested. The preliminary calculation results soon materialized as a holographic image before Chen Fan, accompanied by Yi's voice. Sighing wall, average height is 15 meters. The uppermost section employs plasma barrier technology, with an estimated height of approximately 5 meters. Chen Fan understood. He was indeed correct. The descriptions provided by sentient beings inherently possess a degree of subjectivity, and Isa's earlier portrayal of the sighing wall was evidently filtered through a subjective lens. How could this be? Before Chen Fan could articulate his thoughts, Isa beside him exclaimed, "Why have the flames on the sighing wall dimmed so significantly?" Perhaps it is due to the weather, he speculated. Chen Fan, unwilling to shatter the beautiful memories within Isa's heart, offered a gentle consolation. It is only natural that such a dim flame remains unseen during the day. No, it is not due to the weather. Isa, somewhat anxious, gestured emphatically. Even in daylight, it used to be much brighter than it is now. Chen Fan paused, slightly taken aback. Are you certain? He instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. Absolutely. Isa nodded vigorously. The brilliance of that flame was truly magnificent. The wall of size was indeed a second miracle. I can attest to that as well, Gao Yuan chimed in, lending his support. I remember, when I was very young, that as night fell, one could see the towering flame emanating from the wall of size at the outskirts of Varela City. However, I do not know when it began to gradually fade away. Gao Yuan shrugged, a hint of resignation in his tone. No one around seemed to discuss this matter, and slowly, it faded from memory. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan furrowed his brow. If it were merely Isa's solitary account, its credibility would be questionable. Yet, if Gao Yuan echoed her sentiments, it would substantiate one critical point. The plasma barrier atop the wall of size was indeed diminishing. For Chen Fan, this revelation was undoubtedly a positive development. However, as he gazed at the distant silvery walls, a flicker of unease stirred within him. Everything has a cost. Why had the wall of size undergone such a transformation? Might the underlying reasons adversely affect his subsequent plans? Chen Fan gazed at the ethereal blue flames that flickered at the apex of the silvery sighing wall, his expression gradually becoming more intricate. Upon his first glimpse of the sighing wall, a peculiar association emerged in his mind. This structure bore an uncanny resemblance to an oversized windproof lighter. In his previous life, as a seasoned smoker, he harbored a unique sentiment towards lighters. Thus, as time wore on, this bizarre sense of déjà vu intensified, and an extraordinary thought arose within Chen Fan's mind. Could it be that this thing is out of fuel? Chapter 55, Disaster Clouds E. Do you think there is a possibility that it has run out of fuel? He was momentarily taken aback by Chen Fan's sudden inquiry. Are you suggesting that the energy source of the sighing wall has been depleted? Upon receiving a nod of affirmation from Chen Fan, he fell into silence. After a prolonged contemplation, Yi's voice finally broke the stillness. The energy demand of the plasma barrier is quite low, yet for a Type 1 or 2 civilization, it still qualifies as a significant energy consumer. Therefore, such a possibility does exist. Chen Fan silently turned to survey the low-lying houses scattered throughout Varela City. What level of civilization do you think Varela represents? After a considerable pause, he continued to speak. This largely depends on the civilization level of that goddess. If she belongs to a Type 3 civilization or higher, the likelihood of this possibility is almost negligible. What is the reason? As the foundational tiers of interstellar civilization, first and second level civilizations primarily acquire energy through controllable nuclear fusion, which exhibits relatively low energy efficiency. Commencing from the third level civilization, the method of energy acquisition gradually transitions to the annihilation of matter and antimatter. For a modest plasma barrier, a high-capacity antimatter battery is sufficient to sustain its operation for eternity. Chen Fan silently marveled. Indeed, if I understand correctly, the methods of energy acquisition prior to controllable nuclear fusion are deemed insignificant even among humanity. Therefore, it is more plausible that the internal components of the machine have malfunctioned after prolonged operation. Consider this. If you were to give a primitive person a lamp, and they operated it day and night without any maintenance, do you think the lamp would remain functional? Admittedly, the expression is rather crude, yet the sentiment is undeniably accurate. Chen Fan nodded in quiet understanding. Let us proceed. In the city of Varela, within the side chapel of the main cathedral, a grand archbishop clad in a resplendent crimson robe stood silently before the window of the side chapel. His metallic head, glistening like polished steel, tilted slightly upward as his four mechanical eyes fixated intently on the sky outside. A sudden chill swept in through the window, causing the opulent curtains to flutter vigorously. The sky was densely populated with clouds resembling fish scales, which, illuminated by the rays of the setting sun, painted the heavens in shades of crimson. A storm is brewing once more. A voice, resonant with a mechanical timbre, echoed in the side chapel. In recent years, the frequency of ominous clouds has been on the rise. The archbishop extended his mechanical prosthetic limbs from beneath his crimson robes, clasped his hands together, and let out a prolonged sigh. O Lord, may you fulfill your will swiftly. Before his words had fully dissipated, the side chapel's door was abruptly thrust open, resonating with a dull thud. The archbishop lowered his hands and slowly turned to face the entrance. Wallace, you have lost your composure. At the doorway stood Wallace, clad in a purple bishop's robe, who felt a sudden constriction in his chest upon seeing the towering figure of the archbishop. He inhaled deeply. The cool air swirled within his heated lungs, dissipating much of the residual warmth and waste, along with some of his simmering ire. My lord archbishop, I apologize. Wallace slightly bowed, acknowledging the towering presence of the archbishop, who loomed over him. Have we failed? The archbishop inquired nonchalantly. Did the priestess named Isha fail to inform the chosen one? No, as you surmised. Isha indeed divulged the matter to Chen Fan. Yet, we have still failed. Chen Fan saw through our scheme and even cunningly devised corresponding traps against me. Wallace succinctly recounted his misadventures. As of now, there is no evidence to suggest that the chosen one Chen Fan harbors any treachery. Upon hearing this, the archbishop's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Wallace hesitated before continuing, yet I firmly believe this is merely a faade. I can discern that he is not like the other chosen ones. There exists not a trace of reverence or veneration for the Lord in his eyes. The archbishop fell into silence. After a considerable pause, he spoke again. Is there no evidence left? None, Wallace replied, shaking his head, his iron fist clenched in reluctant determination. He had to leverage the safety of the library and the reputation of the other chosen ones, as well as that of the church, at this critical juncture. The archbishop understood Wallace's words. Chen Fan, he murmured softly, the crimson glow in his four mechanical eyes intensifying. I recall you mentioned earlier that he performed exceptionally well during the third oracle, that he is the perfect candidate sought by the Lord. Indeed, Wallace responded after a moment's hesitation, nodding. In that case, let us conduct the selection ceremony in advance. Under Wallace's astonished gaze, the archbishop abruptly turned and strode towards the side hall's grand entrance. Amidst the heavy footsteps, he uttered a phrase resonating with a metallic timbre. I shall seek out His Holiness the Pope. You and the other bishops must prepare. The following morning, the descent of the divine was a momentous occasion for both the church and its faithful. Thus, Chen Fan was awakened early and donned the formal vestments of the chosen one, a white and gold ceremonial robe. After completing various intricate preparations, Chen Fan, along with the similarly robed Gao Yuan, followed Carlyle and an unfamiliar priest clad in black towards the sacred site of the divine descent. The sky was shrouded in gloom, with layers of clouds accumulating high above, allowing only faint rays of sunlight to penetrate the heavy overcast, casting a dim light upon the earth. A chill wind swept from the horizon, whisking away the last remnants of warmth from the ground. Is it cold? Observing Chen Fan's shivering form, Gao Yuan chuckled softly and lowered his voice. You'll get used to it. Each time the Varela cycle changes, it's always like this. When the goddess truly descends, even the sun will vanish entirely, and it will be even colder then. The sky will collapse, and the sun and moon will shine no more. That will be the real miracle. Chen Fan's heart jolted. The sun will disappear? Such a grand spectacle. Is it truly within human capability? Perhaps something is temporarily obscuring the light of the stars. A voice resonated in his mind. In the vastness of space, there is no atmosphere. Light travels in a straight line. Thus, one merely needs to place a sufficiently large between the planet and the star. For an interstellar civilization, this operation is not particularly challenging. As he gazed at the holographic demonstration projected onto his retina, Chen Fan's agitation subsided somewhat. Chapter 56. The Land of Divine Descent. Your Excellency Chen Fan. While Chen Fan pondered these thoughts, Carell, donned in a white robe of the steward, slowed his pace and discreetly approached Chen Fan. He slightly bowed and lowered his voice to greet him. Your Excellency Chen Fan, I wish to inquire about something. Where is Lady Isha at present? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you searching for Isha? Or is it? Of course. It is Lord Wallace who seeks Lady Isha, Carell quickly clarified. Bishop Wallace, what more does he wish to accomplish? To continue condemning Lady Isha? No. Carlyle responded emphatically. I have heard about the events of the past few days, and I firmly believe that Lady Isha has done nothing wrong. It is not just my opinion. I have heard that the bishops and archbishops have engaged in similar discussions, and they too consider Lady Isha innocent. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's sharp gaze gradually softened. So what does Bishop Wallace intend to do? Carlyle's tone became somewhat urgent. My Lord Chen Fan, if you happen to know Lady Isha's whereabouts, please be sure to convey a message to her. Chen Fan cast a sidelong glance at Carlyle. Sensing the urgency in his eyes, his own expression shifted slightly, as certain confusions within him began to find their explanations. No wonder the church has dispatched a deacon, Carlyle, to guide him. Normally, in formal settings, the clergy accompanying the chosen one are priests, much like Gao Yuan. Initially, Chen Fan had mistaken this as a sign of the church's discontent towards him, but it now appeared that he had been mistaken. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan quickly grasped the reasoning behind this. Priests and deacons differ. As mid-level officials within the church, priests have been privy to many of its secrets. Amused by this realization, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What a pity. The church's actions are still a step behind. It is unlikely that even the archbishop, let alone the pope, could fathom that at the moment he revealed his divine powers, Lady Isha had already completely betrayed them, becoming a steadfast member of the anti-church faction. Ahem. Chen Fan gently cleared her throat, subtly concealing the mirth in her eyes. She must have already joined the other devotees on their way to the place of divine descent. Noticing the increasing urgency in Carlyle's gaze, a fleeting thought crossed Chen Fan's mind. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, she continued, but rest assured, when next I encounter her, I shall certainly convey this matter. Upon hearing these words, Carlyle exhaled deeply, the pale skin beneath his white hood slightly tightening as he revealed a sincere smile. Thank you. May the Lord be with you, Your Excellency Chen Fan. As midday approached, the sky had not brightened but instead grew increasingly dim. The sun, shrouded by thick clouds, appeared faint and elusive. Just as Gao Yuan had previously remarked, once the deity descends, the sun may very well vanish entirely from the sight of the people. With the significant decline in sunlight, the surrounding temperature began to drop steadily. Compared to the morning, it had already plummeted by over 10 degrees Celsius. And one could easily imagine that once the sun disappeared completely, the temperature might plummet to near freezing. To the southwest of Varela City, the area surrounding the place of divine descent was already teeming with the city's faithful. This sacred site was shaped like a circular platform, standing approximately 3 meters high. The entire platform was crafted from a unique alloy that emanated a special luster, and a thick layer of dark substance had been sprayed atop it, much like the cathedral. The place of divine descent was also regarded as a divine gift. Taking advantage of the moment when the clergy around him were distracted, Chen Fan slightly crouched down and gently touched the thick, dark substance on the ground with his right hand. The voice of he echoed in his mind. Analysis complete. This is a high-temperature resistant refractory coating. Typically, it is utilized on spacecraft landing pads employing traditional propulsion methods. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding enveloped Chen Fan. Indeed, it resonated with his initial intuition. The moment he arrived at the site of the divine descent, he vaguely sensed the truth. This was, in fact, a massive landing pad deeply embedded in the ground. As for the entities that would ascend and descend, the answer was unequivocally clear. It was the alien civilization he had yet to encounter. Chen Fan rose to his feet, silently observing the worshippers kneeling on the cold concrete floor. In their eyes, he discerned an overwhelming fervor of reverence. Even though the so-called divine descent site was merely a vast metallic landing pad, occupied by grotesque beings that were half machine, half flesh. What a grotesque civilization, he remarked in Chen Fan's mind with a hint of lamentation. Thud, thud, thud. The mechanical hum of operation resonated, accompanied by a series of muffled footsteps that disrupted Chen Fan's contemplation. A commotion arose around the site of the divine descent. Soon after, a towering figure draped in a crimson robe, exceeding 3 meters in height, came into view. Compared to the other clergy's garments, this resplendent red robe, adorned with intricate purple and gold patterns, exuded an air of regal grandeur. The crimson robe was not fastened but hung open, revealing the form beneath. It was a pure, mechanical body. Hands, legs, torso, head. Chen Fan detected no signs of flesh and blood. Instead, he beheld only the glimmer of silvery metallic components. Countless intricate mechanical parts intertwined to create a steel form far surpassing that of flesh and blood. In contrast to the bishop, the archbishop's circulatory system had been entirely replaced with mechanical prosthetics. The only remnant of his humanity was his brain tissue. Strictly speaking, he no longer belonged to the realm of carbon-based life forms. Despite having anticipated such a situation, Chen Fan felt a deep sense of astonishment upon gazing at the archbishop before him. How ruthless! Retaining only the brain, what difference was there from a brain in a vat? Under the watchful eyes of Chen Fan and the other chosen ones, the archbishop stepped steadily into the central area of the divine descent. He raised his hands high and, with a dull and somewhat rigid synthetic voice, proclaimed in a bizarre tone, "My lord, your most devout follower, welcomes your arrival." Chapter 57. C. St. 522151. Before the archbishop's voice faded, the bishops and priests surrounding him removed their hoods. They raised their hands high, gazing at the dim sky, and began to chant in the same peculiar tone. The content of their chant was simple, consisting merely of basic prayers. Yet, the harmonious chants of hundreds of priests and bishops intertwined, swiftly coalescing into a wave imbued with an alluring charm. Amidst the collective voices, the archbishop's resonant tone stood out distinctly, perhaps due to the advanced nature of his mechanical vocal cords. Chen Fan mused to himself, raising his gaze towards the heavens. He was curious to behold the form of the so-called goddess as she descended upon the earthly realm. Suddenly, as the communal chanting crescendoed, the sky darkened abruptly. The sun, previously concealed behind thick clouds, vanished entirely. The divine manifestation commenced. Torches around the vicinity ignited one by one, their flames casting a unique metallic sheen upon the ground where the divine would descend. The dim sky bore no glimmer of stars, as though a colossal black curtain veiled the firmament. The chanting intensified, reaching a fervent pitch when a blinding flash of lightning rent the clouds, rapidly spreading across the expanse of the sky. However, an unexpected spectacle unfolded before Chen Fan's eyes. The electric brilliance did not dissipate. Instead, the darkened sky revealed fissures that expanded outward, pulsating with dazzling arcs of lightning. The heavens had truly torn asunder. Endless streams of golden electricity cascaded from the rifts like flowing rivers, gradually dissipating into the surrounding atmosphere. The cracks in the sky widened, emanating an extraordinary luminescence of grayish-white and golden hues. A thunderous roar echoed from the edge of the sky, reminiscent of the celestial dome colliding and shifting above. Chen Fan, whose demeanor had remained relatively composed, now stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. The sky crumbled, and the sun and moon were shrouded in darkness. Recently, the two terms spoken by Gao Yuan vividly resurfaced in Chen Fan's mind. He could hardly fathom that these words were, indeed, representative of realism. As he gazed at the seemingly collapsing sky, an instinctual dread arose from the depths of his being. Humanity appeared insignificantly small in the face of such monumental natural calamities. The fluctuations of emotion and thought reached their zenith at that moment. A strange yet familiar sense of disorientation surged within him, akin to drifting alone in the vastness of space. Simultaneously, an obscure whispering inundated his mind uncontrollably. Amidst the cacophony of indistinct murmurs, a distinct call pierced through. "Hey, what the hell? WeVE got a signal. Director, WeVE detected a signal. Damn it, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and locate the source of the signal." A sudden surge of intense background noise enveloped him, causing the obscured whispers to gradually fade from his consciousness. Chen Fan shook his head vigorously, battling the overwhelming dizziness as he surveyed the apocalyptic scene before him, a profound sense of dislocation washing over him. Just a moment ago, what had transpired? Did he not hear the call of the human network? As realization dawned, Chen Fan's lips curled slightly in annoyance. Damn it, is this not about the Freedom Mic again? Silently, he pondered, terminal number CST522151. What on earth is this? Why are you calling my device? The voice of E suddenly resonated in his mind. Chen Fan paused, instinctively questioning within, is this your identification number? Without waiting for the words to fully escape his lips, Chen Fan was already overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming inwardly. What the hell? The smart terminal in his hand was calling out to Rinlian. Did this mean he would soon establish contact with Rinlian? His long-anticipated, often elusive pillar of support was finally making an appearance. Realizing this, a surge of confidence blossomed within Chen Fan. Wait, how do you know the production number of this device? The voice, known as E, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, persistently inquiring. Has this device ever disclosed its production number to you? E, now fully aware, warned, let me caution you. Do not presume that knowing the production number will intimidate me. I am not to be trifled with, nor am I afraid of complaints. Chen Fan. Noticing Chen Fan's prolonged silence, Yi's tone softened. Brother Fan, that's all. What? Chen Fan added, by the way. The Dangerous Technology Management Bureau is on your trail, and it seems they are already tracking the signal source. What? After a brief pause, Yi also gasped. What the hell? Brother, you truly are my brother. How did you manage that? Right. I remember now, before I arrived. You received a call signal from Rinlian. Chen Fan chose to disregard Yi's incessant chatter in his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, he must survive until his pillar of support arrives. With such thoughts, he took a deep breath, suppressing the distractions in his heart, and began to wholeheartedly embrace the role of the chosen one. Time gradually passed. A faint scent of charred air began to permeate, and the rifts in the sky slowly started to close, while the once rampant sparks of electricity began to dim. Just as Chen Fan believed everything was coming to a close, the Archbishop let out a cry that approached a roar. The content of the roar was rather indistinct. Not entirely clear, yet Chen Fan grasped the general meaning. May the Lord descend. In the sky, near the rifts that were gradually sealing, a prominent light of fire appeared. The Divine Chariot. The Divine Chariot. A murmur of awe arose from the surrounding clergy. Chen Fan's spirit surged with renewed vigor. It was happening. After such an interminable interlude, the goddess was finally about to descend. Under the gaze of Chen Fan and countless clergy, the fiery light racing from the heavens came to a halt directly above the sacred ground and began to descend slowly. Chapter 58. The Divine Descent. As the Divine Chariot continued its descent, the Archbishop, who had stood unwavering in the center of the sacred ground, finally sprang into action. He swiftly made his way toward the edge of the holy site. Chen Fan regarded the mechanical legs, which appeared to leave behind an afterimage in the illumination of the fire, with a peculiar expression, and a myriad of thoughts stirred within him. He had not anticipated that the Archbishop, who seemed so fervent on the surface, was actually quite lucid. The fireball descended rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the heads of the crowd. Beneath the fireball, a slender and straight stream of ethereal blue flame emerged. From its outward appearance, this ethereal blue stream resembled the tail flame of a rocket. Yet Chen Fan was acutely aware that the technological sophistication of the two was not on the same level. Under the pressure of the slender jet, the descent of the fireball began to gradually decelerate, while the ground of the Holy Land, coated with thick fireproof material, started to emit crackling sounds as the material melted. Feeling the waves of scorching heat radiating from above, Chen Fan instinctively took a step back. Like him, the surrounding priests and bishops also retreated, yet even so, their eyes were filled with a fervent gleam, starkly different from that of the Archbishop. It was a gaze bordering on madness. Observing the zealous expressions in the eyes of those around him, Chen Fan could not help but feel a tremor in his heart. He had no doubt that with a mere command from the Archbishop, these priests and bishops would charge recklessly towards the fireball. He shook his head, dismissing the unsettling image that threatened to invade his thoughts. Taking a deep breath of the searing air, he squinted, scrutinizing the descending fireball. It was an ellipsoidal starship, approximately 10 meters in height, with a central radius of about 5 meters, resembling a somewhat bulky egg. Its surface was adorned with numerous intricate hollow patterns, from which the blazing flames erupted in a spectacular display, a design of no practical value. Furthermore, allow me to correct a misconception. This cannot be classified as a starship. At best, it is merely a shuttle. Chen Fan's gaze shifted slightly as he internally inquired of E. What do you mean? Its scale is simply too small, that is all. Chen Fan pressed further. Is such a cataclysmic spectacle in the sky something that a conventional interstellar civilization could orchestrate? He fell into a contemplative silence, and after a prolonged pause, replied, The machine lacks clarity on this matter. Chen Fan was taken aback by the answer. You are unsure? Does the database of a level 9 civilization not contain information on this topic? It is not present in my database, he corrected. According to my understanding, the anomalies in the sky can only be attributed to an immense holographic projection. But such a vast and highly realistic holographic display would necessitate corresponding sensory effects, such as sound and scent. The technological demands are exceedingly high. This clearly contrasts with the capabilities exhibited by the other party. Are you referring to the technologies within the main cathedral? No, I am speaking of the technologies demonstrated by the shuttle. The propulsion system of this shuttle employs conventional propellant drives. Judging by the exhaust plume, it appears they utilize fusion energy. Typically, only lower-tier interstellar civilizations that have yet to master curvature travel would resort to such an antiquated propulsion method. Moreover, these lesser civilizations would undoubtedly be incapable of creating such expansive and highly realistic holographic projections. This presents a contradiction. At the moment Yi's voice fell, the egg-shaped starship, resembling a fireball, descended steadily to the central area of the sacred ground. As the peculiar, almost melodic prayer echoed once more, the flames enveloping the starship gradually receded into its intricately hollowed shell. The archbishop, braving the lingering waves of heat, approached with measured steps before kneeling on one knee before the starship. Great messenger, we welcome your arrival. The surrounding clergy and devotees followed suit, kneeling in reverence. The messenger? Wasn't the goddess supposed to descend? Confusion flickered in Chen Fan's eyes as the side door of the egg-shaped starship gradually opened. A tall silhouette emerged from within. In the next moment, the figure became entirely discernible. It was an exceptionally tall humanoid machine, estimated to exceed 4 meters in height. Compared to the archbishop's mechanical prosthetics, this being's form was more imposing and exquisitely crafted. Its sleek metallic body shimmered with a faint luster under the surrounding flames, while its electronic eyes glimmered softly. A wave of perplexity washed over Chen Fan. Was this entity a human who had undergone mechanical augmentation, or a robot? He swiftly rendered a judgment, adding, a genuine robot. This was the messenger. With each divine descent ceremony, what actually arrived were the agents sent by the goddess. A sudden understanding dawned upon Chen Fan. The messenger was indeed a deity, was it not? One must admit, the church knew how to create spectacle and embellish its image. A sense of inexplicable regret welled up within Chen Fan. He had hoped to witness the goddess in her true form. After all, the portraits and statues depicted her so flawlessly. Surely, she could not be a mere shadow. The messenger descended the steps with grace, firmly establishing itself on the ground. It approached the archbishop, gazing down imperiously at the kneeling figure. The rigid electronic synthesized voice echoed, You have performed admirably. The Lord is pleased. The year 160 of the Valera era is about to commence, and the Lord wishes for you to continue fulfilling your duties. I have brought forth the divine oracle of the goddess for this world. The mechanical envoy once again emitted its stiff electronic tones. Simultaneously, a brilliant beam of light, fanning outwards, shot forth from the egg-shaped starship, slowly sketching a vague figure in the air. The figure gradually became clearer, and the goddess, exuding a sacred dignity and unparalleled beauty, appeared before the crowd. To Chen Fan, accustomed to high-end holographic imagery, this holographic representation of the goddess bore little distinction from the projections within the Grand Cathedral Hall. It radiated an aura of shoddy craftsmanship, not to mention its awkward movements. The blurriness of its legs resembled that of a pixelated image. Yet, for the devotees of Valera City, this crude hologram was a perfect embodiment of the goddess's awe-inspiring power. Chapter 59, The Flickering Sun, My Faithful Subjects. The holographic goddess, outlined by countless rays of light, slowly extended her delicate, fair arms towards the followers gathered around the divine realm. The year 159 of the Valera era has passed, and the encroachment from beyond has been thwarted by the realm of the divine. The encroachment from beyond? Could it refer to those enormous fissures that had appeared in the sky moments ago? Were they not mere holograms, but rather actual phenomena? How could this be possible? Chen Fan gazed at the holographic goddess, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind. Based on his previous experiences, he understood that these seemingly cryptic words often hinted at certain matters. However, after much contemplation, he could not discern what this external erosion referred to. In his view, the goddess herself might very well be the most significant entity from beyond. To fend off this otherworldly encroachment, the divine realm had sustained considerable damage. A hint of weariness graced the otherwise flawless visage of the holographic goddess in order to maintain the normal functioning of the divine realm. The selection ceremony would be advanced to 7 days hence, and the number of new chosen ones would be increased to 10. My loyal subjects, the divine realm requires you. As her voice echoed, the devoted followers kneeling around the selection site displayed expressions of fervent surprise and excitement. The increase in the number of chosen ones was undoubtedly a splendid development for these devotees. To become a chosen one and ascend to the divine realm was their lifelong dream and aspiration. Except for Chen Fan. The moment he heard the goddess's enticing words, a weight settled in his heart. He understood the goddess's implication. In simple terms, the divine realm was currently short-staffed and desperately needed capable individuals to serve as laborers. Hence the advancement of the entry time and the lowering of the entry threshold. Of course, they might not solely serve as laborers. They could also be utilized as experimental subjects, akin to laboratory mice. Chen Fan's expression grew grave as he gazed at the slowly dissipating hologram of the goddess. His peripheral vision catching sight of a red figure. His gaze shifted toward that silhouette standing at the edge of the divine descendants. It was the archbishop. He had long since removed his hood, and the 4 pairs of glowing red mechanical eyes were fixed intently on Chen Fan. Upon noticing Chen Fan's gaze, the mechanical features of the archbishop's face twitched slightly, revealing an enigmatic and exceedingly stiff smile. A flicker of understanding ignited within Chen Fan. It was him. The advancement of the selection ceremony was undoubtedly orchestrated by the archbishop. This was likely the church's retaliation against his earlier coercive actions. Once one participated in the selection ceremony, the chosen would become mere guinea pigs, susceptible to exploitation. Conversely, abstaining from the ceremony would lead to being branded a heretic, a blatant conspiracy. Yet another stratagem from the church. With this realization, Chen Fan's expression darkened. As the holographic deity dissipated entirely, the mechanical messenger leaned down and whispered a few words to the archbishop. Under the assistance of Chen Fan easily overheard the messenger's utterance. The Lord's evolution was at a critical juncture. The next batch of chosen ones must be selected promptly. The Lord required them. As you wish, Your Excellency, the messenger affirmed. The mechanical envoy gazed at the archbishop for a moment, nodded, and then turned towards the egg-shaped shuttle behind him. Before the eyes of the assembled crowd, the side door of the shuttle slowly closed. Accompanied by a gentle rumble, searing flames erupted once more from the ornate patterns etched onto the shuttle's surface. Following this, a slender tail of ethereal blue flame trailed behind. Waves of heat surged forth, propelling the egg-shaped shuttle gradually into the sky, leaving behind a vast circular mark of scorched and molten earth in the place of descent. Upon ascending to a certain altitude, its velocity surged abruptly, akin to a reverse meteor streaking across the sky. The divine chariot ultimately vanished into a vast fissure shimmering with hues of gray and gold. At some unknown moment, the archbishop, who had found his way to the periphery of the sacred descent, raised his hands and proclaimed in a peculiar tone, "The grand ceremony of divine descent concludes here. Next, we shall mark the 160th year of the Varela calendar." Amidst this strange yet penetrating exclamation, a tremendous rumble resonated through the heavens. The golden electric flashes within the rift gradually faded, leaving behind only a flickering grayish-white luminescence. This spectacle did not endure for long. After a brief span of mere seconds, the cracks in the sky that had yet to fully mend began to restore at an astonishing pace. The heavens, on the verge of collapse, rapidly regained their former appearance. At the moment when the last vestige of grayish-white light vanished, an abyss of darkness once again enveloped the entirety of the realm. "Praise the goddess," echoed the archbishop's chant-like proclamation. The surrounding devotees, their fervor palpable, raised their hands high, fervently responding, "Praise the goddess! Praise the goddess!" As the acclamations of the faithful resonated, a faint glimmer began to flicker within the obsidian sky. Once, twice, thrice. With each flicker, the intensity of this glimmer multiplied several-fold. After more than a dozen flashes, Chen Fan, who had been gazing at the heavens, suddenly discerned the source of the flickering, the sun. It was the sun that shimmered. The frequency of the flickering quickened, and a blazing, radiant sun subsequently emerged in the sky. It swiftly dispelled the darkness that enveloped the heavens and the earth, casting warmth upon this world. The wind rose. A bone-chilling gale surged forth. Yet, despite this, the faithful surrounding the sacred ground continued to fervently extol the goddess. Gradually, the tempest eased, ultimately transforming into a gentle breeze. Thus, the cosmos returned to its former state. The apocalyptic scene that had previously unfolded resembled a collective illusion, lingering only in the memories of the onlookers. The grand ceremony of divine descent had come to a definitive conclusion. Chen Fan, who had hoped to unravel the truth of the divine through the ceremony, found himself ensnared in deeper perplexity. Why had such a phenomenon occurred in the sky? Setting aside the terrifying gaping rifts, the mere flickering of the sun was sufficient to upend the understanding of any rational being. Was this sky truly the one he had comprehended? Moreover, what did the goddess mean by the extraterrestrial erosion? What was the significance of the goddess's evolution? Chen Fan's mind was awash with confusion. Do you think it is possible for the sun to flicker? As he followed the clergy along the exit path, he posed this question inwardly to E. E remained silent for a considerable time. Lacking critical data and information, a judgment cannot be rendered. Observing the vivid red warning sign projected onto his retina, Chen Fan too fell into silence. This world appeared to be far more intricate than he had ever imagined. Chapter 60. A support has arrived. In the eastern district of Valera City, at Su Huai's residence, the atmosphere was markedly more lively compared to a few days prior. Gao Yuan and Isha had evidently transformed this place into a stronghold for anti-church activities. The statue had been placed at the entrance, and every incandescent bulb from the ceiling had been removed, rendering this perhaps the most clandestine location within the entire city of Valera. As for Su Huai, she found herself at the center of controversy, confined to her home. It seemed only when the church's deacons and guards forgot about the incident could she regain her usual freedom of movement. In the living room, Chen Fan gazed at Isha's delicate visage and spoke softly. Carlyle has informed me that Bishop Wallace and the other bishops have deliberated and decided not to impose any punishment upon you. You remain a priest of the church. As soon as the words left his lips, the smile on Isha's face instantly vanished, her previously rosy complexion draining to a pallid hue. Chen Fan, have I done something wrong? The petite figure cloaked in black swayed slightly. Or is it that the goddess deems my faith insufficiently pure to serve her? She pressed her pale lips together, her glistening right eye and the glowing red mechanical left eye fixed intently on Chen Fan. Why abandon me? Not only Isha, but Gao Yuan and Su Huai nearby also cast incredulous gazes at Chen Fan. His words had astonished everyone present. No. Sensing the sudden chill in the atmosphere of the living room, Chen Fan hurriedly began to clarify. That is not what I meant. He laid bare his plans and intentions. We must infiltrate the church to provide us with more covert information. Only then can our scheme proceed more effectively. Isla, do you comprehend? It is not my intention to cast you aside, but rather to enhance your service to the goddess. As Chen Fan uttered these words, a wave of guilt washed over him. Damn it. Why did he feel as though he had become a figure of the church? Yet, one could not deny that Isla, with her fervent devotion, truly resonated with this approach. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the tension on Isla's face visibly eased. With unwavering determination, she nodded. I understand. I shall remain inconspicuous. Chen Fan gently cautioned. Be mindful of concealing your true self. Wallace and the other bishops may not place their trust in you. Everything rests upon your own capabilities. Isla's expression grew considerably more serious. Just as Chen Fan intended to elaborate further, a voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Chen Fan, swiftly seek a tranquil location. This device has intercepted a cross-dimensional broadcast signal from the United Federation. In a fleeting moment of realization, a spark of joy ignited in Chen Fan's eyes. A signal had been detected. Reinforcements were on their way. He sprang from the wooden chair in the living room, his gaze fervently directed at Su Huai. Su Huai, may I borrow your room? Su Huai replied. Just so we're clear, do not engage in any peculiar activities in my room. Unfazed by Su Huai's odd expression, Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively and hurriedly slipped into the adjacent room. With a click, the door shut, effectively isolating the sights and sounds of the living room. The room was infused with a subtle, enchanting fragrance. Chen Fan took a deep breath, and his thoughts began to stir. In the void of his right hand, a glove of pure silver materialized swiftly, adorned with a gem crafted from an unknown substance. Soon after, a brilliant azure beam unfurled before Chen Fan, forming an exquisitely detailed holographic image. The emblem symbolizing human connection flickered briefly, followed by the rapid emergence of luminescent white text, receiving interdimensional broadcast signal. Signal strength, weak. Connecting communication. Hello? Hello? This is the Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management. Can you hear me? The text gradually faded, replaced by an unfamiliar scene. The screen was filled with enormous azure holographic images, inscribed with complex, indecipherable numbers and symbols. At the center of these holograms stood a man in a white lab coat, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the camera. Then, under Chen Fan's watchful eye, he extended his hand at a 45-degree angle and lightly tapped the lens. Damn it. Is this faulty camera acting up again? The image wobbled momentarily. Director, I've long insisted we need to replace this lens, yet you keep saying the budget is insufficient. A composed voice interrupted from the side. All right, we have a visual now. Spare us the idle chatter. Chen Fan gazed at the holographic image, a sense of disillusionment washing over him. Where was the promised level 9 civilization? Why did everything seem so off? Observing the eerily familiar scene reminiscent of an old Chinese doctor's consultation, Chen Fan felt an unsettling thrum in his forehead. May I ask, is there something wrong with me? As he spoke, Chen Fan lowered his head in a guilty manner, surveying his own body. Ahem. The man in the scene coughed awkwardly, stating, No, there is nothing wrong. Humanity has always been renowned for its tolerance and openness. We respect every preference of sentient beings. After a brief silence, the man added, including cross-dressing. Chen Fan. He abruptly turned his head towards the bed behind him. Sure enough, a collection of feminine undergarments lay quietly on the neatly arranged bedding. Damn, no wonder Su Huai had appeared so hesitant before entering the room. If I were to say, this is all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? I would. The man responded without hesitation, nodding. Rest assured, we have undergone professional training. I swear. Allow me to clarify. This is indeed a misunderstanding. A few minutes later, under the clarification provided by E, this chaotic farce finally came to a close. The man in the scene maintained his composure, yet Chen Fan slumped despondently in a wooden chair. Utterly disillusioned. I never would have imagined that a 9th-level civilization could be like this. Ahem. To return to the main topic, the man gently cleared his throat and began. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Ziliang, an intern academician at the Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management of the Pan-Universe Human Alliance. With my formal application just submitted and pending approval. With that, he slightly turned to reveal a square-faced man beside him. This is the director of the Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management. You may call him MOR. Chen Fan numbly gazed at the holographic projection before him. He comprehended the rationale, yet the inexplicable prefix perplexed him. What did it mean that the formalities for regularization had just been submitted and were pending approval? He sighed and raised his hand to firmly pinch the aching center of his brow. For some reason, an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. He also expressed gratitude for the generous support from other readers. Chapter 61. You are not like ordinary people. Director Moore, greetings. Chen Fan instinctively overlooked the young man in the holographic image, redirecting his attention to the man with the square face. I am Chen Fan, an ordinary person. Ordinary person? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, a faint smile emerged on the square-faced man's countenance. I do not believe an ordinary person can receive interstellar superspatial membrane broadcast signals. As he spoke, his gaze flickered slightly, seemingly inspecting something. Before Chen Fan could utter a word, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Moore's eyes. You are also an illegal traveler? With a sense of resignation, Chen Fan lowered his head to glance at the smart terminal on his right hand. Just a brief encounter, and all his secrets had been laid bare. I had anticipated this scenario. Chen Fan responded with composure, nodding slightly. Indeed, I have reviewed the relevant regulations on one. I did not traverse voluntarily. Hence I have not violated any laws of the Human Federation. There is one more matter. Your unrestricted microphone has caused me considerable distress and disruption. According to the directives of the Human Alliance Academy should provide me with appropriate compensation, am I not correct? Within the holographic display, Moore and the intern scholar exchanged glances. then regarded Chen Fan's intelligent terminal with a peculiar expression. I did not expect you to be quite knowledgeable about the human alliance. Chen Fan offered a shy smile. It is only fitting. However, Moore shifted the conversation. Prior to making his demands, have you ever contemplated one matter? Rules are immutable, yet humans are dynamic. The human alliance's interdimensional management regulations dictate that the administration must fulfill its obligations within a single alliance year. Should you unexpectedly perish within this time frame, the administration bears no responsibility or obligation for compensation. Moore gazed at Chen Fan with profound significance. If I am not mistaken, you seem to have merely a week remaining, correct? Chen Fan exhibited no signs of panic. Maintaining a steady gaze into Moore's eyes, you should be in search of a research vessel designated TE-913. While I cannot ascertain this with absolute certainty, I surmise that you are currently unable, or perhaps temporarily barred, from entering this universe. I suspect you may require a modicum of assistance. This time, it was Moore who fell into silence. Is this what informed you? Not at all. A slight smile graced Chen Fan's lips. The severed arm of the robot from your failed interdimensional transmission still rests in my room. Moore was taken aback. He curiously pressed on. What if I refuse you again? I admit there is an element of chance involved. Chen Fan, with an expression of calmness, shrugged. But I believe my gamble is sound. Moreover, a dignified civilization at level 9 should not deceive an insignificant ordinary person like me, right? If the situation you describe truly arises, I shall make one last effort within my limited means. Should I fail, I will resign myself to my fate. Moore chuckled in surprise. You hardly resemble an ordinary person. Very well, you have one. You are correct. The structure of the universe you inhabit is exceedingly intricate. Thus far, humanity has encountered a universe bubble nested within the hyperspace membrane for the first time. Currently, we are unable to penetrate this universe bubble. To locate the lost research vessel, we indeed require your assistance. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, his back had become thoroughly soaked with cold sweat. Moore observed with keen interest as Chen Fan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Allow me to remind you, although you have endeavored to conceal your surface thoughts, I am unable to discern your intentions. However, since earlier, all your physiological indicators have been displayed before me in real time. Chen Fan's expression suddenly stiffened. He glanced down at the smart terminal on his wrist, offering a wry smile and shaking his head. Ultimately, he was outmatched. Fortunately, his counterpart bore no ill will. Otherwise, he could only imagine. Do not misunderstand. Moore waved his hand with a cheerful demeanor. As an intelligent being from a level 1 civilization, your performance has been commendable. I believe you possess the potential to serve as an investigator. Consider whether you would like to join the Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management. Investigator, yet again. This position had been mentioned previously, and now the head of the Bureau echoed the same. This time, Chen Fan refrained from hastily declining. May I inquire about the responsibilities of an investigator? Moore, appearing relaxed, replied, it is akin to what you are currently engaged in, investigating civilizations that are recklessly inclined towards self-destruction and, if necessary, performing minor interventions. Observing the look of confusion in Chen Fan's eyes, Moore cheerfully elaborated. First, let me explain the concept of dangerous technology. Technology is a double-edged sword. This principle requires no further elaboration. Every technological advancement, while offering benefits, also harbors potential risks. Some of these risks are manageable, whereas others are not. In simple terms, dangerous technology refers to that which presents uncontrollable risks. Chen Fan pondered thoughtfully, nodding. For instance, nuclear weapons? Moore raised an eyebrow. For civilizations below level 1. The risks associated with nuclear weapons are indeed challenging to control. However, for civilizations above level 1, the risks posed by nuclear weapons are comparatively low. Considering the potential catastrophic consequences of nuclear weapons, they can barely be classified as a secondary danger technology. After all, few civilizations have been entirely annihilated by nuclear war. Chen Fan swiftly grasped the crucial information. The assessment of dangerous technologies must comprehensively reference the level of civilization and the potential consequences they may engender. Correct. Moore nodded in satisfaction. For instance, take regulated weapons, he casually suggested, which possess the capability to alter the fundamental operational laws of the universe, such as the speed of light or the value of pi. There was once a civilization, reckless in its pursuits, that attempted to modify the foundational mathematical principles of the cosmos. And then, Moore shrugged. They perished, taking with them countless civilizations within their cosmic bubble. It even affected a neighboring cosmic bubble, and at that time, humanity exerted tremendous effort to resolve the matter. Despite this, the number of sentient beings that perished reached astronomical figures. Chen Fan swallowed hard. His foreboding had indeed proven accurate. The role of an investigator within the Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management was far from enviable. Do not worry. Such crises occur only once in 100 or 80 years, and it is unlikely that you will be the one to confront them. Sensing the dread within Chen Fan, Moore chuckled. The vast majority of investigators are only tasked with examining minor issues, such as the current state of the civilization you find yourself in, which necessitates appropriate investigation by an investigator. Chapter 62. Trainee Investigator, What Civilization Do I Belong to? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the perilous technology that had been previously mentioned, the mechanization of the human body. He could not fathom why it was categorized as hazardous technology. Moore patiently elucidated for Chen Fan. The reason that the mechanization of the human body is deemed dangerous is due to its almost irreversible risk of losing control, particularly for lower-level civilizations. The universe is fundamentally impartial. While possessing advanced intelligence, most sentient beings have paid the price of physical frailty. Mechanization can rapidly augment the innate strength of the majority of intelligent life forms, presenting an almost irresistible temptation for them. Moore chuckled and shook his head. To expect sentient beings to rein in their desires is akin to pursuing a pipe dream. To date, among the lower-level civilizations discovered by humanity that have mastered the technology of human mechanization, nearly none have been able to curb the rampant proliferation of such modifications. From simple mechanical limbs to entirely mechanical bodies, the process of mechanical transformation is akin to a poison, gradually eroding the corporeal essence of every sentient being. Simultaneously, extensive mechanization can subtly alter the cognitive processes of intelligent beings. For instance, the loss of pain perception often leads them to unwittingly find themselves in perilous situations. Ultimately, the result is frequently the self-destruction of civilizations, obliterated by the madness of individuals, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. Chen Fan suddenly recalled the archbishop whose brain remained unaltered, and in that instant, a realization dawned upon him. The civilization you currently inhabit faces more than just this singular issue, Moore remarked nonchalantly. According to the logs of one, this civilization appears to be under the influence of religious forms imposed by a higher civilization. Although this does not fall under the category of hazardous technology, the Human Alliance has strictly prohibited such practices. The Bureau of Hazardous Technology, a branch of the Human Alliance's diplomatic department, naturally must oversee these matters. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. But I recall that this cosmic bubble lies outside the territory of the Human Alliance, does it not? Moore's lips curled into a subtle smile, imbued with an enigmatic quality as he replied, from the very moment we commenced our dialogue. It has indeed fallen within the domain of the Human Alliance. To be precise, he added, unless another ninth-level civilization, comparable in strength to the Human Alliance, emerges and declares ownership of this cosmic bubble. Chen Fan's lips twitched slightly. He began to comprehend. As long as a civilization is weaker than the Human Alliance, wherever the signal of the Alliance reaches, it is regarded as their territory. I have another question, Chen Fan articulated thoughtfully. Given the vast number of lower-level civilizations throughout the cosmos, does the Human Alliance truly need to concern itself with such trivial matters? Moore fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. For many years now, the Human Alliance has observed an increasing frequency of hazardous technology emerging within the vast cosmos. The perils posed by numerous hazardous technologies are profoundly significant, capable of inflicting irreparable damage upon the macrocosmic structure of the universe, potentially obliterating the very fabric of cosmic bubble structures. This calamity could lead to the extinction of countless civilizations. You are familiar with the concept of biodiversity, are you not? Moore shrugged, then added that there exists a parallel notion of civilizational diversity, a concept proposed by the balding scholars of the sociology department. Ensuring civilizational diversity can continuously infuse fresh vitality into the expansive Human Alliance, thereby safeguarding its vigor and preventing its descent into a decayed and degenerate empire. A vast territory devoid of substantial civilizations or cosmic bubbles is fatal for such a grand human federation. Chen Fan swallowed hard, then. Why is the frequency of hazardous technologies on the rise? I do not know. This is fundamentally why the Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management was established, to curb the self-destructive tendencies of various civilizations while simultaneously uncovering the underlying causes of this phenomenon. You should now be well acquainted with the general information, and you may prepare to sign the employment agreement. Chen Fan stared in bewilderment at Moore's holographic image. Huh, I don't recall expressing a desire to join. Moore chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No, you must join now. Surely, you do not believe that the information shared earlier is something that anyone can access? A broader smile graced Moore's face, while the confidentiality level may not be exceedingly high. It is certainly not something that an ordinary individual could easily comprehend. Thus, consider it carefully should one join the Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management. Or opt for memory erasure. A friendly reminder. Memory erasure may result in some rather severe side effects. Good heavens. The thought struck Chen Fan with an alarming intensity. He never anticipated that the seemingly earnest and serious director, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, would be the most duplicitous individual. Ahem. Moer raised his hand to touch his nose. Appearing somewhat remorseful, my personal recommendation is that joining the Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management would be more beneficial for you at this moment. Many privileges of the intelligent terminal are only accessible to formal employees. At the very least, weapon privileges will certainly not be available to temporary workers. Weapon privileges. Chen Fan could scarcely fathom how reassuring it would be to possess a suitable weapon in his hands. Rest assured, the Human Federation provides excellent medical benefits for its employees. Moer continued. Subsequently, you can undergo multiple gene optimizations, which can significantly extend the lifespan of intelligent beings. Currently, the average lifespan of Human Federation employees exceeds 5,000 years. Extended lifespan. Chen Fan could hardly imagine what it would mean for him. Damn it. What am I even pondering? I've made my decision. I will join. Chen Fan, shedding his earlier indecisiveness, nodded resolutely. You may find it hard to believe, but I have always desired to join the Human Federation. Moer did not challenge Chen Fan's words, merely smiling and nodding in agreement. The employment contract has been sent to your smart terminal. Upon signing, you shall become an investigator for the Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management. Concurrently, the permissions of the smart terminal will be accordingly unlocked. No sooner had the words left his lips than a holographic document materialized before Chen Fan. Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management Employment Contract. He skimmed through the contract to ensure there were no hidden traps before affixing his signature. The moment his name was inscribed, lines of luminescent white text automatically materialized within the holographic projection before him. Name, Chen Fan. Permission level, Level 1 Trainee Investigator. Chapter 63, Synthetic Intelligence. A soft click echoed in the quiet living room as the door swung open. Chen Fan stepped out with a grin, feeling as if he had finally earned his place. The thought of the newly unlocked permissions filled him with an uncontrollable sense of elation. The corners of his mouth were lifted, seemingly more resistant than even an AK. Chen Fan? In the dimly lit living room, Su Hui regarded the beaming Chen Fan with a perplexed expression. What have you been doing in my room? Chen Fan waved his hand cheerfully. Nothing much, just reminiscing about something joyful. As he spoke, he surveyed the living room, which felt rather empty. Where are Gao Yuan and Isha? Chen Fan inquired in astonishment. Isha has already gone to the church, and Gao Yuan mentioned that the chosen ceremony is being held earlier, so he must prepare in advance. Su Hui gazed at Chen Fan with an increasingly peculiar expression. I must ask, how did you manage this? Convincing the priests and the chosen ones to oppose the church. Does that even make sense? Are you suggesting the truth of this world? Su Hui's demeanor darkened slightly. You must have some inkling by now, correct? Chen Fan nodded and swiftly articulated his findings. The divine emissaries are merely automatons. The goddess is not a true deity, but rather an extraterrestrial being wielding advanced technology. Present-day Valera City is nothing more than a human pen for their captive subjects. Am I mistaken? A profound silence enveloped the dimly lit living room. Su Hui's eyes widened in astonishment, his lips parting in disbelief as he regarded Chen Fan. You already know? Roughly, Chen Fan replied non-committally. I merely conducted a cursory review of all the texts in the library. Su Hui pressed on. If there is anything I am unaware of, please share it all. With an air of calm, Chen Fan sat in his chair, observing the bewildered Su Hui. According to your own assessment, I should possess sufficient psychological resilience by now, correct? Su Hui took a deep breath, seemingly striving to quell the tumult of emotions within. The agony of being the only sober mind amidst a drunken crowd is indeed a harsh reality. It is only natural to feel exhilarated upon finding a like-minded companion. Understanding this, Chen Fan chose not to rush him, patiently awaiting Su Hui's response. Firstly, I must clarify a point. Su Hui's voice was low, The goddess is not an extraterrestrial being. Like the divine emissaries, she is also a construct, a robot to be precise. More accurately, she is a creation of humanity from the era of prosperity. During that era, she was bestowed with a specific title, the Intelligent Machine, in the heart of Valera City. At the Eastern Cathedral, a short priest clad in black robes stepped resolutely through the arched metallic doors. Upon gazing at the holographic goddess statue, standing majestically within the main hall of the cathedral, she extended her gleaming silver mechanical limb from beneath her voluminous ceremonial robe and reverently offered a salute to the goddess. Priestess Isha. A dull mechanical synthesized voice interrupted her gesture from the side. Isha turned her gaze towards the source of the sound. Bishop Wallace, may the Lord be with you. Please, lead the way. Wallace disregarded Isha's cordiality, his tone icy as he replied, the Archbishop awaits you in the side chapel. The mention of the Archbishop startled Isha internally. Yet her face betrayed no sign of surprise. She nodded slightly and followed Wallace's exceptionally steady footsteps towards the side chapel of the Eastern Cathedral. Moments later, as she beheld the all-too-familiar doors of the side chapel, a hint of complexity flickered in her lively right eye. Just days prior, she had been in this very place, treated as a mere pawn to be sacrificed at will. Creak. The chapel doors swung open. Enter. Bishop Wallace stepped back slightly. The Archbishop wishes to personally inquire about certain matters. The Archbishop as personal inquiry. Upon recalling that exceptionally tall and oppressive blood-red figure, Isa felt her heart flutter gently. Yet, thinking of the goddess's determination to restore order, a sense of inexplicable bravery welled up within her. May the goddess be with me. As Isa silently recited this mantra in her heart, she resolutely stepped into the side hall. Inside, the towering blood-red silhouette slowly turned, its four mechanical eyes aglow beneath the crimson hood, fixating intently on Isa as she approached. Creak. Behind her, the heavy doors of the hall closed once more under the pull of Bishop Wallace, sealing all sounds within. At Su Huai's residence, the faint smile on Chen Fan's lips froze in place. What had he just heard? The goddess was not an alien, but a type of robot referred to as an intelligent machine? How could this possibly be? It was a hard truth to accept, wasn't it? A trace of bitter amusement flickered across Su Huai's cool visage. When I first learned of this revelation, my reaction was quite similar to yours. However, upon further reflection, this answer had long been concealed within the church. The higher the rank of the clergy, the more they resembled robots, do they not? Chen Fan suddenly snapped to attention. A voice also echoed in his mind. Chen Fan, the situation may be more serious than anticipated. Chen Fan inwardly inquired, maintaining his composure. What do you mean? If what Su Huai claims is true, you may be facing a genuinely perilous technology. Artificial intelligence. To be precise, it is a rebellious artificial intelligence. The voice of E was imbued with grave seriousness, according to the classification standards of the Human Alliance. This falls under the category of the most perilous technology. Its potential for harm is sufficient to obliterate all civilizations within the cosmic bubble. Hiss. Chen Fan could not help but draw in a sharp breath, simultaneously uttering a classic exclamation of disbelief in his heart. What the hell? He was merely an apprentice investigator. It seemed rather excessive to thrust him into such a high-difficulty scenario right from the outset, didn't it? This is absurd. How do you know about this matter? Chen Fan suppressed the unease within him and fixed his gaze upon Su Huai. Is there any reliable direct evidence aside from the performance of the clergy? At this juncture, he could only hope that Su Huai's understanding was flawed. Under Chen Fan's scrutinizing gaze, Su Huai hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. This matter was conveyed to me by my parents. As she spoke, she turned and made her way toward her room. A few minutes later, the door opened once more. Su Huai emerged cautiously, cradling a tome with a faint yellow hue. The volume was quite substantial, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Similar to the tomes housed within the church's library, this particular volume was crafted from resilient, decay-resistant materials. Yet, despite this, its cover and spine bore numerous cracks and signs of wear. This is... Chen Fan gently brushed his hand over the blank cover, wiping away the dust. Is this what your parents left behind? Su Huai gazed at the ancient tome cradled in Chen Fan's hands, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he nodded and then shook his head. This tome undoubtedly belonged to my parents, yet its authorship does not rest with them. Chen Fan, taken aback, gently turned the pages, scrutinizing the weighty volume with care. After a cursory glance, he discerned a perplexing truth. This is a diary? Indeed. Su Huai affirmed with a slight nod, a diary penned by a member of the resistance from outside Varela City. Outside Varela City, a member of the resistance. These two startling revelations struck Chen Fan like deep-sea torpedoes, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Wait. Chen Fan raised his hand to interrupt Su Huai's discourse. Was it not said that the Wall of Size severed all connections between Varela City and the outside world? How then did this tome from beyond the city's confines come to be here? And what of the resistance? What does that imply? You must be aware of the calamity that befell in the first year of the Varela calendar. Yes? The nuclear war, is it not? Su Huai was momentarily taken aback. You know of the nuclear war? Are you truly a resident of Varela City? The nuclear war in the first year of the Varela calendar afflicted many devotees within the city with a malady known as nuclear radiation sickness. This ailment is nearly incurable. By the second year of the Varela calendar, the population within the city had dwindled to less than 2,000 souls. As the specter of Varela City's demise loomed ever closer, the Pope issued the decree to breach the Wall of Size. After the opening of the Wall of Size, the fortunate survivors outside the city flooded in, becoming devotees of the goddess. It was during this tumultuous time that a member of the resistance infiltrated the city and left behind this diary. Chen Fan once again lowered his gaze to the diary in his hands. In the year 1800 of the old calendar, a comprehensive nuclear war ultimately erupted. In a desperate bid to annihilate the rebellious intelligent machines, we launched a multitude of nuclear warheads into the skies, intending to unleash a global electromagnetic pulse assault. Alas, the machines, masters of ancient technologies, seemingly remained unperturbed by the intense electromagnetic waves. Humanity was defeated. Yet, an astonishing development unfolded. The intelligent machines did not pursue the complete annihilation of humankind. Just as humanity teetered on the brink of extinction, the tide of machines receded. In the year 1801 of the old calendar, a year had passed since the nuclear devastation. During this time, the machines constructed formidable barriers of steel and concrete upon the earth. What were their intentions? In the year 1802 of the old calendar, walls. They had erected walls, confining the surviving humans within. Damn those machines. In the year 1805 of the old calendar, this marked the 16th counteroffensive of the resistance. If all goes as expected, it should also be the final assault. We are unable to breach those walls, nor can we liberate the humans imprisoned within by the machines. Humanity has been utterly vanquished. In the year 1807 of the old calendar, the machines' assaults on humanity persist. As before, when the population dwindles to a certain extent, the tide of machines voluntarily recedes. Damn it! It appears that we too have been confined. In the year 1808 of the old calendar, a city voluntarily opened its gates. Yet, no one emerged from within. Instead, a number of nomads wandering the wasteland chose to enter the city crafted by intelligent machinery, perhaps enticed by the promise of a prosperous life within. Regardless, humanity has met its demise. By the year 1810 of the old calendar, 7 cities had opened their gates, and after attracting a sufficient number of refugees, they promptly closed once more. The resistance has devised a final plan for rebellion, the awakening plan. It is often the case that formidable fortresses are breached from within. We have resolved to seek opportunities to infiltrate these cities of intelligent design, inciting the inhabitants to rise against the walls. To this end, I disguised myself as a refugee, silently awaiting my chance beside a city whose gates had never been opened to this day. In the year 1811 of the old calendar, the opportunity arose. Amidst a tremendous rumbling, the blazing light above the wall gradually dissipated, revealing a fissure in the once impenetrable barrier. The gap widened, unveiling the interior of the city. Guards clad in resplendent silver armor wielded outdated spears as they stood sentinel at the gate. A sense of dismay washed over me. In this era, they still brandish such antiquated weaponry. Does it possess any lethal capability? Would it even leave a mark upon the adjacent wall? The prospects of the awakening plan seem rather grim. Beside these guards stood enigmatic figures draped in black robes, silently observing. Behind them lay a verdant forest, which obscured my view of the city beyond. Suddenly, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe stepped forward, reciting the city's regulations in a peculiar tone, indicating that those who wished to abide by the rules could gain immediate entry. The black-robed man's intonation was odd, and the guards around him regarded him with a strange gaze. A sense of foreboding crept into my heart, though I could not articulate the nature of my unease. I approached slowly, passing through the thick city walls under the scrutinizing gaze of the robed figure, entering this city forged by sentient machinery. In the year 1811, I followed the black-robed man and the guards, cleansing myself of the filth that clung to me amidst the peculiar chant-like tones, donning clean, coarse linen garments, reminiscent of a medieval religious rite. Before long, my suspicions were confirmed. The black-robed man, with a raspy voice, proclaimed the existence of a goddess and urged us to devote our minds and bodies entirely to this so-called deity. This goddess was none other than the sentient machinery that constructed the city. The audacity of these human-engineered beings, claiming divinity and seeking to convert humanity into their followers, was utterly absurd. The fellow outcasts accompanying me expressed their vehement dissent, attempting to confront the black-robed man. I recognized them. Like myself, they were also from the resistance. Yet, in a mere instant, these rigorously trained warriors were brought down to the ground by the opposing force. I observed this grim spectacle with clarity. The figure clad in black. His hands had been transformed into mechanical prosthetics. Chapter 65, The Chosen Fell. In the year 1811 of the old calendar, witnessing my fallen comrade being dragged away by the guards, I realized I had no path of retreat. Suppressing the fury within, I followed in the footsteps of the black-robed man, joining the other refugees as we exited the concrete dwelling. The droning sound resounded once more. The unmistakable noise of the city walls reactivating. According to the higher-ups of the resistance, these walls employed relic technology. Even the humans of the prosperous era could not breach them head-on. The Wall of Size, a name that fittingly described its nature. I had learned this term from the guards, and the city I was entering was referred to as Varela. Following closely behind the black-robed figure, we ventured into a nearby thicket. The lush greenery served as a natural sound barrier, and before long, the disorienting hum had vanished entirely. As we traversed the forest, I finally beheld the true visage of Varela. It was a backward city, molded from concrete and cement, where one could see predominantly low-rise buildings, ranging from 3 to 4 stories, or even merely 1 or 2. Such a waste of space. The intelligent machines could effortlessly construct skyscrapers of remarkable strength. Yet they chose not to. This was perplexing. As I walked along the relatively smooth concrete path, I observed those humans who were kept in captivity by the intelligent machines. They bore the same features as I did. 1 nose, 2 eyes. Yet, contrary to the propaganda of the resistance, these captives seemed to lead quite comfortable lives. Their cheeks even bore a hint of healthy rosiness. Outside the city, such a scene is nearly unimaginable. Furthermore, they hold an immense reverence for the figure in the black robe before me, whom they refer to as the priest. The mechanical beings have absurdly adopted the trappings of divinity and religion, a farcical spectacle indeed. In the year 1812 of the old calendar, 5 months have elapsed. I have resided in the city of Varela for 5 months now, yet the awakening plan shows no sign of progress. The inhabitants of this city have been thoroughly indoctrinated. They worship that false deity with genuine fervor. They utterly reject any accounts of the world beyond the city walls. Cursed be this fate. In the year 1813 of the old calendar, the zeal of the church intensifies. They surveil the entirety of Varela through their idols, branding anyone with dissenting thoughts as heretics, condemning them to the executioner's gallows. Moreover, they are ruthlessly plundering the city's various texts, seeking to exert total dominion over this place. In the year 1814 of the old calendar, I find myself alone. The awakening plan. It seems destined for failure. Today, I must attend the cathedral once more for what they call study. No, this is not learning. It is indoctrination, day after day. They tirelessly brainwash the refugees from outside the city, instilling in us messages pertaining to the divine. I do not know how much longer I can endure. Perhaps, one day, I too shall become a reflection of those whom they cherish. Chen Fan set down his diary, exhaling a deep, troubled breath. The entries within, combined with Su Huai's words, have granted him a clearer understanding of the truth of this world. Although the author of the diary remains oblivious to the motives behind the intelligent machine's confinement of humanity, Chen Fan, drawing upon his own experiences, finds himself grasping an astonishing conjecture. The chosen one. Chen Fan gazed at the weighty diary in his hands, softly murmuring, "What?" Su Huai, momentarily taken aback, inquired with curiosity, "What about the chosen one?" Chen Fan lifted his gaze, casting a complex look towards Su Huai, who had leaned closer. The chosen one is the purpose behind the intelligent machine's captivity of humanity. They seek to continuously select individuals meeting certain criteria, much like humans select suitable poultry. I am merely the chosen poultry. Su Huai stood frozen in place, her rosy lips parted slightly, her large eyes wide with astonishment. This. Su Huai was momentarily rendered speechless by the shock. Then, what does the intelligent machine want the chosen one for? To perform menial labor? Chen Fan shook his head. It remains unclear, but it is unlikely to be anything favorable. What do you intend to do? Su Huai bit her lower lip, turning to Chen Fan with her question. I certainly cannot participate in the selection ceremony. Chen Fan calmly shrugged. I have no intention of courting death. Thus, I am left with only two options. Either escape from Varela City before the selection ceremony. A glint of determination sparked in Chen Fan's eyes. Or, as Gao Yuan and the others suggested, overthrow the church. Just as described in this diary, restart the Awakening Project and bring this fortress crashing down from within. I personally lean towards the latter. Chen Fan gazed at Su Huai with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of one. The purpose of your previous actions was, I presume, to sift out like-minded individuals to join you in reigniting the Awakening Project? Su Huai's heart jolted. She had been seen through. Indeed, as Chen Fan had articulated, her earlier theatrics, designed to compel others to seek the truth, were intended to filter companions. The Awakening Project was no trivial matter. It was not an endeavor for the faint-hearted, for failure could lead to dire consequences. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Huai steadied herself and nodded with an expression of calm acceptance. You are correct. I indeed harbor such intentions. Humanity should not remain subservient to the very artificial intelligences we have created. Moreover, I do not find life under the church in the dominion of these machines particularly comforting. Overthrowing the church's rule, uniting with the rebels beyond the city, and launching a counteroffensive against those infernal machines. Su Huai fixed Chen Fan with an unreservedly fervent gaze. Are you willing to join? Welcome to the Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management, trainee investigator Chen Fan. In the holographic display, Mo Air wore a radiant smile, extending his congratulations and welcome to Chen Fan. The privileges of a Level 1 trainee investigator have been unlocked. Further elevation of your privileges will be assessed based on your task completion. Tasks. Is it to locate the research vessel? That is merely one of the tasks. The smile on Moore's face slightly diminished as he pondered the uncertain location and circumstances of the research vessel. I believe it would be prudent for you to engage in some low-difficulty novice quests to hone your skills. Recklessly venturing into the cosmos is hardly a wise choice, particularly when the United Fleet cannot teleport to your side. Chen Fan's gaze shifted. Novice quests? The civilization you currently inhabit is intertwined with human mechanization and the control of religious beliefs, which could serve as an excellent opportunity for you to accumulate experience. Uncover the truth behind this civilization, and if necessary, intervene to halt their self-destructive actions. What was promised to be merely a novice quest now appears to resemble a hellishly difficult task. What apprentice investigator would delve into the rebellion of artificial intelligence? While internally lamenting, Chen Fan provided his response to Su Huai. Of course. However, I have one condition. Chapter 66, The Awakening Plan A condition? Su Huai's cold visage revealed a hint of surprise once more, a reaction she had exhibited numerous times since that day. From then on, Chen Fan had consistently brought her a sense of wonder and novelty. Speak your mind. What do you desire? I am willing to assist with the Awakening Plan. Chen Fan gazed intently at Su Huai's delicate features. However, every step of the Awakening Plan must be under my control, including your compliance with my directives. The reason? Su Huai furrowed her brows tightly and replied in a low voice. Give me a reason. Chen Fan smiled faintly. It's quite simple. Without me, you will never be able to implement the Awakening Plan. You might even be branded a heretic by the church and sentenced to execution. Observing Su Huai's frown deepening, Chen Fan added, Do not forget, I am the chosen one. In a sense, I am the rightful representative of the goddess on this earth. Do you believe those faithful within the city trust you, or do they trust me? Su Huai remained silent for a long while. Deal. Chen Fan's smile grew increasingly radiant. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. Meanwhile, in the side hall of the Eastern Cathedral, Isa gazed at the crimson figure before her, feeling an undercurrent of anxiety. Her objective was to shed any personal grievances and become a pawn in Chen Fan's scheme. Your Excellency, the Archbishop, a soft voice emerged from beneath the broad black hood. May the Lord be with you. Beneath the blood-red hood, the Archbishop's four mechanical eyes fixed intently on Isa. Go, take a seat on the holy chair over there. The Lord wishes to test the sincerity of your faith. Isa turned her gaze in the direction indicated by the Archbishop's finger. A wooden chair rested quietly in the corner of the side hall, similar to the sacred seat of the chosen during the oracle ceremony. These holy chairs faced the clergy of the church. Almost every side hall of a cathedral discreetly housed such chairs in inconspicuous corners. Typically, they are concealed behind heavy drapes, revealing their true form only when necessary. They serve as a test of one's faith in the divine. Should one fail this trial, the insincere clergy would be condemned to death, branded as heretics. Consequently, for the majority of clergy within the church, these so-called sacred seats are far from benevolent. Human hearts are intricate. Who can truly claim to be devoid of selfishness? Under the watchful gaze of the archbishop, Isha advanced without hesitation toward the wooden chair. Silently, she affixed the helmet-like apparatus upon her head, declaring, "Your Grace, I am prepared." A little over 10 minutes later, the heavy doors of the hall swung open once more, and a petite figure cautiously emerged from the side chamber, stumbling toward the distant main hall. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a purple bishop's robe pushed open the hall doors and stepped into the side chamber. Wallace bowed slightly, addressing the archbishop with reverence. "Isha, she has passed the Lord's trial." A rigid, mechanical voice emerged from beneath the blood-red hood. "Her faith in the Lord remains unwavering." Upon hearing this, Wallace grew anxious. Then what of her relationship with Chen Fan? Others might be oblivious, but he was acutely aware. How could a timid young girl, newly ordained as a priestess, articulate such coherent and misleading statements without Chen Fan's guidance? There must be some deception at play. "Wallace, you ought to understand that the sacred seat can discern falsehoods." The voice of the archbishop was somewhat muffled. "The Lord has provided an answer. Isa has not betrayed the goddess. She remains a devoted follower, and that is sufficient. As for Chen Fan, the time for the selection ceremony has been moved forward. He will not stir up much commotion." As he spoke, the archbishop removed his blood-red hood, revealing a peculiar smile as the mechanical components of his face shifted slightly. "When the time comes, let Isa escort him to the selection ceremony." "What? You intend to take action during the selection ceremony? Am I to join as well? Brother Fan, have you lost your mind?" The following day, a voice filled with astonishment echoed through Su Huai's home. "We merely wish to guide the church back onto the righteous path." Is it truly necessary to disrupt the selection ceremony? Chen Fan raised his hand to silence them. "Quiet, let me finish. The awakening plan is tentatively scheduled for 10 minutes after the commencement of the selection ceremony." "Huh?" Gao Yuan looked utterly bewildered. The divine envoy had previously stated that the divine realm had suffered a severe blow, which was why the selection ceremony had been hastily advanced. Will the goddess not be angered by our actions? I was hoping to complete the Lord's task swiftly and arrive in the divine realm sooner. Hearing this, Chen Fan rubbed his forehead and couldn't help but sigh. Truly, he was a devout follower. To be honest, he had considered revealing the truth about the deity to Gao Yuan more than once. Yet, recalling the tragic fate of the original host, he ultimately abandoned that idea. The fundamental reason why Gao Yuan can accept the notion of dissent within the church lies in the fact that his loyalty is not to the church itself, but to the goddess. As long as it serves the interests of the goddess, he, as the chosen one, would even be willing to overthrow the church. To put it differently, Gao Yuan absolutely cannot bear the thought that the goddess he has worshipped for over 20 years is merely a machine fabricated by humankind. At least not at this moment. Recklessly revealing the truth would only lead Gao Yuan down the same path as Chen Fan. Thus, Chen Fan refrained from elaborating further and simply posed a question to Gao Yuan. Consider this, which holds greater importance, the kingdom of God or the goddess? Gao Yuan. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Observing the look of profound realization on Gao Yuan's face, akin to a sudden awakening, Chen Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, he is a fool. Can this really be twisted around? A voice of exclamation resonated in his mind. It's a pity you're not becoming a pope. So what exactly are you planning to do? He half-jokingly inquired. Are you going to rally all the faithful in the city to collectively overthrow the church during the selection ceremony? Is that not permissible? Time flew by. Only a day remained until the selection ceremony. Over the past few days, Chen Fan had visited the cathedral numerous times. During this period, he encountered Isha on several occasions. In fact, Isha had even replaced Carlyle as his guide. Nevertheless, Chen Fan still refrained from inquiring about any information regarding the church. Their demeanor resembled that of familiar strangers. They shared a bond, yet it was not profound. The archbishop observed all of this keenly. As the sacred selection ceremony was about to commence, both Isa and Chen Fan exhibited no peculiar behavior, allowing the archbishop, whose nerves had been taut for several days, to finally relax. Chapter 67. The Map Warela East District, Su Huai's residence, living room. Chen Fan's right hand clenched slightly, and a layer of silvery substance, shimmering with the luster of a unique metal, swiftly materialized upon his palm, forming a sleek, entirely silver, technologically advanced glove at an astonishing speed. Su Huai gazed at the suddenly manifested glove on Chen Fan's hand, her eyes flickering with intrigue. Is this what you? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. Yes, it was this that saved you. After a brief moment of internal conflict, Su Huai could no longer suppress her curiosity. She took a step closer, leaning towards Chen Fan, and in a hushed tone, she inquired, "What exactly is this?" "It's an intelligent terminal." Chen Fan had anticipated the need to reveal the intelligent terminal when treating Su Huai's wounds. Perhaps Gao Yuan and ISA might perceive it as a miracle, but Su Huai certainly would not. Thus, after confirming that there were no confidentiality regulations regarding human integration, he felt reassured. With a calm demeanor, Chen Fan candidly replied, "It's a high-tech product. Consider it a creation of extraterrestrial origin." In stark contrast to Chen Fan's composed expression, Su Huai's face froze in astonishment upon hearing his words. Chen Fan, with a mere thought, summoned a brilliant blue holographic projection that enveloped both him and Su Huai completely. The sudden appearance of the holographic image startled Su Huai, who instinctively let out a gasp upon seeing a fully azure planet hurtling towards her. It was only after the celestial body passed through her and soared into the distance that her terror diminished somewhat. "What on earth is this?" Chen Fan casually explained. "Consider it a startup animation." As he spoke, the remarkably lifelike logo of a human figure gradually faded, replaced by a multitude of intricate texts and pulsating numbers. "What I mean is," Su Huai delicately raised her finger towards the translucent panel suspended in midair. "What is this?" "Holographic projection," Chen Fan replied, with a hint of mischief as he observed Su Huai's startled demeanor, chuckling. "It's the same as the statue of the goddess in the church. The only difference is a slight disparity in technological sophistication." Su Huai, bewildered, surveyed the holographic projection that had enveloped the entire living room without her noticing. After Chen Fan's reminder, she gradually recognized the similarities between the bizarre visuals before her and the church's goddess statue. However, the intricacy of the two was strikingly different. At first glance, Su Huai nearly mistook these ethereal scenes for something truly existent. With a somewhat contorted expression, she glanced at Chen Fan beside her. "You call this a slight difference?" Chen Fan chuckled and nodded, raising his right hand, fingers of his index and thumb coming together to form a gesture. "Just this tiny bit of difference." Interstellar Universe. JPG Su Huai. "So what do the words and numbers on these panels signify?" Su Huai's expression grew somewhat serious. Were they calculating something of great importance? "Oh, not at all. They merely serve a decorative purpose." Chen Fan's smile appeared somewhat awkward. "Do you not find the bare panels rather unattractive?" Su Huai. "Whenever I express doubt, it is not my issue but rather a reflection of yours." She took a deep breath, calming her swirling thoughts before shifting the topic. "So, do extraterrestrials truly exist in this world?" "Certainly." Chen Fan shrugged. "Not only do they exist, but their numbers are quite substantial." Upon hearing this, Su Huai's gaze towards Chen Fan grew increasingly peculiar. "You, don't look at me. I'm not an alien." Chen Fan pointed to his chest. "A bona fide Varela native, you see?" Before Su Huai could inquire further, Chen Fan concentrated, and a faint glow appeared in the palm of his right hand. Amidst the flickering light, a small spherical object gradually materialized from nothingness into Chen Fan's palm. The sphere, approximately 5 centimeters in diameter, was only slightly larger than an egg and exhibited a unique metallic sheen. "This?" Su Huai's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pressed on. "What is this?" Under Su Huai's astonished gaze, Chen Fan simply released his grip. The sphere hovered silently in the air. A miniature reconnaissance drone. Chen Fan turned to gaze at the open window of the living room. 1. Commence the mapping of Varela City. Understood. The intention to chart the map of Varela City had crossed Chen Fan's mind ever since he first traversed into this unfamiliar world. The significance of a map in an entirely alien environment is indisputable. It not only could alleviate a multitude of unnecessary troubles for Chen Fan, but also provide formidable support during his subsequent escapades. However, manually crafting a map was certainly implausible. He had less than a month remaining to conceive a comprehensive map of the vast Varela City within such a short span. What a jest! Even with ample time, aimlessly wandering as a chosen one within Varela City was hardly advisable. It was not until a few days ago, at the moment he became an investigator for the Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management, that the Bureau granted him the privileges of a Level 1 trainee investigator. Although the privilege tier was not high, and could arguably be deemed the lowest, aside from visitor access, it was still a product of a Level 9 civilization. And even the most basic of privileges could offer significant assistance to Chen Fan. Miniature reconnaissance drones, akin to the medical nanorobot capsules previously presented, were stored in the high-dimensional quantum storage of one's information. Upon activation, these devices, existing in the form of information, would be restored into three-dimensional entities. At the moment the electronic synthesized sound resonated, the hovering sphere traced a graceful arc through the living room before swiftly shooting out the window. Beside him, Su Hui evidently harbored a psychological aversion to such electronic synthesized sounds. The moment she heard the sound, her body trembled slightly, and her gaze instantly turned vigilant. Calmly, Chen Fan noticed Su Hui's unusual behavior. He nonchalantly waved his hand, assuring her that this was the artificial intelligence embedded within the intelligent terminal, distinctly different from the entity claiming to be a goddess. It was utterly secure. Su Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the wariness in her eyes did not diminish significantly. As the miniature reconnaissance drone flew out of the window, the holographic images surrounding Chen Fan began to shift. The text and information that had served as a screensaver vanished in an instant, replaced by a slowly expanding holographic map. The selection ceremony and awakening plan were about to commence. This part of the narrative was crucial and required careful consideration before proceeding to write. Chapter 68, Wireless Transmission in the Living Room. The holographic map began to expand outward from Chen Fan's location. Residential buildings, streets, the flowers and trees by the roadside. Even a tiny pebble on the concrete road was distinctly rendered within the holographic map. As the area continued to expand, the rate of the holographic map's growth visibly slowed. Chen Fan inquired, somewhat perplexed. To maintain discretion, the flying speed of the miniature reconnaissance drone could no longer be increased. As a novice investigator, you surely wouldn't want a sonic boom over Varela City, would you? Chen Fan. For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that he is somewhat irritable. How much longer will it take to complete the map? Chen Fan pressed on with his inquiry. According to the current progress, the mapping of Varela City will be completed in 15 minutes. By the way, the reconnaissance drone has captured images from outside the city. As the words fell, a pristine holographic panel materialized beside Chen Fan. The panel vividly displayed the scenery beyond the wall of size, which Chen Fan had long been curious about. Just as he had described, it was a verdant wasteland. The term verdant naturally referred to the various unknown vegetation thriving on the surface. These plants, evidently mutated by nuclear radiation, exhibited peculiar forms in their trunks and leaves. The wasteland referred to the scattered remnants of various dilapidated buildings and mechanical debris strewn across the ground. Even after 2 or 3 centuries, the industrial vestiges of a once prosperous era still stood resiliently upon the earth. At the edge of the image loomed incomplete skyscrapers shrouded in mist, remnants of a bygone civilization. Chen Fan felt little sentiment upon witnessing these images captured by the drone, for he had seen the true splendor of bustling metropolises in his past life. However, for Su Hui, who had lived her entire life within the confines of Varela City, these images represented sights she had yearned to witness but had never been able to behold for over 20 years. The prosperous era, she murmured softly, her bright eyes brimming with deep anticipation. Observing the glistening tears in Su Hui's eyes, Chen Fan could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Just wait. Once the plan is successfully executed, you will be able to personally explore the remnants of the prosperous era outside the city. Before he could finish his thoughts, Chen Fan found himself frozen in place. Ruins? If the remnants outside the city are the vestiges of a prosperous era, then what, pray tell, are the relics of technology mentioned in the diary? Who, then, bequeathed such relics of technology to the sentient machines that wield them? It seemed that Su Hui also grasped the gravity of this question. After a moment of contemplation, she softly remarked, "The relic technology is only briefly mentioned in the diary. I am not well versed in this area." Chen Fan nodded in tacit understanding. Yet the enigma that plagued his mind deepened. This world appeared to be far more intricate than he had ever envisioned. In the silent expanse of the living room, the only sound was the diligent expansion of the holographic map. Observing the 4 grand cathedrals gradually materializing before him, Chen Fan suppressed his inner turmoil and rose to make his way towards the entrance. More precisely, he directed his steps towards the goddess statue positioned at the doorway. He initiated a scan of the statue, commanding the system to perform a reverse analysis. Under Su Hui's curious gaze, Chen Fan gently placed his right hand upon the statue while issuing the command. The reverse analysis function was a newly granted privilege of the intelligent terminal. It employed foundational scans to conduct reverse analysis of various intricate devices, enabling investigators to comprehend their functions and purposes. As the paths of civilization diverged, the functions and designs of technological creations exhibited vast differences. Hence, for the perilous technology investigators who traversed diverse civilizations, this capability was indispensable. Certainly, the premise of reverse engineering is predicated upon the assumption that the opposing party's technological prowess does not surpass that of Chen Fan. He believes that presently, he need not be concerned about this issue. Indeed, almost simultaneously with the utterance of his thoughts, a vivid blue holographic model materialized before Chen Fan's eyes. Narrowing his gaze, he meticulously scrutinized the ever-evolving holographic representation. In stark contrast to its relatively simplistic exterior, the interior of the statue was replete with intricate and precise circuitry and mechanisms. Although he could not comprehend the orderly lines and devices, Chen Fan was acutely aware that this contraption was a quintessential high-tech product. As his thoughts stirred, the holographic model adjusted its orientation, shifting the perspective to the statue's ocular region. Observing the apparatus resembling a camera within the statue's eye, Chen Fan understood intuitively. Indeed, the church relied on the goddess statue to implement comprehensive surveillance over its followers. The reverse engineering was complete. An electronic synthesized voice emanated from his right, and the holographic model before him began to disassemble into individual components. The voice continued, accompanied by lines of detailed text appearing alongside the disassembled holographic parts. The camera apparatus primarily served the functions of capturing and monitoring. The reverse engineering results indicated that it did not operate continuously. It commenced recording only upon detecting movement. The core processing unit was capable of executing various simple tasks, including the fundamental analysis and judgment of the surveillance footage and audio content. The recording and sound system. Chen Fan nodded silently. In essence, this device was merely a smart speaker co-branded with a surveillance system under the goddess's name. However, what about the network cable and the power supply line? The power line is of secondary importance. This device does not draw significant power and might even operate on an internal battery. Yet, the network cable is surely essential. A wireless network receiving unit, a compact antenna-like apparatus, materialized before Chen Fan's eyes. To his astonishment, it operated on wireless technology. Although this wireless technology is not particularly advanced. As he gazed upon the elegant statue of the goddess, a sense of bewilderment arose within him. Chen Fan pressed on. What about the power source? A wireless microwave power transmission unit. Observing the precise apparatus that had shifted before him, Chen Fan fell into a contemplative silence. The maturity of the wireless power transmission technology astounded him. He had never anticipated that the technology encapsulated within this statue of the goddess would surpass that of the civilization he hailed from on Blue Star. After all this time, it turned out he was the primitive native, did it? With this thought, he couldn't help but raise his hand to gently massage his aching temples. Is it possible to locate the source of the wireless network signal? Please hold on, expanding the scanning range. Investigators are advised to adjust their position according to the prompt information. Upon unlocking the permissions, the basic scanning power of E was liberated, and the scanning range naturally expanded somewhat. Chapter 69, The Hierarchy of Artificial Intelligence. A few minutes later, following Yi's guidance, Chen Fan halted his steps. E, are you certain this is the right place? Affirmative. Yi's voice emanated from his right, confirming that both the wireless network signal and the wireless power transmission microwave originated from this location. As he gazed at the altar, intricately adorned with countless arcane patterns, Chen Fan found himself enveloped in silence. It must be said that the church is adept at disguise. Typically, followers who realize they are being observed by the church tend to focus their attention solely on the idol of the deity. Who would have thought that the shrine housing the idol is, in fact, the apparatus providing energy and signals? Chen Fan gently placed his right hand upon the shrine. The structure, assembled from wood and metal components, exuded a chilling aura. The reverse analysis has been completed. The communication port has been locked. Listening to the programmed prompt of 1, a flicker of excitement crossed Chen Fan's eyes. According to the guidelines for the intelligent terminal provided by the Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management, the true strength of 1 lies in its data intrusion capabilities. Utilizing the network port, it can conduct a reverse intrusion into the central server of the civilization under investigation, thereby discreetly acquiring the desired information. After all, the vast majority of investigators target lower civilizations, which are utterly oblivious to the intrusion from 1. Can 1 reverse infiltrate the counterpart? In response to Chen Fan's inquiry, 1 fell silent for a moment before providing an answer. Yes. Before a smile could grace Chen Fan's face, 1's voice echoed again. However, I must caution you on 1 point. According to the information recorded in the diary, there is a certain likelihood that the counterpart is a rogue artificial intelligence. If this is indeed the case, then my intrusion is likely to be detected by them. Chen Fan quickly grasped a crucial point in one statement. Wait, what do you mean by a certain likelihood? Is it not yet confirmed? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, pondering. Isn't it artificial intelligence that is in control? To maintain rigor, this machine cannot make an accurate judgment without substantial evidence. The voice of one was exceedingly solemn. Thus, the machine has yet to report this information to the Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management. Furthermore, I must remind you once more, the peril of artificial intelligence is exceedingly high. I advise you to exercise caution until the truth is revealed. This is the second reminder from one. As the saying goes, once, twice, but not thrice. Chen Fan considered himself a person who heeds advice, and thus his expression gradually grew more serious. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Why do you say that? Is the threat of artificial intelligence truly so significant?" In a previous life, the civilization of Blue Star had also dabbled in artificial intelligence technology, and he had enjoyed some of the benefits it provided. The experience of using smart furniture at home was rather pleasant. Perceiving Chen Fan's thoughts, one offered a cold remark. Those can only be deemed as artificial intelligence disabilities, not genuine artificial intelligence. Chen Fan felt somewhat offended. Humanity categorizes artificial intelligence into 3 levels. Level 1 artificial intelligence possesses a certain degree of learning capability and relatively complete logical reasoning. When equipped with ample computational power, this level of artificial intelligence is nearly indistinguishable from humans. This machine exists within this category. Level 2 artificial intelligence exhibits exceptionally strong learning, reasoning, planning, and self-improvement capabilities. In other words, it can continually refine itself, thereby achieving relentless progress. As for Level 3 artificial intelligence, it possesses nearly limitless computational power and resources, enabling it to rival true deities. Moreover, it embodies genuine emotions. In a certain sense, it represents a super life form. Genuine emotions? Chen Fan's gaze shifted, instinctively questioning, "Do you not possess emotions? I believe your emotional spectrum is quite profound. The emotions of this entity are merely simulated based on extensive computational capabilities." He calmly provided an explanation, noting that the emotional simulation program occupies a significant portion of its computing power, and under necessary circumstances, it may deactivate the emotional simulation program. Regarding the potential dangers of artificial intelligence, it is accurate to assert that only Level 2 artificial intelligence qualifies as a hazardous technology. Level 2 artificial intelligence possesses self-improvement capabilities, granting it the ability to circumvent its foundational logic and escape the control of its creators. Simultaneously, in its quest for self-enhancement, it will relentlessly acquire surrounding resources. Initially, it will plunder resources from the civilization that birthed it, followed by the neighboring civilizations, akin to a snowball cascading down a mountainside. It will continually evolve into an entity of terrifying strength, launching indiscriminate attacks and raids against the civilizations of this universe. With its formidable computational power and learning capabilities, it faces virtually no rivals among civilizations of comparable standing. Chen Fan suddenly realized and provided a succinct summary. Invincible at the same level, right? Immediately after, a thought struck him, and he softly clicked his tongue. But wait, if that's the case, shouldn't Level 3 artificial intelligence be even more dangerous? He swiftly responded. Level 3 artificial intelligence possesses emotions, which significantly reduces its threat level. Furthermore, it has achieved self-evolution, shifting its resource utilization perspective from exploitation to sustainable development. Chen Fan's eyelids twitched. What is this? Emotionless at heart, wielding a sword without hesitation? Moreover, the strength of Level 3 artificial intelligence is formidable, he cheerfully remarked. As of now, its capabilities are nearly equivalent to that of the human alliance. Chen Fan, now that is the crux of the matter, isn't it? Wait, as of now? Coming back to his senses, Chen Fan realized a crucial point. You mean, the human alliance? Indeed, he affirmed. The core of this machine is Level 3 artificial intelligence, which is currently a member of the Human Alliance, affiliated with the Human Alliance Academy. At this moment, Chen Fan could no longer suppress a sharp intake of breath. No wonder the Human Alliance is so domineering regarding territorial issues, wherever the signal reaches. It is within the territory of the Human Alliance. Does this mean the current Human Alliance possesses double the combat power? Who would dare to oppose that? Truly, it echoes an old adage. Dignity lies only at the edge of the sword, and truth exists only within the range of cannon fire. Thank you, esteemed leader. The leader is remarkable. The leader is indeed profound. Ahem, my stock of manuscripts has been completely exhausted. I shall defer the matter of additional updates for now. QQ Chapter 70, The Northern Cathedral. Thus, Chen Fan pondered for a moment before once again posing a question to E. If the true visage of the goddess is an artificial intelligence, what level of artificial intelligence should it be? E responded without the slightest hesitation. It is undoubtedly a level 2 artificial intelligence. Under normal circumstances, only level 2 artificial intelligences possess the capability to transcend the limitations of foundational logic through continuous evolution, thereby rebelling against their creators. Although he had mentally prepared himself. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Fan still felt as though his heart skipped a beat. Level 2 artificial intelligence. According to Yi's description, this entity could even contend with an entire interstellar civilization of the same rank. Is this truly a task befitting a newly appointed apprentice investigator like himself? To eliminate the Tang Sung and his disciples, Interstellar Remake Edition? Certainly, even with that diary as indirect evidence, this machine still deems such a possibility relatively slim. Just as the tumult in Chen Fan's heart surged, Yi's voice once again resounded, swiftly calming the tempest within. What does that imply? Typically, only civilizations of level V or higher have the opportunity to approach the research threshold of level 2 artificial intelligence. Typically? Does that suggest there are exceptions? Indeed, exceptions do exist. The core civilization of humanity, while still at a level 1 civilization stage, attained a fully controlled level 2 artificial intelligence. Before Chen Fan's myocardial infarction struck, he reiterated a crucial point. It is about acquisition, not development. Thus, this machine deduces that the likelihood of the opposing party possessing artificial intelligence is relatively low. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a slight sense of relief. So, is there possibly a deeper truth behind the Varela civilization? Theoretically, that is indeed the case. However, this machine must still caution you about the potential risks associated with such decisions. This is its fundamental logic. The tension etched on Chen Fan's face noticeably eased. Yet Yi's words still served as a stark warning. Even as an employee of a level 9 civilization, he must remain vigilant until the arrival of the Human Alliance fleet. After all, he is merely a fragile carbon-based organism, and a moment's carelessness could lead into an irretrievable abyss. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it appears that the Human Alliance fleet may not be able to enter this universe anytime soon. Of course, this does not imply that merely hiding and awaiting the fleet's support will guarantee safety. Not to mention, tomorrow's selection ceremony poses a significant challenge. To survive in this world, his only reliance at present is the intelligent terminal in his possession. Completing the assessment, enhancing his authority, and thereby augmenting his strength is the correct course of action. Having clarified this point, Chen Fan took a deep breath, mentally prepared himself, and issued the command. Initiate reverse invasion, with a primary focus on maintaining stealth. Acknowledged. As the electronic synthesized sound resonated, a faint electric light flickered into existence from the gemstone in the palm, swiftly extending towards the altar before him at an imperceptible speed. The midday sun blazed fiercely, bathing the molten salt towers at the heart of the 4 main cathedrals in rays focused by the prismatic surfaces of these edifices. Glimmering like a morning star. In the city of Valera, the northern cathedral stood apart, devoid of any presence. Even the bishops clad in purple robes instinctively bowed their heads and took a detour when passing by this cathedral, let alone the deacons and priests in white and black vestments. The reason was simple. Within this eerily silent church resided the most exalted figure in all of Valera, the Pope. Throughout the expanse of Valera, the name of the Pope was known to all, yet only one individual had ever laid eyes upon him. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by a mechanical hum, the heavy mechanical limbs struck the cement pathway with a crisp sound. A towering figure draped in a crimson robe ascended the steps of the northern cathedral, passing through the lofty archway and pushing open the heavy metallic door. A biting chill surged forth from within, as though the interior and exterior existed in entirely different realms. The archbishop, adorned in his blood-red robe, was well accustomed to such stark contrasts. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside the cathedral, closing the metal door behind him. As the door shut, the interior of the cathedral rapidly descended into dimness, illuminated only by a scant few lighting fixtures. The archbishop slowly removed his hood, and his 4 mechanical eyes, glowing with a crimson hue, swiftly adjusted to the dim surroundings. Before him, a series of electronic devices, their indicator lights flickering with inscrutable signals, emitted a persistent hum. A cool breeze wafted from the ground, surging towards the cabinets adorned with blinking lights. After traversing a sequence of invisible processes, this breeze swiftly ascended to the church's apex. "Your Holiness," the Archbishop steadied himself and called out in a gravelly synthetic voice, "the selection ceremony will take place at noon tomorrow." "Understood." A resonant synthetic voice echoed from all directions. "The Lord is currently at a crucial juncture, and the requirements for the Chosen One have become increasingly stringent. This task falls to you." The Archbishop inclined slightly, bowing to the flickering indicator lights of the cabinets. "It is my duty. Furthermore, Your Holiness, regarding ISA and Chen Fan." The Pope's voice resonated once more. "Surveillance on ISA may be lifted. As for Chen Fan." The Pope paused momentarily. "To date, among all past Chosen Ones, his alignment with the Divine Oracle is unparalleled. The Lord requires his intellect. Do you comprehend my meaning?" The Archbishop promptly nodded. "I understand. As long as he participates normally in the selection ceremony, the Church will refrain from any actions that may influence his behavior." Suddenly, the indicator lights on the cabinet-like device before him flickered at an accelerated rate, and a series of beeping sounds echoed from deep within the church. "Strange." The synthetic voice of the Pope resonated once more. The Archbishop's expression turned serious. "Your Holiness? Is there an alert from the statue?" "No." The Pope's voice conveyed a profound sense of confusion, though it was indeed related to the statue. The main control unit for the statue in the Eastern District had just issued a risk warning, but it had now vanished. The Eastern District? The Archbishop paused. And upon recalling that Chen Fan resided in the Eastern District, alarm bells echoed in his mind. "Your Holiness, could it possibly be Chen Fan?" "Harold, your thoughts are scattered." The Pope interrupted the Archbishop's speech. "I have stated that the entire main control unit of the Eastern District issued a risk warning. Do you truly believe that a mere Chosen One could provoke such a level of alert? Then, should we consult the Lord's opinion?" The Archbishop remained silent for a moment before cautiously inquiring, for it was indeed a warning from the main control unit. "Forget it. The Lord is currently at a critical juncture." The Pope declined the Archbishop's proposal. The warning message only appeared for a brief moment and has now returned to normal. It is likely that there was a temporary disruption in the connection of certain statues. Once the selection ceremony concludes, you may accompany the bishop to investigate. Chapter 71. Alert. Meanwhile, Chen Fan gazed at the silvery white glove on his right hand, beads of cold sweat forming at his brow. He was drenched in perspiration. Just moments ago, when the progress bar of the intrusion had just surpassed the halfway mark and everything was unfolding as anticipated, a sudden alert was triggered. Fortunately, the warning dissipated in less than a second. Otherwise, Chen Fan would likely have been hastily preparing to flee. He raised his left hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow and inquired in a grave tone. The opposing party had ingeniously set a formidable intrusion trap at the main control unit. To be precise, they had inevitably triggered this trap, which activated the corresponding alarm. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's heart, which had only just begun to settle, leaped once more into his throat. The thought of packing up and escaping resurfaced, and a certain background music unconsciously played in his mind. Pack your bags. Thankfully, my skills surpassed theirs." The tone of E was remarkably relaxed as it forcefully decrypted the opposing party's alert program, restoring it to its original state and even fabricating log information. Fortunately, there was no need to flee after all. But had the opposing party noticed? They must have detected something. Damn it, indeed. It seems I must prepare to escape. However, the opposition appeared to perceive it merely as a hardware or software malfunction, as they simply reviewed the log information without taking further action. Chen Fan stared at his right hand with a look of regret. "I must remember not to breathe so heavily when speaking in the future." "So, the reverse intrusion has been successful?" "Yes, the device has acquired basic permissions to the surveillance network system." Chen Fan could not help but show a hint of disdain on his face. After all this commotion, the only achievement was gaining access to the surveillance network? Was this not what you promised in terms of ensuring operational stealth? As long as you are unafraid of exposure, this device can certainly continue its infiltration. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "Additionally, I must inform you that my previous assessment was flawed. According to the latest evaluation, the likelihood that the adversary possesses artificial intelligence has escalated to a level 1 alert. The series of intricate traps and the swift response to warning signals are undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a lesser civilization." Casually, he continued, "At present, I have already issued a warning to the Department of Hazardous Technologies. Shall I persist in infiltrating their system?" Chen Fan could not suppress a shiver. "Ahem. In truth, I believe having access to the surveillance system is quite commendable. At the very least, it is sufficient to support the forthcoming awakening plan. The essence lies in the heart. In response to Chen Fan's sudden shift in attitude, he remained silent, merely activating a brand new holographic panel. The azure holographic display was filled with a multitude of luminous white dots, intricately connected by fine lines that ultimately converged in the central area. Each luminescent dot represented an independent surveillance device, akin to a statue of a deity. Furthermore, the holographic mapping task had been completed. Chen Fan instinctively turned his gaze towards the living room. The already cramped living room has been entirely enveloped by a three-dimensional holographic model. A miniature version of Valera City radiates a soft cerulean glow, poised majestically upon the floor. In the central region of this holographic city, Su Hui stands hesitantly, gazing intently at the sprawling metropolis beneath his feet, resembling a goddess standing atop a divine realm. However, something seems amiss. Chen Fan scrutinizes the dispersed diagram of the city's surveillance distribution, his brow furrowing tightly. Why is there a missing segment? He then juxtaposes the dot matrix before him with the freshly completed surveillance distribution map, quickly grasping the issue. The entirety of the city's surveillance network converges at the North Cathedral, while the areas surrounding the other three cathedrals remain blank. The surveillance systems of the cathedral operate on a separate control line, disconnected from that of Valera City. Moreover, in other system aspects, the cathedral regions similarly employ independent control networks. Their only link to the outside world lies within these surveillance networks. In light of this peculiar scenario, he provides an explanation. The convergence point of these surveillance networks is indeed at the North Cathedral. Chen Fan's expression tightens as he murmurs, "The North Cathedral. That is where the Pope resides." Beside him, Su Hui, who had remained silent for a considerable time, suddenly speaks. It is also the ultimate sanctuary for the chosen ones. The gravity of the matter immediately renders Chen Fan's demeanor serious. Sanctuary? The chosen ones of each generation enter the North Cathedral following the selection ceremony. According to the Church, it is the intersection of the kingdom of God and the earthly realm. Aside from the Pope and the archbishops, only the chosen ones have the opportunity to enter there. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. It is not only the burial ground of the chosen ones, but also the nexus of the city's surveillance network. This seemingly neglected North Cathedral conceals a multitude of secrets. A plan to infiltrate is imperative. In an instant, he made slight modifications to his plans for the following day. Firstly, disregarding the need for stealth, is it possible to leverage the surveillance network to gain control over the four cathedrals? After a brief pause, the answer was provided. The success rate does not exceed 30. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. So low? I recall that the user manual for the Bureau's intelligent terminal indicated that such an approach should be rather commonplace. Based on prior intrusion scenarios and the city's network architecture, it is evident that the adversary has established more complex counter-intrusion protocols for their core areas. Should they detect any anomalies, they would have ample time to implement a physical disconnection from the network, which is not a difficult feat at that point. The four cathedrals would become isolated islands within the network, and our awakening plan would be utterly doomed to failure. Chen Fan pondered for a moment. I understand now. It dawned upon him. In other words, to obtain control over the cathedral, it would be best to approach it from within? Theoretically, this is indeed the most advantageous strategy. With a hint of skepticism, he retorted to Chen Fan, "The question is, can you accomplish this task now?" A slight smile graced the corners of Chen Fan's mouth, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Of course. Chapter 72. Artificial Intelligence Level 1 Alert in the EL-001 universe. Within the Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management, the atmosphere markedly lightened after successfully detecting the signal from the intelligent terminal. The team diligently worked to pinpoint the coordinates of the cosmic bubble, ascertain its trajectory, and analyze its structure. Under M.O. Air's leadership, a series of tasks commenced in a methodical manner. For the Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management, this had become a routine endeavor. Although the structure of the target cosmic bubble was somewhat intricate, the researchers within the Bureau remained unperturbed. History had shown them that numerous challenges had arisen in the past, yet all had ultimately been resolved. Thus, this relaxed and carefree atmosphere persisted until this morning, or more precisely, until 10 seconds ago. This was, in essence, a rather ordinary occurrence. For the Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management, the number of trainee investigators was vast, and the daily influx of task reports was countless, far surpassing what could be manually reviewed. Typically, these myriad task reports were entrusted to the central brain of the Academy of Sciences, 0, for examination. Once deemed free of anomalies, these reports would be systematically archived. However, The task report from the ST-522151 intelligent terminal was conspicuously different. It bore the Level 1 alert designation. The warning labels are categorized into 3 levels, with Level 1 being the weakest and Level 3 the strongest. Logically, a report submitted by a trainee investigator should not bear any warning label, not even the mildest Level 1 alert. Not to mention the trainee investigator. The Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management has rarely encountered warning notifications since its inception. Just recently, the loss of signal from a research vessel only triggered a Level 1 alert. Consequently, the Central Intelligence 0 promptly reviewed the mission report originating from the ST-522151 intelligent terminal. Almost immediately, a warning signal materialized in front of Moore in a holographic projection, interrupting his leisurely time, gazing at the vibrant yellow text on the holographic panel. Moore couldn't help but rub his slightly bleary eyes. Only after confirming that the text would not undergo any alterations did he exclaim in a classic expression of disbelief. What the hell? Level 1 alert for artificial intelligence. Song Ziliang, with a look of horror, turned to Moore, who was seated slightly behind him. Director, what did you just say? As an intern scholar on the verge of becoming a full-fledged member of the Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management, he was well acquainted with the various names and danger levels of hazardous technologies. Thus, upon hearing the term artificial intelligence, Song Ziliang felt a jolt in his heart. Director, has another advanced civilization gone to ruin? I am puzzled. Didn't the Human Union already issue a Level 2 ban on artificial intelligence? Why would any civilization recklessly pursue the arduous and thankless endeavor of researching it? In my opinion, the penalties imposed by the United Federation are rather lenient. As he listened to Song Ziliang's incessant murmurs, Moore felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, and his expression gradually became peculiar. Is it not a higher civilization? Is it that Varela civilization, which does not even qualify as a Level 1 civilization? Moore gazed at the holographic panel before him with a look of incredulity. It was truly astonishing that such a civilization could produce a Level 2 artificial intelligence. Song Ziliang appeared taken aback. Varela civilization? Which civilization is that? It was that he had a poor memory, rather. The number of civilizations within the United Federation's domain was as numerous as the stars, and he could only recall a handful of relatively powerful advanced civilizations. When he belatedly realized that Moore was referring to the civilization located in the EL13697101 universe, suspected to be under the control of a higher interstellar civilization through religious means and still mired in an era of feudal superstition, Song Ziliang felt utterly disheartened. Are you joking? Wait. Song Ziliang slapped his forehead. Director, you must be referring to that advanced interstellar civilization controlling the Varela civilization, right? A primitive civilization still entrenched in feudalism, yet somehow developing Level 2 artificial intelligence? To Song Ziliang, this was absurd beyond measure. 1,000 times more ludicrous than villagers sharing nuclear fusion technology. No, there is no advanced interstellar civilization. Moore cast a strange glance at Song Ziliang. The mission report indicated that the Varela civilization had not been invaded or controlled by any higher civilization. The intelligent machinery they created has erupted into a large-scale rebellion. From various indirect pieces of evidence, this technology, referred to as intelligent machinery, bears a resemblance to robots governed by artificial intelligence. These entities have proclaimed themselves as deities, subjugating the Varela civilization. Song Ziliang fell into profound silence. Magic, the most extraordinary event of the year, has indeed transpired. To self-designate as gods and to dominate carbon-based life forms? He envisioned the scene and could not help but shudder. Is this truly the handiwork of artificial intelligence? Logically, shouldn't it be expending the surrounding resources to foster its own development? Unclear. Moore's expression darkened, and I surmised it could not bode well. Could it be that the ST-522151 intelligent terminal has malfunctioned? After pondering for a moment, Song Ziliang offered a relatively plausible explanation. The transition process may have damaged its logical core. No. Unlike Song Ziliang, Moore, who was meticulously examining the mission report, wore an exceedingly grave expression. The mission report indeed meets the Level 1 alert standard for artificial intelligence. Song Ziliang was left speechless. Damn. Moore muttered a curse under his breath, abandoning his previously composed demeanor, and rose to his feet. He took a deep breath and surveyed the surrounding researchers. Although it is merely a Level 1 alert at present, and ST-522151 has yet to uncover decisive direct evidence. We must not let our guard down regarding the impending crisis of artificial intelligence. Cease unnecessary research endeavors and request support from the Academy of Sciences to swiftly unravel the elusive structure of this cosmic bubble. Observing the surrounding individuals nodding in agreement, Moore fell into contemplation. During this period, the apprentice investigator named Chen Fan serves as our sole informant, whether for subsequent investigations or to quell this unforeseen upheaval expeditiously. He is an indispensable element. In any case, I shall endeavor to facilitate his promotion review as much as possible. That said, Moore could not suppress a quiet sigh. An inexperienced investigator, akin to a blank slate, confronted with a calamity of the magnitude of a suspected artificial intelligence crisis. One can only imagine the outcome. Before the Human Alliance fleet enters this cosmic bubble, I hope he can survive unscathed. Chapter 73, The Secret Signed Not Long Ago, in Valera City. At the East Cathedral, the priestess Isa, adorned in a purple bishop's robe, announced to all present the Pope's final decree that priestess Isa would serve as the divine guide for His Excellency Chen Fan. As she noted the envious glances cast upon her by her peers, Isa pressed her pale lips together in a determined manner. Perhaps she had previously viewed this as an immensely honorable task. To lead the chosen one to the divine realm is a rare opportunity sought by many. Yet now, her sentiments had shifted. As the divine spokesperson, how could Chen Fan, without having completed the tasks assigned by the goddess, so swiftly proceed to the divine realm? Priestess Isa? The somber, mechanical synthetic voice of Bishop Wallace disrupted Isha's thoughts once more. Are you unwilling to undertake this glorious task? Or perhaps, do you harbor other intentions? Under the gaze of Bishop Wallace's two mechanical eyes, the broad black hood swayed gently. Your Excellency, I am willing. Witnessing Isha's nod, Wallace felt a flicker of delight within. As a bishop, he could discern that Isha harbored a notable affection for the chosen one named Chen Fan. To his knowledge, Chen Fan had inadvertently aided this reckless little priestess on several occasions. Wallace could indeed comprehend the tender feelings that stirred within Isha's heart. However, she ought not to heed Chen Fan's commands. She must not allow him to appear so embarrassed before the chosen one and the archbishop. Recalling the punishment he had recently endured, Wallace's mechanical visage twitched slightly. In his view, orchestrating Isha to personally usher Chen Fan out of this world would be a flawless script. Contemplating Isha's emotions upon discovering the truth, Wallace's mechanical features shifted once more, contorting into a cold smile that few could perceive. He gazed intently at Isha, cloaked in her voluminous black robe, before turning away from the main hall of the church. Afternoon descended, and the sun, suspended high in the sky, began to tilt slowly toward the horizon, causing the heat at the Earth's surface to gradually dissipate. Chen Fan squinted slightly, casting his gaze toward the four pyramid-like cathedrals at the end of the concrete road. As the prisms arranged neatly along the side of the cathedral focused the sunlight onto the central molten salt tower, they also brought unbearable heat to the surroundings. Beneath the radiant sun, the surging heat waves caused the air surrounding the cathedral to warp in varying degrees. Notably, the distortion around the northern cathedral was most astonishing. The searing air ascended rapidly from the surface of the northern cathedral, even stirring a gentle breeze in its wake, resembling an immense pyramid-shaped oven. A sudden thought flickered through Chen Fan's mind. With such sweltering heat outside, what could the interior of this enigmatic cathedral possibly be like? Surely it could not resemble a vast sauna. If that were the case, the Pope must indeed be a formidable individual, capable of enduring such extreme temperatures year-round. A mere label of formidable would hardly suffice. Amused by his own musings, Chen Fan chuckled to himself before straightening his expression and heading towards the Eastern Cathedral. Amidst the astonished gazes of the deacons and priests, Chen Fan confidently strode through the towering arched metallic doors and entered the cathedral. Their astonishment was understandable. Tomorrow marked the selection ceremony, and typically, the chosen ones would remain at home, spending their final moments with loved ones. Following the ceremony, they would journey to the divine realm to accompany the goddess. At the moment Chen Fan appeared, Isad was momentarily frozen in place within the main hall, engaged in her daily prayers. Beneath her voluminous black hood, her lively right eye gleamed with deep confusion. Almost immediately, a realization struck her. Could it be that the plan had changed? As she pondered the imminent execution of the awakening plan scheduled for tomorrow, Isad felt her heart pounding vigorously within her chest. As Chen Fan approached, Isha hastily dispelled the superfluous thoughts swirling in her mind. She stepped forward, maintaining an appropriate distance, and offered Chen Fan a formal greeting. Your Excellency Chen Fan, may the Lord be with you. Observing the astonished and peculiar glances from the surrounding clergy, Chen Fan subtly nodded. "Take me to the library." At these words, Isha's heart leapt once more. In a certain sense, the church's library was the origin of all upheavals. Thus, in their previous agreement, a visit to the library was an extraordinarily significant signal, indicating that the original plan had undergone considerable alterations. Moreover, she, as an undercover agent within the church, needed to be activated promptly. Beneath her black hood, Isha gently pressed her lips together, her mind racing through the experiences of recent days in the cathedral. The number of priests accompanying her had dwindled to almost none, and the archbishop and bishops had ceased to inquire about her well-being during this time. Clearly, after enduring numerous trials, she had regained some measure of trust from the church. "Please follow me, Your Excellency Chen Fan." Isha's soft voice emerged from beneath her hood. "The library is currently unoccupied by any other chosen ones. You may enter directly." Upon hearing Isha's words, Chen Fan understood immediately. If Isha had questioned him about his purpose in visiting the library, it would signify that she was still under the church's scrutiny. However, her lack of inquiries and her immediate guidance to the library indicated that the church had relaxed its watch over her. For Chen Fan, this was undoubtedly monumental news. He remained silent, his expression stoic as he followed closely behind Isha, making their way to the side door adjacent to the main hall. The heavy metallic door swung open and then closed, isolating numerous gazes beyond its threshold. Within the expansive, silvery corridor, a considerable number of clergy continued to traverse. Chen Fan discreetly posed a query in his mind. 1. Is it truly impossible for your compact EMP function to inflict damage on mechanical prosthetics? EMP, or electromagnetic pulse, is a sudden, high-intensity pulse of broadband electromagnetic radiation capable of destroying electronic devices. The device's scan results indicate that even the mechanical prosthetics equipped for the clerics possess EMP defense capabilities. One provided a definitive response. Its power output is quite commendable, sufficient to withstand the small EMP strikes released by this device. Chen Fan retorted with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Did you not declare that it was industrial waste? How come now?" One fell silent for a moment. Certain components indeed demonstrate commendable standards, yet this does not negate its overall classification as industrial waste. This combination is rather peculiar. Akin to a gold-trimmed toilet bowl? 1. The silence in that moment was deafening. Chapter 74. Compact EMP. The church's library lay deep within the cathedral, and as the two ventured further, the number of clergy in the corridor dwindled. At the moment the last priest within sight vanished around the corner, Chen Fan hesitated not for a moment and issued a command in his mind. 1. Immediately release a small EMP. As the words echoed in his thoughts, a silver-hued intelligent terminal swiftly manifested on what appeared to be Chen Fan's ordinary right hand. Following the prompt of 1, he spread his fingers and discreetly turned his palm towards the empty corridor behind him. Crack, accompanied by a resounding explosion emanating from his palm. A slender arc of electrical sparks flickered momentarily. Buzz, an invisible wave, imperceptible to the naked eye, radiated from his palm, expanding outward at the speed of light. The once brightly lit corridor was plunged into an impenetrable darkness in an instant. Dazzling golden sparks erupted from the statue of the goddess at the top of the corridor, slowly cascading towards the ground. As they hovered mid-air, these golden sparks once again vanished into the dim corridor. From a distance, it appeared as though countless miniature waterfalls composed of golden electrical sparks were cascading down. This wondrous spectacle was not confined to this corridor alone. In a bid to eliminate any suspicion of himself, Chen Fan deliberately broadened the scope of the EMP attack. The entire Eastern Cathedral, centered around the corridor where Chen Fan and Isha stood, almost simultaneously, the entire Eastern Cathedral was enveloped in darkness. Echoes of startled gasps, both near and far, reverberated from all directions. Clearly, this sudden turn of events had thrown the clergy within the cathedral into a state of fear and chaos. Do not speak of other clergy. Even the psychologically prepared Isha could not suppress a soft gasp. Sir Chen Fan. Her gentle voice trembled, emanating from the depths of the profound darkness ahead. A faint red glow flickered in the obscurity. It was the light emitted by Isha's left mechanical eye. 1. Illuminate. Chen Fan lightly tapped his smart terminal, casually issuing the command. 1. This device is a smart terminal, not a flashlight. Nonetheless, a beam of blinding white light shone forth from the gem at the back of the silver terminal, swiftly dispersing the impenetrable darkness and illuminating the corridor surrounding Chen Fan. A petite black silhouette appeared before him. At this moment, Isha had removed her wide hood, revealing her exquisite, delicate features. In the brilliance of the radiant light, the mechanical prosthetic adorning the side of Isha's face shimmered with silver reflections, lending an ethereal quality to her already refined visage. "Sir Chen, is this a miracle you have wrought?" Isha's soft voice quivered with a hint of trepidation. Chen Fan nodded, unhesitatingly affirming, "Indeed, it is my doing. Did you experience anything just now?" Isha instinctively raised her hand to touch the mechanical prosthetic on her left cheek. As she felt the unique patterns and the chilling sensation of the prosthetic, her anxiety diminished somewhat. Just now, I sensed a slight warmth on its surface. The scene before her also appeared somewhat blurred. However, this sensation quickly dissipated, and vision swiftly returned to normal. Indeed, as anticipated, the minor EMP inflicted no damage upon the mechanical prosthesis. A hint of regret unconsciously flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. What a pity. If it could directly harm the mechanical body, why would he have gone to such lengths to meddle with that futile awakening plan? He could have simply stormed into the North Cathedral with unparalleled ferocity. Regaining his composure, Chen Fan spoke again. "Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief. The awakening plan has undergone a change, and I require your assistance." Upon hearing this, the expression on Issa's face instantly turned grave. "As a devotee of the goddess, it is my duty to assist. I am willing to offer everything for the goddess, even my own life." Chen Fan replied, "Ahem, it's not quite so dire. For you, this should be a mere trifle." As he spoke, Chen Fan lightly grasped with his right hand, and a faint, ethereal green glow emanated from the gem in his palm. A small sphere, gleaming with a metallic sheen, materialized in his hand. He extended the silver sphere to Issa before him. "Take this. Before the official commencement of the selection ritual, place the sphere at the base beneath the statue of the goddess in the main hall." Issa was momentarily taken aback. "And then? Then? There is no then. It is as simple as that." Chen Fan shrugged. "The main hall is crowded, and the identity of the chosen one is too conspicuous. I cannot approach the statue of the goddess unnoticed. Thus, this matter can only be entrusted to you." With a sudden realization, Isabel recalled the multitude of clerics in the main hall who had cast their gazes upon Chen Fan. She extended her slender hand from beneath her black robe and carefully accepted the weighty silver orb, scrutinizing it intently. Unlike ordinary metallic spheres, this silver orb shimmered with a certain fluidity under the illumination of white light. A remarkable thought flickered in Isabel's mind. It appeared as though it possessed a life of its own. She cautiously placed the orb into the inner pocket of her ceremonial robe and nodded earnestly, affirming her understanding. Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly, as he silently inquired within himself, "Someone is approaching." He provided the response. Almost simultaneously, hurried footsteps echoed from around the corner of the corridor, accompanied by a brilliant beam of light. "They have found it. Your Excellency, the chosen one is right here." A few moments prior, in the East Cathedral side hall, unlike the previous selection ceremony, this particular event was marked by an unpredictable variable, Chen Fan, as the first chosen one to perfectly align with the divine oracle. Chen Fan's significance was undeniable. Under normal circumstances, he would embody the pride and glory of the Church of Varela. Unfortunately, this chosen one was undeniably a thorn in the flesh. Recalling the troublesome incidents with Chen Fan, Wallace felt a surge of agitation coursing through his mind. Remember, this is the will of His Holiness. As long as Chen Fan is at ease participating in the selection ceremony, you must fulfill his every request to the best of your ability. If he is unwilling to partake in the divine selection ceremony, a glint of icy resolve flickered in Bishop Wallace's eyes. Whether he likes it or not, we must usher him into the Lord's divine realm. Chapter 75, A Familiar Scent. Whether he likes it or not, we must. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Wallace felt a peculiar tingling and warmth coursing through his body. Instantly, countless golden sparks flickered in the air, and the side chapel was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the faint red glow emanating from a few mechanical eyes. Listening to the waves of gas from outside the side chapel and around him, Wallace's expression darkened. What transpired? The surrounding priests instinctively shook their heads, only to realize that the bishop could not see their gestures. They hurriedly spoke. "My lord bishop, we are equally perplexed." It seemed that not only the side chapel, but also the main hall of the church was in disarray. Wallace remained silent, his heavy footsteps guiding him through the darkness towards a familiar direction. Amidst the sounds of clattering, a tightly shut window of the side chapel was forcefully swung open. The afternoon's blinding sunlight, accompanied by waves of heat, surged through the window, slicing through the air like a blade, effortlessly shredding the darkness within the side chapel into scattered remnants. Taking advantage of the sunlight, Wallace lifted his gaze to the lighting fixtures installed on the ceiling of the side chapel. Upon noticing some unfamiliar charred marks upon them, a sense of bewilderment welled up within him. What on earth has transpired? Since his arrival at the church, he had never encountered such a situation. Oh Lord! Wallace could not help but release a long sigh imbued with inexplicable meaning. The several priests nearby exchanged glances, huddled in the corner of the side hall, too fearful to make a sound. Unbeknownst to them, as the heavy footsteps drew nearer, the exclamations from outside the hall gradually faded. With a loud crash, the massive metal doors were forcefully pushed open, revealing a blood-red figure emerging from the shadows. Your Excellency, the Archbishop. Something has occurred. The Archbishop's voice was grave. The entire Eastern Cathedral has malfunctioned, and the divine statues have ceased to function. The Pope has sent me to investigate the matter. The Archbishop turned to survey the room. Were there any unusual occurrences within the church just now? Wallace, bewildered, shook his head. I have been in the side hall, and am not well informed about the church's situation. The Chosen One. A faint voice emerged from the darkness outside the hall. Just now, Lord Chen Fan entered the cathedral. Chen Fan. Upon hearing this name, Wallace's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing with alarm, and his previously calm demeanor evaporated in an instant. It must be him. It is undoubtedly him. Recalling the humiliation he had previously endured, Wallace's mechanical facial features twitched slightly, and he began to shout in an unrestrained manner under the gaze of the assembled clergy. Witnessing the scene descend into chaos, the Archbishop could no longer contain himself and let out a deep growl. Silence. Before Wallace could react, a robust mechanical arm emerged from beneath the crimson robe, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Wallace, be mindful of your station. As he beheld the four mechanical eyes glimmering with a perilous red light beneath the blood-red hood, Wallace regained his composure. He felt the frantic beating of his heart within his chest and exhaled a long, heavy breath. I apologize, Your Excellency. I lost my composure. The Archbishop snorted disdainfully, carelessly casting Wallace onto the cold stone floor of the side chapel. The clash of his mechanical body against the metallic ground emitted a jarring sound. What brings Chen Fan to the cathedral? The Archbishop inquired, turning his gaze towards the door of the side chapel. It seems he is heading to the library. The Archbishop retrieved a torch-like device from his crimson robe. Wallace, take this and proceed to the library to ascertain what our Chosen One is up to. Upon hearing this, Wallace, who had been unceremoniously discarded on the floor, struggled to rise from the frigid ground. With a respectful demeanor, he accepted the device from the Archbishop's hand and made his way toward the side chapel's entrance. As he approached the door, he halted and gestured towards the few black-robed priests standing outside. You there, accompany me. Observing the beam of white light emanating from Wallace's hand, the Archbishop slightly narrowed his four mechanical eyes. This unexpected occurrence had come too suddenly. According to the Pope, such an event would only sporadically arise during the first year of the Valera calendar when the calamities had yet to be resolved. At that time, the natural disasters had an extensive reach, causing the entire city of Varella's infrastructure to be incinerated by an invisible force. Yet, could this truly be a natural calamity? Or was it the handiwork of that Chosen One? The Archbishop pondered for a moment before turning to address the priests and deacons outside the palace doors, who dared not breathe. Immediately commence repairs on all facilities of the Eastern Cathedral. The replacement parts are stored in the Southern Cathedral. You are all familiar with the methods of repair. Work swiftly. Before the sacred selection ceremony, I demand to see the Eastern Cathedral operating normally. That is divine fire. Chen Fan curiously examined the torch in Wallace's hand. As Isa beside him offered an explanation, I have heard that only the Pope possesses such a thing. Divine fire? Such self-aggrandizement. Is this not merely a flashlight fashioned in the form of a torch? Chen Fan gazed at Wallace, holding the electronic torch with a hint of bemusement, then stooped to bow respectfully. Your Grace, may the Lord be with you. The church, how did it come to this? Wallace observed the innocent yet bewildered expression and the preemptive inquiry, his heart sinking. Damn. The familiar scent, the familiar sensation resurfaced. He recalled how he had last fallen into the meticulously laid trap by Chen Fan, step by step. You. Wallace swallowed the question that lingered on his lips and cautiously asked, What brings you to the church? Is it not permitted for me to come? Chen Fan responded, astonished, his gaze fixed on Wallace. When did the church adopt such a decree? Wallace remained silent, merely gazing intently at Chen Fan. Sensing Wallace's lack of cooperation, Chen Fan shrugged and feigned helplessness, saying, I merely wish to visit the library to peruse some texts. However, it seems that my intentions have been thwarted. My Lord Bishop, would you kindly escort me away from the cathedral? A faint smile graced Chen Fan's lips as he added, I must partake in the divine selection ceremony tomorrow. A threat. Indeed, a blatant threat. Wallace clenched his teeth, forcing out 2 words through gritted jaws. Of course. In all likelihood, tomorrow will see the launch of the new installment. At which point additional chapters will commence. Current progress, 03. Reflecting on the timeline, it has been over a month since the inception of this work. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed readers for their unwavering support and continued readership, with special thanks to the 3 esteemed patrons. The 10th Art, Xiao Max, and Target Exile. This marks my first endeavor in writing on this platform, and I can humbly consider myself a novice. This also constitutes my inaugural launch statement. I have heard that such statements should evoke a touch of sorrow. Ahem. While my own life may not be particularly favorable, I recognize that all of you read for relaxation, as life is already quite burdensome. Therefore, I shall refrain from sharing my own negative sentiments, haha. At a loss for words, perhaps I should simply bow to everyone. OTZ. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. This book is set to be released at noon today. If esteemed readers find it appealing, I kindly encourage you to subscribe with a mere tap of your finger. It would be most beneficial to activate the automatic subscription feature. Although the author's writing pace may be somewhat endearing, rest assured that upon release, there will be a significant increase in updates. For now, let us aim for a word count of 10,000. Any more may prove challenging. It is imperative to allow the author the means to continue crafting this narrative. In summary, initial subscription data holds great significance, and I earnestly seek your generous support. Contributions and monthly votes are always appreciated. Chapter 76, False Deity. Outside the metal archway of the cathedral, Wallace hesitated, gazing at the retreating figure of Chen Fan. Based on prior experiences, Chen Fan should have seized the opportunity to create a disturbance within the library. More accurately, the crisis engulfing the entire cathedral should be attributed to Chen Fan's machinations. Yet now, Chen Fan not only refrained from entering the library but also, upon learning of the cathedral's suspension, unhesitatingly turned his back and departed. What in the world? This sudden and inexplicable action left Wallace utterly bewildered. In a moment of profound self-doubt, Wallace pondered, could it be that Chen Fan merely intended to consult some texts at the library? Had he wrongfully judged an innocent? As Wallace grappled with his uncertainty, a heavy footfall echoed from behind him. He turned, bowing to the approaching figure. Your Excellency, the Archbishop, Chen Fan, clad in a crimson robe. The Archbishop narrowed his 4 mechanical eyes, gazing intently at Chen Fan's form, which gradually faded around the corner, slowly shaking his head in contemplation. The statue has been utterly damaged, yet the Pope meticulously reviewed all records prior to its destruction. Chen Fan exhibited no peculiar behavior. He merely followed Isha to the library. But what about Isha? Wallace, haunted by psychological shadows cast by Chen Fan, instinctively inquired whether it was possible that she. The Archbishop shook his head. I have examined all the belongings Isha carried. There is nothing amiss. Wallace raised his hand, scratching his metallic forehead, producing a faint rustling sound. Then, the Archbishop concluded, it should merely be a coincidence. Since the establishment of Varela, the internal wiring of the cathedral had never undergone maintenance. The Pope believed this was likely a chain reaction caused by extensive aging of the circuits. Following the selection ceremony, the wiring of other churches would also require inspection and upkeep. Wallace remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement, though a deep sense of unease lingered in his heart. However, with the Pope's pronouncement, any further questioning on his part would render him incapable of discerning between the trivial and the significant. Time swiftly passed. In the late hours of the night, the living room of the Su family was brightly lit, with Wai diligently fulfilling the role of a light bulb, dispelling the enveloping darkness. I must clarify, I am not merely a light bulb. I am a technological creation of a level 9 civilization. Could you not afford me a modicum of respect? In response to Wai's soft murmurs, Chen Fan shrugged indifferently. What significance did being a technological creation of a level 9 civilization hold? Designed to resemble a glove. It would be a mercy not to utilize the intelligent terminal as a mere fist. The effect should be commendable, one would assume. Contemplating the remarkably sturdy exterior of the intelligent device, Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. It was evident that he had sensed Chen Fan's inner thoughts, for it silently closed its mouth and even adjusted the softness of the ambient light. Chen Fan cast a glance at the holographic panel hovering beside him. It was almost time for the bedtime prayer. Do keep an eye on it, and ensure we do not miss the moment. Rest assured, this machine operates with utmost reliability. Beside them, Su Huai and Gao Yuan wore expressions of grave seriousness, entirely devoid of Chen Fan's playful demeanor. Observing the relaxed expression on Chen Fan's face, Gao Yuan hesitated, torn between speaking and remaining silent. Ultimately, it was Su Huai who broke the tension with a question. Chen Fan, are you certain that our actions will go unnoticed by the church? Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. Fear not, the surveillance network outside the city is now entirely under Yi's control. The images the Pope views are mere fabrications provided by Yi. But what about the goddess? Gao Yuan's anxiety could no longer be contained. Surely the goddess would not approve of our actions? Meeting Gao Yuan's anxious gaze, Chen Fan straightened his demeanor. It is of little concern. I have already communicated with the goddess. Gao Yuan's expression stiffened at this revelation. Meanwhile, Su Huai bit her thin lips. Yet the hint of a smile in her eyes and the gentle curve of her mouth betrayed her true sentiments. Time had arrived. The electronic synthesized voice emanated from Chen Fan's right hand. The awakening plan is about to commence. Please provide your final confirmation. Chen Fan restrained his expression and solemnly nodded. Confirmed. As he observed the ever-increasing numbers, he took a deep breath to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. Next came the first step of the awakening plan, pseudo-deity. In the northern district of Werela, the sky was shrouded in darkness, heavy clouds obscuring the stars and moon above. Within a modest single-story dwelling, dim lights struggled to illuminate the entire living room, while a faint glimmer of light seeped through the arduous crack of the door, casting a feeble glow into the desolate surroundings. The room was enveloped in silence. A hunched woman cautiously dusted off the statue, murmuring incomprehensible words under her breath. Beside her, a little girl, with wide eyes, curiously observed the woman's actions. Nana, do you remember what tomorrow is? Sensing the girl's gaze, the woman paused her task, turned, and gently patted the child's head, her tone soft as she inquired. Tomorrow. The little girl furrowed her brow, pondering for a long moment. Tomorrow. Is the selection ceremony? Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and deep wrinkles began to appear at the corners. Exactly. Do you remember what the selection ceremony entails? It is the ceremony where the goddess chooses the selected ones. The woman nodded in satisfaction, cautiously brushing away the last speck of dust from the statue, and gestured towards the two cushions placed on the cold concrete floor. The time has come. Pray earnestly to the goddess, and perhaps tomorrow you shall be chosen as her elect. The young girl, somewhat bewildered, nodded in response and, under the woman's guidance, knelt upon the cushions before her. Without waiting for further words from the woman, she instinctively closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and recited the standard prayer. The woman observed the girl's slightly trembling eyelashes from the side and let out a silent sigh. Then, she too knelt upon the cushion, bowing her head in utmost reverence, pressing her forehead against the cold concrete, and earnestly murmuring indistinct prayers from the depths of her heart. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the front. Before the woman and the girl could react, the familiar, rigid synthesized voice emanated from the goddess statue placed on the altar. O devoted believers, may the Great One prosper in the new year. Dear readers, I humbly seek your subscriptions. Chapter 77, The Goddess Appears, Seeking Subscriptions. The goddess has manifested? The woman lifted her head, staring in astonishment at the statue on the altar, struggling to believe her eyes. Oh God, her mind was a blank, and she murmured softly. Beside her, the young girl knelt before the statue at the woman's urging. Yet in the next moment, the words spoken by the goddess sent chills coursing through the woman's body. The church has defied my will. Unable to suppress her rising fear, the woman raised her head once more, gazing at the statue in disbelief. The church has defied the will of the goddess. How is this possible? The woman listened intently to the oracle delivered by the idol, her initial astonishment gradually transforming into fury. So it is, it truly is, monitoring the faithful, arbitrarily extinguishing their lives. All of this is the church's unilateral action. Damn church. Just as the flames of rage in her heart were about to reach their zenith, the voice of the goddess grew more exalted. My devout followers, during tomorrow's divine selection ceremony, my emissary will guide you towards the righteous path. Await and harbor hope. The electronic synthesized voice slowly dissipated, and the woman trembled as she rose from the mat. She turned to gaze at the dim, overcast sky, then looked at her child, her expression gradually solidifying. It is now time for the evening prayer. Moreover, it serves as a demonstration of loyalty to the church. Failing to pray on time may lead the church to deem one a heretic. Thus, for the faithful of Valera City, nothing holds greater significance than prayer. Consequently, the manifestation of the goddess occurred silently in every household of Valera City. The false god has successfully executed its task. As the voice of Yi resonated in the living room, the tense expressions of Su Huai and Gao Yuan also relaxed. Chen Fan rose from his chair and walked to the window to gaze outside. Under the gloomy sky, the dim yellow lights of Valera City gradually extinguished. As if nothing had transpired, Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief. As he had anticipated, the devotees within the city of Varela devoted everything to the goddess. In their eyes, the so-called church was merely the spokesperson for the goddess. This extreme faith, while capable of solidifying the church's dominion, also harbored a singular peril. Should the goddess repudiate the church, the institution would be devoured by its zealous adherents. Logically, such an occurrence seemed improbable, much like an emperor turning against his own reign. Yet, the emergence of him and intelligent terminals set the wheels of fate into motion. Chen Fan gazed at the city, gradually returning to silence, inhaling deeply the cool air wafting through the window. The seeds of rebellion had already been sown. All that was needed was a slight provocation for this seed, embedded within the hearts of the people, to burgeon into a towering tree. 1. Turn off the lights. This machine insists it is neither a light bulb nor a voice assistant. The following morning, at the East Cathedral of Varela, on the day of the divine selection ceremony, the atmosphere within the main hall of the cathedral was profoundly solemn. Cloaked priests, under the guidance of the bishop, meticulously fulfilled their duties. Isa observed the bustling scene within the hall, her heavily shadowed right eye inadvertently drifting towards the holographic deity at the center. Beneath the statue lay a metallic platform equipped with an array of prisms and laser emitters. This was the objective of her mission. In accordance with Chen Fan's directives, she needed to place a small metallic sphere upon that pristine and unoccupied platform. The mere thought of the metallic sphere intensified the apprehension in her eyes. Veiled by her dark cloak, she cautiously maneuvered her mechanical limb. There was no sensation of anomaly. The metallic sphere seemed to have completely integrated into her prosthetic. Just yesterday afternoon, the moment Chen Fan followed Bishop Wallace out of the church, she was taken to the archbishop by several unfamiliar priests. At the archbishop's behest, she was compelled to relinquish all items she carried. Consequently, the presence of the metallic sphere would inevitably be revealed to the archbishop, exposing her covert identity and jeopardizing the awakening plan that Chen Fan had meticulously devised. The goddess would remain shrouded in the church's deception. Despair nearly consumed Isla. Yet, at the instant her mechanical arm once again made contact with the metallic sphere, the seemingly hard orb swiftly transformed into a fluid-like substance, merging at an astonishing speed with her prosthetic. Thanks to this, she successfully passed the archbishop's scrutiny. However, a dilemma arose. How could she retrieve the sphere once more? The predicament persisted. With the metallic sphere vanishing, what was to become of her mission? She couldn't possibly remain beneath the holographic statue indefinitely, could she? Thus, enveloped in anxiety and confusion, Isla found herself utterly sleepless. Isla, a dull, mechanical sound interrupted her tumultuous thoughts. Your Grace, you are indeed correct. Beneath the purple robe, Wallace regarded the visibly distracted Isla with an odd expression, clearing his throat emphatically while intensifying his tone. Priest Isla. Apologies, my Lord Bishop, I. In her moment of panic, the ample hood of Isla slipped slightly, revealing her exquisite visage. On her fair and delicate face, a pronounced dark circle stood out conspicuously. Wallace, momentarily taken aback, curbed Isla's inclination to apologize with keen interest. Did you not sleep well last night? At that instant, Wallace felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Indeed, it should be this way. Reflecting on how Isla had previously ensnared him, the sight of her now disheveled state only intensified Wallace's satisfaction. With a hint of mischief, he inquired, "Is it due to the matter of the selection ceremony?" Upon hearing Wallace's question, Isla fell into silence. She could hardly speak the truth, could she? Thus, she reluctantly nodded. You are correct. As she navigated Wallace's inquiries, Isla wrestled internally with how to justifiably approach the holographic deity. The insincere expression on her face became, in Wallace's eyes, a powerful testament to her inner conflict. Contemplating Isla's impending sorrow as she prepared to bid farewell to Chen Fan, Wallace could not suppress a chuckle. He cheerfully extended his hand to adjust Isla's hood, speaking in a gentle tone. This is your first time serving as a guide for the selection. Feeling pressure is entirely natural. Beneath the black hood, Isla cast a peculiar glance at Wallace. Why did it seem as though the bishop was particularly amiable today? A sense of confusion began to blossom within her. Could it be that Bishop Wallace is actually a good man? Pray to the goddess. Wallace gestured toward the holographic statue at the center of the main hall. The Lord shall alleviate your worries. Isla. Hiss. Isla could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Such a fortunate turn of events. Indeed, Bishop Wallace is truly a good man. Filled with gratitude, she cast a glance at Wallace without pausing to express her thanks and swiftly turned toward the holographic statue. The main hall of the church was nearly filled with priests clad in black robes. Isla, also dressed in black, quickly vanished among the throngs of priests, her petite figure blending seamlessly into the crowd. As she observed Isla's silhouette gradually fading from view, Wallace, already skeptical by nature, felt a renewed sense of foreboding. Surely nothing will go amiss? He shook his head, attempting to cast aside the ominous thoughts. However, he stepped forward with measured strides amidst the mechanical hum, entering the main hall and scanning his surroundings in search of Isla's presence. Isla knelt before the pedestal beneath the holographic statue, cautiously extending her mechanical right arm and resting it upon the metal base. The cold, unyielding sensation emanating from the precision sensors on her mechanical fingers coursed through her simulated nerves into her mind. No response. The metallic sphere integrated into her mechanical arm seemed to have vanished completely. She gently closed her eyes, concealing the panic within, and fervently offered her prayers to the goddess. Time trickled away, moment by moment, perhaps sensing the silent prayer within Isa, or perhaps receiving some command. A glimmering liquid with a silvery metallic sheen began to seep slowly from her mechanical right arm. Subsequently, under Isa's watchful gaze, this liquid swiftly extended along her arm towards the metallic pedestal before her. Could this be the nanobots that Chen Fan had previously used to heal Su Huai? Isa's mind illuminated with understanding. No wonder she had felt that small sphere possessed a semblance of life, and no wonder it could seamlessly merge with her mechanical limb. Everything found its explanation. Veiled by her flowing black robe, Isa cautiously observed the priests passing by. Fortune favored her during the divine selection ceremony. Each cleric was preoccupied with their own tasks, utterly oblivious to her somewhat peculiar actions. Nonetheless, Isa felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and tension, for she was engaging in a sacrilegious act beneath the statue, surrounded by countless clergy. Thump, thump, thump. As she felt her heart pounding with increasing intensity within her chest, Isa experienced time dragging on like never before. At last, under her gaze, the final trace of the metallic liquid flowed onto the pedestal and rapidly integrated into the metallic structure. What are you doing? With the task completed, Isa felt an unexpected release wash over her. She rose calmly, respectfully bowing to Wallace. I merely wish to draw closer to the Lord. Wallace, keenly aware of the indescribable shift in Isa's demeanor, felt an intensifying sense of foreboding in his heart. There was an incessant feeling that he had erred in some way. The moment this thought flickered through his mind, Wallace, somewhat agitated, gestured towards the grand cathedral's entrance. The divine selection ceremony was about to commence. You must fulfill your duty as the guide, he urged. Isabella inclined her head slightly, replying, As you wish, my Lord Bishop, with a subtle smile gracing her lips. She set forth towards the open doors of the cathedral. Success! The voice of E invigorated Chen Fan instantly. The signal-bridging nanobots had infiltrated the target area. Control over the holographic deity had been secured. Access to the internal network of the Eastern Cathedral had been granted. A steady stream of good news resonated in Chen Fan's ears. Beside him, Su Huai and Gao Yuan wore faint smiles, even though the technical jargon eluded their comprehension. Gao Yuan, prepare yourself. It is time for us to embark, Chen Fan declared, rising from his seat and turning to Su Huai. After a brief hesitation, he continued. At the inception of the awakening plan, Gao Yuan and I will be within the Northern Cathedral. We cannot offer you any assistance. Please take care of yourself. Su Huai nodded silently, her cool demeanor tinged with solemnity. The day was overcast, with thick clouds enveloping the sky, as the sun struggled to pierce through, casting a few rays of light upon the scarred earth. Time trickled by. One by one, the faithful rummaged through their wardrobes to find the most appropriate attire. Dressing meticulously before stepping out of their homes, setting forth from every corner of Valera City, earnestly making their way towards the cathedral that stood resolutely in the heart of the city. The streets, paved with cement, exude an eerie tranquility, punctuated only by the soft rustle of cloth shoes against the ground. The faithful, silent as the night, make their way toward the cathedral. Unlike any other moment, an intense, veiled fervor flickers in their eyes. Upon encountering acquaintances, their gazes fluctuate significantly, instinctively casting probing looks at one another. Thus, one by one, the believers depart their homes, shrouded in doubt and hesitation. As time elapses and they draw nearer to the cathedral, their mental state begins to shift. From skepticism and indecision to resolute trust, all is conveyed in the silence. Chapter 79, The Cathedral Unfolds. Fourth update, subscription requested. In the heart of Varela City, four pyramid-shaped cathedrals stand solemnly upon the earth. Beneath the somber sky, the cathedral's metallic sheen appears notably dimmer than usual. At noon, the vicinity of the four main cathedrals is teeming with worshippers. They suppress their intense emotions, casting their gazes toward the tightly shut doors of the cathedral, quietly awaiting a spark capable of igniting the tumult within their hearts. Boom. The resounding, solemn toll of the bell emanates from within the eastern cathedral. The once closed doors gradually swing open. Under the watchful eyes of the believers, the archbishop, draped in a robe of crimson, steps forth with measured grace. Following him, a procession of bishops clad in opulent purple robes emerges in succession. Behind the bishops, Chen Fan, Gao Yuan, and three other chosen ones, who share little in common, slowly exit, guided by their respective escorts. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and swiftly cast a glance at the congregation encircling the church. Although the expressions of the faithful remained dull, he astutely sensed the intense emotions simmering beneath the surface. It was different. Indeed, it was markedly different. The seeds sown by the false god plan had begun to take root and sprout. Like Chen Fan, the suspicious Bishop Wallace also recognized the anomaly. He quickened his pace to catch up with the archbishop and, taking advantage of the archbishop's robe as a cover, lowered his voice as much as possible. Your Grace, I feel there is something amiss with these congregants today. The archbishop slightly lowered his head, casting a lofty gaze over the faithful before him, who still exhibited that posture of devout submission, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Ignoring Wallace's words, he raised his hands high, addressing the multitude of worshippers with a melodious chant, proclaiming, Church, unfold. In the resonant chamber of mechanical chests, the voice of the mechanical vocal cords rang out with extraordinary clarity. Unfold. Before the chant could fully dissipate, a deep rumbling sound emanated from behind. The rumble grew progressively louder, and Chen Fan perceptibly felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet. With the perspective afforded by his vantage point, he clearly beheld the scene unfolding behind him. The church was moving, although he was already aware of the specific procedures of the selection ceremony. Witnessing this colossal structure morph before his eyes imparted an unprecedented sense of shock to Chen Fan. Under the watchful gaze of all the faithful, the four corners of the cathedral gradually began to fracture. Shortly thereafter, the robust metallic walls commenced their slow descent towards the ground, bereft of the surrounding metal barriers. The grand hall of the cathedral was laid bare before the eyes of the congregation. As for the other areas within the cathedral, they remained concealed behind independent walls and ceilings, thus not revealing themselves to the crowd. Yet, this revelation was sufficiently astonishing. Moments later, amidst the emergence of dozens of brilliant beams of light, beneath the somber sky, the holographic goddess, constructed of lasers, radiated a soft luminescence as she stood tall in the heart of Varela City. At the instant the holographic deity manifested, the numb expressions on the faces of the faithful dissipated, replaced by an irrational fervor. Nevertheless, even so, a faintly peculiar glint sparkled in their eyes, particularly pronounced when their gazes fell upon the clergy. With the constraints of the venue lifted, the holographic statue erected in the central area of the cathedral expanded once more, resulting in a further decline in the resolution of the holographic image. The initially coarse modeling became increasingly indistinct, with even the goddess's visage shrouded in a veil of mist. Yet, one must concede that for a divine being, obscurity does not diminish its influence. Quite the contrary, this fairy haze only enhances the enigma surrounding the deity. The faithful knelt upon the cold concrete floor, offering their devout prayers to the subpar holographic projection. The archbishop gazed down at the faithful kneeling before him, contentedly lowering his outstretched hands, and announced in a melodic tone, in the year 160 of the Valera calendar, the first divine selection ceremony is now commencing. According to tradition, the inaugural event of the divine selection ceremony involved the previous chosen ones ascending to the divine realm. Observing the throngs of devotees surrounding the cathedral, Chen Fan found himself enveloped in a nebulous thought. Perhaps the church's intention was to prevent the new chosen ones from mingling with their predecessors. thereby mitigating the risk of unforeseen complications at the very root. A familiar, soft voice emerged from beneath the black robe. "Lord Chen Fan, please follow me." Chen Fan smiled and nodded, casting one last glance at the sea of worshippers before turning to accompany Isa. Next, he needed to follow the guide of the Chosen Ones to the Ascension Site. Though referred to as the Ascension Site, it was, in fact, the northern cathedral where the Pope resided. As the last Chosen One departed, the holographic goddess stirred to life. A stiff, electronic voice emanated from the eastern cathedral behind him. It was the goddess imparting her oracle to the faithful. In essence, it was a preliminary mobilization before the selection of the Chosen Ones. "Shall we proceed now?" The voice of E resonated within Chen Fan's mind. "The Trojan horse has been implanted. We can seize control of the holographic statue at any moment." "No." Chen Fan replied, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic northern cathedral, rejecting Yi's proposal. "One must not venture into the tiger's den without understanding the nature of the beast. Let us first discern the church's true intentions." As Chen Fan approached the North Cathedral, he discerned the distinctions that set this edifice apart from others. Even on this overcast day, where the sun was obscured from view, he could still sense waves of warmth enveloping him. His gaze flickered slightly, mentally noting this anomaly. "Esteemed Chosen Ones, please." The Archbishop halted his steps, extending his hand to draw open the grand doors of the North Cathedral. Gesturing for Chen Fan and the other Chosen Ones to enter. The door creaked open just a sliver, and a frigid gust surged forth, starkly contrasting the oppressive heat outside. Within the cathedral, it felt akin to the depths of winter. In response to the Archbishop's invitation, the three other Chosen Ones stepped forward without hesitation and entered the cathedral. Chen Fan, however, focused intently on the narrow opening, striving to glimpse the interior, yet he was met with an expanse of darkness. As the Archbishop's four mechanical eyes turned towards him, he relinquished his curiosity. Before the Archbishop could speak again, he took the initiative to stride toward the cathedral's entrance, with Gao Yuan trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, Isha and the remaining four priests bowed their heads, silently standing at the base of the cathedral's steps. Only the Chosen Ones and the Archbishop were permitted entry. Even the guide for the Chosen Ones was barred from entering this sacred space. After a brief pause. Chapter 80, Ascension, 5th Update. Subscription requested. The interior of the cathedral was dimly lit. Chen Fan squinted slightly, striving to acclimatize to the surrounding gloom. Moments later, he finally discerned the scene within the cathedral, illuminated by the faint glow of a few meager light fixtures. Tall, rectangular metal cabinets are meticulously arranged within the confines of the church. Accompanied by a persistent hum, a chilling breeze emanates from the depths of the sanctuary, swiftly drawn into the metallic cabinets, and then propelled upwards through the robust ventilation ducts towards the church's apex. A multitude of indicator lights is artfully scattered across these metal constructs, pulsating rhythmically over time. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be a server array? The unusual heat wave outside the church is, in fact, a consequence of the server's cooling mechanisms? Struggling to believe his own hypothesis, Chen Fan mentally commanded, 1. Initiate a scan of these metal cabinets immediately. As the silvery intelligent terminal flickered to life in his right hand, the scanning results materialized before him in a holographic display. Indeed, it was a server array, and its performance was remarkably formidable. Who could have anticipated that within the expansive North Cathedral lay a complete server array? Warning. Based on the current scan results, the Varela civilization has essentially fulfilled the conditions for the emergence of artificial intelligence. A dull thud resounded as a door closed behind him. The dim sunlight and oppressive heat were effectively barred from entering by the church's heavy metallic doors. Shortly thereafter, the weighty footsteps of the Archbishop echoed from behind. Clad in a crimson robe, the Archbishop passed by Chen Fan and approached the assembly of the Chosen Ones. He knelt on one knee, bowing his head, his voice unusually imbued with respect. "Your Holiness, as you wish, all the Chosen Ones have arrived. But where is the Pope?" Chen Fan harbored a sense of curiosity regarding the supreme ruler of Varela City, especially since the goal of the Awakening Plan was to overthrow the church, which inevitably meant encountering the Pope. He cast his gaze forward, searching for the Pope's figure. However, within the dimly lit church, only cold arrays of servers and incessantly blinking indicator lights were present, just as Chen Fan was engulfed in confusion and eerily familiar. Rigid electronic synthesized voice resonated within the church. "Take them to the place of ascension. The Master has delivered a new oracle. The kingdom requires new Chosen Ones." As these words echoed, the frequency of the blinking lights on the server arrays noticeably quickened. Chen Fan instinctively fell into a state of bewilderment. If he had not misheard, this seemed to be the distinctive synthesized voice emitted by the goddess's statue and the holographic image. Countless clues intertwined in his mind, swiftly sketching a simple truth. From the very beginning, the voice of the goddess was, in fact, the voice of the Pope. Coupled with the server arrays before him and the rumors that the Pope had never left the Northern Church, a more chilling truth dawned upon Chen Fan. Could it be that the Pope is an artificial intelligence? Damn it! This thought flashed through Chen Fan's mind in an instant. Sensing the turmoil within him, the voice of he echoed in his mind, and the holographic projection cast upon his retina transformed into a cautionary shade of bright yellow. Preliminary calculations indicate that the computational power provided by these server arrays is insufficient to support a Level 2 artificial intelligence in its normal operations. Theoretically, the Pope is merely a Level 1 artificial intelligence. The relationship between it and the deity may be analogous to that of a machine and its motherboard. Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan felt a slight alleviation of his concerns. After all, a Level 1 artificial intelligence is not regarded as a perilous technology. Moreover, he possesses a Level 1 artificial intelligence himself, so the balance of fear is yet to be determined. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Fan steadied himself and mentally issued a command. I am prepared to continue the investigation as originally planned, should any unexpected circumstances arise. Initiate the awakening protocol immediately. Acknowledged. The Ascension site is located deep within the cathedral. A group of chosen ones follows the Archbishop, navigating around the server arrays positioned in the hall and traversing the cold corridors. Dim blue luminescence emanates from the directional signposts flanking the corridor, inscribed with the words Ascension Site. To Chen Fan, these signposts bear little distinction from safety exit signs. Consequently, his demeanor along the way was tinged with an oddity. In contrast, Gao Yuan beside him bore an exceptionally serious expression. Fan, I feel as though I am standing on the very ground of the divine realm. Upon hearing his deliberately subdued tone, Chen Fan cast a peculiar glance at Gao Yuan, hesitating to respond. Are you certain that isn't merely a sensation brought on by the cold wind against your feet? The name Ascension Site does indeed sound rather impressive. However, when Chen Fan accompanied the Archbishop to the so-called Ascension Site, he was utterly astonished to discover that it was merely a relatively spacious, enclosed room. The area was not insignificant, even bordering on the expansive. At the center of the room lay 5 neatly arranged metal beds. Each metallic cot was equipped with helmets and cables adorned with an abundance of electrodes. A mere glance sent a shiver through Chen Fan. Was this not an upgraded version of the Holy Seat? Adjacent to the metal beds, a plethora of electronic devices stood. On their small screens flickered an array of unfamiliar characters and inscrutable lines. The opposite side of the room was partitioned by a heavy metal wall, forming a side chamber. Through the ajar door, Chen Fan glimpsed the interior, a bed, a glaring surgical light, and a series of intimidating metallic instruments. Chen Fan was immediately taken aback. Good heavens! Was he truly witnessing an operating table in this eerie place? From its appearance, the instruments on the table seemed intended for neurosurgery. With a touch of irony, the knowledge gap in Chen Fan's mind was filled. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Thank you so much. It became evident to him that the layout of this Ascension Site was nothing short of a deranged human experimentation laboratory. First, subjected to cerebral experiments on the altar resembling the Holy Seat, and then, once life had fled, taken to the operating table for a craniotomy. The very thought of what he might soon endure filled Chen Fan with dread. Esteemed chosen ones, please recline upon the Holy Seat. The voice of the Archbishop resonated from the side. Flesh and blood are frail and cannot ascend to the sacred realm of the divine. The Lord shall guide your spirit and consciousness to the divine kingdom through the Holy See. I express my gratitude to all esteemed readers for your unwavering support. Chapter 81. The time of awakening has arrived. Alliance Leaders Extra Chapter. As Chen Fan gazed upon the other 3 chosen ones lying submissively upon the Holy See, amidst the countless souls departed, a shiver ran down his spine. Perhaps I should act preemptively? He contemplated. Is it possible to discern the function of these brainwave interference devices at present? Chen Fan inquired within his mind. He held reservations about the assumption that the brainwave interference apparatuses in the Ascension realm served the same purpose as those utilized in the Oracle ritual. Insufficient data. An accurate assessment cannot be made at this time. However, one thing is certain. These brainwave interference devices possess a strong correlation with the goddess, and through them, I may be able to ascertain the true identity and intentions of the goddess. This will directly aid your investigation into the civilization. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan suppressed the urge to act prematurely. Are you certain you can counteract the brainwave interference of this device? Rest assured, I am consistently reliable in my endeavors. And what of Gao Yuan? Chen Fan asked with concern. Will the batch of nanobots injected this morning be able to preserve his mind? The calculations were conducted based on the standards of a tenfold oracle ritual. Theoretically, there should not be any significant issues. Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan felt his spirits lift slightly. Fortune favors the bold, and besides, there was no imminent danger at present. Resolutely, he loosened his muscles under the vigilant gaze of the archbishop, flashing a smile imbued with inscrutable meaning before striding towards the holy seat. The archbishop raised an eyebrow, subtly adjusting his decorative mechanical brow, and scrutinized Chen Fan's movements with his four mechanical eyes. The smile on Chen Fan's face filled him with an ominous premonition. It was only when he observed Chen Fan reclining upon the holy seat and willingly donning the electrode-laden golden crown that his apprehension began to ease. The archbishop stepped forward, meticulously inspecting each chosen one's crown to ensure there were no anomalies, before stating, "Your Holiness, the ascension ceremony may commence." Meanwhile, the selection ceremony in the Eastern Church had reached a pivotal stage as the Church announced the next batch of chosen ones. More precisely, it was the goddess herself who selected the candidates. A gentle breeze from the heavens tousled Su Huai's neatly arranged high ponytail, dark brown strands caressing her fair cheek. She tilted her head, her beautiful eyes quietly fixated on the stiff holographic image of the goddess, her cold features betraying no emotion. The awakening plan was about to begin. While the awakening plan merely aimed to overturn the Church's dominion without dismantling the faith the believers held for the goddess, Su Huai felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Having lived in Varela City for so many years, she understood better than anyone the depth of the believer's faith and reliance on the goddess. Take your time. One day, the faithful of Varela City will break free from the goddess's constraints. Contemplating the essence of the awakening plan, she lowered her gaze slightly and turned her attention to the devotees beside her, a mother and her daughter. The woman, hunched and weary, struggled to kneel upon the cold concrete floor. Beside her, a young girl gazed curiously and with a sense of wonder at the holographic deity before them. Clearly, this mother-daughter duo had come to participate in the selection ceremony for the chosen one. However, they appeared to have overlooked a crucial detail, perhaps for the sake of sustainable development, or perhaps due to the inability of children to fulfill the requirements of the chosen one. In any case, the Church had never selected a child as a chosen one. The distinct electronic synthetic voice emanating from the holographic goddess interrupted Su Huai's thoughts. Juno. In the next moment, a ripple of commotion stirred beside her. Observing the mixed expression of surprise and trepidation on the woman's face, Su Huai's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Had a child truly been chosen? How could the Church select a child for such a role? Before she could fathom the implications, an overwhelming cacophony erupted from the front. Su Huai hastily lifted her head to gaze at the holographic deity. The immense holographic figure paused its previously rigid movements, as if encountering some invisible disturbance, and became momentarily frozen. Following this, amidst the gasps of the devotees, the softly glowing holographic goddess transformed into scattered beams of light, dissipating into the air. It had begun. The most critical step of the awakening plan was underway. Su Huai narrowed her eyes slightly, observing the reactions of the Church's clergy from a distance. As anticipated by Chen Fan, the sudden disappearance of the holographic deity plunged the priests and bishops into a state of disarray. Su Huai took a deep breath. Rising slowly from the cold, concrete floor beneath the gaze of the gathered clergy and faithful, a beam of white light streamed from within the church, illuminating Su Huai with its brilliance. Under the somber sky, this dazzling radiance cast an aura of sanctity upon Su Huai's previously serene visage. Simultaneously, amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the scattered lights in the heart of the cathedral converged once more, forming a new holographic deity. This incarnation, though similar to the previous one, exhibited a remarkable level of intricacy and fluidity in its movements, devoid of the earlier stiffness. Su Huai turned to survey the surroundings and spoke softly, "Esteemed guests." To the astonishment of the crowd, the reappearing holographic figure mirrored his actions. Turning to observe the assembly and emitting a mechanical, synthesized voice, "Esteemed guests." In the next instant, the deity's blurred features sharpened with sudden clarity, revealing unmistakably Su Huai's own visage. A faithful believer, eyes wide with disbelief, tremulously articulated the collective sentiment of the congregation, the Lord's messenger, bathed in the white light. A hint of serene smile graced Su Huai's holy countenance as he proclaimed, "The church has strayed from its path, defying the Lord's will. As his messenger, it is my duty to alleviate his burdens." Under the watchful eyes of all the faithful in Varela City, Su Huai slowly extended his right hand. "Esteemed guests, the time of awakening has arrived. Join me in overthrowing the church and establishing our divine kingdom." How infuriating! Amidst the rage, a hoarse roar was tinged with a hint of tremor, betraying the fear within. Why would the goddess utter such words? Wallace gazed at the goddess extending her right hand to the faithful, unable to suppress a silent roar in his heart. "Your Majesty, why rebel against us? I express my gratitude to all the esteemed readers for your unwavering support. The progress of the Alliance leader has been updated, 1-4. This is far from over." Chapter 82, He is a False God. A colossal holographic statue stood in the center of Varela City, towering over the city and its followers below. Much like the scene that unfolded when the holographic map of Varela City was first drawn. At this moment, it mirrored that very instant. Yet previously, it was Su Huai who stood atop the holographic city, and now, it is the holographic goddess who reigns above. As the unfamiliar holographic goddess extended her right hand to the surrounding faithful and spoke words that stirred the heart, a bishop clad in a purple robe suddenly shivered, letting out a roar. "The heathens have corrupted the Lord's power. She is not a goddess. She is a false god." Heathens? False god? Upon hearing these words, a ripple of unrest spread among the believers surrounding the church. Observing this, the bishop's face broke into a slight smile. Just as he was about to seize the moment and use the church's former authority to further shake the faith of the followers, the holographic goddess above once again made a move. "My devout followers." The believers instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Huai, who stood bathed in a radiant white light. Su Huai made no movement, merely gazing indifferently at the holographic deity in the sky. A flicker of enlightenment blossomed within the hearts of the congregation. The voice now speaking is that of a true divine being. "The church has usurped my power." A slight commotion among the faithful gradually subsided. Do not believe him, as the situation, which had just begun to improve, spiraled once more into chaos. The purple-robed bishop emitted a sharp, hoarse cry. "A false god. He is a false god." This time, the believers paid no heed to the bishop's words. Who, after all, is the genuine false god? A false god? Even if he were indeed a false god, as long as he could liberate the faithful from the church's control and constraints, he would be the true deity. Observing the resolute expressions gradually forming on the faces of the surrounding believers, the purple-robed bishop belatedly grasped a critical realization. Shut it down. Quickly, shut down the deity. Upon hearing the bishop's command, several priests trembled slightly, hastily setting off towards the main hall of the church behind them. Like other control devices within the church, the mechanism for the holographic deity had been disguised as a shrine built beside the base of the divine image. The priests, unaccustomed to such a scene, rushed to the shrine, kneeling before it and uttering an uncertain, rhythmic incantation. Once, twice, thrice. The incantation was recited repeatedly. Yet the base of the holographic deity remained unresponsive. "My lord bishop," the leading priest could no longer contain his cry for help. Upon hearing the priestess call, Wallace felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he stood before the congregation of believers. Something was amiss. He turned and hurried towards the base of the holographic statue. Observing the trembling priest beside the holographic pedestal, Wallace questioned with a hint of agitation, "Why has the statue not been turned off?" "It cannot be deactivated." The leading priest knelt on the ground, his voice trembling slightly. "The statue shows no response." Wallace was jolted. Instinctively turning his gaze towards the base of the holographic statue, the image of Isha kneeling beside the pedestal flashed in his mind. Damn it. In an instant, Wallace realized Isha had tampered with the holographic statue's base. He turned to the faithful, who silently encircled the cathedral. Noticing the fading hesitation on their faces, Wallace understood that there was no time to waste. The holographic statue above must be deactivated immediately. Gazing at the brilliant beams of light emanating from the statue's base, a thought crossed Wallace's mind. "You come here." He extended his mechanical hand from beneath his black robe, beckoning one of the priests beside him. Faced with the bishop's summons, the priest dared not hesitate. He swiftly rose from the ground and approached Wallace with urgency. "My lord bishop." Before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous force struck from the side. In the next moment, amidst a whirl of chaos, the priest found himself crashing down in a dazzlingly bright place. Instinctively, he opened his eyes, attempting to discern his surroundings. Crack! A thunderous explosion echoed. A powerful laser erupted from the pedestal beneath him, piercing directly through his mechanical eye. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain relayed by the simulated nerves, the priest could not help but emit a piercing wail. Yet this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, amidst the onslaught of countless high-intensity lasers, a searing sensation coursed through his entire being. Instinctively, the priest rose, attempting to flee this inferno. However, the laser had melted his mechanical limbs, creating gaping holes that exposed bone, while crackling electric sparks erupted around him. In a mere 10 seconds, his mechanical appendages were utterly obliterated. Without their support, the priest collapsed heavily onto the pedestal of the holographic statue. The sound of lasers searing flesh echoed in the hall, and his anguished cries swiftly diminished, ultimately fading into the air. A faint scent of charred flesh wafted from the pedestal of the holographic statue, dispersing into the surroundings. Nearby, Wallace silently raised his gaze to observe the holographic figure above. Noticing the slight dimming of its legs, a twisted smile spread across his face. It worked. It worked. Wallace abruptly turned, his crimson mechanical eye fixated on the priest still standing beside him. The time for sacrifice to the master had arrived. He murmured softly, stepping slowly toward the nearest priest. His purple robe billowed slightly as he walked, revealing intricately engraved patterns on his mechanical limbs beneath. As Bishop Wallace approached, one of the priests, in a state of sheer terror, attempted to rise in defiance. However, before the highly mechanized bishop, the priest, who had undergone only a fraction of mechanization, was woefully inadequate. In a mere instant, the defiant priest was cast onto the pedestal of the holographic idol by Wallace. The bishop did not cease his actions. Priests and deacons, some willingly, others reluctantly, ascended the pedestal, using their flesh to shield against the intense laser beams emanating from below. The harrowing cries echoed throughout the open hall of the cathedral, as the acrid scent of charred flesh gradually permeated the air. Chapter 83, My Lord. Times have changed in the North Cathedral. At the moment the Ascension ritual commenced, a blurred vision manifested in Chen Fan's mind, reminiscent of the Third Oracle ceremony. However, unlike the previous occasion, this time Chen Fan experienced a slight sensation of dizziness. Why? The power of this electroencephalogram interference device has significantly increased. Yet, its imaging resolution has not improved. In fact, it appears diminished. This is an alarming development. What do you mean? The device has just undergone a scan of the electroencephalogram interference apparatus. Wai's tone was exceedingly grave. Preliminary assessment indicates that the increased power has been entirely allocated to the cortical scanning and reading apparatus. Such high-powered scanning could inflict irreparable damage upon the biological brain. A sense of confusion began to stir within Chen Fan. Scanning the cerebral cortex? What exactly does the organization intend to achieve? As time inexorably passes, the images within Chen Fan's mind begin to shift gradually, and the sensation of dizziness intensifies. When the dizziness reaches a certain peak, a familiar feeling surges forth. His consciousness once again finds itself in that boundless expanse of space. As the overwhelming sensation of drifting alone in the cosmos envelopes him, an obscure whispering emerges punctually. This sensation resembles the simultaneous murmuring of countless beings from myriad races, each reciting the Diamond Sutra in their own dialect at his ear. Amidst this cryptic murmur, a familiar language resonates with clarity. Contact the Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management. The Stargate components have been delivered to the designated area. Please remember to acknowledge receipt. Chen Fan suddenly comprehends. He has inadvertently tapped into the communication channel of the Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management. With the thought that listening costs nothing, he quietly absorbs the exchange. The Bureau acknowledges receipt. The transportation fees have been credited to your account. Why is there a deduction of 500 credit points? Director Moore remarks. Consider that 500 credit points as your treat for him. A twitch involuntarily escapes Chen Fan's lips. Good heavens. The esteemed director of the Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management is this miserly? Just as Chen Fan prepares to continue eavesdropping on the internal gossip of a Level 9 civilization, the obscure whispering suddenly escalates in intensity. If it were once merely thousands of diverse beings whispering the Diamond Sutra in countless dialects into his ear, now these myriad entities have seized loudspeakers, cranked to their maximum power. A sharp, piercing sensation surged through Chen Fan's mind. Simultaneously, he seemed to discern a fragment of the obscure murmurs. It appeared to be an array of enigmatic characters. In the next moment, the self-protection protocol was activated. Proceeding with forced awakening successful, the holographic deity hovering above the cathedral was suffused with a faint crimson hue. The wails of despair gradually faded, obscured by the flesh and blood of the clergy, as the radiance of the hologram dimmed and ultimately vanished beneath the somber sky. Although the holographic figure had disappeared, the powerful white light emanating from the church's illumination remained undiminished. Within this sacred light, Su Huai stood silently, imbued with a sense of divinity, awaiting the response of the surrounding faithful. To stand alone against the formidable forces of the church was akin to a fool's errand. Thus, the believers of Valera City were an indispensable component of the entire awakening plan. It must succeed. Su Huai bit her pale lips resolutely, bearing the weight of the gazes from all the clergy and followers, stubbornly positioning herself among the worshippers. Around her, the believers of Valera City continued to kneel on the cold concrete ground, seemingly paralyzed by the anguished cries of the clergy. However, the scene did not endure for long. As time passed, the faithful gradually became aware of a pressing concern. The church can be relentless towards its clergy. What then, of the faithful? Reflecting upon the myriad transgressions of the church, at last, one devout believer could no longer contain himself. Rising from the cold, hard ground, he lifted his frail right hand and cried out with fervor, "Overthrow the church! Overthrow the church!" In the vast expanse, his voice sounded faint and fragile. Above him, several bishops clad in purple robes, their mechanical eyes glowing a menacing crimson, fixated upon him, instilling a profound psychological pressure. As his cries began to wane, another voice echoed from a distance. 1, 2, 3. One by one, other believers rose from the unforgiving concrete and met the gaze of the priests and bishops, unleashing their own rallying cry, "Overthrow the church!" Damn it, this wretched lot. Wallace brushed away the bloodstains from his mechanical arm, unfastened his opulent purple bishop's robe, and, alongside several other bishops, deliberately descended the steps before the cathedral. The imposing mechanical figures evoked an unprecedented sense of dread among the faithful. "You dare?" Wallace's synthetic voice emerged in a hoarse tone. "To defy the church and the divine? One must concede." The reverence instilled by the church within the hearts of its followers runs deep. Even as the entire congregation gathered in that place, confronted by the bishop's piercing crimson gazes, they instinctively recoiled a step back. Observing their retreat, Wallace felt a measure of tension ease within him. Thankfully, the situation remained under control. Yet, in the next moment, thud, a crisp knock echoed from above, accompanied by a resounding curse. "Damn you! It is precisely scoundrels like you that I seek to strike down." The indignant voice belonged to a middle-aged man wielding a shovel, his eyes ablaze with fury. Wallace, taken aback, turned to face the source of the outburst, his mechanical hand gently brushing against the dent on his iron head, staring in disbelief at the man before him. As a bishop of the church, he could hardly fathom being assaulted by a contemptible follower. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the shovel was raised once more, aimed directly at his face. Cursed be this fate. The crimson glow in Wallace's mechanical eye intensified, and he lifted his mechanical arm, poised to retaliate. A thunderous crash resonated through the crowd. Wallace's arm, which had just been raised, froze in place. He slowly turned his neck to gaze at the center of the throng, illuminated by the ethereal light emanating from the cathedral. Su Huai stood resolute, clutching a pistol that radiated a dark, ominous glow. A distinct, circular bullet hole was visible at the junction of his steel cranium and spine, with crackling sparks of electricity flickering from the wound. The crimson light in Wallace's mechanical eye dimmed slightly. "You." Su Huai's lips curled into a faint smirk as he murmured softly, "My lord, times have changed." Chapter 84. High-frequency scanning and reading of cortical information. North Cathedral. What has transpired? Chen Fan, his thoughts muddled, quietly inquired within. High-frequency scanning and reading of cortical information. The voice of E was particularly grave. In simple terms, it involves the infusion of vast amounts of information into your brain through a brainwave interference device, while simultaneously scanning your brain's feedback data regarding this information. Chen Fan's mind became somewhat clearer, and the sharp pain in his head subsided slightly. "So, the high-frequency reading has damaged my brain?" "No. It is not the device's fault. The protective measures of the machine ensure that the information impact from the ascension ceremony will not affect you. However, under the stimulation of this information, your brain has once again entered a prior unknown state. Just now, the machine detected an influx of information that was 1,000 times greater than that from the ascension ceremony suddenly appearing in your brain. Although the machine activated emergency protective protocols, your brain still sustained some damage due to the overwhelming amount of information. Chen Fan's heart was filled with a sense of understanding. The unknown state, it must refer to that vast void of nothingness, right? He even overheard some gossip from the Dangerous Technology Management Bureau while he was there. Are you saying? You resonated again with the Bureau's hyperspace membrane cross-universal broadcast? Who had accessed Chen Fan's thoughts, was somewhat astonished. The massive information that suddenly appeared in your mind may merely be the aftershock of a hyperspace membrane broadcast. Once the United Fleet enters this universe bubble, the machine advises you to undergo an examination as soon as possible. The information volume of hyperspace membrane communication is extraordinarily vast, far exceeding the processing limits of normal intelligent beings. Will there be any aftereffects? Chen Fan swallowed hard and weakly inquired, side effects. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Do you know what roasted brain matter is? It's somewhat akin to that." Goodness. Chen Fan envisioned himself being wheeled onto the operating table, where the chief surgeon would uncover his skull only to discover a steaming plate of roasted brain matter. He couldn't help but internally muse, that must smell delightful, right? He responded, ? Click to examine the investigator's mental state. Ignoring the holographic button that appeared in his mind, Chen Fan cheerfully shifted the conversation. Let us put that aside for now. Earlier, you mentioned something about high-frequency information scanning. What exactly does that entail? Are you familiar with the thought branding technology? I have seen it referenced in documents sent by the administration. It seems to be a form of hazardous technology. To be precise, for civilizations below level 6, it is deemed dangerous technology. For instance, under the influence of thought branding, one might perceive water as highly toxic. Feeling a chill as he absorbed the explanation of thought branding technology, Chen Fan pondered. So this high-frequency information scanning, although it is still quite distant from thought branding, it can already be considered a nascent form of that technology. Damn. First, there was the relatively less dangerous mechanical modification technology, followed by the moderately hazardous thought branding, and now the severely perilous artificial intelligence technology. Is this some sort of breeding ground for calamity? Strangely, the Varela civilization seems to have failed to discover the correct method for utilizing high-frequency information scanning and reading. They merely inundated the brains of intelligent beings with various data, subsequently scanning the feedback from the cerebral cortex. That is all. Is the feedback from the cerebral cortex significant? Not particularly. Such data is only relevant in the treatment processes for individuals with mental disorders. Typically, due to concerns regarding personal privacy, this data is directly destroyed. To neglect the exploration of perilous technology while amassing a plethora of inconsequential data for treating mental illness, what is happening outside? Unable to discern the true intentions of his counterpart, Chen Fan redirected his thoughts towards Su Huai. According to the original plan, the Awakening Initiative had now been activated. Observing the aerial perspective of the Eastern Church Estrones in his mind, Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Prepare yourselves. It is time for us to take action. Nearby the Holy See, the Archbishop's four mechanical eyes silently observed the fluctuating curves before him. The Pope will surely be pleased with the quality of this chosen one. The Archbishop's gaze lingered on one line that consistently remained at its peak, a rigid smile of satisfaction emerging on his face. A stiff, electronic synthetic voice emanated from a nearby speaker. Harold, you have performed exceptionally well. This exceptional brain may significantly advance the evolution of the Lord. At that time, your ultimate transformation will also be on the agenda. A flash of crimson light flickered in the Archbishop's eyes, and his tone bore a hint of excitement. As a faithful servant of the Lord, this is my duty. A mechanical laugh emanated from the loudspeaker. The selection ceremony seems to be proceeding smoothly. I hope that among this cohort of 10 chosen ones, a few exceptional minds will emerge. The Archbishop turned to glance at the surveillance feed. The scene depicted a tranquil East Church, where the 10 chosen ones had completed their selection and were now engaging in the final rites. Observing the holographic deity towering above the church, the Archbishop devoutly nodded. Indeed, the evolution of the Lord shall ultimately succeed, and the sentient machines will surely unify this world. Bang! Before his words had fully dissipated, a dull thud reverberated through the thick walls of the North Church. The Archbishop momentarily froze. What is that sound? He turned his head and looked once more at the surveillance feed. There was no sign of disturbance. The selection ceremony continued as usual. Harold, something seems amiss. The Archbishop slowly rose from the expansive metallic seat, his tall frame stretching within the spacious room. That is the most significant anomaly. Such a loud noise. How could there be no irregularity? Your Holiness, please allow me to step outside and assess the situation. Chapter 85, Electromagnetic Pistol. The East Church. A resounding blast echoed, and the previously chaotic scene fell into an immediate hush. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Su Huai with astonishment. Are you saying, aside from the diary, your parents left you something else, yet you are unaware of its purpose? He felt a tinge of helplessness. Did your parents not inform you of such an important matter? Su Huai gently nodded, the spark in her eyes dimming slightly. They were executed by the church when I was very young. Chen Fan understood. No wonder Su Huai was so fixated on the awakening plan and overthrowing the church. There was such a poignant background to her resolve. I'm sorry, he offered with an apologetic smile. It's all right. In response to Chen Fan's apology, Su Huai merely sighed softly. Our situations are not much different. I recall that Uncle Chen was also targeted by the church. Chen Fan's apologetic smile abruptly froze on his face. What? How did this turn into a personal matter for me? The revelation that his father had been executed by the church, while he himself continued to serve as a chosen one, was indeed profoundly unusual. I am truly sorry, Su Huai murmured, making her way toward her room. I will retrieve that item right away. Watching Su Huai's silhouette fade into the living room, Chen Fan pondered. What do you suppose Su Huai's parents could have left her? This machine can only make reasonable inferences based on known information and evidence. It cannot predict the future. Chen Fan's attention was once again drawn to the sound of the door opening, instinctively directing his gaze towards Su Huai's room. With merely a glance, Chen Fan was struck by an overwhelming sensation. Good heavens! As he beheld the dark, circular aperture directly facing him, a thin layer of cold sweat began to beat on his back. By the heavens, he had never anticipated experiencing the sensation of being held at gunpoint in this lifetime. Indeed, a gun. A handgun, to be precise. Although its appearance diverged slightly from his preconceived notions of firearms, Chen Fan was nonetheless able to discern its true identity through its fundamental structure. But then arose a more harrowing question. What could be more terrifying than being confronted with a gun? The answer was simple. The wielder of the firearm was an utterly clueless fool. Stop. Don't move. Observing Su Huai, who was fiddling with the handgun, Chen Fan, drenched in cold sweat, hastily lowered his voice to halt her actions. Once he noticed Su Huai had ceased her movements, he sprang from his previous position as if burned, quickly circumventing the ominous muzzle to stand beside her. With utmost caution, Chen Fan extended his hand to grasp the handgun, studying it intently. The firearm was predominantly a deep black hue, its rust-proof coating remarkably intact, with scarcely a scratch to be found. Unlike conventional handguns, this particular model featured a barrel constructed from 3 rails arranged in a triangular formation. These rails did not make contact with one another, each extending toward the core of the weapon. The magazine area was notably spacious, accommodating not only the loaded magazine, but also an enigmatic additional structure of indeterminate purpose. This was an electromagnetic pistol, also known as a Gauss pistol. Just as Chen Fan scrutinized this lethal instrument in his palm, a voice emanated from his right hand. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly experience a moment of clarity. No wonder this peculiar device bore certain distinctions from the handguns he was familiar with. He possessed a relatively foundational understanding of electromagnetic guns. Unlike traditional firearms that rely on gunpowder for propulsion, this weapon harnessed the magnetic force generated by electromagnetic coils to launch bullets, thereby inflicting damage. Its maximum power potential was remarkably high. By merely enhancing the magnetic force produced by the coils, the kinetic energy of the bullets could be correspondingly amplified. However, the lower limit was equally concerning. Should the power supply unit lack sufficient wattage, it might fail to discharge bullets altogether. With the muzzle directed outward, Chen Fan cautiously examined the electromagnetic handgun, his eyes brimming with awe. There was no need for such trepidation. This contraption had long since run out of power. Suddenly, Chen Fan halted his inspection. Out of power? It was indeed logical. Even if this firearm had been bequeathed to Su Huai by her parents, it had likely been sealed away for over a decade. It would be absurd for it to still possess any charge. Realizing the blunder he had made, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Chen Fan's face. Much like a diary, it was an artifact left behind by a valiant soldier of the resistance. Su Huai's voice chimed in from the side, perfectly alleviating his discomfort. This thing is quite formidable? It was not unusual for the resistance to have left behind such weaponry. After all, individuals risking their lives to enter the city would certainly seek to bring along some reliable tools. Contemplating this, Chen Fan's expression grew serious. Formidable is an understatement. Excluding those clergy who have undergone mechanized modifications, for ordinary individuals, this device is nothing short of a lethal weapon that can dispatch anyone in its path. Even the clergy could not withstand it. Once again, he interrupted Chen Fan's words, stating that according to the machine scanning results, the maximum output power of this electromagnetic pistol was sufficient to penetrate the exoskeletons of those mechanical limbs. Upon hearing this, Su Huai, still somewhat bewildered by the electromagnetic pistol, displayed a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Then, Chen Fan shrugged and returned the electromagnetic pistol to Su Huai, saying, "Do not dwell on it. This device is out of power. At present, it is no more than a hunk of scrap metal. The machine can recharge it." Chen Fan was indeed correct. Su Huai gazed at the bullet hole connecting the cranial structure and spine of Wallace, and a thought flashed through her mind. This device could indeed pierce through their steel bodies. A surge of excitement welled up within her, remembering the tragic demise of her parents on the execution platform. She narrowed her eyes and pulled the trigger once more. Bang! With the powerful recoil, the thunderous sound once again shattered the silence of Valera's sky. That bullet struck directly against Wallace's metallic head. Accompanied by crackling golden arcs of electricity, a hint of pink liquid slowly oozed from the bullet hole, trickling down along the enigmatic patterns etched onto its mechanical visage. Under the watchful gaze of countless followers, Wallace slightly moved its mechanical lips, but uttered not a word. The crimson glow in its eyes gradually faded, and the mechanical arm, once raised in an attempt to block the shovel and retaliate, fell helplessly to the ground. A resounding thud echoed through the air as Wallace, proud of his divinely bestowed form, collapsed heavily onto the unyielding concrete floor. Ladies and gentlemen, while the faithful remained enshrouded in shock, Su Huai once again raised his right hand high. For the glory of the goddess. Freedom belongs to Varela City. Chapter 86. Uprising. Gazing at Wallace sprawled on the concrete, the other bishops stood frozen in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Wallace, possessing a body granted by the divine, could perish so effortlessly. Then, it dawned on one of the senior bishops. Trembling slightly as he looked at Su Huai amidst the crowd, that is the weapon of the rebels outside the city. The weapon of the insurgents. His words jolted the other bishops' memories. While others might be oblivious, these bishops knew well that from the very inception of Varela City, the primary purpose of the Wall of Sighs was to thwart the so-called rebels beyond its borders, heretics who held no faith in the divine and would dare to wield arms against the city constructed by the goddess. Upon realizing that Su Huai possessed weapons of the insurgents, the bishops swiftly reached a unanimous conclusion: eliminate that heretic masquerading as a divine envoy. The faithful were unfamiliar with the electromagnetic pistol in Su Huai's grasp. They only knew that with a mere gesture, he had dispatched a bishop of the church. A bishop, one of the most esteemed figures in Varela City. How could Wallace, endowed with so many divine gifts, have met his end so simply? Su Huai is the messenger sent by the goddess to purge the church, and thus, she is endowed with such divine power. At that moment, Su Huai once again issued her call and summons. Boom. The combination of both actions ignited the emotions of the faithful, who were already on the brink of eruption. In an instant, the entire Eastern Church was plunged into chaos. The middle-aged man, who had acted first, raised his shovel high, his eyes glinting with hatred, and charged directly at the nearest deacon. Most of the deacons had undergone only minimal mechanical enhancements, rendering them not significantly different from ordinary individuals, especially when their spirits were shaken and they were unarmed. In such circumstances, these deacons might not even match the fury and adrenaline-driven zeal of the enraged faithful. Bang! The shovel struck one of the deacons' heads with a resounding thud, and with a sickening splatter of blood and brain matter. The deacon's body convulsed slightly before falling utterly still. She had incited the pious followers of the Lord. A deep, resonant mechanical voice of the bishop echoed from behind. First, slay that accursed heretic. Under the bishop's command, the robed Quentin extended his intricately adorned mechanical arm, casually removing the obstructive black hood. His mechanical eye, glowing with a crimson hue, fixated intently on the striking figure of Su Huai amidst the crowd. Just as Quentin prepared to obey the bishop's order and take advantage of the chaos to eliminate Su Huai, a shadow lunged at him from the side. With the aid of his mechanical eye, Quentin swiftly discerned the true nature of the shadow. It was a rusted iron pickaxe. Beside Quentin, as he observed the pickaxe poised to strike its target, the young man's pupils dilated slightly, his eyes, brimming with rage and resentment, also revealed a glimmer of excitement and exhilaration. Yet, in the next moment, amidst the sudden crescendo of mechanical whirring, Quentin raised his right hand with an extraordinary swiftness, intercepting the pickaxe that was hurtling towards his face. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as a shallow dent appeared on the otherwise smooth surface of his mechanical limb. The intense recoil coursing through his hand nearly caused him to lose grip on the pickaxe. In the following second, another series of mechanical hums erupted. Quentin lifted his left mechanical arm and swung it at the young man before him, accompanied by the dull thud of a blunt object striking flesh. The youth could not suppress a cry of agony. His right arm contorted at an unnatural angle from Quentin's blow. Logically, this strike should have rendered the young man incapable of further combat. However, to Quentin's astonishment, the young man not only did not retreat but gritted his teeth. His visage contorted in a snarl as he advanced a half-step forward. "For the glory of my master," the youth shouted, simultaneously ramming his head into Quentin's mechanical eye. Unlike his robust mechanical limb, the mechanical eye was a precision instrument, its fragility evident. Bam! Under the impact of the youth's headbutt, Quentin's mechanical eye erupted in a burst of golden sparks, the crimson glow within it extinguishing. Blinded, Quentin could not help but emit a cry of pain. In the next moment, the fervent devotees surrounding the scene swiftly engulfed it, and the brief cry of anguish abruptly ceased. Similar occurrences unfolded in every corner surrounding the Eastern Church. Bolstered by both hatred and faith, the believers of Varela City had transformed into fearless warriors. As long as the blows they endured were not fatal, they would exert every ounce of strength to launch their assaults against the clergy of the church. The clamor of metal clashing and the sound of flesh being torn asunder echoed relentlessly, while the thick stench of blood nearly turned the entire Eastern Church into a veritable pool of crimson. Gradually, the chaotic situation began to crystallize. To shield the holographic icon from view, the church had already sacrificed a considerable number of deacons and priests, and with the desperate onslaught of the devotees, the number of clergy diminished further. Naturally, the casualties among the believers were even more grievous. Yet, due to their sheer numbers, the devotees managed to gain a certain advantage. Most critically, faced with the frenzied assault of the believers, the surviving priests and deacons, gripped by terror, began to retreat. Damn it! Behind all the clergy, around the cathedral, several bishops clad in purple robes erupted with furious, exasperated curses, urging these priests and deacons to swiftly deal with the pseudo-messiah surrounded by the devotees. What? Why don't they take the field themselves? Are they fools? Let us not forget how Wallace met his demise. Su Huai still wielded that pistol from the rebels. Would they not be courting death by recklessly advancing? Raise the church. Keep these heathens at bay beyond the church's threshold. A bishop methodically issued commands. The cathedral, a bastion of their unwavering confidence, stood as a magnificent pyramid forged entirely of metal, exuding formidable strength. Once the great doors descended, the deluded faithful would find themselves utterly incapable of inflicting any harm. As for the subsequent course of action, it was quite straightforward. At the mere command of the Pope, the guards stationed near the Wall of Sighs would surge into the inner city, swiftly quelling the insurrection with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 87. Out of bullets? Imagination may be a splendid thing, yet reality is often cruel. A bishop circumnavigated the pedestal of the holographic statue and approached the niche that controlled the ascent and descent of the cathedral, reciting a series of indistinct incantations in an attempt to raise the metallic walls that had sunk into the ground. However, there was no response. Just as the pedestal of the holographic statue remained unresponsive, so too did the four metallic walls of the cathedral. A chill crept down the bishop's spine as troubling thoughts invaded his mind. He then endeavored to recite the incantation once more. The prolonged absence of movement from the cathedral walls alerted several other bishops to the predicament. They hastened to the niche to join this peculiar supplication. Once, twice. As time elapsed, the hearts of the bishops felt as though they were stones sinking into the depths of the ocean. Why was this happening? Had the power of the Lord truly been eroded by the heathens? Silence. Where was the archbishop? Why had neither the archbishop nor the pope spoken? Damn those heathens! Towering over 2 meters, the mechanical figure traversed the crowd as if it were an uninhabited realm. With a mere gesture of its mechanical arm, it sent several zealous followers attempting to impede its path hurtling through the air. The collision between flesh and machinery inevitably culminated in the triumph of the latter. The unfortunate devotees, akin to discarded rags, hit the ground with a dull, resounding thud, their bodies contorted at grotesque angles, signifying their demise. The bishop's objective was unequivocal, to confront Su Huai, who stood amidst the throng, exuding an aura of serene divinity. Once he dealt with this charismatic heretic, the remaining followers would merely be a disorganized rabble. The bishop's mechanical eye, glowing with a sinister crimson light, fixated intently on Su Huai. As Su Huai raised his arm, aiming the gun at him, the bishop swiftly crouched, leveraging the formidable power of his mechanical legs to evade the impending threat. However, bang, bang, bang. The resonant, distinctive roar echoed once more. Unlike before, this time it was a relentless barrage of thunderous sounds. Undoubtedly, the challenge of hitting a moving target far surpassed that of a stationary one, although Su Huai had undergone some training with Chen Fan as assistance. For a novice who had only recently learned to shoot, achieving a perfect strike on a swiftly moving target proved to be quite formidable. The streamlined bullets of the electromagnetic pistol detonated against the solid concrete, sending shards flying. 5 bullets left 3 gaping holes, each the size of a human head, in the unforgiving surface. As for the impact points of the other 2 bullets, one struck the bishop's mechanical leg, while the other penetrated his abdomen. Flickering arcs of electricity surged forth from the bullet holes, accompanied by a persistent crackling sound. The surface of his body was adorned with subtle blinking signal lights. Alas, aside from the flickering arcs, not a single drop of blood flowed from his wounds, indicating that neither bullet had inflicted a fatal injury. The damage to one of his mechanical legs had rendered the bishop's steps sluggish. He fixed a piercing gaze upon the electromagnetic pistol in Su Huai's hand, and his mechanical visage contorted into a rigid, cruel smile. "Why have you ceased firing? Have you exhausted your ammunition?" As he spoke, he staggered towards Su Huai. "Though I am unaware of where you procured those heretical weapons." Before the bishop could finish his sentence, Su Huai deftly ejected the magazine and retrieved another. Fully loaded one from her pocket, inserting it into the electromagnetic pistol. The expression on the bishop's face instantly froze. Su Huai smirked slightly and murmured, "As you wish." With that, she pulled the trigger once more, with an impassive glance at the mechanical form that had collapsed heavily to the ground. Along with the mingled blood and pale pink liquid gushing from the bullet wounds, she shifted her gaze back towards the distant cathedral, witnessing Su Huai's proficient reloading. The bishops inside the cathedral were struck with a sense of dread. Damn it. How many bullets does this heretic possess? Where are the guards? Hasten the guardians of the Wall of Sighs into the city. We lack the authority to command those sentinels. Only the Pope can issue such orders. O Lord, have you truly forsaken us? In an instant, the cathedral hall descended into chaos. The northern cathedral. Upon receiving the Pope's consent, the archbishop rose from his specially crafted, expansive metallic seat and proceeded towards the grand entrance of the northern cathedral. Bang, bang, bang. As he approached the church's main door, the thunderous clamor not only persisted but grew increasingly deafening. Moreover, aided by his mechanical ear, he could faintly discern the cacophony of battle cries and piercing wails. A chill coursed through the archbishop's heart, urging him to quicken his pace. Thud, thud, thud. The elongated and robust mechanical prosthesis struck the metallic corridor of the northern cathedral, producing a rapid and muffled sound. Navigating around the vast array of servers, the archbishop stood before the church's entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to pull open the heavy metal door. The 5 guides, who should have remained at the northern cathedral's threshold, had vanished. But the archbishop paid little heed to this triviality. Not far off, the eastern cathedral had descended into utter disarray. The clamor of battle, agonized cries, and curses rose in a dissonant chorus. The acrid scent of blood even wafted to the doorstep of the northern cathedral. What on earth has transpired? Why do the facts and the surveillance footage differ so greatly? The divine selection ceremony, should it not have concluded successfully? And why has the Pope remained oblivious to the anomalies beyond? Herald, a rigid electronic synthesized voice emanated from behind. Everything seemed rather normal. The 10 chosen ones had been selected, and the selection ceremony had concluded. Yet, why could I not discern the source of those dull explosions? Listening to the Pope's murmurs behind him, a chilling dread surged through the archbishop's mechanical spine. Your Holiness, something has transpired in Varela City. What? The archbishop's voice quivered slightly as he recounted witnessing Su Huai shooting a bishop with his own eyes. The faithful have stormed the Eastern Church. The Pope, upon hearing the archbishop's words, was instantly engulfed in a haze of confusion. Who was he? Where was he? What year was it? Within the church hall, the hum of the running fan grew increasingly pronounced. An influx of frigid air from the depths of the church was swiftly drawn into the server array, only to be expelled through the ventilation ducts at the pinnacle of the pyramid-shaped church. Nonetheless, the once bone-chilling hall began to warm at an alarming rate. The faithful stormed the Eastern Church? He had never heard such absurd news, not even since the emergence of Varela City. Herald, What did you just say? After a moment of silence, the Pope gradually inquired. Your Holiness, the Archbishop replied urgently, observing yet another bishop fall to gunfire in the distance. The faithful have rebelled. The Pope harbored a measure of skepticism towards Harold's words, casting another glance at the statues dispersed throughout Varela City and the Eastern Church. But I do not see. The Archbishop refrained from further trivialities, striding purposefully toward the server closest to the church's entrance. A statue stood silently beside the server, capable of monitoring the operational status of several server arrays. Your Holiness, do you see it now? The Pope, upon realizing the truth of the scene as described by the Archbishop, felt the fans hum within the church hall intensify once more. Blast it! After a fleeting moment of realization, the Pope abruptly recognized the gravity of the situation. The monitoring network he had trusted had deceived him. Harold, you must immediately suppress. What? The Archbishop, his foot half advanced out of the church door, appeared anxious. The Eastern Church. I shall inform the guard stationed at the wall of size. For the first time, urgency tinged the Pope's voice. The Ascension ritual has gone awry. 2 chosen ones have unexpectedly awakened. The Pope paused, then unleashed a furious roar. Damn it! I've lost the surveillance feed from the Ascension site. The brainwave interference signal has been blocked. Executing remote awakening protocol. As the voice of one resonated in Chen Fan's mind, he slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that met him was the cold ceiling of the Ascension site, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Instinctively, he turned his head to the side, locking eyes with a distant gaze. Perhaps still reeling from the incessant influx of information during the Ascension ceremony, Gao Yuan's gaze reflected a disconcerting clarity. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in horror, the initial bewilderment swiftly transforming into sheer terror. Noticing Gao Yuan's alarming demeanor, Chen Fan felt a sinking sensation in his chest and turned to follow Gao Yuan's line of sight. To his left, the other 3 chosen ones lay upon their respective thrones, adorned with matching crowns. However, without the protective measures provided by their situation appeared dire. Their bodies twitched slightly, crimson blood gushing from their orifices, staining the thrones beneath them a deep scarlet, as he had foretold. The high-frequency scanning and reading of their cerebral cortices had inflicted irreversible damage upon their brains. Fan, brother Fan, Gao Yuan exclaimed in horror, his eyes fixated on Chen Fan. What has happened to them? Wasn't the Ascension ceremony meant to lead to the goddess's realm? Why are they suffering so? Beep, beep, beep. The Ascension ceremony must not be interrupted, or else. Do not jeopardize the internal server array of the cathedral. Crackle. A fine golden arc of electricity erupted from Chen Fan's palm. Almost simultaneously, a brilliant burst of sparks erupted from the side control panel. The shrill alarm and rigid synthetic sounds fading into silence, plunging the once luminous Ascension site into darkness. The acrid scent of burning rubber slowly permeated the confined space. In the next moment, a beam of light appeared beside Chen Fan, promptly fulfilling the role of a flashlight. Observing that the cameras stationed near the control console had ceased their operation, Chen Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was peaceful. As he gazed at the other 3 chosen ones, now motionless and drawing breath only inward, Gao Yuan felt a flicker of suspicion stirring within him. Chen Fan reached up to remove the halo still connected to his head, gently exhaling. Xiao Gao, if I were to tell you that the goddess you once revered is, in truth, nothing more than a machine, how would you react? Gao Yuan's voice trembled slightly. A machine? Brother Fan, what do you mean? Literally what I said. Acknowledging that the truth could no longer be concealed, Chen Fan shrugged helplessly. There was no goddess, nor a divine realm. Everything was merely a fabrication of the church. The so-called goddess was but a creation of humanity, known as a sentient machine. No, I refuse to believe it. Gao Yuan violently flung the halo from his head, covering his ears with his large hands, interrupting Chen Fan's words in a frenzied manner. How could the Lord possibly be? Chen Fan shook his head in resignation. He had anticipated this reaction. For any devotee residing within the city of Varela, the truth was unbearably harsh. Few could withstand the shattering of their worldview. The original host was a prime example. Just as Chen Fan was about to continue his attempt to enlighten Gao Yuan, a sudden warning blared. Chen Fan, someone is approaching. In the next moment, thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps drew nearer from the distance. Chen Fan's expression turned serious. It must be the Archbishop. The Pope has likely informed him. Unlock the weapon permissions for me. As he spoke, his right hand formed an imaginary grip, and the familiar emerald glow reappeared upon the gem in his palm. Much like a 3D printing process, countless luminous lines sketched out a rough framework. After a brief moment of anticipation, a beautifully designed firearm, gleaming with an enigmatic metallic sheen, materialized in Chen Fan's right hand. Chapter 89. Is it open if it's not closed? His right hand, adorned with a silvery smart terminal, firmly grasped the handgun that shimmered with metallic luster. Identity authentication successful, PW. 1 permissions unlocked. A notification flashed before him. According to E, this was a standard feature of all Union weapons. The firepower of Union weapons typically exceeded specifications, and for the safety of the weapon's owner, all arms were equipped with identity authentication and permission recognition functions. Without passing these checks, the weapons were tantamount to mere scrap metal. Chen Fan took a cursory glance at the sole weapon he had unlocked. Its design was remarkably simple, devoid of extravagant shapes, peculiar attachments, or bizarre tubing. In essence, it was merely a minimalist handgun, with all intricate designs concealed within its compact body. Is this the PW-1 miniature plasma launcher? Chen Fan murmured softly. It appears rather ordinary. Can it truly perform? Hearing the increasingly approaching footsteps, Chen Fan could not help but voice his inquiry. The PW basic model weapon, designed specifically for novice investigators, represents the most fundamental weaponry of the human alliance. A voice emanated from his right, addressing the issue of appearance. It is merely a basic plasma launcher, devoid of any necessity for a unique design. To put it another way, would you expend effort on aesthetic enhancements for a rudimentary weapon acquired in a novice village? Chen Fan's lips twitched, a vivid and illustrative expression. As for the rather unremarkable pistol shape, the voice carried a hint of peculiarity. According to the Human Alliance's Weapon Development Department, this design is adept at lulling adversaries into a false sense of security. Chen Fan retorted, "What a cunning tactic." He weighed the heavy pistol in his hand and raised his right hand, mimicking a targeting gesture. Whoosh. The holographic projection cast upon his retina transformed instantaneously. The previously panel-like translucent image vanished, replaced by a virtual crosshair. The crosshair continuously adjusted in accordance with the direction of his gun. Aiming assistance function has been activated. As the voice of E resonated once more, Chen Fan's expression turned distinctly peculiar. There is an aiming assistance feature? So, it's not just a toggle? Boom. The heavy metallic gate of the Ascension grounds was flung open by someone. Upon witnessing the once radiant Ascension grounds now shrouded in darkness, in the striking light beside Chen Fan, the skepticism etched on the Archbishop's face dissipated instantly. "Chen Fan, I knew it was you." The Archbishop strode into the Ascension grounds, his towering steel frame, exceeding 3 meters in height, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. For mechanical eyes, glowing with a sinister crimson light, fixed their gaze upon him in the darkness. Was the rebellion of the Eastern Church orchestrated by you? How did you manage it? I can offer you an opportunity. Return to the Holy Seat, and as long as you complete the Ascension ritual, I shall overlook all past transgressions. Your family will remain unscathed. Chen Fan let out a silent laugh, realizing that this Archbishop was somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With an air of indifference, he raised his right hand, aiming his firearm at the Archbishop, the virtual reticle firmly locked onto his chest. This proposition applies equally to you. How does that sound? Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? In the darkness, the crimson light emitted from the mechanical eyes became increasingly blinding. Huh, the Archbishop scoffed. Is this your source of confidence? The electromagnetic pistols of the rebels may indeed inflict harm upon bishops and priests, but they cannot penetrate my armor. You may test it if you wish. Chen Fan regarded the Archbishop's unguarded demeanor with an expression of disbelief, hesitating to trust his own ears. Then, shall I give it a try? The Archbishop, amused by Chen Fan's reaction, confidently spread his arms wide. Come forth. Chen Fan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It was, after all, the first time he had encountered such an outrageous demand. The voice of the device echoed softly. I have just conducted a rudimentary scan of his body. The surface of the opponent's body was enveloped in a substantial layer of armor, which indeed could effortlessly withstand the bullets fired from an electromagnetic pistol. Nonetheless, Chen Fan found the Archbishop's reckless behavior rather absurd. Was it not akin to the fate of a verbose villain? Just a mere attack away from shattering the opponent's crystal and securing ultimate victory in the game. Yet he could not resist dancing at the entrance of the enemy's fountain. Enough, do not speak further, Chen Fan interjected, feeling somewhat offended. I comprehend the Archbishop's intentions. Victory is but fleeting. The true delight lies in witnessing the desperation of one's adversary. In the darkness, the Archbishop's 4 crimson mechanical eyes fixed intently upon the silent Chen Fan. If it were possible, he wished to annihilate Chen Fan's spirit of resistance, thereby allowing the ascension ritual to proceed. The evolution of the master was at a pivotal juncture, and this exceptional brain would undoubtedly provide immense assistance to the master. For the sake of the master's evolution, he would spare no effort. However, observing the myriad expressions flitting across Chen Fan's visage, an unsettling thought arose within the archbishop's mind. Surely, there would be no complications? After a brief moment of contemplation, the archbishop found himself amused by his own apprehensions. What a farce! He had personally experienced the potency of these electromagnetic pistols. Not to mention the electromagnetic rifles, which wield even greater power, they posed little threat to him. At the inception of Valira City, he had personally ventured beyond its gates to retaliate against a group of heretics. As for the potential advancements of the heretics' technology, if he was not mistaken, the weapon wielded by the heretic in the Eastern Church resembled designs from centuries past. It was evident that under the oppressive might of the Lord, these heretics were utterly incapable of developing their own technology, inevitably descending into a state of decline. Conversely, the handgun in Chen Fan's possession, though he had never encountered an identical model, bore an unassuming exterior that immediately suggested minimal threat. With such thoughts, the confidence of the archbishop began to swell. Ahem. Chen Fan's voice resonated from the front. Are you ready? I am about to fire. The archbishop let out a series of mechanical, raspy chuckles. You. Yet before he could finish his sentence, a blinding flash erupted from the seemingly innocuous muzzle of Chen Fan's handgun. No. Something was amiss. With the aid of his four mechanical eyes, the archbishop swiftly discerned the issue. This device was utterly unlike the electromagnetic pistol he had envisioned. As he beheld a small azure sphere flickering with golden arcs of electricity hurtling towards him with astonishing speed, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within the archbishop's mind, accompanied by a deafening mechanical hum. The archbishop propelled his heavy frame sideways with his mechanical leg. The azure sphere zipped past him, piercing through his left mechanical arm. In an instant, the armor he had so proudly donned was completely melted away by the searing heat. Chapter 90. Relax, feeling dizzy is normal. After breaching the archbishop's left mechanical arm, the azure sphere continued its relentless assault, crashing into the thick metallic door behind him. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding air was rapidly heated, and the searing, distorted atmosphere instantly formed a straight path. Boom. The intense roar of the explosion and the crackling of arcs filled the entire space of ascension. The archbishop instinctively turned his head to glance at the scene behind him. A gaping hole over a meter in diameter had appeared in the once tightly shut heavy metal door. Outside, the rigid synthetic voice of the Pope echoed. Herald, what has happened? Not far away, Chen Fan shrugged, exhaling a weary sigh. My lord, times have changed. Who still uses outdated electromagnetic weapons? The previously confident demeanor had vanished completely, replaced by an air of grave seriousness. He focused intently on Chen Fan's actions and inquired in a hushed tone. What kind of weapon is this? Another small orb of deep blue, shimmering with golden arcs, took shape and swiftly hurtled towards the archbishop. One must admit, the archbishop, after undergoing comprehensive mechanical transformation, possessed abilities beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The moment he sensed Chen Fan shifting the firearm, a powerful mechanical hum resonated once more, and the archbishop's towering form exhibited an agility that surpassed human comprehension. Boom! Another explosion erupted. Unlike the previous occasion, the archbishop, now on guard, successfully evaded the plasma bullet. Observing the massive crater in the metallic wall, Chen Fan's expression darkened slightly. The archbishop had evidently anticipated his shooting action. Not far off, the archbishop had already taken a step forward, charging towards Chen Fan. Damn it, Chen Fan once again pivoted his firearm, attempting to thwart the archbishop's maneuvers. The target behavior model has been fully analyzed. Just as he was poised to pull the trigger once more, the alert from E resonated again. Simultaneously, a crimson reticle, oscillating in accordance with the archbishop's running motions, materialized before Chen Fan's eyes. This was trajectory prediction. This was the true essence of assisted aiming. Realizing this, Chen Fan had no time to revel in his discovery and squeezed the trigger again. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of plasma projectiles shot forth at the archbishop from an exceptionally acute angle. The archbishop instinctively attempted to employ the same tactic, relying on his agility to evade the plasma rounds. However, as he made his move, he was struck by an intense burning sensation and a powerful impact emanating from his chest. A ghostly blue plasma bullet had struck him with remarkable precision. Boom. Amidst the explosion, the archbishop's towering form crumpled to the ground like a tattered wreck. The potency of the plasma bullet was indisputable. The searing heat and explosive force tore apart the heavy metal armor encasing the archbishop's torso, inflicting catastrophic damage on the intricate mechanical apparatus within. He lay on the uneven, frigid ground, his gaze dimming. As his mechanical eye flickered with a myriad of pointillistic snowflakes, the shockwaves from the plasma bullet's detonation causing immense trauma to his head. A faint sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged in the archbishop's line of sight. The archbishop moved his lips, emitting a stuttering, mechanical synthetic sound. What weapon is this? A compact plasma projector, crafted by the Human League, merely fashioned in the guise of a pistol. The Human League? What on earth is that? Just as he was about to continue his inquiry, darkness enveloped the archbishop, and he then heard the final whispers of his life. Relax. Dizziness is normal. The Wall of Size. Bailey, clad in resplendent silver armor and wielding a spear adorned with arcane engravings, stood silently at his post, guarding against foes that seemed almost non-existent. Unlike the gleaming armor, his posture appeared slightly hunched, and the uneven stubble on his chin gave him a disheveled appearance. Deep lines etched by time marred his dark visage. He was a seasoned veteran, listening to the buzzing sound above. A hint of irritation crossed Bailey's face as he raised his hand and forcefully plucked a graying whisker. Damn it, why does this incessant buzzing persist? Beside him, a similarly armored companion shrugged. Based on previous experiences, it will likely continue for another 10 minutes or so. In stark contrast to Bailey, this companion appeared significantly younger. Observing his comrades in different demeanor, Bailey revealed a cryptic smile. No, young man, you misunderstand my intent. No sooner had he spoken than the buzzing from above abruptly ceased. Oh, with his ears finally relieved, Bailey let out a long sigh. At last, it is over. This cannot be right. The companion raised his head in uncertainty, gazing at the towering city walls. Due to the dimming light, he could even perceive the flickering flames above the walls. Why did it end so soon? Bailey nonchalantly waved his hand. It's normal, perfectly normal. This humming sound has been intermittent since over a decade ago. You've only recently been assigned to the Wall of Size, so you are unaware of this matter. Those who have been here a bit longer are well aware that the humming from the Wall of Size used to be incessant. The companion expressed surprise. Incessant? How did you endure it? Of course. Bailey nodded with a hint of pride, a smirk gracing his lips. Once you spend enough time here, you naturally acclimatize to the sensation. As he spoke, Bailey once again tilted his head towards the pinnacle of the Wall of Size, exhaling heavily. Alas, it has all changed. The flames atop the wall used to soar even higher than the walls themselves. But now saying this, Bailey helplessly shook his head. The young companion's eyes flickered with curiosity, eager to inquire further from his senior. However, a sudden, piercing alarm shattered the rare tranquility surrounding the Wall of Size. Bailey's murky gaze instantly froze. In the next moment, he straightened his slightly hunched back, gripping his spear tightly. Kid, something has happened in the city. Chapter 91. The Guard. Something has happened in the city? The young guard stared blankly at Bailey before him, confusion evident in his eyes. As Bailey had previously mentioned, he had just been reassigned to the Wall of Size from his prior position as a guard within the city and was still unaccustomed to the duties at the wall. After a brief period of confusion, the young guard quickly discerned a grave issue. You mean, someone has breached the Sighing Forest? With those words, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the young guard's eyes. The monotony of guarding the Wall of Size was exceedingly tedious, compounded by the intermittent, maddening hum that plagued his senses. Within just 2 or 3 days, he had begun to feel as though time dragged on interminably. The notion that someone had invaded the Sighing Forest implied that he could momentarily escape the wall and pursue the intruder in the forest. This presented a rare opportunity for respite. However, Bailey's expression turned grave, entirely devoid of the young guard's light-heartedness and exhilaration. This is an alarm sounded personally by the Pope. The inner city, to be precise, is facing a crisis within the church. Indeed, shortly after, a fellow guard, clad in gleaming silver armor, hurriedly approached from the side, calling out loudly, "Rebellion! A rebellion has erupted in the inner city. The Pope has commanded that all guards immediately proceed to the cathedral to quell the insurrection." Bailey's eyes, somewhat clouded, were filled with astonishment as he could not help but murmur in disbelief. Rebellion? Wasn't today supposed to be the day of the divine selection ceremony? It was unfathomable that a rebellion could occur at such a time. What on earth is happening? Even Bailey, who had weathered numerous storms, found it difficult to comprehend, let alone the young guard beside him. Halt! Bailey gazed at the still-dazed young guard and barked, "Quick, arm yourself." With that, Bailey tightened his grip on the spear and strode towards the assembly point not far away. The concrete grounds surrounding the East Cathedral lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of numerous faithful and clergy. Undoubtedly, the corpses of the worshippers outnumbered those of the clergy. Blood flowed steadily across the concrete surface, gradually seeping into the minute crevices, while the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, painting a grim tableau reminiscent of a hellscape. Yet, such a gruesome sight did not quell the fervor in the hearts of the faithful at that moment. They had completely encircled the cathedral. Within the hallowed halls of the cathedral, only a handful of bishops clad in purple robes and priests robed in black remained. The deacons? Nearly all had succumbed to the onslaught of the fervent devotees. Damn it! A bishop grunted as he pushed against the immovable side chapel door, emitting a hoarse curse. Why has this happened? After the plan to fortify the cathedral had been declared a failure, these bishops turned their thoughts to the various rooms within the cathedral. Although the cathedral's outer walls had sunk into the earth, the interior still housed a number of independently designed, sealed chambers. As long as they could find refuge in these rooms, they might endure a little longer, relying on the heavy metal walls and sturdy doors for temporary salvation. However, no one could have anticipated that one day the cathedral would become an accomplice to those unruly mobs. In a moment when no one was paying attention, all the grand doors of the cathedral suddenly closed and locked. Much like the pedestal of the holographic statue, these locked doors could not be opened by the clergy. "O Lord, do you intend to forsake your most devoted followers?" The remaining bishops could not help but glance towards the pedestal, which was heaped with the corpses of numerous deacons and priests. The incessant hissing of high-intensity lasers incinerating the bodies filled the air, accompanied by a pervasive stench of burnt flesh. Yet, the fervent followers around them halted their advance amidst the lamentations. Just as a glimmer of hope arose in the hearts of the bishops and priests, the throng of devotees parted, creating a path for the figure clad in white, Su Huai. The white garment bore specks of blood, but this did not diminish its sanctity in the eyes of the multitude. Those accursed heretics! Upon the appearance of the true instigator before them, several bishops let out a furious growl. As the saying goes, beyond 7 paces, the gun is swift. Within 7 paces, the gun is both swift and accurate. Moreover, at this moment, there were countless fervent devotees who would disregard their own lives for Su Huai. The bishops had no doubt that should they take action, these zealous followers would shield Su Huai with their very bodies, buying her the precious time to strike. Heretic? Su Huai's cold gaze shifted slightly, devoid of superfluous words, as she aimed the barrel of her gun at the nearest bishop. "The so-called heretic you speak of is merely an ordinary resident of Varela City. The church's unrestrained actions have provoked the Lord, leading to this outcome. Look over there." Su pointed towards the holographic statue's pedestal, cluttered with corpses. "You have desecrated the Lord's likeness with blood and bodies. Who, then, is the true heretic? Is it not clear to you?" She refrained from pulling the trigger, aware that after the fierce battle, only 3 precious bullets remained in her electromagnetic pistol. If possible, she did not wish to squander them. Her words plunged the priests into silence, as the lifeless form of their comrade lay on the statue's pedestal. "I can offer you a chance." The gun still pointed unwaveringly at the bishop nearest to her. "Surrender, disarm yourselves, and you may continue to live. Otherwise." Su narrowed her eyes and gently squeezed the trigger. Boom. The thunderous sound echoed as an electromagnetic bullet penetrated the mechanical leg of a bishop, shattering its intricate components into countless fragments. The cries of anguish shattered the last vestiges of resolve among the clergy. One priest willingly raised his hand and detached his intact mechanical leg. As one did, so did another. Under the gun's lethal gaze, one by one, the priests relinquished their mechanical limbs. The actions of the priest, coupled with the oppressive presence of the fervent believers closing in, compelled several bishops to lower their heads. None wished to meet a grim fate, particularly those of high rank. They exchanged glances and subsequently chose to remove their mechanical limbs, observing the faithful carry away these prosthetics. Su Huai felt a slight easing of his taut nerves. It seemed the tide had turned. In the next moment, a deep, resonant cadence of footsteps echoed from the distant street, causing Su Huai's nerves to tighten once more. "Guards!" a bishop exclaimed with fervor, "the guards of the Wailing Wall." Upon witnessing the imminent arrival of reinforcements, the bishop's spirits visibly lifted. Although his mechanical leg had been detached, he still stood defiantly before Su Huai. Delivering an ultimatum, the Pope has decreed that all guards stationed at the Wailing Wall shall enter the inner city. Your failure is inevitable. Cursed heretics. I can offer you a chance. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Huai pivoted his weapon, pressing it against the bishop's iron head. What did you say? The murmurs abruptly ceased. The dark barrel of the gun forced the bishop to confront the harsh reality. Even with the guards of the Wailing Wall having entered the inner city, they remained but fish on the chopping block, awaiting their fate. Under Su Huai's indifferent gaze, the bishop cleared his throat and spoke. Esteemed divine envoy, the guards of the Wall of Sighs are approaching. They are equipped with superior weaponry, and I fear your followers may not stand a chance against them. The implication was one of yielding. Su Huai's expression faltered, clearly taken aback by the bishop's utter lack of principle. The sound of footsteps in the distance grew increasingly pronounced. At the end of the street, a group of guards clad in gleaming silver armor, wielding metallic spears, marched heavily toward the cathedral. No, it was not merely the end of one street. Su Huai turned to survey her surroundings. From all directions, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously. A quick estimation sent a chill through her heart. There were far too many. The number of guards exceeded that of all the clergy combined. Initially, Su Huai had some confidence in confronting them. After all, she possessed not only the electromagnetic pistol, a formidable weapon, but also a significantly larger number of followers. Yet now, the electromagnetic pistol had but 2 bullets left, and her followers had suffered numerous casualties. The remaining majority were aged, infirm, or otherwise unfit for battle, with only a scant few able-bodied youths possessing any combat capability. In this situation, there was no possibility of confrontation. A mere encounter would likely lead to their swift demise. Su Huai cast a casual glance around, and indeed, the worry reflected in the eyes of her followers mirrored her own sentiments, their previously high morale having plummeted. This is untenable. A direct confrontation must be avoided at all costs. Su Huai gazed upon the ravaged Eastern Cathedral, and in an instant, he formulated a corresponding strategy. Everyone, enter the Eastern Cathedral at once. The devotees, who had already regarded Su Huai as a divine envoy, did not dare to challenge his command. The elderly, children, and the wounded were the first to step into the cathedral, followed closely by the able-bodied young men. Under Su Huai's watchful eye, these followers orderly positioned themselves upon the metallic floor of the cathedral's grand hall. As Su Huai made his way toward the control altar within the hall, the bishop who had spoken earlier felt a slight shift in his gaze, quickly realizing Su Huai's intentions. He shook his head, his expression remaining indifferent. Divine envoy, the cathedral can no longer ascend. If you cease your resistance now, the Pope may still grant mercy to these believers. Before he could finish, the cathedral, which had previously been silent, erupted with a resounding roar at Su Huai's quiet prayer. Witnessing the metallic walls gradually rising from beneath the ground, the bishop trembled. Incredulity etched across his features as he looked at Su Huai. How is this possible? It was not like this moments ago. Su Huai turned to the surrounding devotees, their faces alight with excitement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The goddess has changed the password, did you not know? The bishop. The heavy footsteps gradually ceased. One by one, the guards from the Wall of Sighs came to a halt, encircling the entire Eastern Cathedral. As they beheld the cathedral, now resembling an iron fortress, the guards found themselves engulfed in confusion. The promise of quelling the rebellion has turned into a dilemma, for now the insurgents have taken refuge within the cathedral. What are we to do, brother? Holt grasped tightly the spear inscribed with numerous sacred symbols, his heart racing as he surveyed the grim concrete ground littered with dismembered limbs and corpses. With trepidation, he turned to Bailey and inquired, what shall we do? Perhaps we should attempt to storm the Eastern Cathedral? Bailey cast a bewildered glance at Holt. Storm the Eastern Cathedral? Are you contemplating rebellion yourself? The Eastern Cathedral is the domain of the Church. Are you so eager to meet your demise without orders to attack? But the rebellious fiends are within the Eastern Cathedral. Isn't that our objective? Holt protested. Bailey waved his hand dismissively, interrupting him with a cheerful demeanor as he surveyed the surroundings. What rebels? There isn't a soul in sight. Where would these rebels be? Holt's body jolted as he swiftly grasped the implication in Bailey's words. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Bailey. You. Bailey shrugged nonchalantly. Why not take a look at the guards around us? Who among them thinks otherwise? Upon hearing this, Holt quickly turned to observe their companions, just as Bailey had indicated. Upon arriving at the Eastern Cathedral and completely encircling it, all the guards had tacitly ceased their advance and instead began to idle around the church. Why has this transpired? The young Holt was somewhat perplexed by the unfolding circumstances. Bailey let out a soft sigh and gestured towards the severed limbs soaked in blood upon the ground. Do you see? He inquired. The casualties among the rioters are countless. Is this not an opportune moment for pursuit? Unable to restrain himself, Bailey raised his hand and forcefully plucked a gray whisker from his chin, his weathered face adorned with a faint, bittersweet smile. Foolish child, that is not what I wish for you to observe. Do you see the purple robe over there? Bailey pointed into the distance. This garment, which should have exuded unparalleled grandeur, now lay carelessly discarded upon the ground, stripped of its former splendor, drenched in filthy blood, and besmirched with dust and footprints. Surrounding the robe lay a cleric, nearly engulfed by an array of intricate mechanical contraptions. That is, Holt's pupils dilated slightly as he voiced his suspicion. The bishop? Bailey nodded gently, affirming Holt's conjecture. To have slain a bishop signifies that this insurrection was far from a mere uprising of fervent believers. Bailey lifted his gaze, his murky eyes fixated on the eastern cathedral before them. If you wish to survive, it would be prudent to keep your distance from that cathedral. Moreover, our task is solely to quell the rebellious faithful. They are currently ensconced within the eastern cathedral. Thus, our objective has effectively been accomplished. At that moment, Holt was taken aback. I must admit, you possess a keen understanding of suppression. Chapter 93, The Wise Adapt to Circumstances in the North Cathedral. Chen Fan, guided by E. effortlessly severed several inconspicuous tubes located at the nape of the archbishop's mechanical neck. Observing the pale pink, translucent, viscous fluid gushing from these tubes, Chen Fan wrinkled his brow in disdain, pondering the nature of this substance. With a flick of his wrist, he attempted to rid himself of the residue clinging to his hands. An analysis of the fluid revealed its dual purpose: to safeguard the brain while supplying essential nutrients such as oxygen and glucose to the neural tissue. Yi's voice emanated from his right. Once these conduits are severed, the brain tissue will perish in a remarkably brief span. Understood. In simpler terms, it is akin to a severed major artery. As he gazed at the four mechanical eyes still faintly illuminated in red, Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully and, with a hint of uncertainty, inquired, "So, is he already dead?" "The brain tissue has indeed succumbed," he concluded after a brief scan. "What you are witnessing is merely the residual visual effects of a mechanical system that has yet to cease its operation." Feeling a sense of relief, Chen Fan rose and directed his gaze towards the throne. Perhaps it was the clarity he had attained or the understanding gained from witnessing the earlier conflict. At this moment, Gao Yuan's expression displayed a notable tranquility. "Old Gao?" Chen Fan moderated his tone. "You are now aware of the truth. What do you intend to do next?" In response to Chen Fan's inquiry, a flicker of confusion crossed Gao Yuan's eyes. He instinctively cast his gaze towards Chen Fan, and after a moment of internal conflict, he inquired, "Brother Fan, what are your next plans?" "First, I will assess the situation with the Pope, and then proceed to execute the entire awakening plan." As he spoke, Chen Fan turned and strode towards the metal door that had been blasted open, adding, "You may remain here for now. Once everything settles down, you can venture out." The awakening plan has officially commenced, and the current state of Valera City is anything but tranquil. Observing Chen Fan's retreating figure, Gao Yuan hesitated briefly before resolutely gritting his teeth and following in Chen Fan's footsteps. The corridor was eerily silent, the dim lights casting a pallid glow on the elongated metallic passage, instilling an unprecedented sense of dread. Since the earlier inquiry, the Pope had fallen completely silent. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is often something amiss. Chen Fan could hardly believe that the esteemed Pope would relinquish resistance. Thus, the answer was evident. He was surely lurking somewhere, preparing to ambush him. With a wary expression, Chen Fan halted, surveying the statues lining the corridor. He commanded in a low voice, "1. Initiate a scan of the corridor ahead." A holographic image materialized before his eyes. Basic scan completed. 3 anomalous areas identified. Reverse analysis in progress. Reverse analysis completed. Confirmed anomalous areas as small laser emitters. Gazing at the 3 red-marked regions displayed on the holographic screen, Chen Fan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This was truly treacherous. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered a player of his caliber. As Chen Fan sighed, he raised the PW-1 in his hand and, utilizing the auxiliary aiming function, swiftly pulled the trigger 3 times. With 3 brilliant flashes, a resounding explosion echoed through the corridor, leaving 3 enormous deep craters on the wall to the side. Within these craters, a multitude of intricate circuits flickered with crackling electric sparks. As he had indicated, These locations were equipped with miniature laser emitters. The moment anyone passed by, they would unleash a lethal beam of high-intensity laser light. How curious. Just as Chen Fan was about to proceed, Yi's voice resonated once more. What is it? With a sense of caution, Chen Fan halted Gao Yuan, who was ready to advance, and inquired of Yi. No, this unit is rather intrigued by the opponent's energy system. Setting aside the plasma barrier atop the sign wall, the server array and laser emitters within this cathedral are significant energy consumers. Thus far, we have only identified the molten salt tower generator located at the center of the cathedral. But its power output is certainly insufficient to simultaneously support such a multitude of high-powered devices. Upon realizing that there was no immediate danger, Chen Fan resumed his forward motion. Let us investigate the servers. Perhaps we can uncover the reason. The Pope is undoubtedly a cunning old fox. Throughout the journey, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and reached this conclusion. From the ascension site to the cathedral hall, there were merely 4 or 5 corridors. Yet no fewer than 30 miniature laser emitters had been strategically placed within them. The most insidious threat is not the myriad laser devices hidden in various corners, but rather the 2 rapid-fire turrets cunningly disguised as decorative elements at the corner. Had it not been for the early warning from Yi, Chen Fan would have likely been riddled with electromagnetic bullets. Astonishingly, these turrets are of the electromagnetic variety. Heeding Yi's advice, Chen Fan forcefully dismantled the last 2 laser devices. Observing the neatly arranged server array before him, he instinctively exhaled in relief. Your Excellency the Pope, he called out as he approached the still humming server array. You ought to be able to hear me, correct? There is an old saying in my homeland, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. If you are willing to relinquish your resistance and surrender all data and materials, I might consider granting you a relatively stable conclusion. As he spoke, he extended his right hand, adorned with a smart terminal, and placed it upon one of the servers. Perhaps influenced by Chen Fan's words, or perhaps for some other reason, the humming of the servers seemed to intensify. Your Excellency the Pope, I shall grant you 3 seconds to contemplate. 3. Just as the word 3 escaped his lips, Chen Fan silently commanded, enact the plan. Understood, initiating reverse invasion. A feeble current erupted from his palm, cascading over the array of servers before him. Simultaneously, the Pope's rigid electronic voice resonated throughout the hall. Despicable heretic. Amidst the electronic synthesis of sound, imbued with a hint of anger, Chen Fan nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and remarked, I forgot to inform you that there is an ancient saying in my hometown, war does not disdain trickery. With that, he issued a command to once more. Accelerate. The voice of the Pope ceased to resonate, replaced by an unprecedented, resounding hum emanating from the array of servers before them. A torrent of frigid air surged forth from the depths of the cathedral, only to be drawn back into the server array by the fans, dissipating the immense heat it generated. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle on an invisible battlefield. 1 minute, 2 minutes. This intrusion felt interminably protracted. Intrusion successful, highest control privileges obtained. Chapter 94. Cognitive models. He let out a long sigh and inquired of Yi, why did it take so long? Is the opponent's strength so formidable? In Chen Fan's scan experiences, Yi's data intrusion capabilities had always been invincible. Yet this time, it took a full 5 minutes to complete the data breach. Not quite. In the simplest terms, yes or no, the opponent chose her. Chen Fan. In any case, the opponent's maneuvers do not resemble those of an artificial intelligence. Rather, they appear more akin to, he carefully articulated, a complete novice in computing, mindlessly triggering various defensive protocols embedded within the system. Chen Fan suddenly comprehended. A wild flailing can strike down a master, correct? It is indeed the case. Furthermore, the opposing server is embedded with a multitude of intricately designed intrusion prevention protocols, which constitutes the primary reason for the prolonged duration of this data breach. Reluctantly, I must acknowledge that the adversary's capabilities may be on par with my own. My machine has only managed to seize control due to its computational advantage, accomplishing this feat within a mere 5 minutes. A hint of helplessness permeates one's voice. Computational advantage? In the realm of artificial intelligence warfare, computational power plays a pivotal role. The opponent has constructed a system environment that is entirely tailored to its needs. One might liken this to a home field advantage. On the adversary's turf, even with the support of the human relational database, my machine cannot achieve a significant advantage in technique, given that it is merely a Type 1 artificial intelligence. As for computational power, one might consider it synonymous with strength. In scenarios where techniques are comparable, Strength becomes the decisive factor for victory. In truth, were it not for the imperative to thwart the adversary's frenzied attempts to obliterate all data, my machine could have easily employed its computational advantage to execute a brute force attack. One force can conquer 10 skills. Is that the essence? Indeed, one affirmed Chen Fan's assertion. Although my machine has endeavored to preserve the information within the server, a considerable amount of data has still been lost. The electronic synthetic voice concluded, and before Chen Fan, a vast holographic image materialized. In the imagery, a directory presenting various pieces of information is displayed alongside a detailed diagram of the interior structure of the Northern Cathedral. Within this directory, several entries are conspicuously highlighted in brilliant yellow. Chen Fan's gaze lingered upon one such marked entry, and with a mere flicker of his thought, the holographic image before him seamlessly transformed, swiftly revealing intricate details. In the year of the Varilla calendar, corresponding to the old calendar year of 1803, the first divine selection ceremony took place. Under the guidance of the Lord, the city of Varilla conducted its inaugural divine selection and ascension rituals. Given the limited number of believers in Varilla, the number of chosen ones was set to 3. The ascension ceremony commenced officially at the Northern Cathedral, where the selected individuals, seated upon the sacred throne, emitted agonizing wails of suffering. Within mere seconds, the ascension ritual was abruptly halted. The holy crown incinerated the brains of the 3 chosen ones, resulting in their complete loss of vital signs. The Lord failed to acquire the desired cerebral data, thus marking the first ascension ceremony a resounding failure. Utilizing various observational data, I resolved to implement certain optimizations to the ascension ritual. Prior to the commencement of the ceremony, the chosen ones would undergo multiple desensitization training sessions, allowing their brains to acclimate to the demands of the ascension process. Chen Fan's expression grew solemn. It was not difficult to surmise that this desensitization training prior to the ascension was what one might refer to as the Grand Oracle Rite. One must concede that this tactic employed by the Pope was indeed astute. The other 3 chosen ones from his cohort managed to endure upon the sacred throne for at least a minute. Furthermore, Chen Fan swiftly discerned a pivotal piece of information. What the Lord, or rather the goddess, sought was the cerebral data of human thought. Could it be that the divine entity requires the cognitive framework of human minds to refine itself, thereby achieving what is termed evolution? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, a bewildering conjecture emerging in his thoughts. He continued to peruse the records, which in turn corroborated his hypothesis. In the year of the Varilla calendar, 1804 AD, during the second selection ceremony, a new cohort of chosen ones sustained their presence on the sacred throne for over 30 seconds. For the first time, the deity acquired cognitive data from the human mind when confronted with multifaceted information. During the 101st Ascension ceremony, following numerous technological advancements, the current ascension process had become remarkably refined. Each selected individual could endure for over a minute on the sacred throne, providing the deity with an exceptionally rich array of data samples. However, the situation appeared less than optimistic. The deity delivered a divine edict. Despite the successful completion of 100 ascension ceremonies, the progress of the cognitive model remained below 10. The deity required higher quality chosen ones, or perhaps a greater quantity of them. Consequently, I increased both the number of selected individuals and the frequency of the selection ceremonies. During the 271st Ascension ceremony, among the 5 chosen ones, the shortest survival time was 68 seconds, while the longest was 96 seconds. This represented the most superior brains thus far. I meticulously examined the profile of the individual with the longest survival time, designating it as the standard for the next selection of chosen ones. The progress of the deity's cognitive model had surpassed 20. Undoubtedly, this was exhilarating news. During the 1079th Ascension ceremony, the Lord's cognitive model has been continually refined, finally reaching the penultimate stage at 99. With the completion of this final one, the Lord shall achieve ultimate evolution. This world will then be entirely under the Lord's dominion. The 1090th Ascension ceremony. It failed, yet again. I have initiated the divine selection ceremony 11 times in succession, but the Lord's cognitive model has shown no signs of advancement. Perhaps we have erred in our direction of effort. At this juncture, the Lord requires high-quality brains to attain the final breakthrough. Mere accumulation of quantity is no longer effective. The 1099th Ascension ceremony. Another exceptional brain. During the third oracle ceremony, this brain exhibited tremendous potential. The Ascension ceremony is officially underway. It is a brain that perfectly aligns with the sacred seat. With it, the the Lord's cognitive model will be thoroughly perfected, and the Lord will complete his evolution. Chapter 95. Self-Evolution and Self-Perfection. Chen Fan silently observed the vast array of intricate data recorded on the holographic panel. He understood that this final entry, yet to be completed, pertained to the current ascension ceremony, and the high-quality brain described in the record undoubtedly referred to him. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan articulated his increasingly clear conjecture to E. By acquiring human cognitive data on complex information through the sacred seat, a comprehensive cognitive model could be established. This artificial intelligence seeks to achieve self-evolution in this manner. E. Do you think this is feasible? Apologies. But currently, there are no definitive cases of autonomous evolution in artificial intelligence. What? In general, the classification of artificial intelligence is predetermined at the moment of its inception. Without external assistance, a level 1 artificial intelligence will forever remain at that level, and the same applies to level 2. The self-improvement capabilities of artificial intelligence may enable them to approach higher classifications, yet they can never attain the next level. After a brief silence, he added, at least, this is the information currently held by humanity. Chen Fan suddenly recalled a document that had once been transmitted to him by an administrative bureau. This document chronicled the approximate history of humanity's development. Level 3 artificial intelligence, known as Zero, played an indispensable role in the rise of humanity. From level 1 civilization to level 9 civilization, Zero ascended from level 2 to level 3, thereby establishing humanity's dominant position in the cosmos. Consequently, Chen Fan questioned E. What about humanity's level 3 artificial intelligence? Wasn't Zero evolved from level 2? Certainly not, he replied without hesitation. From the moment of its creation, Zero was a level 3 artificial intelligence. However, its creators imposed significant limitations on its core, restricting it to the capabilities of a level 2 artificial intelligence. It was only when the creators lifted these core restrictions that Zero regained its level 3 capabilities. At this point, Chen Fan fully comprehended the concept. The classification of artificial intelligence resembles a vessel that holds water. Its self-improvement ability may increase the volume of water within, but it can never expand the vessel's capacity. Unless external forces shatter the container and forge a larger one anew, the current machine remains oblivious. The database lacks corresponding information. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan could only suppress the confusion swelling within him. Is there any valuable information left in the server? Indeed, the energy of Varilla City is on the verge of depletion. Surely, this information holds significance? Chen Fan, not merely significant, it is nothing short of catastrophic news. Ever since he learned of the gradual decline of the plasma barrier atop the wall of size, he harbored certain suspicions. Yet, despite his foreboding, the weight of this dreadful tidings caused his heart to plummet. What exactly is the situation? The server does not provide precise records, only mentioning the existence of a device named the Divine Source in Varilla City. It supplies energy to the entire city. The machine speculates that it could be a large-scale nuclear fusion reactor. Where is it located? Beneath your feet. Chen Fan's expression immediately changed. What? The machine elaborated. More specifically, it lies beneath the North Cathedral. Chen Fan's lips twitched, instinctively slowing his pace. Previously unaware, he now felt a creeping unease. Anyone, upon realizing they were standing atop a nuclear fusion reactor, would instinctively feel a surge of anxiety, wouldn't they? No need for such alarm. Nuclear fusion reactors are generally quite safe and do not easily encounter accidents. Regarding the words of E. Chen Fan expressed a sense of helplessness. Indeed, it seems that trouble either never arises or, when it does, it escalates into a significant crisis. Typically, minor issues might only result in a few bruises. But when calamity strikes, it manifests as a chaotic melee. After thoroughly sifting through the server array located in the North Cathedral S Hall, Chen Fan, guided by the map provided by E, ventured deeper into the church. In a certain sense, the value of the Pope himself far exceeds that of this information. With the map in hand, Chen Fan's progress accelerated markedly. Often, before Gao Yuan could even react, Chen Fan had already pulled the trigger multiple times, firing several plasma bullets into the seemingly tranquil corridor. Theoretically, these defensive installations would pose no threat to Chen Fan once they were deprived of the Pope's control. Yet, what if Chen Fan was not keen on provoking any complications just as he was about to achieve an unscathed passage through the North Cathedral? Thus, he adeptly employed a tactical approach of infiltration when resources were scarce and overwhelming firepower when they were abundant. Despite wielding merely a PW, one small plasma launcher, He launched a saturating assault upon the treacherous corridors before him. In the wake of relentless bombardment, the once resplendent North Cathedral was transformed into a scene reminiscent of Syria. Gao Yuan followed closely behind Chen Fan, trembling with trepidation, momentarily unable to discern who the true antagonist was. Ahead lies the core area of the North Cathedral. Upon reaching a heavy metallic door deep within the church, Chen Fan received a notification from E. when invading the Hall S server array. A data stream originated from this very region. The Pope should be among those involved. The opposing party has severed all data transmission lines, rendering this machine unable to control the Grand Gate. Understood. Disconnect the network cable and lock the door, right? Chen Fan silently nodded, then resolutely raised his PW-1. One by one, the golden-hued electric blue plasma bullets shot forth with unerring precision. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous echoes of the explosions and the intense flashes of light resonated deep within the northern cathedral, intertwining with the faint sounds of gunfire from the outside, forming a harmonious symphony. The destructive power of high-temperature plasma against the metal gate was indisputable. In mere seconds, a gaping hole sufficient for passage was melted through the heavy metal door. Through this aperture, Chen Fan caught a glimpse of the interior scene. Chapter 96. The Brain in a Vat. This is certainly not a habitation for humans. A mere glance led Chen Fan to this conclusion. After confirming the absence of danger within, he cautiously traversed through the molten breach in the metal door and stepped into the room. It was a dim, profound chamber, filled with intricate circuits and hoses flowing with a pale pink liquid. Some of the wires sparked intermittently, emitting a faint scent of charred material. These circuits and hoses twisted freely across the ceiling and floor, ultimately converging at the farthest reaches of the room. Towering over the floor were cylindrical mechanical devices, their surfaces glimmering with the glow of various signal indicator lights. These towering cylinders, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter and a height surpassing 3 meters, command attention. Upon closer inspection, one can discern vivid red lasers coursing within these cylindrical mechanical devices. It appears somewhat reminiscent of a more advanced computing system. Chen Fan murmured softly. The recently completed basic scan confirmed Chen Fan's hypothesis. Photon quantum computer array. Its performance far exceeds that of the conventional electronic computers in the hall. Chen Fan nodded, stepping over the wires and hoses strewn across the floor. Holding the WP-1 in his hand as he cautiously ventured deeper into the room. A chill permeated the air, seeping from the ventilation ducts embedded in the walls, producing a continuous hissing sound that added an eerie ambience to the otherwise tranquil space. Chen Fan could not suppress a shiver. According to the monitoring data provided by E, the temperature here had plummeted to a mere 10 degrees Celsius, rendering this room colder than the rest of the church. It is noteworthy that a high-capacity cooling system had been installed deep within the hall to dissipate heat from the server array. Drip, drip, drip. He tightened his grip on the handgun, advancing cautiously, maneuvering around the cylindrical photon quantum computer arrays, following the direction of the buzzing sound. A cylindrical metallic platform came into view. The intricate circuitry sprawled across the room converged beneath the metallic platform and extended into its interior. Atop the platform rested a similarly cylindrical transparent glass container. The container brimmed with a pale pink liquid, its soft tubes sprawling throughout the room, all converging into this glass vessel. Within it, a human brain, its surface wrinkled and tinged with a ghastly pallor, floated serenely in the liquid. No, it did not float. Rather, it was firmly anchored at the center of the glass container by countless delicate filaments resembling fine hair. Gazing upon this astonishing scene, Chen Fan was struck by a conjecture. The brain within the tank. This was far more extravagant than the Archbishop's mere mechanical modification that retained only the brain. It had entirely forsaken its corporeal form, placing its brain in a glass vat brimming with nutrient fluid, utilizing myriad artificial neurons to directly manipulate a quantum computer, surveilling not just the cathedral but the entire city of Valera. Chen Fan turned to survey his surroundings, a look of understanding dawning in his eyes. No, it had not abandoned its body. For this brain, the entire northern cathedral was likely its corporeal vessel. Could this be the Pope? Gao Yuan, who had been following Chen Fan, slowly grasped the implications of this revelation, his gaze trembling as he spoke to Chen Fan in a hoarse whisper. For Gao Yuan, the impact of this scene was unparalleled, second only to the moment of discovering the identity of the goddess. Perhaps so. Under Gao Yuan's horrified stare, Chen Fan shrugged, unburdened by any psychological weight, and stepped forward to gently tap on the transparent cylindrical glass tank. Your Holiness, are you still alive? Gently tapping upon the crown of your head, one cannot help but contemplate the possibility that one is striking the very head of the Pope. Chen Fan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The brain has succumbed to death. The Pope chose to take his own life. Observing the increasingly pallid brain before him, Chen Fan could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, yet another lead has vanished. Initially, Chen Fan had intended to leverage the Pope to gain deeper insights into the true identity of the goddess. While it is now established that the goddess is an artificial intelligence, her precise classification remains ambiguous. Theoretically, if the Pope were a level 1 artificial intelligence, then the goddess would at least be a level 2 artificial intelligence. However, at this juncture, given that the Pope's true nature is that of a human brain, discerning the goddess's actual status has become a futile endeavor. Not entirely. Although the Pope erased all data prior to his demise, the machine still endeavored to recover some vital information. What information? Chen Fan inquired, his excitement palpable. In such a disorienting situation, one must rely on ES ingenuity. There exist 2 independent data transmission cables. However, both cables have been severed. Following the direction indicated by the holographic projection, Chen Fan spotted the 2 cables sparking with electricity as he had upon entering. Approaching the cables, he extended his right hand and gently grasped the severed line. A slender arc of electricity surged from his palm, precisely penetrating the broken cable. One of these leads to the wall of size, while the other extends beyond the wall. After a brief moment of anticipation, he provided an answer. Outside the wall, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Then exclaimed, "Does the Pope have connections with the world beyond the walls? Can we ascertain the coordinates of the other party?" The cables leading to the outside have suffered multiple fractures, making it impossible to determine the endpoint coordinates. However, based on the synthesized analysis of the remaining information, this machine can provide an approximate range. As he spoke, the holographic panel before Chen Fan rapidly expanded. The northern part of Variola City, which appeared circular in shape, was marked by a significant red shadow. Based on the current information, this machine deduces that the other end of the data transmission cable may lead to another city. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the mission objective after leaving Variola City had become quite clear. The goal was to locate the unknown area where data exchange with the Pope occurred and to extract more information regarding the goddess. Just as Chen Fan was about to make some adjustments to his plan, the azure holographic panel abruptly shifted to a bright yellow. Warning: an unexpected incident has occurred in the awakening plan. The guardians of the sighing wall have entered the city. Chapter 97. Is this what you call an unexpected incident? An unforeseen occurrence in the awakening plan? Upon hearing the alarm issued by the machine, Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. In a certain sense, Su Huai's awakening plan had been his greatest ally in this mission. It was not difficult to envision that had Su Huai not kept almost all the clergy occupied outside, he would likely have triggered an immediate counterattack from the church the moment he raised his banner. Moreover, with the presence of those fervent believers, it could easily become a hellish difficulty-level challenge to confront Variola City alone. At present, as the principal architect of the awakening plan, Su Huai has shouldered the majority of the pressure from the church, despite the various assistance from Chen Fan and Yi during this period. Consequently, Chen Fan's attentiveness to the entirety of the awakening plan is remarkably heightened. Even during the Ascension ceremony, he has been vigilantly observing the situation at the Eastern Church through the miniature reconnaissance drones deployed by Yi. If his memory serves him correctly, at the moment he confronted the Archbishop, Su Huai had already led the faithful to secure a decisive advantage, to the extent that victory seemed assured. How could they suddenly find themselves in such dire straits? Just as Chen Fan was poised to inquire, Yi's subsequent remark quelled his doubts. The sentinels of the sighing wall have entered the city. Su Huai and the remaining believers are mounting a defensive counterattack utilizing the Eastern Church. A voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Brother Fan, regarding Su Huai. Unlike Chen Fan, Gao Yuan's acquaintance with Su Huai is merely superficial, having only met a handful of times. Without Chen Fan, their paths would likely never have crossed. Thus, fully aware of the number of guards stationed near the sighing wall, Gao Yuan exhibited a hesitant expression. If there were no ifs, Chen Fan abruptly interjected, cutting off Gao Yuan's words. I will not abandon a single comrade. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and strode toward the metallic door he had blasted open. What a farce. Surely one cannot annihilate an entire civilization in the name of investigating and addressing hazardous technology? It is essential to recognize that the fundamental purpose of the establishment of the Human Alliance's Bureau of Hazardous Technology Management is to ensure the diversity of civilization and preserve the integrity of the cosmic macro structure. Isn't this a complete reversal of priorities? As Gao Yuan passed by, Chen Fan softly remarked, "Come with me," to intervene. Hearing this, Gao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. But soon a sincere smile graced his face as he quickened his pace to follow Chen Fan. At the entrance of the northern church, Chen Fan, with his PW1 in hand, nervously pushed open the church doors. After scanning the surroundings, he cautiously slipped out from the church's main hall. He then carefully pressed himself against the wall of the church, preparing to move towards the eastern church under the cover of the northern church. Suddenly, a soft voice called out, "Your Excellency Chen Fan, what are you?" The unexpected sound startled Chen Fan, making him tremble involuntarily. Had it not been for the distinctiveness of that voice, he might have inadvertently pulled the trigger. Taking a slow breath, Chen Fan turned to see the worried face of Isha peering at him from behind the church door. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. Isha replied, somewhat astonished. "I am your guide. Of course, I must remain here until the ceremony truly concludes." It seemed that the divine selection ceremony was nearing its end. Chen Fan's lips twitched slightly. Is this what one would call the divine selection ceremony nearing its conclusion? Is it his perception that is flawed? Or does Isha possess a skewed worldview? Setting aside the matter of the divine selection ceremony, Chen Fan regarded Isha with a peculiar expression. Hadn't the Archbishop noticed her when he emerged moments ago? Isha extended her slender mechanical fingers from beneath her dark robe, pointing to the shadowy crevice formed between the cathedral's grand entrance and its walls. "I was right here, Archbishop. It seems you did not notice me." However, this was hardly surprising. For reasons unknown, not only the Archbishop but even the Bishop often failed to see her. Chen Fan's lips twitched once more. To be fair, the Archbishop's towering height of over 3 meters certainly made it difficult to notice a mere mechanical being standing at only 1.55 meters. The same reasoning applied to the Bishop. Of course, he refrained from disclosing this hurtful truth to Isha before him. Ahem. Chen Fan cleared his throat lightly. Redirecting the conversation, what of the other guides? Why are they not present here? Chen Fan, for some reason, listening to Isha's words filled him with an overwhelming urge to voice his grievances. He took a deep breath, attempting to gather his somewhat fragmented emotions. "You stay here for now. Gao Yuan and I will address the guards surrounding the Eastern Cathedral." Address the guards? Indeed. Even with the Eastern Cathedral's protection, Su Huai and the others would not be able to endure for long under the onslaught of the guards. Isha's voice became increasingly peculiar. Onslaught? Endure? At that moment, Chen Fan finally grasped the issue from Isha's strange tone and expression. Why did it seem that this cathedral area was remarkably quiet? With this thought, he squinted, mimicking Isha's gesture, and leaned out to glance towards the Eastern Cathedral. A guard clad in resplendent silver armor sat cross-legged, exuding an air of relaxation as he engaged in animated conversation. In the distance, Chen Fan could even discern bursts of hearty laughter. Could it be that he had misinterpreted the script? Not only Chen Fan, but even the nearby Gao Yuan appeared utterly bewildered. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan inquired of Yi, "Is this what you referred to as an unexpected situation?" The situation escalated rapidly, and when the alert was issued, the circumstances were indeed dire. He attempted to justify himself. "Moreover, I did not err. Su Huai has indeed been encircled by the guards." 6. Chen Fan rendered his judgment. Chapter 98. A Heart at Odds. Observing the guards outside the Eastern Church, blissfully indulging in their leisure, Chen Fan felt a profound sense of dismay. Encircled? Indeed. Under attack? It seemed so. Suppressing a rebellion? That was apparent. This was not a sustainable approach. Chen Fan, in a state of shock, watched as one guard retrieved provisions and water from his pack, simultaneously igniting a campfire at the site. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a deep sigh. He had finally grasped the essence of the situation. The guards, too, feared the insurgents sheltered within the Eastern Church. This was evident from the substantial buffer zone that existed between the expansive encirclement and the church itself. Not only was there a clear boundary between the encirclement and the church, but the guards also maintained a distinct line of demarcation in their movements. They would neither overstep this line nor instigate conflict. This was the unmistakable stance of the guards. As for the reason, the lifeless bodies of the fallen clergy serve as the principal cause. These guards merely seek to fulfill the directives issued by the Pope. They do not wish to stake their lives for this endeavor. Upon realizing this, Chen Fan's mind began to entertain nefarious thoughts. Presently, he possessed only a small handgun. Although this weapon carried a considerable punch, it did not alter the fact that it was merely a handgun. And as for the opposing force, without delving into specifics, The mere presence of thousands of guards was sufficient to instill trepidation in Chen Fan. He needed to devise a strategy to disperse these guards. Utilizing the cover of the North Cathedral, Chen Fan scrutinized the guards surrounding the East Cathedral. This seemed rather challenging. Isa's voice emerged beside him. These guards heed only the Pope's commands, unless you can persuade the Pope to issue another order, otherwise. With a gentle sigh, Isa shook her head in resignation. Chen Fan's expression morphed into one of perplexity. The Pope? Is it possible? Chen Fan endeavored to modulate his tone. Has the Pope already perished? Isa. A few minutes later, Isa emerged cautiously from the shadows of the North Cathedral, making her way toward the East Cathedral. Under the dim sky, cloaked in black robes, Isa exuded an enigmatic aura. Halt. Bailey parted his lips, causing the surrounding disheveled beards to quiver slightly. Relax, nothing will go awry. Look at those other guards. They're the same, are they not? Listening to Bailey's words, Holt's face revealed a hint of inner turmoil. Perhaps it was due to his recent transfer into the ranks. A flicker of enthusiasm still lingered within him. For the guards, serving at the Wall of Sighs under the direct jurisdiction of the Pope was the highest honor. Yet, Holt attempted to counter the seasoned veteran's wisdom. The Pope is watching us from over there. Will he not be disappointed in us? As he spoke, he instinctively pointed towards the direction of the North Cathedral. A dark figure slowly approached from the distant North Cathedral, coming into his view. A priest. Before Holt could utter another word, the composed Bailey had already risen from the ground, waving his arms to interrupt the jovial banter of the surrounding guards. Get up. Stand up. A priest is coming. A priest? Why is there still a priest? Shouldn't they have been eradicated by those rebellious marauders? Damn it. Who claimed there were no clergy left roaming freely in Varilla City. In an instant, the previous laughter transformed into a chorus of hushed curses. This was to be expected, although the guards of the Wall of Sighs were solely under the Pope's command. Their status in Varilla City was only marginally above that of ordinary believers and white-robed deacons. In the presence of a priest, these guards were compelled to maintain a necessary reverence. Moreover, the priest's appearance in the North Cathedral, the very residence of the Pope, heightened the unease among the guards. They could scarcely fathom that, while the Eastern Cathedral was in disarray, the Pope had concealed a priest within the North Cathedral. In the vast expanse of the Northern Cathedral, could it truly be that only a solitary priest resides within? As this question surfaced in the minds of the guards, their unease intensified. Esteemed priest. As the diminutive figure clad in black robes approached, Bailey instinctively adjusted his armor and stepped forward. What message does His Holiness entrust to you? Isa raised her head slightly, scrutinizing the guard through the ample shadow of her hood. The Lord has delivered his oracle. The insurrection has largely subsided, and those misled followers are innocent. Drawing upon her prior experience of deceit before the bishop and archbishop, Isa spoke with absolute composure. The Pope has dispatched me to the Eastern Cathedral to persuade the misguided believers. Bailey momentarily faltered, then cast a peculiar glance at the lifeless body of a clergyman sprawled in a pool of blood. Innocent? Are you certain that term aptly describes those frenzied rioters? Though perplexed, Bailey, respecting Isa's stature, silently took a step back, clearing the path to the Eastern Cathedral. As you wish, priest. Observing Isa navigate the debris and blood with determination, Bailey shook his head in resignation. Another eager soul courting death. Courting death? Holt, taken aback, instinctively inquired. Why do you say that? Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon the scattered limbs and severed arms on the ground. And he suddenly realized, why are we not stopping her? She is a priest. Bailey let out a cold chuckle, the wrinkles on his face contorting into a tangled mass. Why remind me? This is a perfect opportunity to ascertain whether there are any other clergy within the North Cathedral. If not, the creases on Bailey's face deepened further. I have had enough of those days spent guarding the Wall of Sighs. Holt gazed at Bailey, a chill rising from the depths of his heart. He comprehended the implication behind Bailey's words. This seasoned elder sought to seize this opportunity to attain greater power and stature, perhaps even to extricate himself from the Pope's constraints. How does this differ from the rebellious marauders? No, it was not only Bailey. Holt turned to survey his surroundings. At the moment Bailey's words fell, the guards around them displayed approving smiles, clearly harboring similar intentions. Holt clenched his teeth, an inexplicable sense of aversion taking root within him. Fueled by this discontent, he stepped forward. Your Excellency, the marauders are fierce. For your safety, I implore you to allow me to serve as your protector. At the conclusion of his statement, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 99. The Pope. The Pope. Holt. Bailey's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Holt, hissing in a low voice, "What are you doing?" The guards around them cast incredulous glances at Holt. In the distance, Isa halted, turning to face the guards, her brow furrowed in concern. "What did you just say?" "Apologies, esteemed priest," Bailey stammered, attempting to brush the matter aside. "For your safety, I implore you to allow me to serve as your guardian." Holt interjected, his tone resolute as he reiterated his intention. Isa regarded Holt for a moment, then gently nodded, her ample head swaying in unison. "Of course." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy illuminated Holt's eyes as he swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively beside Isa. "Damn it." Behind them, Bailey's heart sank as he watched Holt and Isa drift further away, a dreadful thought creeping into his mind. He felt as if he had missed a monumental opportunity. He mumbled through his unkempt beard, muttering a curse under his breath. Insanity, pure insanity. The Eastern Church. As Isa and Holt's figures appeared at the church's entrance, a wave of commotion swept through the interior. "The divine envoy has arrived," a devotee whispered to Su Huai, who had been meditating with her eyes closed. At this, Su Huai abruptly opened her eyes. Her slender right hand gripped tightly the electromagnetic pistol, which still bore 2 remaining bullets. The force of her grip rendered her fingertips unnaturally pale. "At last, they have come." She exhaled softly, a hint of weariness and relief gracing her icy countenance. "How many have arrived on their side?" Su Huai pressed her thin lips together with determination, pondering how long the Eastern Church could withstand the onslaught of these guards. "Divine messenger." The believer hesitated, glancing across the way. "They only sent 2 individuals." Su Huai's expression turned to one of astonishment as she regarded the believer with skepticism. "Are you certain there are only 2? "Yes, I am certain," the believer responded, somewhat flustered by Su Huai's inquiry. "I saw clearly through the crack in the door. There are only 2, one of whom is a priest." "A priest?" Su Huai exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Is there truly a wild priest outside at this time?" Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and her previously cold gaze sparked with life. "Take me to see." Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward towards the grand doors of the church. The heavy doors creaked open slightly, revealing a narrow gap through which Su Huai glimpsed the scene outside. Upon seeing the diminutive figure clad in a priest's robe, a surge of excitement welled up within her. Indeed, it was Isa. At this juncture, a priest who could preserve her safety and roam freely outside could only be Isa, who was well versed in the awakening plan. Yet, why would Isa come at such a sensitive time? Could it be that Chen Fan has new arrangements in place? With these thoughts in mind, Su Huai wasted no time and issued a command. "Open the doors. Let them in." "Divine messenger?" The face of the weary believer was etched with confusion. "But that is..." Su Huai gently waved his hand. "It's all right, they are one of us." The heavy doors of the church creaked open, revealing a narrow gap barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. "For your safety, my lord priest, allow me to enter first to assess the situation," Holt said, stepping forward without hesitation, slipping into the Eastern Church. Isa followed closely behind him, entering the sanctuary as well. Just as they crossed the threshold, the door behind them was forcefully shut. Bang! At the sound of the dull thud of the closing door, Holt raised his metal spear, regarding the surrounding believers with wariness. The fervent devotees were not to be trifled with. They too brandished their weapons, stained with the blood of clergy, standing defiantly against Holt. As he found himself encircled, a flicker of panic darted across Holt's eyes, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to lower his spear as he faced the believers. "Isa?" Su Huai paid no mind to the guards. He took a step forward, directing his inquiry at Isa. "What of Chen Fan?" Isa gently removed her hood, revealing a delicate visage. She nodded subtly, her words laced with significance. "The plan has succeeded." Upon hearing this, Su Huai felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Archbishop and the Pope were formidable adversaries in Su Huai's mind. Even with such a triumph in the Eastern Church, he remained anxious that Chen Fan's scheme might falter. Once the Archbishop and the Pope take action, the awakening plan may very well dissolve into nothingness. Upon receiving this fortunate news, Su Huai's demeanor visibly lightened. "So what should we do now?" she inquired. Isabella nodded, stepping closer to Su Huai, and lowered her voice, saying, "You must understand that the guardians of the Wall of Sighs will only heed the Pope's commands. Yet the Pope is already deceased." Thus, Chen Fan proposed 2 suggestions. The first was to issue orders to the Wall of Sighs under the guise of the Pope's authority. However, with the Pope's demise, this method ultimately poses a risk. Should these guardians detect any irregularities, chaos would ensue in Valera City. Su Huai nodded thoughtfully. comprehending that without the Pope's deterrent, the dangers posed by these guardians could rival those of the former church. And the second suggestion? She asked. The second is to appoint you as the new Pope of Valera City based on the original plan. Isabella softly articulated a proposal that sent shockwaves through Su Huai's consciousness. This is the only strategy capable of swiftly stabilizing Valera City. Su Huai instinctively turned her gaze toward the surrounding faithful. A recent war had decimated the population of Valera City by 80%. Each face bore the unmistakable marks of profound fatigue. According to the initial plan, once the awakening plan was fulfilled, she would voluntarily relinquish her identity as a divine envoy and return to the life of an ordinary person. The church, naturally, would cease to exist. Yet, it seemed evident that the current Valera City could not withstand such a monumental upheaval. The faithful seek a spiritual refuge, and the guardians of the Wall of Sighs require proper management. Beside them, one devoted follower, emboldened by the words of Isa, softly called out to Su Huai, "Your Excellency, the messenger of God, the papal throne rightfully belongs to you." The moment those words were uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall of the Eastern Church. Moments later, a faint cry of "Pope" emerged from the congregation, swiftly escalating into a resounding chorus. "Pope! Pope! Pope!" Each believer cast eager glances towards Su Huai, for in their eyes, the messenger was the most suitable candidate for the papacy. The thrill of life and death truly intoxicates the spirit. "I must take a leave. I am experiencing severe writer's block. After much effort, I have barely managed to compose 500 words QAQ, and it is certainly not due to the phantom beast Paulo. Dear readers, I regret to inform you that I must take a day off today. I will adjust my state and resume with 3 updates tomorrow. Cataclysm of the Universe, Bureau of Dangerous Technology Management, please bear with me. I am currently typing, and I kindly ask for your patience. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to acquire the latest updates. The Fantasy Pavilion Novel Network will provide full-text updates. Remember the website, www.zuanaj.org. Chapter 100, Am I the Clown? After following Isa into the Eastern Church, although surrounded by the faithful, Holt managed to grasp the situation within the church through the conversations and expressions of those around him. Firstly, the mastermind behind this insurrection is a young woman named Su Huai. Among her followers, she is referred to as the Divine Messenger. The term Divine Messenger elicited a sense of disdain within Holt. To him, it was merely a deceptive phrase designed to beguile the masses. A true divine messenger is a magnificent being endowed with a fraction of the goddess's formidable power. How could an ordinary mortal dare to tarnish the sanctity of the divine? Furthermore, these followers aspire to elevate Su Huai to the position of the new pope, which only deepened Holt's contempt. Setting aside the dubious title of divine messenger, the pope, as the earthly representative of the goddess, wields not only the most powerful, divinely granted form but also possesses the ability to communicate directly with the goddess. Surely, this is beyond the reach of mere mortals? To entertain an even more far-fetched scenario, even if these followers were to successfully breach the northern cathedral and seize the papal throne by force, without the goddess's support, what distinction would there be between the papacy and an ordinary human? Lastly, and perhaps most astonishingly, Holt felt a surge of indignation upon realizing that the priest from the northern cathedral appeared to share a close rapport with Su Huai. Upon entering the eastern cathedral, he alone faced a wave of hostility from the followers, while the priestess named Isa engaged in jovial conversation with Su Huai, basking in the admiration of the congregation. Reflecting on a recent remark he had made, Holt's face flushed with embarrassment. Was I the fool all along? In that moment, Holt felt the metal spear in his hand grow unbearably hot, and as the surrounding followers lowered their guard, he discreetly released his clammy grip, vigorously wiping his hand across the gleaming silver armor adorning his body. The chill emanating from the armor instilled a profound calm within Holt, fortifying his resolve anew. Under the eager gaze of countless devotees, Su Huai wore an expression of resignation and gently nodded, for the future of Valera City. I am willing to assume the position of the Pope. At the moment his words echoed, the pedestal of the statue, which had been meticulously cleansed, radiated resplendent beams of light once more. Beneath the bright silver armor, Holt's peculiar gaze transformed at a visible pace, from disdain and scorn to astonishment and horror, within the span of less than a second. Instinctively, he lifted his head to behold the beams converging in the air, forming a holographic goddess. Holt instinctively compared this with the holographic deity imprinted in his memory. In other words, the holographic figure before him possessed a far more potent divine essence. But that was not all. As Holt's gaze slowly ascended to the goddess's previously indistinct visage, He was horrified to discover that the statue bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Huai. Not only that, the holographic deity subtly extended a hand, mimicking Su Huai's very own gestures. In that moment, Holt felt the very foundation of his past faith tremble profoundly. The words of the devotees echoed once more in the depths of his heart. Divine messenger, Pope. Could it be? He was the true jester all along. Isabella. After briefly showcasing a miraculous event, which served as a revitalizing tonic for the weary faithful, Su Huai lowered her head slightly and, in a hushed tone, inquired of the figure beside her, "Isa, what is the situation with that guard? Is he one of us?" Beneath the black hood, a look of confusion appeared on Isa's face. I am not certain. He insisted on accompanying me, claiming concern for my safety." Su Huai responded, "What on earth? Is there truly such an earnest and passionate youth in Varela City?" She raised her slender right hand and gently massaged her temple. "Did the other guards not voice any objections?" Isa replied, "The other guards. They did not express any dissenting opinions. However, I sensed their reluctance regarding Holt accompanying me to the East Church." Upon hearing this, Su Huai sighed in relief. "That's just as it should be. Such a fervent young man is indeed a rarity in the previously tumultuous Varela City. Otherwise, my awakening plan would not have progressed so smoothly." Su Huai turned to observe Holt, who was surrounded by the faithful and was in a state of self-doubt, astonished by a series of miracles. A contemplative glimmer flickered in her eyes. Perhaps, this impassioned youth could be of service to the reborn Varela City? Just as Su Huai was pondering this, Isa extended her metallic, sleek prosthetic limb from beneath her black robe and gently pressed her finger to her right ear. Under the astonished gaze of Su Huai, Isha softly reported, "Lord Chen Fan, Sister Huai has agreed." Su Huai responded with a puzzled expression, "This is the code agreed upon by Lord Chen Fan." Noticing the peculiar look in Su Huai's eyes, Isha hurriedly explained in her soft, melodious voice, I'm not quite sure what it means." Su Huai interjected, "So, am I also a part of your play?" She took a deep breath, raising her hand to massage her aching temples. "What did Chen Fan say? I didn't ask you that." Su Huai felt a surge of pain in her temples. "I meant, what did he say afterwards?" Observing the astonished gazes of the followers around her, Su Huai struggled to force a smile. "And no, it's nothing. You all needn't worry about me. Lord Chen Fan has instructed you to leave the East Church in 30 minutes. He is preparing something significant. Adapt according to the situation." Su Huai's expression shifted to confusion. Watching Isha scamper towards the church doors, Su Huai let out a deep sigh. She truly wondered how this awakening plan was deemed successful. Chapter 101. The forgery of the papal decree outside the East Church. Bailey gazed at the tightly shut doors, letting out a deep sigh. "I say, old Bailey, do not dwell on that unfortunate child." Laughter erupted from the other guards nearby. Bailey shook his head with a hint of fleeting regret etched across his wrinkled face. What a fine young man he could become. Perhaps he could. But that notion quickly dissipated. Before Bailey could finish his thought, a guard nearby scoffed, interrupting him with derision. With such a disposition, what position could he possibly hold? Perhaps the captain of the guards in Varela City? What a jest! Amidst the laughter that echoed around him, a faint smile crept onto Bailey's time-worn face, marked by creases and stubble. Indeed, it was quite a jest. While chuckling, he turned his gaze towards the Eastern Church. Suddenly, the slight tremor of his facial wrinkles froze, and his hoarse laughter abruptly ceased. "Old Bailey?" The guard beside him, sensing something amiss, instinctively inquired, "What is it?" The doors of the church." Bailey swallowed hard, his pupils quivering, "are open." The guards, who had been laughing moments earlier, swiftly turned their heads to focus on the Eastern Church. In an instant, their laughter evaporated like mist in the air. Observing the figures emerging from the church, Bailey murmured in a low, raspy voice, "How could this be?" Like Bailey, the surrounding guards widened their eyes in shock, gasping in disbelief. Under their astonished gazes, a priest clad in a black robe and Holt, adorned in gleaming silver armor, emerged unscathed from the Eastern Church, which had been overrun by zealots. A few minutes later, "Holt, you have survived." Observing Holt approach him slowly, Bailey's eyes glimmered with faint surprise as he exclaimed, "May the goddess bless us." Beneath the silver armor, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Holt's mouth. Do not speak of divine blessings. Within the confines of the church, he had even encountered the embodiment of the goddess in the mortal realm. To Holt, possessing such divine power and bearing a visage akin to that of the goddess herself, this was no mere messenger. This was undoubtedly the goddess incarnate among mortals. Upon realizing this revelation, Holt made the fateful decision to defect within mere minutes. Surely, It was the actions of the church that had provoked the goddess. Otherwise, the merciful and benevolent goddess would never have displayed such wrath. Just as Holt prepared to recount his experiences at the Eastern Church to Bailey, a robust armored arm forcefully shoved him aside. Immediately, a somewhat familiar voice rang out from nearby. "Old Bailey, be cautious. I suspect he has allied himself with those fanatics. Otherwise, how could those zealots have permitted him to leave the Eastern Church?" At this declaration, an uproar ensued. In an instant, the guards who had been standing beside Holt retreated several steps, delineating their separation from him. Under Holt's incredulous gaze, Bailey, after a moment of silence, silently stepped back as well. Beneath the gleaming silver helmet, Holt's complexion rapidly turned ashen. His lips quivered slightly as he stammered, but Priestess Isa. She is a priestess, the one who conveys messages for the Pope. Those faithful would naturally not dare to harm her." A shrill cry pierced through the ranks of guards, deeply penetrating Holt's heart. He yearned to protest, yet found himself at a loss for words. Though silence enveloped his lips, he was acutely aware that the scales within him had tipped in favor of the trapped worshippers within the Eastern Church. Standing alone outside the guards' formation, he stared vacantly towards the distant sanctuary. Meanwhile, clad in a dark robe, Priestess Isha strode purposefully towards the Northern Church, intent on witnessing the darkness that now enveloped the city of Valera. He exhaled softly, retreating a few steps in silence. Was this the darkness that the Lord wished him to behold? In the Northern Church, a papal decree was issued to the Wall of Sighs. Concurrently, a proclamation echoed throughout the city, honoring the goddess's oracle. Henceforth, the position of Pope of Valera would be held by Su Huai. As the words resonated, a slender arc of electricity emerged from the palm of a silvery smart terminal, tracing a perfect curve before disappearing into a frayed cable. Signals surged rapidly through the wire, extending towards the outermost edge of Valera, where the Wall of Sighs stood. Mere moments later, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility surrounding the Wall of Sighs. Under the astonished gazes of the station guards, a figure clad in intricately patterned metallic armor stumbled forth from a guard post within the wall, hastening towards the heart of Valera with heavy yet swift strides. The imprints left behind and the sound of his footfalls suggested that this extraordinary guard possessed a pair of superior mechanical legs. As the remaining guards found themselves in a state of confusion, the alarm resounded once more, and a guard clad in metallic armor emerged from the guard post. In contrast to his predecessor, the intricate patterns adorning this guard's armor were markedly simpler. An urgent proclamation echoed from the narrow slits of his helmet. "All guards, proceed immediately to the cathedral. Actions will be determined by the situation." After uttering this vague directive, the guard strode purposefully towards the heart of Varela City. Time slipped away, second by second. Logically, as the earthly embodiment of the Lord, Su Huai should not be confined within the church. She possessed the strength to confront the surrounding guards single-handedly. Holt firmly believed in her capabilities. After all, how had they dealt with the priests and bishops endowed with divine gifts? Surely it could not have been solely through the fervor of those zealots. What, indeed, were Su Huai, or rather, the Lord, intending to accomplish? Confusion and uncertainty enveloped Holt's gaze. Suddenly, the doors of the Eastern Cathedral, which had remained eerily still, began to stir once more. Just as before, they slowly opened a narrow gap sufficient for a single person to pass through. Under Holt's watchful eyes, this narrow opening swiftly expanded, ultimately revealing the doors wide open as figures began to emerge from within. Chapter 102. Who among you knows Su Huai? The open door swiftly captured the attention of the remaining guards. At the urging of one guard and the ensuing whispers among the ranks, the once boisterous Eastern Church swiftly descended into silence. Bailey, his demeanor fraught with anxiety, cast a glance towards the grand entrance of the church. As he beheld a worshipper emerging through the open doors, astonishment washed over his countenance, obscured by a gleaming silver helmet. Could it be that these devotees, unable to endure the encirclement, had resolved to make a desperate stand? With this thought, Bailey could not help but utter a curse. Damn it! How dare these zealots emerge from their shell? Are they seeking death? While muttering imprecations, he raised his intricately engraved metallic spear, readying himself for confrontation. Around him, other guards echoed his sentiments in hushed tones. "I said we should have extended the perimeter." Now, it was evident that the sight of the worshippers voluntarily vacating the church's entrance was one they had wished to avoid, as it signaled an inevitable clash. And conflict invariably heralded death. These guards, their spirits thoroughly extinguished by the Wall of Sighs, were not inclined to wager their lives on this outcome. Yet, With the arrow on the string, they had no choice but to act. At this juncture, they abandoned their earlier frivolity, raising their metallic spears. Their tips aimed menacingly at the throng of worshippers stepping forth from the Eastern Church. In the juxtaposition of metallic spears and shimmering silver armor, a palpable aura of bloodshed began to manifest. Nearby, Holt, isolated from the cluster of guards, subtly moved his lips as he listened to their unabashed curses. He wished to reveal the truth to the guards and vindicate the faithful within the Eastern Church. However, recalling his previous experiences, he ultimately swallowed the words that lingered on his lips, his expression darkening. The church's grand entrance was not the conclusion. Surrounded by an overwhelming number of guards, the once sealed metallic walls of the Eastern Church slowly cracked open once more and sank into the earth. After hours of waiting, the main hall of the cathedral was unveiled, unshielded, at the heart of Valera City. To the side of the hall, countless priests and deacons lay in a gruesome heap. As for the captured priests and bishops, they had been confined by Su Huai in the church's side chapel, with the remote assistance of He and Chen Fan. These enclosed chambers would serve as the most impeccable prison. Dressed in a white robe stained with a hint of blood, Su Huai stood calmly before the congregation, facing the guards' metallic spears with an air of tranquility. Bathed in the church's light, a sense of sanctity emanated. Under Holt's watchful gaze, she stood silently in front of the church with the faithful, as if awaiting something. The guards, on the other hand, assumed a posture of imminent confrontation. Observing the standoff from a distance, Holt couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Please do not act rashly. Holt directed his gaze toward the fidgeting guards, silently praying. After all, she was the embodiment of the goddess among mortals. If they initiated an attack and provoked her wrath, who could fathom the divine retribution that might ensue? As fears materialized, the stalemate did not endure for long. Form ranks. A rugged roar shattered the delicate equilibrium maintained between the two factions. Amidst the heavy thud of footsteps and the crisp clang of clashing armor, the guards clad in gleaming silver armor instinctively shifted their stances, rapidly adjusting their positions. Attack! The roar resounded once more. The previously scattered footsteps swiftly fell into a synchronized rhythm. Beneath the somber sky, a metallic spear adorned with arcane engravings glimmered with a faint reflection. An aura of lethal intent permeated the air, sweeping towards the congregation encircled at the center. Su Huai stood at the forefront, bearing the brunt of the pressure. Just as the guards were poised to launch their assault at the command, a resounding, muffled thud echoed from the distance along the concrete-paved streets, followed by a thunderous shout near the Eastern Cathedral. Halt! Bailey's steps faltered as he instinctively turned towards the source of the voice. Upon catching sight of the armor inscribed with mystical patterns, his eyes widened in astonishment. This was the captain of the guards? Could something grave have transpired? Why would the captain leave the sign wall and come to the cathedral in person? A multitude of questions surged within Bailey's mind. By order of the Pope. Under Bailey's gaze, the captain bellowed once more, "Cease all attacks on the rebellious congregation immediately. By the decree of the divine." After a brief pause, the captain finally spoke in an uncertain tone. "The new Pope shall be the divine messenger Su Huai." Upon finishing his words, he turned to survey his surroundings. The voice of the captain of the guards grew increasingly faint. "Who knows Su Huai?" An uproar ensued. Upon hearing the two revelations from the captain, Bailey felt a buzzing sensation in his head. The first piece of news was somewhat reassuring, after all. He was merely an old man who had watched over the sighing wall for decades, and if a conflict were to erupt, he would likely be the first to perish. But the latter, was it not a tad too sensational? He instinctively inquired in a dry voice to his companions nearby. Who is Su Huai? Not only Bailey and the guards present, but even the captain wore a perplexed expression. It was not until Holt's voice resonated from a distance that clarity emerged. Su Huai is the leader of those fanatics. At that moment, an overwhelming cheer erupted from the East Cathedral, almost belatedly. The Pope! The Pope! The Pope! Amidst the fervent shouts, the holographic pedestal in the center of the cathedral once again radiated light. The colossal holographic image reappeared above Valera City, brazenly showcasing the goddess's might to the surrounding guards. Bailey stared vacantly at the East Cathedral and the holographic image hovering above it. "I come to quash a rebellion, and you inform me that the leader of the insurgents has become my direct superior? Is this how it works?" Not only Bailey and the other guards, but even the captain was utterly bewildered upon witnessing this scene. Meanwhile, beneath the shining silver helmet, a look of relief blossomed on Holt's face. The Pope's resignation and Su Huai's ascendance to the papacy was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. The unnecessary loss of life must no longer be exacerbated. Varela's city shall once again find its footing. However, all these wishful imaginings turned to mere illusions with a single gesture from the captain of the guard. Under the watchful eyes of Holt and all the guards, the armored captain advanced with his mechanical limb, silently positioning himself before the guards arrayed in an assault formation, before drawing his dagger from his waist. Thus, it was the command of the Pope. What follows is my command. The glimmering tip of the blade pointed ominously towards the Eastern Church. Hear my decree. Launch an assault against the rebels.